Reforged Chapter 21. Choose Violence. Morning light bathed the interior of his apartments in a soft golden glow, wood grains vibrant under their limelight. In the midst of a particular sunbeam, Ulrich watched dust particles drift in Brownian adventures through the air and considered the effect of his gift. Things were definitely perking up. Gaiat was thrilled with her new toy, and he had a feeling, with the prospect of putting it to use on someone. Ulrich could imagine that some kind of ritual celebrating the fact that it had drunk the blood of her little brother's enemies was in her near future. Those circumstances no doubt played a role in her enjoyment of the instrument, which she still hadn't put down. Just as Ulrich was starting to question whether she'd be sleeping with the damned thing in her hands, she slung the bow over her shoulder to hang naturally. He figured he ought to give her a heads up about the arrow situation. He'd learned a painful lesson about what that draw strength would do to shafts carved too thin of lesser material. I had to make the arrows custom for it, so feel free to use the quiver I have laying over there with the rest of my gear. Steelwood arrows were the only thing that would hold up. It was ruining the normal ones from the impulse of the shot. We can get you some new arrows made up whenever you want, though. That's all my homemade stuff from the glade. Ulrich told his shadow, offering her the complete set. The normally staid, if not actively irritated woman damn near skipped to the stacked equipment and, in short order, had his quiver looped around her own belt, before taking out arrows and giving each a thorough once-over. A professional eye tracked like a laser down their lengths as she held them out, checking for deviations from true. Bronze-flecked emeralds examined their feathers alongside the handspan glass resin heads, one by one, any deficiency intolerable, as 3 of the 20 were set aside, having failed to pass muster. Ulrich felt like his thesis was being reviewed, or a submission to his old bosses for getting approval on a metal chalcogenide doping trial. He had taken great pride in his work, once upon a time, too much, probably. Most of that was gone, but he had not lost his attention to detail, his passion to do the thing correctly. That had proven to be a marvelously necessary survival instinct. Doing things wrongly led unerringly to unnecessary pain, with a side of tribulation. Amongst his mantras to stay sane in the glade, the chief most of these went thusly. Varda punished mistakes. He directed his grey-eyed gaze from the products of his labor in the glade to the elf that would pass judgment on them, to offer an observation regarding her ability to use the gifted equipment. You're about my height, and our arms look to be pretty well the same length, so I don't think you'll have any problems with shooting. In any case, you know how to adjust things, so it'll work out. He finished, amused at this unexpected enthusiasm from the huntress. In another minute, the arrows had passed muster. Now the bow was unholstered smoothly, one of the glass resin-tipped broadheads was knocked, and a small oomph of effort accompanied her draw. The length was just about right, the arrowhead resting just in front of her knuckles on the hand holding the bowstave. Slowly, Gaiat relaxed and quivered the arrow before re-shouldering the bow. She looked like the cat that got the canary, all satisfaction. At last his shadow rendered her judgment. Your fletchings leave something to be desired, Ulrich, but they are not bad for your lack of practice. For some reason that felt good, and the once-bush hermit breathed easier. Workmanship that satisfied this most exacting of the Fey folk boded well for his other crafts, besides which Gaiat might almost be happy, no small win that. The feathers are not brushing the stave on release, and this glue, whatever it is, will hold, even if its odor is rank. The shafts are acceptably true, however, and the strange amber stone heads, not what I am used to, are affixed without great flaw. The arrows will be serviceable, decreed the Grandmaster Archer, and Ulrich had passed his doctoral exam in arrow-making. Good enough for the elven princess, who might also be an assassin. He repressed a grin at that, and basked in the small victory of not being a shit fletcher. Ulrich was glad to be praised for his workmanship, and more than a little surprised at the feeling. Nice to be appreciated, he supposed. He wasn't one to take even his small wins for granted, hard-earned as they always were these days. Gaiat was thumbing the glass resin spear tip now, and used it to shave a thumbnail lightly, then a brush against her arm-leather forearm guard, which lost a translucently thin segment that drifted slowly to the floor. She then revealed 3 centimeters of knife blade and ran the broadhead across it. producing a ringing swing sound as hard blade edge sang against hard glass resin. A slight tilt of her head, and his shadow asked, curiosity piqued, while thumbing the razored edges of the glass-like substance, incredulous at their sharpness. Especially those arrowheads. This substance you have used, what is it? I have never seen its like. He answered her question as best he could. The arrowheads are what I've come to call glass resin. It is composed of the crystalline sap that once flowed from the roots of one of the giant elder trees on the plateau of Ancients. My glade was made when one of them fell, which must have been a hell of a thing, I might add. That tree paces off 1.5 kilometers from trunk to branches if it was a meter. Anyhow, when it went, its roots pulled up a massive crater, creating my spring, and some broke off. This stuff sits in pools, like little ponds of amber. These are made of the sap of the father trees, from the sacred grove, Geert asked, eyes widening at that reveal. Ulrich nodded. Yeah, I suppose. He agreed absently, more interested in the material property of the substance than its origin. Odd stuff. It's unbelievable how hard it is. I can break it loose with a pick on account of it shatters along curving faults, kinda like flint if I hit it real hard, and a hot fire softens the material to something like putty, where it can be readily molded. I cast those arrowheads after I built a little bitty charcoal furnace and a wood mold. They're a son of a bitch to polish, but fantastically sharp. Use the stuff for my wood carving knives, bonding things. For some reason it's got some flex when it's in a really thin layer. That's what the bow stave is coated with. Ulrich rambled, passing on what he had discovered of glass resin as best he could. Suddenly, the breaking of his spearhead on the forest lord came to mind, as did the loss of several arrowheads when they passed through a target and hit a rock, burying too deep to extract without breaking off or shattering outright. Those arrowheads are hard as hell, but brittle, so I wouldn't shoot at anything rocky or the head will probably shatter. Goes right through most woods and animals, no problem though. They're beyond razor sharp, Ulrich warned, as if the lady had not just done several sharpness tests. He'd donated some flesh on his forearm to one, once, doing a shave test that very neatly removed a piece of skin, epidermis and dermis both, surgically. He didn't check them for sharpness after that with his own hide. The dusky elf lass was responding oddly to this information, where before she'd been most certainly pleased at the bow and its accoutrements, especially knowing how they'd been put to use. Oddly enough, Geert was now looking at the gifted archery gear with something close to worship. A bow with the bones of the forest lord and arrows tipped by the lifeblood of the ancient's great tree, handed to me by one of the eternal gaze's star children. She asked shakily, and then laughed, those rare sounds filling the room with their music. It is like a story told to children, fancies to stir their imaginations. Geert chuckled, disbelieving. Well, this whole planet is something out of a fairy tale as far as I'm concerned, so I guess that's par for the course. Ulrich replied, not disagreeing with that assessment. You were deep within the grove, then? This glade you come from? The once princess of the Deepwood Elves asked, trying too hard to be casual about her curiosity. Ulrich didn't take this chance to tease her by withholding information. The plateau was a holy ground, and people got upset when you messed with them about such things. Recalling the utter spectacle of waking on this world to seeing the colossi of the plateau, he answered, the whole plateau is covered with them, trees like pillars holding up the sky, kilometers high and wide around as three of this tree holding up Irelhos. The whole plateau rolls, like great waves frozen into hills. I think that's from the dead ones that have been buried. Most plateaus are flat, but these turn the landscape into a series of long, straight, rounded ridges, some of them crisscrossing where trees ended up on top of each other over the, eons. It's a weird place, the old forest up there. Feels like a little like a cathedral. Geert shook her head, braid lashing. It is more than a temple, and less, Ulrich. We do not worship the gods with our homage of the grove that lifts the forest of the forgotten to the sky. She said with hushed reverence, it is difficult to describe the relationship between the elves and the plateau of ancients, or the father trees. Some call them the souls of the first elves, glade chief, and believe that all the Aesir were born as fruit of these eldest trees. It is an old superstition, but no Aesir does not feel a kinship with the sacred grove. Gaiat narrowed her eyes at him, as if catching him in the act of doing something he knew he shouldn't be. "What?" Ulrich demanded, feeling a little put out at being accused of something while standing in his own room. Muttered imprecations he couldn't make out for being in Elvish escaped him, but Gaiat relaxed her stare and assumed a didactic posture. "Because of your proximity to the Orlathrum, especially the Irielen, my people who have guarded the sacred grove since before memory, I will tell you the tales of our beginnings. I am no law keeper, so I will be brief, but you should attend, Glade Chief. Mistake me not, it is of utmost importance that you understand, at least in part, the relation between elves and the plateau. These tales, this history, it shapes the Aesir. All that we are is related to this tale. Your interactions with the Orlathrum could depend on your heeding to these words. This could mean your life, Ulrich. Your glade is a place where other kin are not welcomed by many of the Orlathrum," Gaiat said quietly, despite their privacy. "The ancients, a people we refer in more formal recitations to as those who came before, were the first people of Varda, the very first civilization, the oldest known folk to do more than scratch and fight amongst the beasts. Even the Svartalfin, the deep dwarves, have never excavated relics of greater age than those who came before. It is generally agreed by all folk that these first people colonized the entire world, spread their works over land, under sea, and deep beneath the earth. Relics like the Ancient's Gate remain scattered across the landscape, many of them working, though we know not what they all do. Only the sepulchra, the self-sustaining enclaves designed to protect all that lies within, are outright hostile," she recited, very much like a school mom speaking to a child she thought a little slow, or a priest speaking to an unrepentant heathen. "In any case, the elves consider themselves descendants of the ancients. Consider most peoples their descendants, in fact. Nothing is known for certain about the breaking of those who came before. Not how or why, or even with any certainty when their doom came. What is known is that when the great civilization fell to darkness, its people shattered into isolated tribes. Eons passed, the tribes migrated, some across the seas, some to dwell by the ash and heat of the volcanoes, others the wide plains, and as the Aesir, the forests. These folk, long separated from each other, changed to become the beastkin, the humans, the elves, the ogrand, and the dwarves, or by their proper names, the Jorman, the Valin, the Aesir, Onikchi, and the Svartalfir. The beastkin, ogrand, and humans are called children of the earth, those who colonized the surface of the land and seas. The elves and dwarves are called the children of the heavens, those who were not content with the surface and ranged above, to the trees, or below, into the depths. This relates to the plateau in which you lived, and the forest lord." Gaiat taught, enmeshed in the story of her world, her people, and the otherkin. Ulrich was rapt. Besides the stories Bright Eyes had told him, this was the first he'd heard of the history of his neighbors, and it was striking several parallels to mythologies spread by his own people on Earth. Gaiat looked distant for a few moments, lips quirked as if uncertain how to proceed. She stood, arms crossed, one hand lifted with a single finger, tapping full lips thoughtfully, the very picture of a mysterious fey presence before finding her way to continue the tale. "Once, we Aesir are believed to have lived and originated on the plateau, the grove grown by the ancients in their last days when they knew their end was at hand. Instead of building citadels, altars, relics, or sepulchra to conserve or preserve as it may be, their heritage, this tribe of those who came before, chose to grow a forest, a tribute to life and the living to come. The trees were created to be greater than any others, infused with mana to reach deep into bones of Varda, drawing on the ley lines for strength, that they might send their crowns soaring to the sky and to live beyond the span of any mortal creatures. We elves were the children of the gardeners, the grove tenders. In addition to the elves, there was a race of greater beasts, guardians of the grove to protect the tenders in their work, to drive away hostile beasts or dangers. These were the forebears of the Forest Lord. The greater beasts never left the plateau and never raised harm against their wards. As time passed, the tenders died out or migrated away. As they did, both of these lineages drifted away from their parent stock. We don't know how long it took, but eventually the elves came down from the plateau. to what is now called Iriel, the deep wood. The plateau itself was left whole, as a sacred land. Never were the father trees to be felled by axe or fire, never was the land to be despoiled, not while the elves lived to keep it. Of the race of guardians, they grew scarce, grew reclusive, perhaps under the influence of the denseness of Varda's field, perhaps because their bloodline never forgave the elves for abandoning their tending of the plateau. All died. We do not know why. We do know the Forest Lord was the last of them, a corrupted remnant of those creatures so much lesser that it had devolved to savagery. All that remained to the creature was the instinct to destroy anything that encroached on its territory. And this it did, for thousands of years. Gaiat spoke softly, the tale clearly holding a dear place to her. Gaiat looked at Ulrich seriously, the weight of her eyes impressing him with her next statement. The beast you slayed was a shadow of its former glory, the last whisper of greater beasts unrivaled. The Forest Lord, in its prime of life, according to all tales we have of it, was untouchable by blade or magic. That you were able to slay it probably means it was near death of its own age, unable to utilize the vast part of its strength. I do not say this to denigrate you, Ulrich. You have done a thing of untold heroism to put down that ancient terror. However, if ever you meet a greater beast such as that again, do not try to fight it. Run. Run as well as you are able, Glade Chief. If it chooses not to hunt you, you might live, she said grimly. He wasn't about to contest her advice. The old monster had moved faster than anything that size ever should, and now he was learning it wasn't the barest fraction of what it could offer. Fuck, Ulrich remarked to himself. There was nothing down in the forest, no sign of prey before he'd killed it that he'd seen in those early days. Was the Forest Lord he'd faced on the verge of starvation? His nightmares concerning the creature were about to get worse. Thankfully, the images of a maw bearing ivory fangs, a roar like a goddamn tyrannosaur, flashing claws, and the inevitable rending of his miserable bones were dispelled by Gaiat's voice. This is then the abbreviated history of the elves. The plateau on which you came into being is sacred to the Aesir, to all of Orlethrem, but even more so to the Irielen. Not for the presence of the gods, but for the gesture of a dying people to create a monument of life for the land, to the world they would not be able to cherish any longer. It is an elvish thing, the heart of elvish things, to do such. It is our duty and our joy to protect this parting gift. She must have read the concern on his face that he'd been blithely squatting on elf Jerusalem. Worry not that any would begrudge you your existence there, the Sylvan princess assuaged. That you were born into this world in that place is a thing in your favor among us. The eternal gaze does not often tread in mortal affairs, and it would not have done so in that place without purpose. It also does not mean little that the all-knowledge granted you lordship of the territory guarded by the Forest Lord. In this, you are bonded to the mission of the Aesir, to protect that place from harm. Tend it well, Gaiat commanded, the longest, most impassioned speech he'd had of her. It struck Ulrich as a poignant thing, this story of the elves and their grove. A new light was cast on their commitment to becoming part of the forest, to join themselves with the trees. Son of a bitch, Ulrich muttered. No wonder the deep woods elves were so hardcore. They not only considered themselves the children of a race of gardeners, but also the guardians of their forebears' work, which explained their near-fanatical warrior culture and insular attitudes alongside a remarkable openness with one another. Outsiders would not share their reverence for the hallowed arbors of the plateau of Anchance, and so they sought to reject those who could only gaze on the plateau and its primordial race's garden with impure intent. Heavy stuff. That also colored the relationship he had with the Aesir, the elven folk. He was responsible for the welfare of a part of the land they held sacred, and he had gotten there, in part, because he had killed the last descendant of the guardian creatures for that land. He was then, in more ways than one, the new guardian of that place, at least to their sensibilities. It was fortunate then that they took the view that the new custodian of the place was to be trained up to competence rather than killed and replaced with one of their own people. He probably had Baldarti to thank directly for that decision. It would have been nothing for them to slay him and keep their grove free from potential harm. Wait a fucking second. Son of a bitch, the reborn engineer mouthed again. They had definitely considered killing him. 100%, sure as the sky is blue and the grass is green, and gigabears shit in the woods, Baldurt Iriel had deliberated on his murder as a Valin intruder on land held sacrosanct, and had declined to pursue that course of action. Maybe he wouldn't dig that pit trap full of shit-slathered punji sticks for the old elf king after all. Guyat's story gave him a newfound perspective on his lessons with Gotha, Idra, and the wives of Baldurt. He wasn't just receiving the fruits of a bargain, he was being given a probationary tutelage on wardship of their holy land. Good thing he'd been taking it fairly seriously. A dim view would the elves of Orlathram have taken of someone being lax in their preparation for a role so dear in their hearts. Most especially the Deep Wood tribe. If the Orlathram elves considered themselves gardeners and caretakers of the land, undoubtedly of all the clans he'd heard tale of from Bright Eyes in their talks, it was the Irielen that considered themselves the last line of defense, the sharpest blade that guarded their ancestral grounds. This further drove home the political implication that they had named the Iriel chief as head of their collective, to lead the direction of the people as a whole. The elves had, essentially, declared themselves to be on a war footing even before the recent events pushed them into overt action. Whoever thought they had stolen a march on Orlathram was about to find out the depth of their miscalculation. When Baldurty slipped his leash, it was going to get ugly. Glad that he didn't have to put his hands into that particular pot, Ulrich determined that he would approach the subsequent training with a less cavalier attitude. Even Gotha's damn the dry desert of a bag of bones to an eternity of mouldy books. A good few minutes had passed by since Ulrich had returned from his morning bath, between gifting Guyat her new bestie and receiving in turn a powerful historical antecedent of the elves. Ulrich found the weighty implications of this tale incredibly intertwined into his own circumstances. It couldn't be an accident. None of it. The place and time of his reforging, the increasingly aggressive actions of the nearby territories, the internal hardening of the elf political structures for a potential war. Even Ulrich's desperate slaying of the Forest Lord, all of it had the feel of something preordained. Destiny. For a godless heathen of increasingly free spirit, Ulrich resented the feeling that he'd been made into some kind of instrument of fate. But maybe that's what they wanted him to think. Okay, that's too much paranoia. Just dial it back a touch, Ulrich told himself. You know what? Hell with it. Let the chips fall. Today was a festival day. War and god games were all problems in Potentia. They didn't exist yet, and so Ulrich was going to put all that bullshit over here on a shelf in his brain and forget about it until he needed to do something about it specifically. For now, it's party time. Thank you for the story, Guyat. I am grateful for it. It helps me understand you strange people a little better. No, a lot better, and puts a great many things into better context, Ulrich said with gratitude. It's all a little too much gravitas, though. Isn't today supposed to be some kind of festival? He asked, turning matters to Baldarti's previous invitation. His shadow perked up at the mention of the festival, and she lost some of her grim attitudes, resuming her normally merely slightly sour intensity. This is so, Ulrich. Today is the celebration of the year's bounty and the hope for next year's prosperity. Lord Baldurt already invited you, yes? Then we may attend the festivities in the Great Hall at your leisure, Guyat informed him. Ulrich was curious now about exactly what awaited him in the hall. A playful impulse, though, wanted to be surprised. Why ruin a perfectly novel experience with too much information? This was part of the transition in Ulrich's attitudes since he awakened. The love of the unknown, a call to adventure. He was still subject to finicky, meticulous habits and tunnel vision that was in his bones. It didn't mean, however, that he had to have the maniacal control of events that characterized his old life's descent into hermitage. You know what? That sounds good. Let's go hang out with your folks, Guyat, he said happily. For some reason, that made his shadow's ears twitch, probably thinking about what fresh hell Baldarti would happily put either or both of them through. That was part of the fun as well, Ulrich supposed. If you wish, Glade Chief, Guyat acceded. Ulrich after-viewed the door and followed the odd elf beauty into the hall and through the splendor that was Irielhos. Elves were everywhere, especially considering the day before, traffic having picked up substantially since Ulrich's journey back from the baths. So odd to be surrounded by such a narrow selection of the composition of Iriel. Warriors, armed always, mostly drilling in their troops. Craftsmen, weaving, hammering, forging, calling to apprentices in a flurry of honed skill, practicing their trades. What might have been select merchants overseeing wagons loaded to the gills with equipment, food, and raw materials, runners in handcarts, or pulled by a pair of yoked elves to speed delivery, pumping goods of untold variety like a dispersed system of miniature hearts to deliver nutrition to the beast that was an elf war machine. Beyond those were what Ulrich hazarded a guess to be highborn, mostly by the fanciful dress they wore in contrast to other far more practical selections of attire. These he mostly ignored because he couldn't directly see what their function was. But besides those, it was just duties hurriedly tending to the city. That was about it. If you weren't an active part of the war effort, you were hidden away in those secretive refuges he'd been told of and about which he knew nothing more. For reasons he completely understood, the Deepwood folk played that one close to the chest. Ulrich briefly wondered how long they could remain sequestered in such places. It was almost like siege conditions. Supplies were always the main concern under that kind of scenario. It would not have surprised Ulrich at all that the elves were long planners, and those hidden sanctuaries could last years. Maybe decades. They had different views on time. Contrary to the serious attitudes and stillness of the previous day, there was a simmering energy in the air. Latent excitement pulsed through the movements, gestures, and tones of the passers-by. A good many made gestures of acknowledgement towards Ulrich as he walked towards the great hall on the apex of Irielhos. He returned those with a wave and an elvish hello or good morning. Putting in the time to learn, even incompletely, elf language was entirely worth the effort. For one thing, it built in a certain amount of comfort in this bizarre setting. Ulrich enjoyed having the ability to pass out most of what went on around him. A few times in the before, he'd travelled to different countries, completely absent even rudimentary knowledge of the local gibberish, excepting, of course, his maternal grandmother's homeland, and the feeling was a nebulous tension at being caught unawares. With no small pride, Ulrich congratulated himself on how quickly he'd gained proficiency in the Sylvan tongue. Maybe Bright Eyes was just that good at teaching, but he'd been a dedicated student in the limited time available. Speaking of the little dude, Ulrich was looking forward to seeing how he'd been doing in the few days since returning home. Funny that. Ulrich had never been one for company, but he'd rather quickly gotten used to having the even-keeled lad around. It would seem he'd traded one Iriel for another now. Gaiet was, by her own tacit admission, the less pleasant company, if a far more interesting visual spectacle. He did have to admit a fondness for watching her stroll through the citadel, a hunting cat's grace in her steps, and an avalanche's concern for who might be in the way. Ulrich was carried along in her wake almost as if by instinct. The roll of her hips beneath her overcoat and sturdy pants didn't hurt. Even tornadoes could be beautiful, Ulrich told himself, but from a distance. In due time they arrived upon the 12th and final story of Irielhos, citadel of Iriel. Once more, they journeyed deep into the palace. Within the great hall of this level, through doors carved in metallic artistry, sat upon a throne the elven lord of the deep wood, Baldat Iriel, in finery of gilded brown overrobe, cut sleeveless to show the sharp definition of arms and shoulders of the elf king in his prime. Beneath was a military dress vest, buttoned with brass, rare use of metals, green slashes offsetting blacks and golden browns in an impressive fashion, to go with similarly militaristic pants and high black leather boots polished to mirror finish. To his left on the dais, in smaller but no less majestic placement, sat the three wives of Baldard in marital order: Vedir Iriel, the Heartwood Spear; Shaw Iriel, the Crimson Sphinx; and Bathe Iriel, the Golden Beast. All wore their Sunday best, robes of shimmering material Ulrich hadn't seen before, in colors suiting the specific tastes and features of each. Dresses in styles unique to each woman, perhaps unique to her own former tribe, adorned the women in splendor: Vedir in earthy browns, brilliant greens, and slashes of red and black. The gown cut modestly in the front, but sleeveless and open in the back, to reveal her impressive physique, matching her husband. Shore in silver and red, hints of orange and yellow as if to show the heat of flame rippled down a full-sleeved gown with an outright scandalous portal cut to show most of the tops of her most impressive bosoms. Bathe wore an elegant white-trimmed gold affair, high-necked gown with a short overcoat, and with a complex embroidery of green vines that flowered golden blooms like orchids. The dress was cut thin to hug her slim form. The half-coat, with puffy sleeves, terminated at the elbow to leave her pale forearms uncovered, forearms that looked as if they had been used to squeeze rocks for water. Baldart, the too beautiful elf lord in like company with his ladies, were at the center of the room. Few managed to avoid at least glancing in that direction, despite having to have been at least a little used to the presences of the Iriellan crown. As he was led to the place where one addressed their betters, Ulrich had to admit, on looking upon them, they actually were his betters in nearly every category: age, wisdom, combat prowess, social grace, and sheer physical beauty. It wasn't just by lineage or heritage that they occupied their place in the room. The royals of Iriel would dominate any locale Ulrich could imagine. Ulrich, in his plain, if comfortable, loaned black silks, was vastly underdressed. Maybe he should have worn the armor after all, he mused. Gaiat, still attired as if going hunting, was only slightly less conspicuous compared to her parents, and eyes were drawn to follow as the two entered. Despite a presentation that put to shame any tale he'd ever read about Oberon and Titania of the far realms, Ulrich kept a smooth face. If the other ruling factions of the Elven, no, of all the races of Varda, were as puissant as the Iriellan, Ulrich could imagine there being a nuclear peace in the lands. No leader who cared for the lives of their people would risk war and unleashing powers such as Baldarti loose on them. Ulrich hadn't seen the elf in action, hadn't but heard the vaguest of suggestions, but call it a sixth sense, a survival instinct. He could feel it in his bones that beneath the calm decorum, the good-humored jesting, there slept a volcanic berserker. With any amount of luck to his name, Ulrich would never live to see the Lord of the Deep Wood in a rage. Don't think about that, he warned himself. He couldn't afford to look too intimidated here. Besides, the show of dignity up there didn't match any number of outrageous memories Ulrich had from just a day or two ago of Baldarti's antics and the exasperation of his mates. So it was, the display didn't hold his attention for too long, especially because he'd just spotted Bright Eyes sitting at the grand table below on the right-hand side that he had taken during their last meeting. Ulrich found himself waving by instinct, although he at least had enough propriety not to yell, "What's good, little guy?" as his heart compelled. The young elf looked to be in good shape. He was dressed in a formal suit that reminded Ulrich of Baldarti's own get-up, but with a color theme more akin to his matron's ensemble. Whites and browns, some greens and golds here and there on sleeves and cuffs. Bright Eyes had gotten a trim since last Ulrich had seen him. The lanky golden hair and long bangs were now shorn close to his head in a tidy affair that reminded Ulrich of some of the more fashionable kids who worked with him, the ones who went clubbing and had success fishing for a good time. For a brief moment, Ulrich tried to imagine what would happen if a grown Bright Eyes walked into a nightclub. It would be as if a less womanly Bieber hit the place. He'd start a fucking riot. Suppressing a chuckle, if not a grin, Ulrich followed along behind Gaiat, unable to resist cataloguing the sheer strangeness of the forms in the ROM. Shaking himself lightly, Ulrich shed the thoughts. This was not a day to entertain negativity, even if it should probably be considered later in a sort of worst-case scenario analysis. Instead, Ulrich turned his inspection to the rest of the room. Besides the main event up at the central dais, there were many side tables arranged, each of them full of a wide assortment of elven presences. Most had the same slender athleticism and dark coloration that Ulrich was learning was typical of the native Iriellan. Scattering in and amongst them was the lighter pale skin and blonde hair that typified the Highlands tribes, of whom Bathe and her son Bright Eyes were more typical. These were more akin to the prototypical elves of Tolkien's depictions. Scattered more infrequently were the bronzed-skinned auburns, dirty blondes, and silvers of various other tribal ancestries with which Ulrich was less specifically able to place. Bright Eyes had spoken of the tribes and their features, but only the once had he gone into detail, and Ulrich had been pondering the journey ahead too intently to recall those lessons with any specificity. Suffice it to say that the full spectrum of Orlithrum was in attendance, to more or less degree. Some of these people had to be travelers. No way those little clusters of non-Eriellan had been around the entire time. Probably they'd arrived yesterday, while most locals were holding vigils. Around the periphery of the room stood the royal guardsmen, their lead man Idra up near the dais giving the royals his personal attention. Most of the guards he did not know by name, but all he recognized them from his training day. Ulrich was looking forward to the next time he got to attend lessons with them. He had gotten notably better with his light practice routines and was eager to see how many thousand flaws Idra's would find in his posture despite the improvement. Despite the seriousness of their duty, the circulating soldiers seemed to be enjoying the festivity as much as anybody else. Pockets of off-duty members visiting various cookpots and tables of refreshments. Notably, they were only drinking some dark beverage, a bitter beer by the smell of it, and not the elven spirits that had put Ulrich through the ringer earlier. Chatting warriors, huddles of animated hands indicating fervent conversations, and even some laughter from the pockets. Things were relaxed today. None but the guardsmen carried weapons, in the sense that they weren't going around with spears or the like, Ulrich noticed. However, everybody was packing. Every single man or woman among them carried a large belt-sheathed dagger. Some single-edged drop points, like woodsman's knives, some double-sided stilettos, and more styles of hilt and handle than there were flavors of gum. It seemed that the personal knife of an elf was just that, individual and unique to the bearer. Ulrich briefly entertained himself with the thought of the guards checking IDs at the door by asking the visitor to show them their knives. What was consistent amongst the blade shapes, sizes, edges, and whatnot was that none was less than 20 centimeters in length, and most were closer to 30 or 40. Just a nice, subtle reminder that Varda was a dangerous place and the Aesir were well prepared for it. Bright Eyes had, forgiving the pun, gone bananas on a bunch of heckler monkeys with one such knife, and the results had been both impressively gory and entirely intentional. Ulrich would have to keep in mind that if he managed to piss off an elf, they were probably skilled hands with a dagger. Best to down them before they got a chance to use it, if it came to that. Just as each knife was different, so too was each wardrobe. Those that were of the man-at-arms class of Orlithrum wore finery of subdued and functional nature, but had lost little of their edge. Eyes scanning by habit, they gave off an air of readiness alongside the jocular party atmosphere. Those that had to be some sort of noble or ruling class wore far more flamboyant garb, lace at the cuffs of their coats, feathers in hats, that sort of thing. Hundreds of variations of color, of cut, of style were paraded around the hall, each with far less practicality than was on display from the professional fighting folk. Ulrich still had little idea what functions they served, those not having been discussed at any length by either Bright Eyes or his sister. Maybe aristocratic overseers of trade or barons managing stedholts. Slight variations in dress, embroidered symbols on shoulders, sleeves, and chests indicated a caste or class system. Ulrich wasn't quite sure how things got divvied up around in Orlithrum. Feudal societies tended to operate in a pretty linear fashion. All appearance said that there was a chain of command starting from the ruling family and then delegated positions of increasingly granular sub-authority over particular regions, though he'd neglected to ask Bright Eyes during their talks about what to expect from his visit. Bright Eyes had seemed to think it wouldn't matter. Apparently being Lord of the Ancient Glade put him somewhere high above and outside whatever socio-political pissing contests were held between peers in Elfland. In all, the great hall fairly bustled with elvishness, in all its foreignness. For a former engineer turned reclusive sorcerer, Ulrich was utterly out of his element. All this flickered in the back of his thoughts as he followed Geert through the boisterous feast hall. Ulrich's shadow had just now come a rest, and he, tagging along mindlessly while he rubbernecked, had stopped alongside her. Last time, it had been only he, the guards, and the royal folk who really needed no guarding. Now he thought on it. A slight bout of nerves took over as he was reminded that he was standing before the Fey court and the entire hall was full of its movers and shakers. Any errors in judgment or social fuck-ups would be on full display amongst the most important folk in the entire elf confederacy, burned into the long memories of these people to bite him in the arse for, a few hundred years or so. Oh, goody, moaned Ulrich internally, holding to his composure like a man to grass roots while he hung from a cliff's edge. Guyot kicked things off with an introduction delivered smoothly enough that Ulrich had to wonder if she'd been practicing. Ulrich didn't know what kind of obeisance was appropriate, so he simply stood straight, stayed quiet, and let his shadow handle the social donkey work. It seemed correct, or at least no one commented. Baldert Iriel, Lord of the Deep Wood, I present Ulrich Einar, Lord of the Ancient Glade, to receive your blessing and to join the Festival of Fallen Leaves in your hall. She followed that statement with a deep bow, with some sort of ritualistic hand gestures that reminded Ulrich of someone handing someone else their belt knife. It seemed appropriate enough for the elf in charge. He nodded his acceptance and addressed Ulrich, voice carrying without effort through the hall that had gone suddenly quiet. Welcome again, Ulrich Glade Chief, to my hall. It has not been long since your arrival, and I am sure you've many concerns weighing your mind. Know that today is a day for celebration of the boons of this past year, and for the gifts of life yet to come in the next. As a friend of Iriel and patron of my son in his time of need, I bid you join us, and know no worry. Hardships and struggles will find no hold on our countenance this day. Come, sit at the great table and share with us your company. At this surprisingly straightforward and earnest welcome, minus any of the barbed observations Ulrich was becoming accustomed to when dealing with Baldarity, Ulrich was left somewhat awkwardly speechless. The warmth of this greeting had not gone unnoticed by the bystanders. Their gazes, ranging from merely inquisitive to openly calculating, made his skin crawl. The elf in charge seemed to know it too. His normal roguish grin was in place, and he winked so casually Ulrich wouldn't be surprised if anybody noticed. That the greeting had been made in human was also a courtesy to make unambiguous for the entire hall the sincerity of the gesture. The Ariellan lord made a gesture towards an empty chair next to Bright Eyes, indicating Ulrich should make himself comfortable, while being stared at would make that impossible. The reforged man knew for certain that this too was another jest, a very subtle one, and not necessarily reserved only for himself. If Ulrich Einar had a gun to his head, he'd have sworn that not so many minutes ago, some visiting person in this hall that didn't bear the goodwill of Baldert had been welcomed with a small fraction of the graciousness that he himself had just received, and that that person or persons was currently sitting on a burned ass. At the edges, he could feel the slightest twinge of panic now. He was fucking this up. He could feel it. He'd never been good with being in the center stage, and this was as centered as stages got. Guyot saved him from the burning gazes pouring in by speaking some appropriate phrase of thanks and well wishes in Elvish that Ulrich missed, and took his sleeve to lead him to his seat. The crowd's attention turned back to itself mostly, and Ulrich couldn't suppress a deep sigh of relief at being released from their focus. He looked up to meet his shadow's eyes and thanked her profusely. Thanks, Guyot. You saved my ass from the fire that time. I didn't expect stage fright to strike so hard from a little greeting. Yikes. You want to sit or something? Ulrich blabbered. A slight widening of eyes betrayed her surprise, but she recovered quickly, refusing his offer with unusual deference. I must refuse, though I thank you for the offer, Glade Chief. I am here as your shadow, and it is my responsibility to see to your protection even in this place and on this day. It is enough for me to be here enjoying the ambiance of the festival. She chewed her lip briefly and shot a glance to Bright Eyes, who was looking at the both of them for the proper time to begin conversing. Something had gone on between the two of them. Guyot was definitely cagey around her brother, and he appeared almost smug when he glanced at her. Odd. It was a brief thing, these shared glances, and it only took a moment for the elf girl to resume her begging off. I cannot neglect my duty after you released me yesterday, especially not here amongst the greater and lesser houses. My status amongst them is no longer what it was, and I would not bring shame to my own house by pretending otherwise. Do as my father suggested, Ulrich. Leave your worries for the future in the future, and enjoy this day. Geert told him gently. Ulrich couldn't help but stare at her. This was the most accommodating she'd been since they'd met. Something had definitely gone on yesterday. He'd have put wagers on it that Bright Eyes had something to do with it. Maybe her mother's as well. Baldert had not seemed overly inclined to be too harsh on his little shadow panther. Just as he was going to ask her if she was sick or to blink twice if she was being forced to be nice, Bright Eyes saw the moment he'd been waiting for and jumped in. "It is fine, Ulrich Glade Chief. Besides, the festival is eldest sister Gaiat's most troublesome time of year. Every time she attends, she must beat like a sap weasel some overproud son of this seafaring lord or that lesser holding's third son who tries to court her. It is almost tradition now to keep healers on hand to put their faces back together," said the young elf, grinning broadly. Whatever subdued attitude was present fled from the heat of his shadow's righteous wrath. She drew up and said wiltingly of her would-be suitors, such venom dripping freely from her fangs that were any nearby to overhear, they would be finding somewhere else to spend their evening. If they were not so soft, boorish, and weak, they would not need such healing. Nor would they if they did not come on like rutting plated stone boar. I have not dedicated a century of myself to learning the hunter's craft that I might whelp some pampered bastard's pups. Seeing his shadow return to her normal thorny demeanor, combined with Bright Eye's obvious merriment, put Ulrich at ease. He actually found himself smiling, assisted by the imagined uproar of an ill-informed man having wisdom pounded into him by this taipan. It must be a whole pile of ignorant foolishness that would push themselves uninvited into her attention if they had even the slightest inkling of her reputation. The pair of them reminisced about a half-dozen such interactions, Bright Eyes readily egging his sister on for her ease in being goaded to attempted manslaughter. The butt, recently familiar with this marvelous beauty of a taipan, was not surprised to learn that no less than 3 of these ill-conceived attempts at rough courting had left the festival feet first. When he asked how often it was that Asa parties led to funerals, he was jovially notified by a laughing Bright Eyes that the rate had diminished since his sister had stopped attending, but that it was still a regular occurrence, especially once grudges long nursed had a little alcoholic erosion of the usual civility. The Iriellen, in particular, the young prince revealed, were finicky about their status in public. Bright Eyes explained the duality of Asa Iriellen again, reviewing something he'd told Ulrich back in the glade. Privately, they would joke, mock, harass, and generally make light of one another. But in front of the rest, one's position was earned and his or her dignity inviolate. An attack on that was not tolerated. "We are proud people, Ulrich, and with good cause, if I may be frank about it. Long does a young elf spend challenging themselves in the wilds and against one another to find betterment. When another, before the eyes of all, calls into question the veracity of your name and your standing, they do so knowing they infringe on decades of struggle. Among the houses especially, no scion of Orlathrem would permit another to attempt to diminish them. It is a mark of cowardice, a confirmation that status was unearned, and a challenge will follow, plotted naturally by one that finds a rival weakened." The platinum-blonde prince shook his head ruefully. "Mother says that father had to aggressively cull rivals when first he rose to the throne, freshly vacated from grandfather's rule due to grievous injury. Each presented challenge, or slight, before the court to diminish his power, to claim that power for their own. Enough times, and a lord may be deposed, if he is considered too weak to hold his title." Geert interjected, "Soon enough, the overambitious learned their place. It hasn't happened in a century that Father Baldert has been forced to lay challenge or been slighted in public. My mother also fielded efforts to supplant her as a candidate for marrying into Father Balderty's line, those who wished to make their own bids for queenship. She put those down ruthlessly. Mostly now it is a foreigner who does not guard his tongue, or one of the scum from Prosper finding my parents' memories long regarding the crimes against our kin." Ulrich, burning with curiosity, had to ask now if the same held true for Bright Eyes' own dam. Does Lady Bath also have to deal with this sort of fatal jockeying for position? The youth grinned boyishly and made the cheeky hand sign for nope. Gaiat explained for her younger sibling. Mother Bathe was once the oldest of the ruling 3 ministers for the Highlands tribes, the Malondi. She is older than Father Baldert by nearly 80 cycles, and was a fixture of Orlathrem leadership before he ascended to his role, she said solemnly, before continuing on with a statement that made pure sense to Ulrich. The High Lady Bathe joined herself to Father Balder to sire a line of indelible quality and to unite our tribes politically. In doing so, Iriel thus obtained compelling leverage amongst the Orlethrem. Iriel's vast, rich forests, Actinia's productive shores and maritime sea routes, and Melon's control of the only passes through the Heaven's Reach Mountains were consolidated. Prior to this, she reigned amongst the Highlands tribes unquestioned. Not for an age would any have the stomach to gain the ire of the Golden Beast. Super, Ulrich remarked, a little higher pitched than he'd have preferred. For a moment Ulrich chewed that over before he addressed the bountifully blessed second wife, who followed his technomagic discoveries with alarming rapidity, proving herself a maven of the esoteric. "So what about Lady Shaw?" the captivated man asked, relishing these tales of fey goings-on. Bright Eyes chuckled, then looked around as if about to share a secret most sensitive. Mother Shaw made known her desire to wed father since her come of age, but only after she earned her own dowry amongst her people. This she did within 50 years, crushing her rivals in trade while outmaneuvering Prosper's merchant fleets. The proposal she penned and sent a week later. Then she publicly reduced to cinders a headmaster of the Actinian Arcanum, who was jealous of her fast rise amongst the mages of the seafarer tribe and made public light of her proposed union, as well as claimed she had stolen her achievements. Father accepted her hand immediately when he discovered this. Head shaking, Ulrich excused himself with a request for food and an offer to grab Bright Eyes some as well. Mulling over what he learned, the Reforged took that chance to hit up some grub, some kind of smoked cutlets that fairly well dissolved as soon as they hit the tongue. And what the fuck was in that sauce? Honey? Amazing. Revelations of the casual violence of Acer politics were somewhat disturbing, but he put them out of mind with ease. He wasn't an elf, and he wasn't part of their social structures, and that was that. Just some fucking guy wandering around lost on an alien planet, that's all. If he kept his head down, he'd be just fine. Returning to his seat, Ulrich offered the plate of finger foods for sharing with the kid, and was pleased when Guyot also partook. Delicately, she plucked a spicily seasoned pheasant of some kind, eating the meat off the bones with only her hands, before wiping the grease off on a handkerchief. He was going to imply that she might want to chew, but a passing duty with a bandolier of wood mugs and a hip-borne keg from which to vendor them stopped by. Practiced ease flipped mugs from their bandolier loops with the casual flair and spin of a master bartender, poured from the keg tap to foamed perfection, and passed to the once princess. His observations he bit back when his shadow washed a glass of beer in a single long pull like an old swabby. My kind of people, he thought before he echoed her action. The hoppy, rich beer settled nicely on his stomach. Divine. They were refilled, both offering heartfelt thanks to the graciously accepting duty who continued their patrol. Ulrich interjected the gaily smiling prince, "I have heard that you are adapting well to my people's customs. I am glad. I knew you that you would not be long in adjusting to our ways. Of a mind with the deep woods are you. Tell me, how does training with the Royal Guards go? I have always wanted to join, but I am not yet old enough. Soon, though," bubbled Bright Eyes. The human man entertained the boy elf, narrating the fascinating philosophies of their dance and the exacting demands of the scarred Idraza. Guyot kept her eyes peeled on the surroundings with vigilance, only broken to occasionally glance warmly at the rapt enthusiasm of her brother. That was slightly concerning, but surely there was nothing about which to worry. While he chatted with his little buddy like times of old, the party was gaining steam. Ulrich, in a fit of carelessness, wondered if he'd see any of these potentially lethal jousts amongst the elves and could have kicked himself in a few moments. As if summoned, one of the more poshly dressed elves in attendance approached the table at which Ulrich sat. He was of middling height, for an elf, and of pale skin, so not an Iriellan by descent. A too pretty face, slightly upturned nose, and narrow light yellow-green eyes were framed by dark brown hair that seemed to have been sculpted into an arrangement resembling modern art, with a thin tail of hair left to wave free to his waist. It was the kind of thing that would do little but catch on branches or get in the way out in the wilds, or a fight and a sure sign, coupled with the attire that the graceful man in front of him was no warrior of his people. Still, it wasn't like Ulrich was going to judge a guy for wanting to pretty up, so he extended his best foot. "Heya, how's it going?" he said with an easy smile and a friendly tone. He'd missed Bright Eye's scowl as he'd turned to see who was approaching, or he'd have had some warning. It seems the Lord of Iriel has begun collecting pets. Lumitsite, I hear we have you to thank for the tremendous loss of trade income this season. Blockades and raiding have done Orlithrum no favors, so I hope your kin are ready to make good on their duties next season. It would be a shame if a new crown had to be appointed to retrieve the situation from your father's warmongering, said the elf in the most condescending tone Ulrich had ever heard. Ulrich's smile had disappeared as soon as the Ponce started talking, and he was now looking at Bright Eyes with incredulity. Who the fuck does this prick think he is? Bright Eyes, who the fuck does this prick think he is? Ulrich asked aloud. Bright Eyes turned his glare from the now clearly unwanted company and said to Ulrich with deliberately phrased contempt, It is no one of consequence, Ulrich Glade Chief. Bright Eyes said dismissively, Just another one of the castings of a great house of the Zelasin. One of those who thinks the deeds of their fathers should be as of their own, and supposes to hold the moons for being born to a name. That observation by the youth wiped some of the smug off the guy's face for sure. It did not, unfortunately, send him on his way. The elf studiously ignored Ulrich entirely to continue whatever the hell he thought he was doing here. I will hold a full third of the trade through Zealous in my hands, you bark-peeling pup. Of what can you claim, but to be the only surviving son of a butcher holding power because he doesn't mind wading in blood? And I see that your eldest sister has now fallen so low as to become property. A good thing I did not tie myself to her. This would have been such a shame I would have had to release her or taint my house by association. Sneered the pompous elf down his thin nose. Hey now, where had this fucker found the cojones to come over here with this? They were over here minding their own business and everything. You come all this way to brag about being too busy eating from a silver spoon to bother wiping your own ass, Cochise. How's about you take the hint that none here are impressed and fuck off? Ulrich said indignantly, unable to restrain himself. The lime-colored eyes lit with confusion, as if the puff had heard a pigeon start reciting Latin. A toss of the ridiculous tail of hair preceded the elven merchant's kid's incredulous reproof. You taught the animal our language? How gauche? Does your wilting house plan now to breed them as comfort pets for the hearth? Mocked the, as yet nameless, noble's son leaning forward to attempt to loom over the young prince. The attendees of the festival were starting to take notice of the happenings, and attentions turned to what was shaping up to be the night's entertainment. Many rumors had flown around recently, and the odd human in company of two of the Lord Iriel's children was central to a few of them. Earlier effusive greetings and seating arrangement made known the friendliness of the ruling house to the unusual guest. Whispered exchanges accompanied a slight increase in temperature in the great hall. Ulrich noticed Baldart across the room in audience amongst the movers and shakers of his peoples, and felt, more than saw, the Lord of Iriel's attention, like a hawk's shadow passing overhead. The oblivious lordling noticed nothing beyond his gloating preen. From the dais the dragons sat, and Ulrich knew there was no chance they did not know what was occurring from its outset. Yet they did not descend to defend their offspring when the pompous man strode over to begin his disparagement. They remained still, attentive, only deigning to observe. They were joined presently by their lord, who traded brief words with them, his expression neutral, but giving Ulrich the impression of bad weather on the horizon, despite a faint smile starting to form. The circulating guards no doubt also had not missed events. Still, none had moved to intervene, none but one. A form similar in feature, though in more restrained, mature dress, to their harasser broke off from hushed dialogues in alarm, to begin making its way through the crowd of Acer backs from all the way across the hall. Not satisfied that his work was done, laced cuffs swished as their antagonist made some hand gesture, fingers signing something unfamiliar to Ulrich's education thus far. By the way Bright Eyes' expression turned grim, it was nothing complimentary, no surprises. The lifted chin of fine-featured face was turned in a condescending smile as he continued his campaign, addressing Ulrich directly for the first time. I would expect nothing less from a den of ill-bred cutthroats. Be proud, animal, you are only barely understood, but this is still impressive. Most of your kind never live long enough to grasp the nuance of a proper tongue. Meanwhile, following the diatribe and the threatening looming position directed towards her brother, Gaiet was positively vibrating. Her hand clenched bloodlessly onto her knife hilt, and the other was drawing blood from her own palm, yet she didn't strike. Bright Eye's namesake had widened with outrage, and he rose from his seat, was clearly about to do something drastic. Ulrich decided about that time that he was just about done listening to any more of this particular elf's rudeness. He hadn't crossed between worlds to take shit off some millionaire's wet spot. At the same time, he was deeply confused. This hostility didn't make sense. It was against everything that had been explained to him about elven society. It ran counter to anything close to acceptable conduct he'd observed amongst the Irielen. He was convinced that only outright shock had held the pair of Irielen royals in place, up to now. What was this idiot angling for? A fight, obviously, but why? And with who? Surely not the kid. That was a good way to get Dad to come on over, which probably wouldn't turn out well. With Geert? That would be hilarious to watch, but no, there was no way. She'd eat this bastard without chewing. That she hadn't already had something to do with the shadow nonsense, it had to. She'd already have killed the rabidly self-assured little ass, if not for some constraining factor, which left only him. But why? And why hadn't anybody stepped in yet? He was given no more time to consider it. His shadow was recovering from her earlier stunned silence. What Iriel does is no concern of yours. Already this has gone, Gaiet began. Silence, property. The noble cut her off contemptuously. The shade of a nothing of a barbarian has no right to speak before its betters. Such a waste. You might have been a jewel of your people if only you had ever been shorn of the thorns. Gaiet went silent, the bad kind. She had straightened, uncoiling to stand behind her brother menacingly. The golden-haired lad was only a moment more delayed, objecting, "Outside of honor's bounds, are you now scion of Morion?" In a hissed tone. Louder, the young prince announced, "Samsav, you insult Iriel beneath its own roof. You insult one held under Iriel's guest right, and who is, by the sight of the eternal gaze, lord of the ancient glade. There will be an accounting. By whom, Prince Lumitsite? You? Or will you name your now worthless sister as champion? Perhaps one of the much-vaunted guards you keep. Perhaps it is that you have no already run out of friends to offer as sacrifices to your incompetence and can find none other." The Zealosin lordling struck out, pleased at the pained tightness in Bright Eye's gaze at the reminder of the loss of his friend. Blood roared in Ulrich's ears, and he found himself standing next to the elven fortunate son, out of his chair and easily moved from outrage to just rage. Nobody fucked around with little Buddy while he was around to do something about it. The sleeping hate forge in the back of his head kicked the bellows, started getting the coals hot. Ulrich reared over top of the elf and kept the fucker in his sight as he looked over the silver-woven bird's nest in dark brown of a hairdo to make sure he wasn't about to do something Bright Eyes might regret. That older elf of similar form to the one before him approached from the corner of his eye, struggling through the dense press of onlooking bodies now. "Bright Eyes, I am a guest under your roof, and courtesy has value to me, if it doesn't to some others. Can you speak me any reason not to crack this asshole's head open and pour out all the stupid?" Ulrich said, his elvish suffering some for trying hard not to grit his teeth. Things were spiraling faster now. That whispering, niggling little voice of unreason that had become a worrying companion to Ulrich's more familiar thought patterns was now a priest preaching blood and fire to the pulse of quickened heartbeat. At last, proximity forced the elf to give him full attention, and his conceit ratcheted up even higher before breaking off the knob. "You would have me believe this barbarian pauper in his borrowed rags is lord of anything but mud. Absurd. This is clearly another game to grab for power, a ploy by backwards tree sleepers to lay claim to the ancients' legacy. Yet I find it fitting that the Valin be allowed to spend the last days of its short life rutting on top of its betters' leftovers." The elf laughed, indicating with a ringed hand to his graceful shadow while covering his mouth with the back of his other, uncalloused hand. The priest in his mind found a convert. Ulrich's mind cleared suddenly, all the anger and indignation crystallizing into an almost peaceful decision to murder this fucking elf. Ulrich's eyes snapped to Gaiet, who was in the act of pulling her knife, her face twisted into fierce snarl. He reached over and gently lay his hand on hers, shaking his head. There were probably rules and implications for a shadow to murder someone publicly, but more importantly, she wasn't allowed to kill him, because then Ulrich wouldn't be able to. Just stood to reason, didn't it? Ulrich was all about straight lines right now, and the coaxing beckon of the furious instinct living in his mind was all pure, hard-edged geometry. No, sir, if she got to cut that elf's throat, Ulrich wouldn't be able to MDK him, and that would have been a goddamn shame. Hold, Gaiat, he said calmly, voice distant to him, as if from across a wide river. Don't worry, I'll take care of this one. You just sit back and relax. Enjoy the show. Gaiat glanced at him with surprise, breaking her murderous glare away from the corpse that hadn't figured out it was a corpse yet. Her features relaxed as she slammed her knife back into its sheath, and she gave him a nod. Kill him then and have done. This one has crossed lines against you publicly and must not be allowed to live to do so again. He has offered insult against Iriel and will not be allowed to live. Gaiat clarified with fury still evident. Bright Eyes, will you witness for me? Ulrich asked without inflection. Bright Eyes had mentioned doing some such way back when he and Gaiat were still having their spat. The prince that was more than a child instantly drug a finger across his neck and spoke with quiet anger Ulrich had never heard from the mellow kid. It will be done, Ulrich. Call the bastard to the floor and end the drought beneath his feet. Just as eldest sister Gaiat did for the cur when he gave her cause 15 years ago in this hall. This time there will be no healer to put him back inside himself. So spoke the young lord of Iriel, heat palpable. Did you catch that, dead man? The only trade you'll be doing is in 2 coins over your eyes. Meet me now and have an end to this game. Ulrich told the corpse in the same bland tone. You will not even ruffle my clothes, you human peasant. I call you liar and thief. You are no lord, and you have stolen all you have from the lands of my people to sell back to them. I will claim your life before all my kin, and our holy land will know proper lordship. Worry not, I'll keep your lovely shadow well while you rot. Brayed the corpse. That would have properly riled him a few minutes ago. Not now. Corpses made all kinds of noises after they were dead. This one just needed to be a little deader before he would stop was all. While all this went on, Baldert and his wives merely sat their thrones in attendance on the hall. There was no question they had heard everything. Veda mirrored her daughter's expression, looked like a judge declaring a death sentence. Bathe's gaze burned coldly, but she said nothing. Shaw was her usual expressionless self, but her hand gripped the wood hard enough to make sound, belying her neutrality. Oddly enough, Baldert simply smiled an amused smile, openly, as if a joke were about to be played. Ulrich was going to make sure it was a practical one and much more funny uh-oh than funny ha-ha. He didn't know why things had been allowed to reach this point, and now he didn't care. Bright Eyes raised his voice, cutting clarion through the hall, his words bringing to a halt, like a spell of time, to the cheerful riot of the attending elves. A challenge is laid. Ulrich Einar, lord of the ancient glade, has called Samsav Morion to the floor for his insults delivered towards person, host, retinue, and clan. Samsav Morion has accepted. All eyes raised around the room, and the last of the attending Aesir shuffled around to get a view of what was going on. Some of the elves were grinning, looking forwards to some entertainment at a thus far tame festival. Some were frowning, uncertain about the aspersions cast, or uncomfortable with the open displays of uncivility. Some were indifferent, as if this were simply a matter of course. Ulrich noticed that most of the royal guard were exchanging hushed words with some of the fancy-clothed guests, which was confusing until the little metallic coins used as a universal currency were counted out. Placing their bets then. Ulrich hoped they knew well enough to bet that dead people never won duels. The older elf, so clearly related to the dead man, had reached the front of the pack too late to curtail the madness, his mouth screwed into a furious grimace. Ulrich put the peanut gallery out of mind. You are challenged, Lordling Morion of Zelosin, in the way of Iriel. I, Herr Lumitsate of Iriel, will witness. What weapon choose you? Declared Bright Eyes, leveling a gaze that matched his mother's and extending one hand in a formal gesture towards the corpse. My knife will be good enough to carve life from this animal fraud, shouted the corpse gratingly, his high voice shrill. Lordling Morion had a hand on his belt knife, the instrument as pompously useless as the rest of him, with its ivory hilt too smooth for grip. fanciful curves of flowers carved with metal inlay on the blade that introduced weaknesses, and many briar-shaped quills on the guard. Damn thing would get caught on anything. The elf's stance was comfortable enough, his movements carrying their characteristic smoothness, but there was sweat beading on his forehead and shifting in his feet that bespoke a lack of something. Samsav Morian's eyes roamed the room, looking to the crowd as if for support, and he seemed to implore the elf that bore his features upon sighting him. A coward, then, Ulrich concluded, used to having others to hold his dick for him. The slight shake of the older elf's head indicated that things were beyond his ability to intervene now. Good. Ulrich really only wanted to kill one person today, but his schedule was open. Bright Eye's other hand extended to Ulrich before he announced, "Ulrich Glade chief knives are chosen. Do you have one, or would you borrow mine?" Ulrich was getting bouncy. All the resistance he'd been putting up against the violent urges had been wearing. Really took it out of him, trying to figure out where that shit was coming from. Now he was free to do as he wanted, no strings or worries. Impatiently he shook his head, sharply cord-tied hair whipping, hands clenched and unclenched without conscious input, and his grey eyes never left the corpse a few paces away. Just a few meters away, so close. Gods, he was almost high with it. His thoughts flashed back to the long-ago charge of the Forest Lord, its fury and malevolence unforgettable. Idly, he wondered how Samsav Morian would have handled it. Let us see, he decided. No thanks, Bright Eyes. I'm not even going to use magic. This is going to feel better if I do it with mine own two hands. Ulrich told the lad reassuringly, almost giddy. Bright Eyes just nodded like it was the most natural thing in the world. Ulrich Glade Chief has chosen empty hands without spell work. I have witnessed. Let there be an end to grievances. Begin. As the words left his mouth, Bright Eyes raised his right hand to signal the start. Ulrich had been rocking on his toes lightly, knees loose and almost instinctively in the undan ready. When Bright Eyes gave the signal, his legs surged. The corpse was trying to pull his ridiculous knife free when the frills on his waistcoat caught in the stupidly curling, leaf-shaped prongs of the guard, tangling from panic when he saw Ulrich charge. The idiot hadn't even cleared the knife from its sheath when Ulrich hit the elf in the chest with his shoulder, and a satisfying folding in the body accompanied the sound of impact. Breath blasted from the corpse as it was launched to slam into the polished floor, sliding briefly as it ragdolled. The poor dead lordling coughed a groan and rolled desperately, scrambled to his feet, and finally managed to pull that absurd dagger free of his own clothes. His form hunched over cracked ribs and breathed raggedly. Those narrow light green eyes widened when he saw that Ulrich had not remained still. By the time the dead man had reached his feet, Ulrich was already on top of him and seized the knife hand with all his might, crushing fingers against the hilt with his left hand. He felt bones breaking and ignored the agonized gasp of the corpse to grab the shoulder of that gripped hand with his right. Fingers dug into cloth and flesh, and Ulrich wrenched the arm out straight across his chest before ripping the wrist downwards. His knee rose to break the elbow cleanly. The crack of bone sounded an echo through the room that was so fucking satisfying. But the corpse was still moving, and he needed it to stop with the screaming. The hand gripping the shoulder whipped back across the elf's face, knuckles deforming the refined features of the pretty elf's cheek and slamming the head to the side. He hadn't released the knife hand, was still grinding the bones playfully against the hilt, and that was all that held the lordling upright as his legs folded beneath him. The pain of body weight pulling against the broken arm must have been something else because the elf screeched and vomited down Ulrich's front. Dead people shouldn't do that. Disgusting is what it was, just like a corpse, not to think of the mess it was leaving behind. Ulrich shed the knife from the ruined hand, sending it to slide across the floor under one of the great tables of the hall. He had to grab the corpse's hair to keep it from sliding to the floor and grip the thing's collar with the other. It was an easy thing to lift it up to his eye level, feet dangling. Ulrich allowed himself a brief grin that turned into a snarl as he swung the body to his left, building momentum and then counter-rotated right, turning himself to bring the elf swinging over his back and shoulders to slam the screaming face as hard as he could into the floor. The weight of the body and of Ulrich's full-strength throw shattered the neck and face, and the corpse flopped and twitched a few moments before finally stilling, like a good corpse should. Ah, damn. That was nice. Nothing like it, as a matter of fact, Ulrich thought, looking down at his victim. He began to come back to himself now, the deed done, and the violent animal that had taken up space in his head, happy with its challenger disposed of. If he weren't so elated, he'd be a little concerned about that, but so far he only really got all murdery with things that needed murdering. Let them come, all who wish to join this one, the voice whispered. Returning rationality threw cold water down his back, made loud counterpoint, interrupting the happy simplicity of his thoughts. Fine, he asked himself. His eyes took in the body cooling on the floor. A floor with a rather large pool of blood congealing from a skull that had been smashed open. I'm pretty fucking far from fine, he decided, feeling adrenaline like pure vibrating life leaching out of him to leave him empty of its glory. The ultra-violence was getting worse. That concerned him. Problem was, it didn't scare him, and it should have. This wasn't self-defense or saving a kid, this was deliberate killing. Forget that he'd been instigated and his enemy had intended the same. Whatever the hell was going on was changing Ulrich's instincts and mental patterns. Fuck, man, is this what I am now? He asked the room quietly, ignoring the silence of the watching elves. No answer was given. It was like somebody had taken his fight or flight response and casually snipped off that whole flight thing. The only use that serial killer in his skull had for flight was to circle around and get them from behind. Breathing lightly there in the middle of a crowd of elves with a cruelly savaged body at his feet, Ulrich wondered again what the hell was wrong him. That watcher must have done something, must have screwed up something in the rebuild. He'd never been the greatest fan of people, but he'd never been capable of casual slaughter. Had never been capable of contemplating enjoying it. The crowd had hushed, staring at the sudden onset and end of the conflict. The older elf, dressed similarly to, and similar in face, before that had been smashed up anyhow, to the dead one, was open-mouthed in horror. As his mouth closed, Ulrich noted a seething hate take over those features. Try as he might, he couldn't ignore the part of him basking in the fact that the corpse was no longer offending him by moving. But the other part was clinically noting that this was a legal affair that wasn't even out of the ordinary, instigated by that other party with the intent to murder him in front of this whole throne room. It took a few breaths to come to terms with things intellectually. Peace was never an option, not from the beginning. One of them had to die today for some reason, and he was not merely a little glad it was the other guy. Bright Eyes broke the spell. It is done. Ulrich Einar, Lord of the Ancient Glade, has slain his antagonist. May the roots take his bones. Bright Eye's voice held the intonation of a ritual statement in the first sentence and the condemnation of a Baptist in the second. Baldarti's laughter erupted, booming throughout the hall, and the room came to life, Iriellan cheers resounding. After a short drumbeat of feet on the floor, applause, the folk returned to their celebrations. All around Ulrich saw elves resuming conversations and festivities, and the royal guards collected winnings. Smart bets then. Idra favored Ulrich with a brief salute, fingers to head before returning his attention to his duties scanning the room. The dragons of Iriel relaxed into their seats and resumed whatever conversations they'd been entertaining themselves with. A few disgruntled faces disappeared into the crowd, cursing. Ulrich was wondering what to do with himself when Gaiat Iriel, of all people, slapped him on the back heartily and said with the most warmth he'd had from her, "It was a deed done to fullness, Ulrich. Any other like-minded jackals will think twice before stepping forward to have their necks shaken like the mongrels they are." The woman was all smiles now. Maybe he hadn't been out of line killing that asshole like that then. According to all evidence, the Iriellan considered it a job well done. Certainly the Iriels themselves did, and given that they were the closest he'd come to allies and friends so far in this world, he guessed that was good enough for him. Before he could do much other than give Gaiat a bemused thumbs-up to duties, the servants of the fortress city approached. Behind them was the elf that had many similar features, well similar before they'd been mashed into a pulp, to the recently departed moron. At a sharp gesture, the duties gathered up the body and departed at a double time. The no-doubt kinfolk of that baboon didn't look particularly happy. The hate from before was hidden behind the eyes, glittering out at him behind those lime-colored windows now. Fuck. Ulrich breathed out slowly when the rage engine started getting excited from its come-down. He really wasn't in the mood for this. It was supposed to be a party. Fucking elves and their batshit crazy nonsense. The room was full of people, and that always put him on edge, and he had some serious anger management issues to look into without some other clown coming along to fuck up his chi. Ulrich resisted an urge to say something sarcastic and goad the relative to get it over with. Enough, damn you, Ulrich shouted himself down. Instead, he tried some level of diplomacy. He reminded himself that he wasn't here to make enemies and forcibly push down the aggression. Greetings, what can I do for you? Ulrich tried. I would not hear my tongue from your mouth. Your accent grieves my ears. We may discourse in your own language, sour the air though it may, gritted out the older version of the dearly departed. Ulrich could only sigh briefly. It would seem that he was going to have to lower this family tree into the ground, one branch at a time. He was about to tell the elf to eat his own guts and die, a particularly fun little blurb that Gaiat had tossed at him not so long ago when Ulrich heard Balder T's voice behind him. It has been a long while, has it not, Lord Savaris Morian? To what do I owe the pleasure of your gracing my hall again after so long? Greeted Lord Baldert with enough cheer to put a wise man on edge. Wisdom his kin had been lacking, it would appear this elf had in spades. The man knew danger when he saw it. He guarded his expression, losing the open hostility. He clearly knew from what quarter he was most at risk, as he only shot Ulrich a glance or two, keeping his attention on the Lord of the Deep Wood. 94 cycles of the twins, my Lord Iriel. It is a wonder how quickly does time ride the wind and events conspire to keep us busy. I see your hall is graced by even more splendor now than then. No doubt thanks to your guiding hand, said the elf in precisely clipped accents. Ulrich took note of the combination of reserved tone with outright kiss-ass verbiage. He could smell a game in the air, one related to the one that had led events to their deadly conclusion just now. There was elf fuckery about, and it made his teeth itch. Was there any chance of leaning back to stay out of it? A quick glance at the older version of the dead guy said, definitively, hell no. He still had Heckle's blood on his hands, literally, and Jekyll here was no doubt aware of it. Even so, Ulrich had been publicly greeted like a friend of the family and clearly held a position of favor in the Iriellan court. Not that it had stopped the dearly departed from outlandishly convoluted suicide by Glade Chief. The cheers and raucous applause for a sound killing of kin had done nothing for the guy's attitude, but surely he wouldn't risk insulting the lord of the land casually, especially not when Baldert was so clearly happy about the outcome. That had to sting. No telling with elves, though, Veda had been pretty upfront about wanting to have her own daughter's head over the multiple infractions of Iriellan custom. It had only been Balder T's effective removal of her into Ulrich's custody that things had been smoothed over to, not quite satisfaction, but at least peace. Ulrich had thought it before, but these deep wood folk really just did not fuck around at all. They did everything in full gear. To Ulrich's surprise, Balder T took his distant cousin's hand in his, and at least pretended to be kind. Or maybe it wasn't pretending, the wild elf could be changeable and surprisingly poignant when he wanted. Just because he'd been glad about the duel's outcome didn't preclude a sadness for the loss. It is a tragic thing to lose a son, Savaris. I would know, after all. A thing not to be wished on any of our kin. Please come away and find some joy for the years to come. Your son fought as well as he may have, and died against the bane of the Forest Lord. There are not a few heroes of Iriel that have fallen to such a creature. To expect your oldest to best the beast's slayer is beyond reason. Come, let us drink spirits and find you a wench or three. As the deep wood elf's voice soothed, Ulrich noted that anger in this apparent sire of the recently departed lordling smouldered to be replaced by sadness. When the elf heard that the Forest Lord was dead, though, there was a flicker of some other emotion. There and gone, ephemeral, and Ulrich wouldn't have caught it if he hadn't been looking out for another attempted knifing. That was the same expression Ulrich had seen on a board member when he'd been about to cut a department and collect a bonus. Opportunity and naked greed. The older Ponce let himself be led away without further incident, though, and Ulrich was relieved. Score another point for Baldart. Not that Ulrich exactly had a problem with going 2 for 2 on the night, but this really was supposed to be a festival, and he'd come here to have fun. "Shut up, brain tiger," he whispered to that niggling set of urges that suggested he'd already been having fun. Bright Eyes got Ulrich's attention by waving a plate of food he'd conjured from somewhere. "Let us eat, Ulrich. I had hoped to enjoy your company again," he said cheerily, as if he had not just refereed a death match. "I would have found you earlier, but Mother has refused to let me leave the chambers since we got here. I am not allowed to leave Irielhos again until I have completed my instruction in combat and spellcasting." The boy groaned. Ulrich forced a smile. This was more normal, a rambunctious scamp getting grounded for breaking curfew. That was supposed to happen. The breath of fresh air that was Bright Eyes helped Ulrich cool off. After a few minutes of catching up, Ulrich didn't have to force the smile. The kid's enthusiasm and energy were too positive a vibe for him to stay down around. Picking some of the offered sliced meats off the plate, Ulrich put them between a bisected bun and bit down. Completely amazing. Juicy, fatty, chewy, and loaded with flavor. Groaning, Ulrich asked what it was. "It is the stone-plated boar we killed, Ulrich. We are hunters." The meat was still good, and Father wanted to serve it while it remained fresh enough to be served without preservation. "It is a good thing. Only the best cuts are acceptable for festival," Bright Eyes said before rubbing his nose proudly. "Mother said it was a flawless kill to leave no taste of violent death, as happens when the beast dies from a mortal wound that is prolonged." The lad continued, bragging rightfully. Ulrich had been there. The kid had shot the thing from better than 50 paces while it was moving between trees and dropped it. Even Gaiet was impressed and told her junior brother so. He basked in his sister's praise, and Ulrich was gladdened again that things had worked out as they had. Even with all the fucked-up nonsense that had come with this fortuitous encounter with wilderness elves, he'd been able to help a boy reunite with his favorite sister. Maybe he'd even be able to keep that sister alive instead of rushing off to die in a war. That'd be peaches too. Temporarily forgotten, Ulrich sat back and listened to the two of them engage in light banter. A rare glimpse of his shadow relaxed and happy with her kin, similarly content, while he drank and enjoyed the spread, leaving behind, temporarily, the events of the duel and its implications for his future. In the company of his only two companions in this world, Ulrich found a measure of peace. One of the breaks in the otherwise pleasant elven gallivanting was when the father of the boy who had been murdered in the forest during Bright Eye's capture approached Ulrich. The elf, a handsome warrior in his apparent prime, introduced himself with somber humility. Bright Eyes had gone tight around the eyes, his shared pain with the older man evident. He shook Ulrich's hand and promised a favor owed for bringing justice to his child's murderers. Ulrich took the man to the bar, and the two strangers connected by unfortunate fate shared drinks and stories. The man spoke of his child and of the joy he had given him, and Ulrich told him of his parents and departed sister, the two of them taking comfort in tales of loved ones. He was that warrior, with a dry sense of humor to rival Ulrich's, and the two of them spent several hours making casual rude observations about partygoers and the various fops who roamed the great hall on this festival day. Many of the attendees had only this day arrived and would return to their homes on the morrow, contributing to the war effort only indirectly. So it was that they had the contempt of a distant cousin who would be in the thick of things taking vengeance for his dead child while they sat far from danger replacing their sword arms with coin. Ulrich, now placed in the position of being himself a warrior, and wasn't that just rich, commiserated with the man, and they kept one another company. When the man asked how training with Idras was proceeding, his ears twitched with suppressed laughter and distinct schadenfreude, and remembered suffering when Ulrich spoke of the obsessive, maniacal demand for perfection that was the instructor's passion in life. The two of them were pleasantly drunk and parted with many backpats and promises of drinks shared in the future. So it was that the Festival of the Lost passed without further incident, at least none that Ulrich would be made aware of. He ended up falling asleep on the table from a combination of good beer and food coma. Reforged Chapter 22. Step lively. When Ulrich woke up, muted chaos greeted him as windows, arched woven walls, and a large skylight revealed the muted light of pre-dawn. The table on which he'd dozed off had served as well a pillow as a pinched nut. How do you do? Not fucking well. He was not the only man exploring the possibilities of bare tabletop as an orthopedic sleep aid. Many forms were seated, others draped, and some curled underneath its sturdy glory. All hail the table, final destination of the partygoers. Duties were roaming at large, collecting leftovers, half-empty kegs sometimes, fully empty kegs most of the time, and the other detritus of a wild hullabaloo. Not everyone had made it to La La Land with clothes intact. Ulrich was treated to several shapely bottoms littering the room, sometimes with likewise stripped partners, and sometimes alone. Surely things hadn't gotten that out of control, though, not in the middle of the grand hall of their esteemed lordships. Surely, Ulrich could only hazard a guess on that count. Hallett had taught him that when elves saw someone they wanted, they didn't pussyfoot around. They also held no truck with casual monogamy, generally speaking, although Bright Eyes claimed that marriage partners were frequently lifelong and singular. Bold Artie's harem was more a function of political finessing, bindings of concords between tribes, and a healthy dose of intentional eugenics rather than business as usual. History said pre-collapse pseudo-fundamentalism had infested societal norms in his home world. Already on the wane, most cults faded away completely when 7 in 10 humans died due to starvation, radiation poisoning, war, or any of a plethora of diseases that had run rampant during the century of collapse. Any that were left were ostracized when they attempted to resist vaccination, gene treatment, and controlled birth protocols. Not killed, just turned out from the subterranean shelters with a full pack of supplies and a pat on the back for luck. The beliefs of a few were not tolerated as being an excuse to doom the species. He was raised by singular parents of a more traditional style, but that was by no means the general rule. His folks were just introverted nerds that happened to luck into each other at a conference and stuck like ants in amber. They passed their traits on too well. Ulrich didn't have the social stamina to be interested in juggling partners. Lessons learned the hard way, that. Rubbing his eyes to clear the bleary wash of the party, he looked around for something to drink. Water. He was looking for good, clean, pure water to drink. That beer had sucker punched him, all mellow and smooth. He hadn't noticed the potency until it was too late. Must have been a slow burn too. He normally woke up in the middle of the night from beer drunks. Not anything close to as aggressive as the spirits, though, and Ulrich was grateful to whatever gods wanted to accept thanks that he hadn't gotten into any of that. That hangover was worse than a car wreck, and he would know. He found a pitcher that contained the good stuff and helped himself to a couple of mugs before pouring a third to nurse. On closer inspection, one of the pairs of forms strewn about was Bright Eyes and his shadow. They were two of the wiser parties, having scrounged up a blanket and somehow actual pillows and taken their repose on the floor. They were cuddled up warmly, and Ulrich didn't have the heart to break up the pair. It was disconcerting to see his shadow with that goofy, drooling face compared to her normal rigidity. He was used to Bright Eyes snoring. They'd shared a shelter for weeks, and the kid had sounded through a broken horn through some of it. Made a right cute pair, they did. The age thing for elves was weird in Ulrich's mind. While his brain throbbed, he couldn't help but consider the impact it must have on elven development, if only to distract himself from hearing his own blood pulse behind his eyeballs. One of them a couple of decades, the other well over a century. Bright Eyes looked like he might be 10, pushing 12. Guyot could have easily fit in at a junior college. For all their years, though, they had experienced comparatively little compared to Ulrich's estimations. He figured he could chalk that up to the lack of a way to access global historical archives at a whim. On his old world, with the infoweb and social net being ubiquitous, especially once global infrastructure was restored only a few decades prior to his birth, all the knowledge of the human race was accessible at a relatively early age. Developing minds were exposed to the full range of human experience, lacking much of the emotional readiness or experience to contextualize it. The result had been an odd blending of adulthood and childhood, mostly dependent on the mental maturation rate of the particular individual and to what extent their parents effectively managed child rearing. That was a mixed bag, but lessons were learned from the post-internet upheavals of the pre-collapse. He himself had come away from that condition with a healthy level of mistrust for human motivations and a respect for the potential for the destructive impulse that could lead them to mob together to do all kinds of awful shit, especially where financial gain was involved. Historical archives were some sobering reads. The elves reminded him a little of that scenario only, Instead of the internet being the complicating factor, it was sheer longevity. You hang around long enough and you're bound to learn something, he figured. But the lack of communication and transportation technology vastly limited the scope of experience. Geert, for all her years, while no doubt a master of her domain in the deep wood, and a veritable globetrotter for one of her kin, would have almost no contact with island faring or mountainous life, and thus would be largely ignorant of it. Her attitudes toward magic and the extent of Ulrich's own experiences were a good example of how settled their mentality could be on things. They were highly resistant to change, or at least his shadow had proven to be that way. Could be she was just stubborn. On the other hand, Bright Eyes had displayed remarkable emotional stability for a kid of his apparent age. Most elves had that facet to them, that smooth evenness to their personalities. Grounded, that's what they were. His best working hypothesis was that their slow aging permitted them time to adjust to their physical condition, and the lack of rapid fluctuation let them settle emotionally into a more comfortable arrangement. Humans age so fast that they were effectively completely different physical creatures every decade, and that had profound impacts on their mindscape and emotional condition. Constantly adjusting to an ever-changing body probably had some role in human instability. Asa were then, physically, less volatile than Valin. Even that dead putz from the other day was waxing shrewd rather than flighty, even if he was a spoiled-ass prince of his own puddle. Benefits of long years hadn't stopped him from drowning in deep water, though, and Ulrich wasn't too proud to admit that was a lesson he most certainly should take heed of before it was him plastered all over some throne room. Just don't talk shit to strangers, he told himself. Best thing you can do is shut up until you figure out who the dangerous ones are. He let those words of wisdom simmer while he downed another mug of water. Must be purified, he hadn't had any, let us call them Mexico City moments, since arriving. Regular as a clock he was, and grateful for it. His mind drifted back, as it did often, to the glade. There had been dark times while he'd been experimentally foraging in the glade for edible plants. Most were fine, but there had been a couple of evil species. One particular shrub had edible leaves, but the inner bark would squeeze your bowel into knots for hours while you voided hard enough to aerosolize. It was like labor, but with a nightmarish payout. Add in a few other noxious herbs and some potently toxic ones, and Ulrich felt glad to be enjoying the bounty of safe foods again. Especially since winter was on in full. The air was distinctly cooler and had been sharp as he'd made his way to the hall yesterday, just the way he liked it. It wasn't cold if your skin didn't pucker on exposure. These scrambled meditations from an abused brain were halted when the royal pups were wakened by duties who needed to pick up around them. They'd given Ulrich a muted acknowledgement as they'd gone by. He'd absent-mindedly piled up spent mugs, stacked plates and bowls, as he'd sat nursing his hangover and rambling morning thoughts. Cleaning up while the liver and kidneys paid for your sins had been a tradition of decades, as he'd self-medicated by way of degenerative alcoholism. Fortunately, he'd been harvested by the Watcher before he could really explore all the wonder that particular abuse had in store. The brother-sister pair stretched heartily and yawned. Geert made this exceedingly cute murmuring burble afterward that Ulrich wished he could record and play back at her from time to time when she was being shitty, or when he was. She apparently noticed his observations because his shadow abruptly put her game face on and rose, shaking Bright Eyes to full waking before bustling the both of them over to the table at which Ulrich was gradually reviving. "Good morning, young Iriels. Hope you slept better than I did. The table leaves some to be desired as a bed. Not its fault, really. It was born to be a table and all. And who could have foreseen a fast promotion to sleepwear?" Ulrich greeted cheerfully. "And to you, Glade Chief. You rested well enough to be thinking strange, twisty thoughts again." "Why would a table be promoted?" "It is a table," Geert informed him smartly. "Don't you talk about table like that. You don't know his hopes and dreams." "Shh, there. Their table. She didn't mean it." Ulrich consoled his tabletop. These shenanigans made his shadow scoff, but she smiled briefly, so he knew she wasn't completely beyond hope. No laugh, though, so victory was not at hand. "Good morning, Ulrich." "The festival, it was an experience, eh?" Bright Eyes prompted through sleepy yawns. "It was certainly that, Bright Eyes. You lot sure know how to throw a rager of a party. Hope I didn't cause too much trouble for your dad. but he seemed to have things well in hand, last I recalled. That shitbird's geezer seemed like he was about to try to cause problems, but Balderty intercepted him nicely, Ulrich said. Not that he had to tell Bright Eyes that. The kid had been front and center for the entire thing. Wild, a mere boy but overseeing duels. These Iriels were too hardcore sometimes. Bright Eyes only nodded, as if such things were commonplace, which he went ahead and confirmed. Festival is a celebration, Ulrich, but also a time for certain conventions to relax. Many things are said on festival day that would not be spoken aloud else when. This is why many couplings are formed on festival and why so many travel to lands outside their own for the event. It is a chance to see and experience strange sights and clans outside one's own, the lad explained. Thanks to this mixing of peoples and the loss of inhibitions, duels during festival are not uncommon at all. Eldest sister here was responsible for almost yearly fights until she stopped attending. Father got tired of overseeing them, so when I turned 20, he put me in charge of administering disputes. Mother Bathe was not happy at first, but was glad to see me being trusted to represent our people at court at my age. Continued Bright Eyes with a chuckle at his sister's chagrin. Ulrich sat mulling that over for a minute. He'd been chewing on the dickhat's motivations on and off for the rest of the evening until he'd gotten drunk and forgotten all about him. While he chewed on it, the two of them retrieved a plate of leftovers and another pitcher of water. The three of them picked at the refreshments as they talked. Bright Eyes, tell me something. What was that fucker's problem? He pretty much walked up as soon as he physically could, and I can't see that he wanted anything else than to get himself dead, Ulrich said sardonically. Bright Eyes laughed at that comment, and Geert looked smug for some reason. If Ulrich hadn't killed the guy, she definitely would have. There was zero doubt on that account. Her social position and consideration for her family's reputation was all that had stopped her from burying him as soon as he'd started in. Near as Ulrich could tell, probably she'd have waited for him to go take a piss and carve his spine to put on her wall, predator style. Bright Eyes answered the question when he'd finished his mirth. His tone took on an edge of weight, though, to indicate that Ulrich should pay close attention, which he did, sitting up straight. That was Herr Samsav Morion, first son and lordling of House Morion. They are a great house of the Zelasin, the river folk. You remember I spoke of them, yes? The golden-haired youth only waited a moment for Ulrich's nod before he continued. That clan holds sway over a large part of the trade that comes up or down the Zealous, and they have the most contacts in Prosper, the human citadel that controls access to the Great Sea Vatin. Also, blood enemies of Iriel. He was a boorish oaf with hungry hands that made a nuisance of himself with the daughters of every hold he visited, is what he was. And his house is a den of spiders spinning golden threads to choke their kin for advantage with Pressbang's money, interjected Guyot hotly. Bright Eyes accepted that addendum with a raised hand as if to say, I'll allow it. Nice to learn the knob had been as pleasant elsewhere as he had been yesterday. And Ulrich's shadow had already tried to kill him once over it. Bright Eyes had said she'd ended the drought beneath his feet, so she'd gutted him in the middle of a festival past. Cripes, and the guy still had the balls to shoot his mouth off in front of her. Ulrich had done Olathrem a favor. They were wasting resources feeding that idiot. For all his bragging, he was not overestimating his house's worth. They truly do account for around a third of the trade that comes through the river. As such, his family is one of the richest in Olathrem. They have also taken severe losses since Iriel closed trade when I was taken. Father put Olathrem on standby for war, as was his right as crown. Bright Eyes soldiered on past his sister's interruption. That would explain the grudge against the Iriels. Bright Eyes' capture had instigated his father's lockdown of the borders, and his sister had publicly shamed the lordling. So the Iriels had, one way or another, cost the house money and face. But what did that have to do with Ulrich? He voiced the question, and the one-day Lord of Iriel answered with a greater awareness of political intrigue than Ulrich was expecting. In all likelihood, their house's spies gathered that you, an unknown human of no repute, were by some method granted holding of the sacred grove, and this ownership had been acknowledged by my father. It would be like them to immediately plot to take it through dishonorable means, such as killing the lord of the land in a duel, knowing there were no heirs. By this way, they could revenge themselves against my family and gain a new avenue to enrich themselves because Morians are gilded jackals. The youth concluded. That's okay, I think I get it. The Morian fucker thought he had an easy target. Fair enough. Kind of fucked up that the first impulse would be to kill a guy to steal his shit, Bright Eyes. Sort of makes me worry a little about my idea of building up relations with other tribes. But all right, greed operates on Varda, same as gravity. Why in the hell was he going so hard after your sister then? It was Gaiat who answered, and she was still visibly pissed at the recollection. That is because I could not, by law, challenge him for spewing his filth. I am your shadow now Glade Chief, not a citizen of Iriel. I am considered to be part of your household, part of your person. He was not insulting Iriel with his attack, he was insulting you. It allowed the yak stool to say whatever he wanted without facing me or father, who could have taken exception on my behalf. I would have had to wait for him to leave Irielhos and kill him quietly instead of publicly. It could have taken years to catch the sap weasel in the wilds away from his escort. She said, still smouldering. Oh, well, in that case, you're welcome, although the only reason I didn't wait around is because I was afraid you'd get him first. That and I was mad enough to eat iron filings and shit horseshoes. Ulrich admitted, deciding not to mention the doom whisper of instinct that had been kind of leading the charge. A thought occurred to him. Gaiat, since you're my shadow, could I have let you take the challenge in my place? Or given you leave to snatch him out from under his minders and stuff him down a latrine or something? Ulrich asked. Bright Eyes didn't seem too thrilled about those prospects, but if Ulrich was a betting man, he would have bet the kid's more evil-minded sibling would have gladly done those things. I would have gladly done those things, Glade Chief. Nothing would have given me greater satisfaction than to cut Lordling Morian's yapping tongue free from his throat. The dark woman answered with enthusiasm. She paused only a moment before continuing on. Bright Eyes had looked about to speak, and, it would seem, Gaiat was heading off some kind of commentary on that notion. I am glad you did not choose that route, though. It speaks better of you among us that you would answer the challenge yourself and at that moment. Especially with father. That made the youth nod decisively. Exactly so, eldest sister. A shadow is considered part of your person, Glade Chief, but Iriel disapprove of letting another fight in one's place. This is also a better way, because any who doubted your claim to lordship will know its veracity without scan or viewing your status directly. Bright Eyes agreed. There is also the way you killed Samsav Morion. Word will spread of this, that you refused any weapon or your own magical ability and mauled your opponent without shedding blood. Well, without much blood. It was very impressive, Ulrich. Some people here are fortunate not to have earned your ire with their flagrant antagonisms, despite knowing full well the contents of your status. The young lordling finished with a parting shot for his sister. Gaiat drew up and directed a scowl to her sibling. I have hunted far more dangerous beasts in the wild Lumitsite. If I had not run for 3 days on end because some kin of mine had been escorted back home like a stray kitten, I could have taken him. If you will excuse me, Ulrich Glade Chief, exclaimed the proud young woman. Oh no, do go on, my shadow. I think you're making enough excuses for all of us. I need not add any. Ulrich chimed. That earned him the transfer of her scowl and a wide grin from Bright Eyes. Not that he didn't agree with her, just that he wasn't going to give her any ideas about it. The victor got to write the history, and Ulrich wasn't going to let her get away with thinking she could have stomped him any time she liked. Even if, maybe, she could have. All that mattered was, in this timeline, she hadn't, and that was that. Bright Eyes managed to divert her with an expert hand, though. Probably the result of much practice. Speaking of hunting, eldest sister, I see you have acquired a new bow. It is strangely familiar, though. I feel as if I have seen it before. Indeed, it almost matches the one that Ulrich crafted from his glade, a strange thing, for that one was unlike any other that I have seen. You did not badger him into giving you his bow, did you? I would expect better, sister, even from you. Bright Eyes teased. Gaiat grabbed the strung bow she had been sleeping with. Ha, knew it, defensively before denying the charges. I did not. That is not what happened at all. Tell him, Ulrich. Tell him it was a replacement for my bow that you broke, that I had nothing to do with its giving. she cried, gravely flustered by the accusations. Ulrich decided that she would not be getting off the hook so easily. Not when the setup was this good. Ulrich covered his face in his hands. You should have seen her bright eyes. She would not stop accusing me of the murder of her beau. She claimed all sorts of things: life debt, the blood of a first child, my pension. For hours at a time, I had no choice but to give up my precious beau, or never know peace, he said with feigned sorrow. That got her going. Spluttering and wide-eyed, she garbled some kind of protest, while Ulrich and Bright Eyes laughed at her. It was only a few moments before she caught on. They were both taking turns setting her up, but they were sweet vengeance. You have spent too long with this man, Lumitsite. You are picking up his bad habits. I cannot be surrounded by men who behave like father. It is a fate worse than death. She scolded. Baldurt Iriel, lord of the deep wood and crown of Orlathram, appeared behind his daughter as if summoned from one of the blacker pits of hell, and casually pinched his daughter's ear, pulling a strangled yelp from her that echoed through the great hall. Worse than death is it, my little shadow panther? You would wound my fatherly soul with such vitriol. Add this to the crimes you have committed, including browbeating your honor into yielding his admittedly fine instrument to you. I had thought you raised better, but now I see that I have truly failed you, the elf lord said loudly, so the entire hall could hear. Father, father, please let go, I surrender. And we were all jesting, see? All in good fun, was it not, Lumitsate? Ulrich? She appealed to her enemies in desperation. Ulrich shared a glance with his boyish comrade, and then both of them with his host. They burst out laughing, while the woman soothed her pinched ear, now reddening from their combined efforts. She stuck her tongue out at them, which only made it better. As much fun as heckling Gaiat proved to be, their mirth was short-lived. Baldurt had not come to harass his daughter, or at least that hadn't been the motivating factor, but when a target of opportunity arose, he gladly joined in the games. Soon enough, though, he took up the thread of their prior discussion, which meant either he had very good hearing or he was picking up information from the ever-diligent duties as they went about their business. Servants of the house spying for their master was a tale as old as time, so Ulrich made a mental note to consider words spoken before them to be as delivered to Baldurt's own person. Releasing his wanton daughter's lengthy ear, Baldurt broached the reason for his early rise. Gladdened am I that you are so considerate of my position at court and amongst the confederations of Orlathram, Glade Chief, but you need not worry on my account. The eerily pretty man proclaimed, My position is secure, both at home and abroad, and in any case, there are none among my kin that would have the strength to dethrone me that I have not already made ally, or wife, or both, when they decide to stop circling above my head the way a sky king circles a crippled calf and join me in affairs of state. I confess that I might hinder my own cause in this by keeping their feathers somewhat ruffled. But what is life without the games that make it enjoyable, eh? Baldurt grinned roguishly. A few light nudges with his elbow on Ulrich's arm suggested that he should know of what Baldurt spoke, but Ulrich had decided long ago that those three women were not worth the risks of death to Rib. A cat didn't have enough lives, and not everyone could survive getting punched by the monstrous strength of Bathe. He didn't even want to think about how Shaw set about getting even. The return stroke was probably years in the making, and sharper for its delay. Ulrich chose to avoid putting his feet in his mouth where anyone could get word back to the great ladies, and instead pushed on to more comfortable topics, such as mortal peril and elf politics. I'm glad the festivities and your affairs weren't overly affected, Baldurty. Bright Eyes was just telling me some details about the pompous jackass weed I had to pull yesterday. It would appear that I've probably made an enemy of a somewhat higher caliber than the heckler monkeys and some bandit thugs. That guy you cooled down looked like the type to hold a grudge. Anything I should be looking for in the near future? Ulrich inquired. The deep wood king's eyes briefly scanned the room as he considered before returning to Ulrich. In the short term, he will probably not move. Baldurty concluded. The duel was appropriate, was clearly instigated by his son, who left no uncertainty as to his ill-advised intent, and was executed with sufficient finality as to leave your own status unquestionable. Any retaliation now would be a strike against my guest right, and thus at Irielan custom. I could not and would not allow this to go unprotested, and Savris Morion would not survive long my displeasure," said the elf with eyes that spoke a ferocity underlined by his calm tone. "However," the Lord of the Deep Wood continued, "you should, in the future, look upon Zelasin, the river folk, with whom you are not familiar, with deep suspicion, especially in their territory. Lord Morion has great sway in those lands, as does he in Pressbang, where coin speaks more loudly than reason much of the time." As if an afterthought, tone dismissive and apologetic, as if he was sorry to be wasting anyone's time with trivialities, he informed Ulrich, "It is likely he will at least send mercenaries to even the score when you leave my protection. For any opportunity that arises where he may make your life uncomfortable, such as partaking in trade or travel along the Zealous. The grieving three-tailed scorpion will no doubt already be making arrangements." Ulrich groaned loudly and suppressed a string of profanity, including curses on all pointy-eared folk. Son of a bitch, what else was he supposed to do? Just let Fancy Pants, the recently departed, steal the glade out from under him and banish him to the wilds like some kind of vagrant criminal? Fucking elves. Now he had some river dick maybe sicking, thugs, assassins, or some shit after him. His near-pained grimace spoke volumes. It was all he could do not to spit on the floor. As much as he wanted to find a nice place to curl up and hide away, that was no longer an option. He was being drug into matters of court. More information, that's what he needed. So all that about me stealing elven heritage and stuff, was that just his excuse to try to goad me? Or is that a viewpoint common enough that I need to be on guard? Ulrich asked. Gaiat answered this, beating Bright Eyes and her father to the punch. That sort of view is a heavy minority glade chief, and goes against Father's proclamation of your status as Lord. If the all-knowledge has certified your station, then the world itself has acknowledged your claim. The plateau is yours by right, and what you do with its bounty is your decision, which none can gainsay. To attempt to do so would be tantamount to war, which Morion knew. If he had tried such a thing with, say, a prince of the sea folk, the Actinia, they would have loaded their ships with as many warriors as they could muster. Then they would have sailed up the Zealous to peel his skin and sew it into their sails. His shadow said gravely. Bright Eyes nodded his agreement, and Boldert sealed the deal, saying, "This is so. That you are a nation of one, and that the lordling was a spoiled fool, was the only reason he thought he might get away with it. If he could kill you, he could make a claim to your holdings, your title. His greed blinded him to common wisdom." Bright Eyes chimed in, then his calm voice turning to anger. He would also have taken eldest sister to be his own shadow. The coward would not face her himself, not where she could take up arms against him again. It was his piggish advances that got him near to slain last time he put his hands where they did not belong. Both father and daughter's evil expressions at the reminder softened to sinister smirks, near mirrors in their satisfaction of the memory. Still creepy, the resemblance. Boldert clapped his hands loudly as if closing the book on the memory of the loathsome lordling. Done is done, Ulrich. We will leave the dead where they belong and look forwards. I will say in closing that it gave me no small joy to see Savris's mewling receive his reward. Festival places certain obligations of hospitality on the host, and that plague-blood vermin knew it. Shadow or no, my daughter deserves to have her dignity. Thank you, Lord of the Ancient Glade. You have again earned my gratitude on behalf of my offspring. Thanked the normally light-hearted elf with sincerity, even ending with a short bow. It was both a little strange to be thanked for murder and sort of nice, like someone appreciating your craftsmanship. This Varda place did weird shit to his earth-tuned notions of civilization and standards for behavior. When in Rome, Ulrich reminded himself, no problem, Lord Boldart. It was, very literally, my pleasure. The only people who get to make Gaiat uncomfortable are you, Bright Eyes. Her mums, because who's going to say otherwise? And me. He finished. Gaiat frowned at that, but didn't actually object. It was, after all, a statement of fact. Glade Chief, am I going to need to remind you to remain civil? I can think of 100 ways to make your life unbearable without violating the bonds of my position, she advised him. Just like her mother. Boldert sighed. Listen to her on this, Ulrich. Never had I known how many types of scowl could exist, or how long a woman could nurse a grudge for any slight as Vedir. I loved her on first sight, and we courted with fervor, but it was long years before I learned to live with her in peace. The elf said sagely, "Father, you have been banished to sleep in the guest quarters more years of my life than not." Bright Eyes countered. "So you see, Ulrich, I would know," spoke the Lord of Iriel solemnly. They ignored Gaiat's obvious peeve and discussed more pleasant topics before a runner brought news of some matters that required Balder T's attentions. He begged off, but not before securing from Ulrich a commitment to attend dinner in the near future. Off in a flash, the room seemed substantially less full for the absence of a single man. Bright Eyes chatted for a few minutes and then reminded Ulrich that the normal business of Iriel Hos was resumed and that he had to go attend his lessons or face his mother's ire. That meant that Ulrich's own lessons were approaching and he was still standing in his rumpled attire from the party. Thus spurred, they said their goodbyes and parted to begin the rigors of improvement. "Let's head back for a quick bath and a change and see what Magister Gotha has in store, eh?" Ulrich prompted. Gaiat examined her braid, which had become slightly less ordered with some dissatisfaction, and agreed readily. On the way, she flagged a duty and requested a set of casual clothes for Ulrich, which consideration caught him off guard. Her casual attitude felt a little forced, but she merely told him, "Your honor is my own," as if such things were expected when he thanked her. Maybe she wasn't used to being thanked, or being considerate enough to be thanked for it. Whatever. The baths were jammed full of bodies this morning. The pair of them actually had to wait in line to change in the entry room. Its rows of lovingly carved and immaculately fitted drawers were more full than not, packed with the belongings of bathers. With a little work, they managed to find a spot to scrub and soak in the massive place, and they were soon settled into a cubby in this palace of heated water. Ulrich was going to have one of these baths installed in the glade. He couldn't go without any longer, not now that he'd been shown heaven. Nearby bathers had taken notice of the pair when they'd entered, but none volunteered to break from their circles to engage outside of some friendly and some appreciative gazes. Mostly towards his shadow, of course, who remained a particularly fine jewel in the treasury that was the elf form. At least to Ulrich's eyes, it was very possible that there were drastically different standards for beauty between elves and humans. Though Ulrich doubted this very much, too many overlaps had he experienced between Hallett's tastes and his own. Ulrich was greatly appreciative of the fact that there was no hard rule that said elves had to at least mostly share the same sexual and emotional features of attractiveness as those with which he was accustomed. They could have all been natural foot fetishists. They could have all found that the greatest mark of attractiveness was a gap-toothed smile and back hair. They didn't, but they could have. And Ulrich was grateful for more conventional standards of beauty. The young Miss Iriel was pushing full marks for all of them. Speaking of the physical wonder that was Gaiat Iriel, she was rebraiding her hair. It was the first time she'd let it loose that he had seen, and the midnight waves, so dark they nearly shimmered blue, were an impressive sight. Efficiently she went about using a comb to remove kinks and stray hairs, and then put it back to order with deft fingers. The maze of winding fingers made that woven braid, with its ribbon of green silk intermeshed, a work of art. His fascination with the process was complete. And entirely above boards, thank you very much, his stupid monkey brain was starting to accommodate with elven casualness regarding nudity. Looking around the heat-misted wash of bodies in the baths, Ulrich, if pressed, couldn't have thought of a better place than Orlathrem to harden oneself. Cough, psychologically that is, against sheer attractiveness. I am vaccinated against improbable beauty by ruthless exposure, Ulrich thought sardonically. It reminded him that last night's festival had included a series of dances that made a few of the racier salsas look mild. That they were carried out with the grace of decades unto centuries of practice made them all the more enchanting. Ulrich had been tempted to cover Bright Eye's peepers, as such things could taint young minds with their suggestions. The young elf's running commentary regarding the histories of the dances and their geographical variations between clans had been too interesting, however, so he'd been forced to allow the boy to risk being corrupted. Ulrich had even turned down a couple of invites, pleading incurable clumsiness that his prospective partners had merely smiled off before finding another no doubt more capable dancer. He'd never been able to dance, and it made his back itch to think of trying some of the subtle steps, hops, or gestures that so occupied many of the partygoers. It had been a blast to watch, though. Made a Russian ballet troupe look like amateur night at a trucker bar. Musing about the fey night before put Ulrich into a fugue. It had been nice to listen to Baldarty's kid spout random facts about Orlathram cultures, histories, some geopolitics, and absolute trivia regarding some of the guests. The boy made sure to barb his sister about this, would be suitor or that, and she would return fire with commentary about sending a guide with him to go to festival nights in the future to keep him from getting lost in the woods or mauled up by root badgers or some such. Each dry observation was laced with just enough truth to sting, but not enough to constitute an overly hurtful insult. Their prodding demonstrated years of practice, razzing one another, and familial warmth that had reminded him of his own family, which he'd had to divert himself from, quickly or sour the evening, with bittersweet thoughts on what was now lost. Music with varied and interesting measures, free-form beats, melodies that ranged across scales and bounced between octaves hauntingly was background to the entire thing. All in all, festival, after the initial unpleasantness, had been the greatest party Ulrich could ever remember attending. 10 out of 10 would do again. Probably sans death matches, though. All too soon, Guyot prodded him out of the warrens of his own mind. They had business to attend to and something of a walk to get to the creepy old academy. With the silent efficiency that was typical of them, the duties had replaced Ulrich's lived-in blacks with a set of fresh clothes that reminded Ulrich of well-tailored jogging clothes. Loose but fitted, and of a much denser fabric that Ulrich would soon think of as uberwool. He didn't know what plant or animal created such fibers, but they shed water like neoprene and were about as warm as flannel. Part of him longed for a microscope to examine the fiber compositions and some solubility tests to determine their chemical treatments. No way did an animal just grow this stuff. Or maybe it did, he told himself. Magic was a thing. Magical uber sheep might be out there grazing on a hill somewhere that would provide the stuff. Hell of a thing to be able to trade. Guyot, for her part, was wearing a new get-up. It was a little less Legolas and a lot more Japanese shrine maiden. She wore what looked like a series of robes that were designed to overlap. The end result was a more delicate, more refined appearance for his shadow. The starched, stiff, thick uber-wool outer robe was heavy with the greens and browns and vibrant, if minimal, gold accents, but the thinner silk under robe was pure white. The flowing cloth was gathered into leg wraps that started at the knee and went all the way down to the feet, which were covered by thick socks. Those thigh boots, of which Ulrich was the biggest fan, had been traded for a set of sandals that strapped across the feet and around the ankle. All in all, a good look. Ulrich was on board. When he commented on it, Guyot said it was a traditional attire for winter wear when you had no plans to go into the deep wood. When he'd asked why he hadn't seen anyone else wearing it, she'd said, a little defensively, that many of the warriors and visiting houses had different traditional garb, and that they were going to be late if he kept wasting his air asking about her clothes. So maybe she wasn't used to being in quote-unquote civilian clothes. Just another layer to add to the mysterious onion that was his shadow. Certainly the new garb did nothing to slow her down. She seemed hell-bent on power-walking all the way to the lift, and even Ulrich's long legs had to work to match her pace. As it turned out, the haste was necessary. They only had a minute to spare between arrival at the dim cloisters of elven scholarship and the entrance of Instructor Gotha, purveyor of dry attitudes and even drier knowledge. There were a similar number of students as last time, seated in the same positions as the last session as well, although nothing suggested assigned seating. More like, with Gotha, you just kind of found a place to settle in as best you could and let the current of his voice wash over you. On this occasion, he picked right up where he'd left off. Bark harvesting. Oh, wait. In a new twist, Gotha was now discussing the various methods of processing this bark. The particular tree, which Ulrich found out was the large branching evergreen he'd seen co-dominating the landscape as he and Bright Eyes had hiked in, was called azure cedar. Or at least, that's what it translated to in his brain. He couldn't dwell on the speciation or naming parallels that were surely being constructed in his brain. Synthesized by the Akashic language mystical nonsense these people just took for granted, because Instructor Gotha was on a roll. Azure cedar bark was processed to make a host of goods or materials. It could be removed in sections from the trunk of the tree without harming the tree and would regenerate after a few years. Thus, the azure cedar made up a renewable resource and was grown in large commercial groves in the northern reaches of Iriel. One such product involved scraping the bark. A sharp blade could be used to raise long fibers, which could then be braided into durable twine. Peeled, aged, and dried, the bark could be hardened into tough plate-like sheets, which were cut into the tiles he'd seen on structures in the sprawling metropolis below Irielhos. Soaked in alkaline waters, the bark leached a substance that could be rendered into pitch, which was highly flammable but also waterproof. Burning the bark in a confined container produced a charcoal that, when mixed with various other herbs, could treat infections or reduce the effects of certain poisons. On and fucking on did Gotha go about this goddamned bark. Unlike the previous day, there was no looming winter's herald to save him. This lecture was a full 3 hours long. 3 hours of bark. Ulrich was going to have dreams about it. Woody, piney, evergreen dreams. At least the rain of facts did cement in Ulrich's mind that the elves of Orlithrim did not live in total isolation. There were many mentioned sundries for trade, and where they were most heavily profitable in Gotha's Saharan discourse on the topic. The tree only grew in Iriel, so its trade constituted a major source of income for the more insular tribe of Orlithrim, both between other clans of the Confederacy and the lands of the Otherkin, as the elves called them. The tiles, in particular, were of high value since they did not shrink with age and, coupled with their pitch derivative, would create water-sealed roofing for potentially centuries. There was, in this world of minimal technology, almost no better solution to creating a durable, lasting roof that didn't involve heavy stone. These facts seemed near random, but began to build a picture of the world around him. A bark-based picture at the moment, but a picture. It wasn't that Ulrich wasn't interested in the topic of bark and bark accessories. It was that Gotha somehow managed to make super trees the single most boring thing in the entire universe. He was committed to remaining attentive, however. If the information presented here was thought to be important enough to deliver to the children of the remaining lesser and greater houses that remained in Irielhos, then it must be worth knowing for Ulrich. He gritted his teeth and committed the lecture to memory. At last, at long, long last, Gotha freed his victims from his monotone test of endurance. Ulrich fled immediately. Gaiet Iriel, paragon of elvendom, committed lifelong to his protection and furthered interests, unwavering in her diligence to her duties, had fallen asleep standing up. She started when Ulrich opened the door, a full-body flinch, and he saw her turn her head, as if examining the empty hall for threats, to wipe a thin smear of drool from her chin. And now his shadow refused to meet his eyes, despite his attempts to catch them with his accusatory glare. After a few moments of determined optical blaming, Ulrich turned to make an exit of the scholarium. The dark visage of his guardian, now slightly reddened from bashful self-recrimination, followed demurely. It had been a late night for everyone, Ulrich admitted to himself. But still, he hadn't gotten to sleep through Gotha's lecture, and that was all that mattered. Unlike the prior day of instruction, the full length of Gotha's mental punishment would preclude an extended break between morning lessons and afternoon training with Idra. Ulrich was determined not to be late for that, so he skipped lunch to head directly up to the 11th floor, the housing and drill site for the Royal Guard of Iriel. As before, the pavilion was empty save Idra's, Baldarti's right-hand man and the leader-cum-instructor for the most elite of Irielan soldiery. The bitter winter cold did not touch him, not even in his light exercise garb. Frost-laden the limbs might be, but Idra would wear only the blacks of his warrior's garb. Barely had Ulrich greeted the weathered warrior, though before other members of the guard appeared carrying racks of practice weapons, wooden dummies, and various other training implements. Most were dressed in blacks with an overlayer similar to Gaiet's stiff wool robes. In a short few minutes, the pavilion was sorted. Ulrich would have helped by grabbing something, but the near-mechanical harmony of the 200 men and women moving things to proper position by rote would only have been disrupted by his effort. Idra, content with the completion of the drill area set up, turned to Ulrich with a hearty greeting. "Welcome back, Glade Chief. Have you thrown off the worst of the after-effects of festival? I would have you ready to make betterment today." especially now that I've seen how you move during combat. Your base speed is good and your power exceptional, but there is great room for improvement in the precision of your movements. I will credit your undan ready though. It was as firm as I could expect from so little training, and you appeared comfortable in its initiation of combat. The Morion should have paid better attention to his zealous instructors. They will doubtless be shamed at how easily he was taken. The elf spoke of the killing as a fisherman speaks of the weather. The clouds were out, but no rain, fish on. Ulrich felt a little pride at this warrior's praise. He had a feeling it didn't come often. He was also even more convinced that he needed to be here. Thanks, Idrase. I didn't think I was going to be providing the entertainment when I accepted the party invite, but Morion didn't leave me much choice. Nobody gets to breathe my air and then use it to be that stupid, Ulrich said firmly. Idra laughed at that claim, and several of the warriors in attendance joined in. Even Geert smirked in amusement. They had all been present for the fight, and word had spread of the provocations. Many of these attending elves had made coin on the resulting duel. Ulrich, in his heart of hearts, considered it cold-blooded murder. Even if elven society had not had in place the social infrastructure for settling disputes through personal combat, Ulrich knew that he would have spent whatever effort was necessary to see to it. Samsav Morion reached room temperature that night. He hadn't had to. Things had worked out as well as could be, circumstances considered, but he knew what he'd done and had long since left behind regrets about what he was becoming in this world. A second life didn't mean redoing what you'd already done, it meant transforming into what you wanted to be. What he wanted to be was a person who could rid themselves of nuisances like lordling Morion as they arose. He had a home to protect, allies whose reputations he considered valuable, and a status of his own to carve into the world. You don't get to do all that by being a doormat for ambitious psychos. And as much as he'd changed already, it wasn't enough. Not yet. Not by a long shot. That buffoon of a merchant's son had been a freebie, arrogant, pampered, lacking in fighting experience, and devoid of self-preservation instincts. He was in the vast minority. Even his own sire had presented a far more dangerous front. By far, most of the elves Ulrich had met, especially the ones wearing their simple finery, had all moved like tigers. Even if Iriel's war stance had skewed that proportion observable in Irielhos, they were all of them raised on a world of far greater savagery, more habitually violent than the time in which he had lived on Earth. Ulrich was struggling against years of societal conditioning, but finding his natural inclination was lining up more intuitively with the rules here on Varda than in the before. Ulrich couldn't pretend that he wasn't concerned about a potential assassin hired to even scores between him and the Morion household, not when they had the means the Iriels had described. Men like that held power far beyond the more transparent aspects of their public businesses, or they didn't get to that level of wealth and influence. They had ways of disposing of competition or frowning on interference in their affairs that were frequently terminal. Even amongst the movers and shakers of his old world, with all the codes of law, world governments, Geneva Conventions, watchdog organizations, and so on and so forth, the men of fantastic wealth routinely had prying journalists killed and competitors discouraged. Frequently the discouragement came by serial muggings or suspicious warehouse fires. Power was power, no matter its source. Since Ulrich didn't and wouldn't have contacts and connections or sheer economic means to combat the resources of an elven merchant consortium, he was going to have to cultivate a more old-school kind of deterrence, something more of the salt, the ashes and fields when he leaves variety. If he could gain enough raw strength, he could force any hostile parties to let bygones be bygones or risk personal destruction. Imminent threat of bodily harm should do the trick for being left the hell alone or having more games like the one at festival being played around him. That meant putting his every effort into learning combat arts from the people who seemed to have truly mastered them. Amusement aside, Idra gestured Ulrich to a place within the formation of warriors, and Ulrich obligingly stepped to stand next to a lightly armored form. When he saw the warrior's face, it turned out to be Cinna, Hallet's sister. She nodded her greetings and made a hand gesture with which Ulrich wasn't immediately familiar, but had observed. He returned her gesture with a brief wave. Barely had he even set his feet in place, but Idra had begun. It was stance work, of course. They were run through the drill of called steps from their combat system, their 1,000 steps dance, to a cadence beat by Idra's practice sword against the heartwood pavilion floor. By the metronome's half beats did the formation move from one position to the next, Ulrich being significantly slower and far less precise than the rest. He swallowed his mild embarrassment, though. This is just how it is for the FNG, the fucking new guy. After a half hour, he was getting the hang of it, meeting Idra's command of Undan and Fier, the southpaw and orthodox ready positions. Branch side, branch back, branch forward, the side backwards and forwards lunging steps respectively. Twinned roots low, twinned roots high, the squared feet, braced positions, and then the whole thing mirrored from the Fier ready where the rooted leg was reversed. Then came the half steps for everything they'd already done. Then came the crossing steps, one leg in front of the other, then one leg behind, and then the same crossing steps in reverse. 1,000 steps indeed. Ulrich was just starting to think he was getting the hang of it until Idra began to beat staccatos against the floor. The tempo elevated, the steps were called in rapid fire, quarter beats, double time, in groups of 4, with a half-second delay between each set. This new exercise was a complete disaster. Ulrich could barely get his feet planted at the old cadence. He lacked the fluidity, the muscle memory to assume the exacting positions with speed. To make the transitions at this new pace was a distant dream. He was soon out of sync with the group, and his legs burned with the effort. The veteran warriors of the Royal Guard made the exercise look effortless, but Ulrich was pleased to note the flare of nostrils struggling for deep breaths and the light panting of exertion from his comrades in suffering. Their rigor didn't detract from their utter precision. They hit every stance, made every transition with complete grace and the fluidity of years of Idra's adamantine discipline. This tortuous exercise continued for half an hour, the end of which found the entire formation standing upon jellied legs, with the exception of a few exceptional individuals who must have had steel in their thighs instead of meat. Ulrich noted that Gaiat had not been a part of the formation and that the exclusion grieved. Her eyes longed to join them in this, and Ulrich both understood the sentiment and was amazed that anybody could miss this kind of pain. It was far worse than the mandatory military training from his old world, by kilometers. His shadow had instead stood at rigid attention, observing Ulrich's every move, noting every imperfection for later correction, in between scanning the surroundings for hostile moths or whatever might earn her ire. The pressure of her silent judgment had not made the goings-on any more fun at all. When at last Idra commanded rest, he was taken at his word. About a quarter of the elves in formation dropped to sit, legs splayed out. A few beat fists upon thighs and calves, loosening knotted flesh. Ulrich's legs were simply numb. He'd pushed himself hard in the glade, had run, climbed, and jumped to his heart's content, at full tilt. He'd never had a sadist standing a few meters away, squeezing the energy from his very bones until they had none left to give. He didn't drop to a sit, he just dropped, and hoped the floor stayed where it was to catch him. Deep breaths pulled air into his lungs while his heart beat a rapid, regular rhythm to try to restore the oxygen to his muscles. Gaiat strode over, at last able to rejoin his side and freed from the painful exclusion from her one-time comrades. As the numbness in his body gave way to the lactic acid burn of depleted muscles, she began to enunciate clearly Ulrich's failings. They were many. Sitting in the shade of her stern beauty, Ulrich listened to her clinical explanations, delivered in a matter-of-fact tone, and tried to commit to memory her corrections. He would fail this task today, and in many of the days to come, but still he listened. This was necessary pain. Several of the other warriors, both those sitting on the floor and those who had remained standing, traded looks and grins as the verbal surgery of his shadow carved away the layers of Ulrich's mistakes. Cinna observed dryly that those who stood closest to the suns felt most keenly their burn, which got more than a few chuckles and a half-smile from Idra. After 10 minutes of this, with no end in sight, he was saved when Idra paired off the formation into sparring sessions. Gaiat subsided, and Idra's took her place. Evidently, Idra was no more pleased with Ulrich's performance than had been his shadow. Ulrich he drew off to the side to receive more focused attention. Where Gaiat emphasized the specific misplacements of feet and the misalignments of the body, Idras was coming at things from a more global perspective. He started things off on a good note. Ulrich Glade, Chief. You move similarly to a newborn. There is a lack of familiarity with your own limbs, an absence of balance. In normal circumstances, when you are doing things with which you are familiar, this does not become apparent. The body knows what it should do, and you are able to leverage your power. When you do anything that is not familiar, you have the grace of a drunken Svartalfin, summarized Baldarti's personal guard. This fact had not escaped Ulrich's own notice. If he could go slowly and visualize what he wanted to do, he could normally do it fairly competently. If, like during the staccato drill, he was forced to hurry, it felt like his body belonged to a stranger, a clumsy one. He listened as Dr. Idra began to prescribe his own medicine. It is clear that you have spent at least some time practicing what I have shown you. There are many small improvements, and you do different things wrongly than you did before. This is a good thing. It is growth. Daily, I want you to begin an exercise for balance. Much of your problems stem from your lack of body awareness, which makes you work harder than you need to correct for this failure. The small misalignments, the positions of your spine, and how you carry your weight. These and 1,000 other consequences stem from a failure to balance properly and the inability of your mind to judge your own position. This exercise you will do from now on, and do it with your eyes closed. Idra combined words with deeds and closed his eyes before beginning a set of steps, as if on a balance beam. His feet stayed along an invisible path, toes never landing, but in an exact linear distance from their previous position. The floor might as well have been chalked for cutting. The elf went 10 steps forwards along the line in various lunges, squats, a couple of quick-step hops, a cartwheel, a back handspring, and then a low spinning sweep pivoting on one leg with the other held horizontally a hand's breadth above the floor before returning, mirroring the motions as he returned to where he had begun. You will be able to repeat this routine in its entirety, will you not? Idra asked with complete innocence, as if it were nothing to memorize a gymnastic floor routine in a single viewing. Gayat interjected before Ulrich could speak, cementing this newest addition of pain into his life. I will see he completes it on rising, and before returning to his sheets, Idras. Left with no choice, Ulrich accepted this most recent stone to his burden with a resigned, "Yes, sir, Idraza, sir." Satisfied that he had started a foundation from which to begin correcting Ulrich's flaws, Idra then spent the next hour correcting Ulrich's posture in the regular stances. Hips pushed into alignment, elbows tucked here, arms raised to there, a foot nudged to point slightly outwards, and so on. Like a sculptor, the master used a tap here, a tap there, to achieve the perfection of his mind's eye. Ulrich did his best to be like the marble beneath the master's hand, unmoving beyond the touch of the hammer. Eventually, Idra released Ulrich to his shadow's mercy, who continued the instruction through each and every step of their gods-be-damned dance. With exhaustion murmuring under the skin of his legs, it turned into a battle of will against himself, and Ulrich was much gladdened when the practice was called to a halt. For the first time since he could remember, he was utterly physically tapped out. Not even the miraculous gift of the Watcher could withstand the Iriellan elite's doctrine for military preparedness. It was, at least, a relief to Ulrich to see many of the veteran warriors of the pavilion looking as wrung out as he felt. Idra called the group back into formation, thanked them for their dedication, and then released them to their duties. The tired men and women cheered for their freedom and clapped one another on the back. It would seem he wasn't alone in his thinking that Idra had given them something a little special today. Elven elite warriors whooped and carried on in the manner that soldiers encouraged one another after getting smoked by their drill instructor. Through it all, Ulrich noted the regret in his shadow's expression. Truly, losing this camaraderie was a biting edge to her father's punishment. Is there anything I can do about this, Gayat? Can't I order you to train to maintain your edge as my bodyguard or something? Ulrich said without preamble as they left the pavilion, hoping for a way to give her back at least this much. Besides, his misery would absolutely love some company right now. She glanced at him as if surprised that he had picked up on her distress before a sudden shake of her midnight braid put the kibosh on that. Thank you, Ulrich, for the offer, she said, allowing some of the regret into her voice. It would not be appropriate, not any longer. I may correct your deficiencies and may act as a trainer for yourself, That is within the scope of my duties. Gaiat lamented gently, but to join the group would count me among them, and that I may not do, not without impinging on the honor of Idras and the guardsmen. I am not one of them, not a warrior of my kin nor a hunter. Finished the Iriellan paragon. It struck Ulrich then as a tremendous irony that if not for her being so utterly committed to her vendetta, if not for a single lapse in judgment under duress, she would have been chief amongst those partaking in the defense of the elven homeland. According to those who knew her best, it was almost without question that Gaiat Iriel would perish if and when war came. She was like a stiletto, driving too deeply into her enemies before breaking off. While her abilities were doubtless great, she was still too young, too lacking in the raw power that her sire brought to bear, but with all of his storied aggression. Hence the judgment the elf had levied. Boldarti's sense of both humour and justice could run a little on the sharp side. Ulrich was both her punishment and her protection. Given what he was coming to know of the woman's disposition, though, he found himself siding even more with the Elven King's decision. It was very likely the only way the elder Iriel could avoid either ordering her death himself or allowing it to occur in the natural course of the coming war. Too heavy man, Ulrich thought. He was tired, mentally and physically, and the day was not over. Still to come were the arcane lessons with Gaiat's mothers. Today would be the Crimson Sphinx, sure. Ulrich was not looking forward to it, for once. The woman purely unnerved him with her unreadable expression. I need a pick-me-up, Gaiat. We've got an hour or so before we need to be at the mage training, right? Let's grab some food, Ulrich suggested. His shadow was in complete agreement for once. Reforged Chapter 23 of the Before. The cafeteria was serving fish. Must have been a Friday, Ulrich mused. When he asked if the fish were fresh caught, she assured him that ice fishing was a consistent source of sustenance during the long winter. Upon inquiry as to how long fish could be stored, Gaiat told him that there were cold rooms supported by infrig, cold magic, that would keep food preserved nearly indefinitely, alongside the application of sano, healing magic, that prevented the growth of microbes. Not that she called it as such, she described it as a spellwork that prevented spoilage. Ulrich was pleased to know that the modern convenience of refrigeration was present. That, alongside plumbing, were two of the greatest nods to human, person's comfort that he could think of. Electricity provided a potent luxury to life, but a functioning bathroom and kitchen were what he considered vital. If those two facets of modern existence had not been present, Ulrich was fully intending on leveling up civilization. Mostly, though, Ulrich had no intention of reintroducing modern technology to Varda, for fear of someday leading it down the same course that had eventually led to the destruction of his birth world. Even minor things, precision machine tooling, lathes, drills, and the like, while he might make them for himself, eventually were not items he would want to be released freely, to say nothing of combustion engines and motors and explosive powders. It was too risky. About 200 years before Ulrich's birth, the Earth had been, in generous terms, looted. A near century of surging overpopulation, catastrophic resource exploitation, tragic waste, and thoughtless consumption had driven the world over the brink. Around 2060, the collapse of food webs and agricultural centers led to a global famine, which, accompanied by violent storm seasons and vicious heat in the equatorial regions, made large swaths of latitude uninhabitable. Economic systems that had, for a century, been unsustainable vanished almost overnight and took with them the governments that had been propped up mostly by modern comforts and sheer societal inertia. When real suffering hit the populace, they revolted immediately. The post-industrial nations underwent a dramatic civic uprising that spread globally. Sooner rather than later, somebody had the bright idea to try to turn the militaries against the populace under the guise of serving the public good, and what followed made the French Revolution look like a birthday party at a pizzeria. There was a time when being a known congressman, attorney, judge, or member of basically any government apparatus that wasn't the EPA, FDA, and National Park Service got you boiled in a kettle in public squares. Similar attitudes abounded globally, especially in the more draconian places that had been suppressing their populations for a generation through social engineering and good old-fashioned government-sanctioned massacres. What was left of the world political stage lasted only a decade or so longer before a nuclear war initiated by some seventh-generation lunatic on the Korean peninsula in a hidden mountain fortress, in tandem with an aging sovereign in the Kingdom of Siberia, who was determined to be remembered as the conqueror of Asia, right up until he evaporated, put a final, definitive end to the old paradigm. That nuclear war saved the world, ironically enough. Not only did the war destroy what was left of the more virulent elements of humanity, but it eventually provided a solution to the global warming that was suffocating the planet and heating its seas. The surviving amalgamated nations of Euromerica, the Sino-Pacific Republic, New South Africa, which now encompassed the entire African continent, the Middle East, and Australia, and a smattering of city-states tried to get things under control, with some success. But the situation was declining rapidly. Fisheries were decimated, food scarce, and the only reason there wasn't more famine was that disease, war, and nukes had already decimated the population. Agriculture and modern infrastructure were largely inoperable because not enough qualified people were left to maintain and repair the production and manufacturing facilities. Not to mention, there was the continued warming and radiation to be considered. The global population was halved by 2100, and there was no way to provide the people needed to revive the old world as it had been, nor was there the will to try. Internet archivers, who managed to preserve hard copies of science literature, instruction manuals, engineering schematics, art galleries and libraries, that sort of thing, were largely to thank for the resistance of humanity to another dark age. There was a memory of the golden era, if not the capability of producing it. A decision was made amongst the people left to use some of the last weapons on the Arctic Circle's remaining glaciers to blast enough ice into the atmosphere to bring on a mini-ice age and reverse the heating for long enough to buy humanity time to enact a more permanent solution. The nuclear cat was already out of the bag, and fallout filters were already installed on most buildings. Irradiated water and soil were already becoming facts of life, their mechanisms for being dealt with already in place amongst the regions with the wherewithal to enact those solutions. The places that didn't faded away into oblivion within a few short years. The decision was not hard to abandon the surface for rapidly excavated and fortified subterranean shelters. A few generations of living in what amounted to mass fallout shelters in subsurface mining complexes preserved most of what was left of the human race from the immediate radiation threat. Hydroponics, synthetic meat generators, and ruthless recycling of nearly everything allowed the buried populations to persist. Even so, there were less than 1 billion people left by 2020, a tenth of the population of the pre-collapse. What was left was a hardened core of humans determined to survive, to thrive. As usual, it wasn't until the pressure was on that people showed their mettle, their greatness. Hidden away beneath the earth, there was a renaissance in culture, science, and government. The Second Enlightenment, or, as the more morbidly humoured called it, the nuclear alarm clock, revolutionized what was left of the world. The global heating was solved through massive-scale carbon scrubbers in the oceans, which were then utilized to create carbon fiber structural components. Graphene materials, graphite batteries, solar harvesters, and still more tons of the stuff were sequestered in rock. Fusion power plants were completed en masse over the next 2 decades, solving the energy problems that threatened to reduce civilization to the Stone Age. Since electrical grids had mostly disappeared when the mining companies providing their fuels were beheaded, sometimes literally, free energy greatly expanded the industrial and transportation capabilities of the nations, and a worldwide power grid was soon re-established. Public transportation along super trains accompanied the grid, and in a half-century of combined efforts, there was a web of public transit systems in place, like a circulatory system pumping civilization back through the withered flesh of the world. Many of these systems were buried in earthquake-proof tunnels at a depth around that of the Marianas Trench. Radioactive material was still a problem topside, and you didn't want to move irradiated dust any farther than you absolutely had to. Gene therapies, long languishing due to puritanical restrictions of long-dead politicians, exploded, just in time to head off the looming genetic extinction by fallout exposure and the bottleneck of survivors in somewhat isolated population centers. Cancer rates had climbed by over 2,000% since the war, but viral gene overwrites from stem cell templates and genetic maps brought that down to a solid 0.005%. The funny part about that was that the viral delivery systems were so easy and cheap to employ that it was virtually free to anybody who needed it. Almost nobody was born defective, diseased, or died of cancer at the time of Ulrich's birth. Designer jeans were the hot fad when Ulrich had grown into manhood, choosing eye, skin, hair color, and things like that. He'd played it naturally, mostly because he hadn't really given a shit. Once, he'd dated a girl with glow-in-the-dark skin, though, and that had been a surprisingly entertaining adventure. Energy and medical technology advancements, coupled with the revision of economic theory to prevent generational wealth aggregation, total education reform, representative governmental overhauls emphasizing protection of voting integrity, and surgical application of law, helped lay the groundwork for a better world. All in all, the emergent governments that survived the collapse of the old civilization had turned a new leaf. Too late, of course, always too late with humanity. It was almost a century post-collapse before humanity returned to the surface. Some didn't. They lobbied to make the surface of the planet an ecological preserve and proclaimed that Homo sapiens did not deserve a second chance to go forth and prosper above. When Ulrich was born, a scant 50 years post-re-emergence, it was mostly clear that the Earth would recover environmentally, especially since speciation seeding projects were showing promise and the climate was settling into its new, more temperate status. Most of the fallout had long since settled into the ground, though background radiation was still producing accelerated mutation rates in virtually all ecosystems. Of the old majesty, little remained. High was the price of survival, and creeping were some of the habits which had made that survival necessary, such as somewhat premature business promises that created the working conditions which had led to Ulrich's rather accelerated decline, both physical and mental. Still, enough had remained or been established that Ulrich's developing passion for hiking and pretend savagery had taken him through a vestigial memory of the forests that had existed before. In 2193, the year he died, he had abandoned hope that he would ever see anything close to the glory of the world as presented in the archives of one St. David Attenborough. The elven forests of Iriel, the plateau of Ancients, these were as Eden rediscovered to Ulrich. They were priceless beyond measure. He felt some of what the elves felt for their precious wood. But where they guarded the memory of their fallen ancestors, he mourned a world ruined long before he could experience its grandeur. It had been months since Ulrich had thought for any real length of time about the fate of his old world. Mostly it hadn't occurred to him since he'd first laid eyes on those exalted arbors on the plateau and had experienced the joy of forests primeval. A gift, he reminded himself yet again, was this world and this life. A gift he was going to enjoy to its fullest, just as soon as his muscles stopped aching from Idraz's lessons. It helped, always, to keep things in perspective. Technology, magic, the interplay between the two, Ulrich was looking forward to seeing how these unfolded. He'd already lived a life devoid of magic, but full of technology. He could already see potential in a land saturated by the possibility of mana. Mysteries seemed to unfold before him on a daily basis. He could also see a people for whom the forces wielded by magi might make the intractable problems of his homeland trivial. Even something like refrigeration, a technology some might view as fundamental to modern existence, was rendered inconsequential before the might of arcana. Ulrich had barely experienced the civilization of Varda for a week. Who knew what other marvels were taken for granted? It was going to be fun finding out, is all of which he was certain. Looking forward, he banished the failures of his people and the scarring of their world from any further consideration. That was done, after all. Ulrich Einar of Earth was dead, and Ulrich Einar of Varda was on an adventure to discover what this land had in store for him. The uncharacteristically whimsical nature of his own mind he attributed to the endorphin rush of being pushed to physical extremes, the runner's high. Between that and the dehydration from overindulgence last night, Ulrich was, perhaps, a little loopy. Some calories and fluids would help greatly in putting things to right, so he set to the fish platter with a will. He ploughed through a near kilo of fish blackened and served over a rice-like grain of a plant aptly called river wheat. On account of it grew naturally in the shallow waters of swamps and flood plains, though this had been cultivated by the Zelasin. The cuisine returned his more usual cheer, and he turned his mind to absorb what he'd learned from Gotha and Idra while he ate. A little jam fruit and some kind of citrusy, minty tea to wash things down concluded his meal. He'd have liked to shake hands with the chef. It was delicious, especially when you considered the sheer amount of such food needed to be prepared to support the hard-training Iriellan warriors of the fortress. Guyot had taken notice of her honor's odd mood, but, as per usual, said nothing. His down moods and strange tangents of thought were generally quick to pass, and she could only aggravate them by prying. He was pushing hard, and she would see to it that nothing interfered with his developing the skills that would become swiftly necessary to hold his position when the world at large learned of the new guardian of the Plateau of Ancients. It would not do for that to happen, not yet. Part of a shadow's responsibility was to put their honor into the best position possible to cultivate alliance or defeat threats. Ulrich Einar was not ready to face those who would exploit the abundance of the elder trees or the life they sustained. Certainly not in the numbers that would come, should Pressbang be given reason to believe that the new guardian was lacking in strength or cunning. Iriel would buffer much of the worst of this. Few would risk the ire of the Deepwood elves on a whim. However, there were many forces walking the world, and not all of them could be expected to act with reason, not when untapped riches suddenly were left unattended. Her father would expect her to keep her new honor on the straightest path to power. It was her mission now. Guyot Iriel, formerly Master Hunter, and at one point well on her way to taking her mother's title of Heartwood Spear, mulled over many such things while she completed her meal. Her new place in life was bitter at times. At other times, though, she felt like she had been given a puzzle to solve. The status didn't lie. Her honor was an anomalous creature. Sometimes naive as a newborn, sometimes prescient as a wizened elf. Most of the time relaxed, almost casual about even the most critical of tidings. But there were times when a look like a hungry fellwolf was in his eyes, such as when the fool Morian had overstepped. The enigma and her father's surety that the future would include a heavy shaping by this reforged were of some relief to her. She would be there firsthand to witness the unfolding and would be in the thick of it now. When she chafed at this new arc in her life, and that was often, she recalled lamenting that her life had taken on a note of redundancy, of boredom. Hunting lesser beasts, scouting for intrusions, and acting as her father's voice in neighboring provinces when needed, it had begun to wear thin. Now she had all the novelty she could ask for, and then some. The only problem was that she had traded her previous existence for it. Ask the fate ape for a boon, and watch the finger of his paw curl. Never was the wish granted without a catch. She watched as the bizarre man finished stuffing himself, the volume of food consumed being somewhat impressive after such intense physical exertion. If he cramped, she would mock him viciously. Eager for the chance and keeping note of the time, she chivied him out of his seat that they could arrive at the Arcanum in a timely fashion. Her mothers would not be kept waiting, and she looked forward to perhaps tripping him on the way. If she could arrange it without detection. Their overt hostilities were mostly behind them now, but she still had not satisfied herself for the insult he'd given her on their first meeting. She'd only tried to kill him. He had had no call to say such things, and it would likely be years of creating small inconveniences or minor wounds before she had collected her due. She nearly smiled at the thought of exacting her punishments. Something must be in the air today, Ulrich thought. First, he'd gone on a trip down shitty memory lane, and then his shadow had been oddly pensive during the meal. Nobody had talked, of course. Iriellan didn't speak during meals as a general rule, but her expression had been off. Now an evil smirk was on her lips, and she had the look in her eyes she got when she was about to do something someone else would regret. He first considered if he was the target. Before dismissing that possibility, he'd not done anything to her worth mentioning since teasing her that morning with her dad and brother. So someone else must have done something, the poor bastard, whoever they were. In any case, he took seriously her reminder to be on time for the meeting with the dragon ladies and ignored the slight discomfort of overindulging in dinner after exercise. Off they went, the frigid air blasting Ulrich in the face like a bucket of ice water. He relished it. Winter was his favorite month of the year. Something about the stark beauty of leafless trees, a sheen of frost on branches scattering prismatic light, and the still, heavy air just did it for him. Guyot did not appear to enjoy the cold, frowning briefly at the exposure to a cutting gust of wind. Ulrich wondered briefly what his camp would look like right now, whether there would be snow on the plateau, and how that might look on the dense, skyward roof of the Elder Canopy. He didn't have long to contemplate it. They had arrived at the massive artifice that was Arcanum. Carved doors swung weightlessly on their hinges, and he followed his shadow through empty halls to the practice arena. He breathed deeply when he felt the heavily magical pressure settled comfortably upon his shoulders. Vaguely reminiscent of being underwater, the air pushed on his body in this place, like it did on the glade. He hadn't known how dense was the mana in the forest of the Forgotten, beneath the titanic arbors, until he'd descended to the forests below. It was like being on a mountaintop in comparison. The mana was much thinner. Irielhos was slightly better than the wood it guarded. The heartwood of which everything was constructed was dense with magic and radiated that aura throughout the fortress. It felt like coming home to enter this space. Down below, in the central arena, stood Gaiat's mothers. Vedir, Shore, and Bathe, each radiant in their own unique way, stood ready to begin instruction. Gaiat and Ulrich made no delay in descending the wide stair to stand before them. Almost immediately, Vedir and Bathe wordlessly took Gaiat aside to the leftmost arena, a simple gesture, enough to have her double timing to leave him standing, somewhat awkwardly, under Shore's intense scrutiny. The mask-like face and cutting ruby eyes drilled into his brain, searching for flaws and finding many, at least to Ulrich's perceptions. Eventually, the implacable elven queen let up with her stare. Relief flooded through him. He didn't know how long he could take that kind of silent judgment. She was like one of those interrogators that just kept applying pressure until the prisoner cracked. "It is good that you have returned, Glade Chief. I have thought much on what you showed us last time and will have to make adjustments based on the extent of your own experience. In many ways, this makes my task more difficult. Were you completely ignorant, I would have clear ground on which to build foundations. But you have already laid foundations, and tearing them out would be too difficult at this point." Shore began, mild annoyance seeping through. The mysterious woman suddenly grinned, and her intensity nearly burned. Leaning forward, her brassy voice held excitement that trilled alarm bells in Ulrich's brain. "But the opportunity that has arisen, a reforged that retains their memories, memories of a distant world. It contaminates your approach to magic, pervades it with oddities that I have never seen. So," the woman clapped loudly to punctuate her enthusiasm before returning to serene calm. The switch was giving him mental whiplash. "Instead," Lady Shore Iriel continued, "of trying to force you along the pre-laid track, let us throw convention to the wind and follow wherever your personal intuition leads. Let us begin by this. What is mana?" She finished, laying out the question from which she might begin to crack open Ulrich's perspective on magic. It wasn't an entirely unexpected question, but it did take him by surprise that she'd asked so quickly. A mind like a Swiss clock the woman had to have. She had surmised that the differences in Ulrich's abilities with magic, compared to his elven counterparts, lie in the fundamental basis of their interpretations of what mana was, and therefore could do. This understanding shaped everything to come: the approaches to spellwork, the limits of what some mages could do compared to others, and the advantages that insight into the nature of mana could confer to the caster. Ulrich had thought long on what mana could be and do, had spent hours in the glade staring into a campfire while his mind wandered the corridors of his own mind searching for answers. He had only the vaguest impression of pieces that fit to build a greater whole, but he also had an entire lifetime of absence in which his technocratic society had explored through mathematics and dedicated experimentation the limits of the known universe. This gave him some ideas about what mana could not be. Sometimes, knowing what a thing wasn't, a view of its negative, was better than the thing itself. Ulrich didn't worry about being wrong, most scientists, unless their impartiality had been destroyed by greed or pride, the chief sins of the scientific mind, accepted, even embraced the experience. Being wrong was merely a step along the path, sometimes a bridge across an intractable problem to discovering what was right. The journey to knowing, to solving the problem, had driven him in his old life. He no longer had that as his sole reason for being, but he still enjoyed the process of discovery. The once engineer took a few moments to arrange the stray hairs of his ideas before he began to explain his hypothesis for mana. Mana is Potential. It is possibility that can, upon reaction with what is, be made into real. Ulrich said in a measured voice. In my old world, we interpreted the universe as the moment-to-moment product of the interactions of wave-like forces, like ocean waves from different winds driving independently but forming a varying surface of the sea when they met. The sea was different in every moment, depending on what forces were at work, but the water was constant, more or less. Since coming to this world, I have come to believe that mana is the water of this universe. It is the background onto which form is given by the interaction of the forces of the cosmos. Ulrich finished, some thoughts congealing as he spoke them, where they had formerly been only impressions in his own mind. Beginning to become excited by the new paths opening, he hurried onward, before the moment passed. Potentials don't have to be real, in the moment, to exist. They describe what may happen, a reservoir of what might change in a system, the upper limit on what is possible in the future. Since mana can be, as I understand it, anything, then it represents the potential for everything that might happen. The only thing I know to call the potential for everything that was or will ever be is the universe. Mana is all, and reality is the consequence of choices and interactions between the results of those choices in the universe, imprinting that mana with definite form. Who made the first choices, or why, I do not know, any more than I know what caused the Big Bang of my old universe's birth. All I can do is conjecture that something stirred the mana to cause existence to happen. Everything else is a consequence interacting with another consequence, interacting with a choice made in the present moment to create the future, Ulrich said, getting somewhat lost in the abstractions his mind was attempting to describe. His conclusion wasn't definite, wasn't precise, didn't have the elegant beauty of a mathematical proof or a scientific law, but it didn't feel wrong either. Trust in yourself you must, young Padawan. It was a maxim from ages ago in his culture. He'd employed it against his co-workers frequently, to their irritation when he would go on to find the right path forward while following a hunch. He didn't know if his hunch here would produce similar success or hit a wall as had happened on his final project before ending up in the ancient glade. Shaw's expression didn't change in the slightest as he'd rambled. He might as well as told the floor beneath his feet for as much visible impression as he observed. But the gears were turning. They had to be. According to Bright Eyes, this elven queen was largely responsible for holding the Orlathram clans in lockstep with Iriel, by virtue of her penetrating grasp on the movements of all the players, big and small, and how they were best levered into positions she saw as most befitting her husband's shared vision for the elven people. She was also rumored by Bright Eyes to be a wildly powerful sorceress, though he'd never seen her employ overt means to obtain her ends. Arms crossed over her chest, the Crimson Sphinx's finger tapped her upper lip, as her unfocused gaze absently took in the entire room. Clearly she was processing his statements, passing them through the unfathomable to him experience of an already trained elven mage. Eventually she seemed to reach an end to her deliberations. There is an element of similarity in your conception of mana and our own, fortunately, or I would be at a complete loss as to how to create enough commonality to give you useful instruction. Let us start with the major proposition. Mana is possibility, and possibility creates reality. This is approximately the conclusion at which most mages arrive, though most do so much later in life than you have, the benefit of your previous life showing. Shaw's hand fell away from her mouth as she explained, to turn palm up. A brilliant sphere of light blossomed into existence a few centimeters above her hand, to hang still in the air. Abruptly the sphere became a roiling ball of flame. Her voice had returned to its normal melodically high pitch as she described the manipulations being enacted in her upturned palm. First is the unexpected mana, the stuff of the universe as you described it, potential. The core is an instrument that allows beings to gather this potential and refine it to a point that it takes on physicality. The stronger your core becomes, the faster it is able to do this. Pure mana can become anything. It is, as you say, possibility incarnate. We then tune this possibility to a specific outcome, doing this by harmonizing the pure mana to hold a specific form. The woman lectured calmly. This was familiar ground. He'd already sort of gotten a feel for this process when he'd worked out the basic elemental forms. It had helped greatly that he'd been given the knowledge of the primordial mana types from the Watcher. Absent that, he'd almost certainly have cindered himself or blipped himself out of existence. He kept his attention on Shaw's words as she went on with a slightly contemptuous tone. What is important for a novice mage to understand, and this is a lesson that has killed more would-be archmages than any other, is that mana cannot exist in any form that does not already exist, that has always existed. The primordial forces are laws engraved onto the universe. When you hold pure mana, you actually hold mana balanced between these primordial forms. Forgetting this places you in jeopardy of calling one of the primordial forces, of trying to create something new and, in your hubris, holding too tightly what mortals should not. To create flame, you must balance the primordials to embody motion, energy, light, heat, and so on. That means pruning out the elements of immobility, darkness, emptiness, and such. You create specific elemental mana by rearranging the balance of mana. You know this already, perhaps instinctively, because you have created elemental spells. Next, she did what he'd decided back in his rooms during his study was blatantly impossible. She transformed the ball of flame into a solid crystal of ice. Ulrich's mouth dropped open at the sight. How the fuck had she managed to do that? He didn't realize he'd said that part out loud. A small, satisfied smile appeared on the elf woman's face. Just to rub it in, she then made ice into a cylinder of water, which immediately blipped into a swirling little vortex of air, which then became a dark orb of shadow that appeared to eat light, which then became a ring of lightning. Unironic witchcraft. I see you have already fallen into one of the beginner's pitfalls. That you can cast from each of the basic elemental forms indicates you have learned to recognize the part that the primordial plays in them. You have learned to tune the balances. In doing so, you came to reason that one element could not become another because the mix of primordials was too dissimilar. Let me guess. You cannot turn one element into another unless you first return to unexpected. Her smile widened to become a true grin, as if a prank had been pulled. Ulrich was, apparently, the victim of said joke. She allowed the lightning ring to fade as she returned to her normal relaxed stance, arms lowered and hands with fingers interlaced. You have forgotten the first truth. Mana is everything that is or will be. A mage, by touching mana, touches all of possibility. What law says that any particular type of mana must always be that type? Why cannot what may be Dissidia at one moment not be Motus the next? Ever-changing is the universe, which means in flux is the nature of mana. What matters in this is that the mage wills it to be so, and that the balance is held. You thought the ratios locked into stone, as if that which you held was eternal. If you truly understand the nature of the primordials, then tuning one to the other is as easy as imagination. What is still may move, what is alive may die, what is dark may be lit, if only you will it so. That is the truth of a mage, spoke the Crimson Sphinx. Ulrich was confused. If polar opposites could become one another, then what even were they in the first place? Realization hit him like a brick, and that's about as smart as he felt when it did. It was observer effect. Mana wasn't just anything, it was everything, right up until you forced it to be something specific. Where was the electron in the box? Inside the box, until you looked, and then you forced it to be somewhere. What type of mana did he hold? All types, until he needed it to be something specific. That was why the untempered core catastrophe was inevitable. Unexpected mana was all too happy to be influenced into something specific. All you had to do was hold an expected mana close to it, and bam! Everything turns into something specifically. It was a good lesson. Thought became reality on Varda. The core, the ability to touch reality directly, was limited fundamentally by the limits placed by the caster. The universe didn't give a damn. It simply was. There was no reason for that star to be over there in that galaxy. It just happened. And if it went nova and disappeared, the universe would be essentially the same. If you wanted something to move, then move it. If you wanted it to stop, stop it. It really was that simple. But profound. Magic was far, far more dangerous than he'd imagined. You could do anything. Or at least you could try. He asked the question that burned now in his mind. What happens to a mage that attempts to will into existence something that is impossible? What happens if I try to turn back time? He asked, suspecting the truth. Shaw nodded her head in acknowledgement, happy that her student was catching on. What has already happened is no longer. It does not exist. There is no possibility left to the past, and so there is no mana. What would happen is that you would attempt to place yourself in a reality in which mana does not exist, and would, since mana is everything, cease to exist yourself, she said deliberately, making sure that he understood the implications in her direct answer. Ulrich chewed on that for a moment. Then trying to say travel into the future is like trying to become mana. You would become a part of everything and be destroyed because no individual mind can be all that might be. He ventured. Just so, Glade Chief, I am glad that you are not stupid. It bodes well for your lifespan, the woman said without sarcasm. Since you have already taken the first steps into magecraft and your understanding of mana is sufficiently nuanced, I think it best that we spend the rest of this day building upon what you already have before I begin to break new ground. It is a unique challenge, having a studied mage that has so little actual magical experience to train. I will make sure that this will be good for both of us, the Sphinx told him without inflection. Ulrich ignored the obvious double entendre. He didn't care how stacked she was. Not only was that particular bosom well spoken for, but the woman herself was downright unnerving. She made him think of a particular graduate professor of solid-state electronics and quantum computing. The man had a way of being able to use only words that you knew to hold a conversation that was outright impossible to follow. Ulrich had attended the man's lectures, all of them, had sat in on various optional presentations of his research, hoping to find a clue what the hell he was talking about, all for naught. The words were familiar, but they were employed in such a way as to be entirely foreign, like speaking to a chaos beast from another dimension. The man's brain just did not function on the same wavelength as everyone else's. Sure, Ariel was the same sort of creature. Trying to follow her train of thought was like finding the end of a Moebius strip. And worse, she knew it and enjoyed dragging her victims into the deep water like a siren singing sailors to their deaths. The remainder of the lesson was mostly Shaw confusing Ulrich with abstract descriptions on matters Ulrich had already considered well settled in his own mind. That she was able to confuse him so easily made it patently obvious that he needed to go back to the drawing board with a few things. For all of the headache he ended up with, the time was well spent. By the end of it, Ulrich had a better grasp on certain parts of his methods for casting his basic spells and some hints on how to improve them. Among the things Shaw discussed that were not obtuse was the ranks attached to his spells. He had evolved his voltaic grip, and, in doing, learned for himself that heightening your understanding of your own spells to be able to make them do different things allowed them to evolve. Any one spell could serve as a starting point to branch out into different spells. The ranks on a spell indicated the completeness of your mastery of any one spell, the fluency of its casting, and the precision of its power. The old adage was apt, practice makes perfect. Small adjustments in mana flows, improvements in direction of power, or subtle refinements in visualization to more fully see the spell to its intended outcome, all of these caused a particular spell to rank up. The ranks seemed to Ulrich arbitrary, but Shaw assured him that there was a very qualitative difference in the outcome between a mage casting a rank 1 Sunlance and a rank 5 Sunlance. The rank 1 mage would require a completely cloudless sky, a minute to gather the light necessary to ignite their spell, and its power would spread over a circular area of a meter or two in diameter that could set logs ablaze, while the rank 5 mage could cast under a thunderstorm in a matter of a few moments and produce a beam of solar energy a finger width that would sublimate metal. By her own words, it was rare the mage that could bring a spell to rank 5 to obtain the Akashic designation of a master rank spell. Such was generally used as one of the preconditions to be called an archmage. When Ulrich asked Shaw if she could cast rank 5 spells, she only quirked her lips slightly. For all future purposes, he was going to consider any spell of which Shaw professed familiarity as being at rank 5. She gave off that kind of vibe. He wasn't the only one who had been run through the ringer. Gaiat looked much worse for the wear, and Ulrich wasn't sure he should even ask. Her first act on returning to his side was to glare at him like he'd slapped her bottom and asked for a sandwich, before a harried glance at her mother's dissolved the hate gaze into a carefully blank slate. If Shaw hadn't already cooked his circuits, he would have been completely baffled, but he was well beyond the capability by that point. "Tough day?" he asked innocently. Veda and Bath Iriel turned mildly put-out gazes to their daughter and spoke in unison. "She is stubborn," the elf women said, musical frustration in their voices. Vedia continued with heat enough to burn the unwary, and thinks too highly of herself for one of so little experience. "You are 100 years too young to argue with me, Sproutling. Now go to your honor and be grateful that he does not have you scrubbing his small clothes when you show him temper." Guyet wilted under the scolding and visibly tried to summon the ground to close over her. Alas, this magic was beyond her. Ulrich cleared his throat mildly and made for a tactical retreat. "Thank you, Lady Shaw, for your instruction. I can't claim to understand all of it, but I will do as best as I can to remember and give it due attention. Already you've helped me to see a few failings that need addressing," he told her earnestly. "Ladies Vedir, Bathe, thank you as well for taking care of my shadow. I'm sure she grows under your tutelage," he continued. Bathe made a sound very similar to a snort, though, of course, a lady as refined as she would not be responsible for such a sound. Vedir made no bones about her stance on things. "She had better, or I might yet cut her short," said the dark woman with the loving urge to murder only a parent knows for their children. Well, that fairly well put a dash of cold water down his shorts. Hastily he bade them good evening and managed to prevent his rapid walk from turning into a run. Awkward silence accompanied their walk back to the apartments. Ulrich had grown old enough to know when to keep his mouth shut and employed that wisdom when they entered, merely offering a polite good night to his shadow when she fled to her small room. The day had been long, very long. Shrugging it off, Ulrich stripped down to skin and turned down the mana lamps before laying down in his bed. Sleep claimed him immediately. Reforged Chapter 24, Labor's Fruit. Ulrich's waking from dreams of being chased by a giant cobra, wielding a laughing crimson sword in its mouth while dragons circled overhead, did not bode well. The misapprehension that followed through the morning meal was not misplaced when that day went much like the one before it. Ulrich got his ass kicked, metaphorically, physically, and magically, for an entire week. Instructor Gotha began in his usual fashion and then saw fit to bless his students with an exceedingly thorough rendition of the trade purposes for refined azure cedar bark. The historical and modern trade routes, both domestic and foreign, for it, the customs laws of those nations through whose borders the bark passed, and finally the market environment for bark product sales. Ulrich was starting to see the point of the exercise as each day unfolded into the next. A comprehensive whole of elven civilization was starting to emerge in that dusty, dry room. Listening to that dusty, dry Gotha, elves didn't teach from a set of specific fundamental concepts and then try to use a specific example to elucidate the concept, at least that wasn't Gotha's philosophy. The wizened creature introduced a common or obvious object and then began to unwind the role that object played in elven life. From its location for foraging or proper cultivation to its harvesting, then its usages as an edible construction material, medicine, or more arcane applications as alchemicals, then to the methods utilized to process it, depending on those uses, and then to the means and methods for its transport and distribution to market. At all times, the old elf told the story from the perspective of the gatherer or craftsman or trader that was interacting with the item in question. The lessons were then deeply rooted to the role of the individual. There was no doubt as to how the instructed material applied to a particular elf's life. All was immediately applicable, if not for every single individual. The concepts being taught were not outright stated. There was no lesson whose objective could be trade laws of Orlithrum. Instead, if one paid attention, they began to grasp that each nation taxed and tariffed items according to their own needs for goods or to protect their own production. The important overarching ideas became self-evident as the elf went through the seemingly arbitrary description of the lineage of usage for the item in question. By the fourth item, this one being cause of lesser beasts, Ulrich was catching on to how Orlithrum society, economy, and governance operated and how it interacted with the other nations, with a special emphasis, of course, on Iriel's role in the Confederation. That role turned out to be fascinating. Iriel was mostly self-sufficient, but acted as the main economic source of procurement for high-rarity commodities via the hunters of the deep wood, who were tasked with venturing into the extreme danger of the wilderness to gather valuable herbs or reagents. Hunters were both the main persistent military arm of Iriel and its most critical economic asset. In addition to supplying the bountiful plants, insects, or saps unique to the region, which were highly sought after in other nations and thus whose procurement brought astronomical wealth, they would also hunt and harvest specific monsters, oftentimes those deemed too hazardous for a regular Irielian hunter or forest materials cultivators and gatherers, called gardeners, to handle. Hunters would also scout the forest to reconnoiter and guard locations for craftsmen, to make temporary camps where they would procure and process materials at a larger scale than a single scout, on site from more remote locations distant from the settled regions of the wood. Then hunters, alongside their gardener companions, acted as cultivators of the entire forest. Safe trails for travel were scouted and marked, symbolic annotations describing dangers or boons to the particular length of the trail, which was then tended by the gardeners, creating an effective elven highway system through the wood. Because the elves did not set up permanent camps in the deep wood, and those camps were moving frequently, so as to leave the harvest sites alone long enough to recover swiftly, the wilderness was relatively unscathed. Years could go by between harvestings, meaning that there was a relatively minimal impact on any particular region by their activity. It was a completely sustainable model of civilization. The Irielen took only enough for their needs and never to the point of damaging the land that supported them. This is where it got interesting. Because the hunters were so good at it, other tribes hired the Irielen hunters to do the same for them. They had their own craftsmen, their own means of production, their own specialties, and their own traditions, but none did what Irielen hunters did as efficiently or as well. This made the hunter not just an instrument of raw material acquisition, but a critical part of Orlithrum policing. Because the hunters were always out, always roaming the lands, they had the additional role of stopping poaching, smuggling, and border control. That resulted in these scouts serving as the backbone of Orlethrum's military coordination. Reports were sent to the local village heads, sent to the regional tribe rulers, kept those leaders abreast of the goings-on of their more remote lands. That information would then travel to Iriel itself when the hunters rotated home, their reports going to the ruling lesser and greater houses, and, eventually, to the overlord of Iriel, Bald RT, Lord of the Deep Wood, and his inner circle. That meant that Iriel had a particularly sensitive role in ensuring the bedrock effectiveness of trade and defense. It was the hub for information gathered from across Orlithrum. While other lands had far more importance for logistics or production, or for economy, such as Actinia with its fishing, oceanic salt production among other goods, and a vast network of shipping routes, or Zelasin with their great water-driven mills and their transportation along the great river that bisected the continent, it was the Irielen that served as the first responders, cartographers, and minute men of the Elven Confederacy. As he sat in his rooms, jawing through a hard, though tasty bread and a bowl of some mystery stew, 10 beating days after the recommencement of his bargained instruction, nagging details started to accumulate, building an itch in his thoughts. Slowly, the picture began to come into focus for Ulrich. There had been many question marks earlier on, starting with his encounter with the not Viking raiders and Bright Eyes. He'd shelved it then, having more pressing matters. It had arisen again as, the more he learned about the elves, about Orlithrum, and about their relationships with their northern neighbor, ruled by the heavily maligned Prosper. As his lessons had continued, his short discussions with Gaiat here, or a chance meeting with Bright Eyes there, a random statement from Idra when he wasn't making millimeter corrections to Ulrich's joints, and an afternoon spent studying a set of maps sent by duty at a request page to Bald RT, all of it added up, and he got a better feel for what sort of world he had been dropped into, as well as the current geopolitical climate. The more he learned, the less sense any of it made. And then, as he learned more still, sitting here in his borrowed room, suddenly the more sense it made. The northern nation of Prespang, consisting of a bunch of pseudo-independent city-states of beastkin and humans, was unified under rule by the leadership that built and occupied their fortress city Prosper some 800 years ago. Historically, Prosper was reliant on elven trade to access the southern seas and the resources of the great forests. However, by controlling the access point of Zealous, with the vast continent-splitting inland sea Vatin, they were heavily dominant over the northern half of the continent and lusted greatly after sea access to expand their power. They also needed those trade routes to access the dwarven craftsmen located in the Heaven's Reach Divide, the massive mountain range that split the eastern side of the continent, between Vatin, who ran all the way to the frozen glaciers of Everwinter in the north, and the Eastern Ocean. The elves had colonized the southern reaches of the continent long before human and beastkin settlers came to the land. Thus the great river, nigh unto a narrow moving sea itself, the coasts, and the only two large navigable passes through the massive mountain range were all under the umbrella of at least one of the tribes of Orlithrum, giving them massive influence on procurement and movements of goods on the continent. The ruling party of Prosper, which had been explained to Ulrich by Bright Eyes to consist of a consortium of merchant kings, was angling to break the elven control of the southern half of the continent, having become aggressively expansionist and ever more chafing at having to accede to elven trade agreements, despite the bounty they brought. One way to do that was to gain control of the Zealous, though it lay in the near geographical center axis of the continent and thus ran directly through Orlethrem. It was also jealously guarded by the Zelasin. Another way was to forge across the northern reaches to the east and establish ports on the northeastern coast, which had been done, though that ran into problems in the Eastern Ocean that hadn't been clarified to Ulrich and took much longer. It wasn't efficient enough to leverage power from their elven neighbors, at least not with acceptable profit margins for the heads of Prosper. Or they could try to seize one of the two great passes from the Malondi, the Highland Elves. That was open war, which had been avoided for the same reason as wrestling control away from the Zelasin. The western expanse was even worse, but due to geography. The winds blew east to west and crossed the continent by first climbing the Heaven's Reach Divide. Passing over the mountains, the prevailing winds then continued on over the continent, including the inland sea Vatin, before reaching the ancient plateau, with its colossal forest, before descending to rush over the western expanse to the ocean. That meant that the eastern coast was a rainforest, as the air currents were forced over the mountain range, cooled and dropped heavy precipitation. The rapidly cooling air also produced the permanent snow coverage and glaciers that sat on the mountains and fed the Zealous and Vatien. Thus, in this passage, the air became more arid. Vatin recharged the wind somewhat with moisture, but then that skyward current hit the plateau, the great several-kilometer-high wall pushing the flows up rapidly to cool again, raining heavily over Iriel and Celestin, before continuing on over the plateau, where it was then harvested of its water by the kilometer-high arboreal monoliths. All of this added up to make the western expanse of the continent a vast desert. Water was nearly impossible to find, most of it having either dropped at the face of the plateau or been scraped from the air by the hungry trees that towered above. No rivers flowed from that side of the Plateau of Ancients to the western coast. The desert, called the Great Drakla, killed nearly everyone who attempted to cross it. Establishing trade routes from the Vatin to the plains was difficult, but done. Pushing those trade routes from the northern part of the continent around the massive plateau, then west across the Drakla or south to the sea, was impossible for the Valin kingdoms and city-states, even with the assistance of magic. The elves could have done it with their long lifespans and incremental persistence over centuries, but they had never seen the point and left the desert to cultivate its sand in peace. That left the plateau itself. The land was uninhabited, except for the monsters, a wealth untold if one survived to claim it, and rich with resources untouched for eons. It was easily navigable. It spanned halfway from the northern half of the continent to the southern half of the continent and provided a large enough coastal access to build a trade colony on the Western Ocean. For the purposes of the powers that be in Prespang, it was perfect, except for all those pesky elves insisting that it be left alone. And the murderous greater beast, the forest lord that killed everything that crossed the threshold of its domain, that couldn't flee to the canopy fast enough. The forest lord was no more, a tale as old as time then, in Ulrich's mind. A bunch of rich old men wanted to get richer. Somewhere there was a land rife with unexploited wealth being guarded by a bunch of inhuman savages who also somehow had a civilization too strong and prosperous to destroy outright. The solution was clear: dissolve that civilization through infighting, graft, assassination, and, if needs be, war against its weaker tribes, if it could be done without mobilizing the greater part of the Orlathrem. The objective was to gain, through one of these means, access to a militarily unbreakable choke point, or leverage to hold a massive economic advantage, or both. The problem was that the current head honcho of the Confederacy was a hardliner with a chip on his shoulder. Balder T. Iriel held the reins of power and had no love for Prosper, thanks to events long out of living memory for the current leadership. Any attempt at aggressive action now against either Zelasin or Melond would almost certainly have the elves mobilizing all forces. The same was likely true if they tried to colonize the sacred woodland to harvest from the forest of the Forgotten in its canopy. Some way was needed to neutralize this leadership or to cast doubt on it, such that a rapid, concerted response would not be available should Prosper's gambit to take control of either the plateau or a mountain pass be attempted. The river was out, too centralized, too long, too easy to be cut off and destroyed. That left an attack on a potentially fortified defensive position packed with elves, or a try at grabbing the Holy Land of the savages. Ulrich knew which one he would try. Ulrich was starting to get suspicious about those supposed poachers. How would a lowly group of poachers get so deep into Iriel undetected? The more he learned about the deep woods folk, the less likely it seemed that they would have allowed such an incursion to reach so far. Add on to that, not only had they penetrated a dense, dangerous foreign territory undetected, but they had also, by sheer chance, stumbled across the young son of the single man who was the linchpin of the Orlathrem defense, alone. No, sir. No, that just did not add up in Ulrich's mind. Nobody gets that lucky. What then? Ulrich concentrated on the separate pieces, laying them out, as his spoon circled idly in the stew broth, his fingers snapping away beneath the table. A group of poachers, but too many to be poachers. More men made harder hunting and more chance of discovery, and only 3 or 4 would be needed to take most lesser beasts. They weren't very experienced at slaying beasts either, as they had demonstrated against the wounded Shadow Panther and Venom Bolt Viper. Poachers that travelled in too large a group to be effective and also sucked at hunting beasts. So obviously they weren't poachers, now that he'd had time to mull things over. Probably more like a squad of special action folk, either domestic operatives good at flying under radar or a very effective mercenary group. Probably more likely to be mercenaries. The attack on the greater beasts didn't make any sense otherwise. That reeked of a lack of discipline, a perceived chance to get rich in spite of the risks to their objective. A well-trained group of stealthy state actors would have kept the mission in mind and passed on by, leaving no traces and taking no chances. Then there was the fact that they had attacked an elven royal with his attendant and friend alone, with a scenario that felt more and more like a setup. That took intel, the good stuff, times and places, a who, where, and when sort of thing. How the fuck had they gotten that kind of information? And then they had taken their quarry, and instead of crossing through Iriel east to the Zealous, or north to pass through the lowland forest and plains to get to Prespang, they ascended the Ancient's Gate to the plateau. Nobody did that. Nobody who wanted to live long. The Forest Lord was waiting up there. Unless, somehow, you knew it wasn't. Again, intelligence of surpassing quality. Those child-murdering fucks had way too much information to not have a backer with deep pockets. The more he turned it around in his head, the more he felt like he was onto something. Consider also that Baldert Iriel, in all his years and with 3 surpassing advisors in his wives, had immediately locked down the entirety of Orlathrem and sent its people into their hidden sanctuaries. 0 to mark fuck it, and without a single body to make the judgment. No, they'd spotted it already, all the way back then. Not poachers, hired guns there to take a hostage and try to force one of Prosper's most dangerous adversaries off the field. A silent declaration of war to which Baldert had responded immediately by putting his people on DEFCON 5. Ulrich was now certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that whoever was running things in Prespang had exactly no fucking idea who they were dealing with. Even if they'd gotten Bright Eyes all the way back to some secret prison, gotten proof of his capture to Iriel to try to force negotiations with the Orlathrem crown using his son as collateral, what then? Did they honestly think they could just keep Bright Eyes a hostage for the literal centuries he would live? Or that the elves would just sit and allow a royal family to be murdered? Ulrich would bet all the gold in the world nothing was going to keep skin on those idiots when the shit hit the fan. Forget about Geert, who would likely have made sleeping a capital offense for any pressbang soldiers in the field. Ulrich didn't want to even think about what would happen if Vedir went to work on them. Shaw probably had tactical nukes in her cleavage and a joyous itch to use them. He'd watched Bathe jump across a football field-size arena like you'd sidestep a puddle and strike a man hard enough to launch him through dense hardwood furniture like it was balsa wood. And then there was the man himself, the Blood Moon. Baldert had, by all accounts, decimated Prosper when he had learned of his son's murder by pirates hired by the merchant lords of that city. He killed so many people his lunar mana soaked with blood, turning crimson, and left that place in shambles after having slaughtered the ruling lords and their families. All of their families. It was a deed he much regretted, and while the moonlit berserker class carried some element of memory loss during the rage that eased his burden, he worked to avoid subsequent conflict in the coming centuries. Still, the violence did have the intended result: peace. The raiding, the pirates, the mafioso thuggery, it all came to a halt overnight. No one wanted to risk the ire of the young Lord of the Deep Wood. Stories were told, centuries passed. Stories became just that. Stories. Myths. A ghost tale around campfires meant to spook children with the horror of that nightmarish happening. The old greedy bastards, once culled, were replaced eventually by new greedy bastards. Inevitably does the cream of humanity seem to rise to the top. Now, here they were. Ulrich had come into Varda at a turning point in history, had seemingly become something of a fulcrum about which the region would be directed into the future. He had slain the aged beast that had, for millennia, closed the plateau from serious consideration. Now it was back in play. And now time enough had passed that men born to power, unwise in its use, and uncaring of the lives lost in its exercise or expansion, had turned their gaze from history's lessons to gaze on a gilded future. If only they could do something about those blasted knife ears. A tale as old as time, Ulrich thought again. History repeats itself, locking peoples into a grand cycle they cannot see because it stretches through generations, unless someone records it. A new dawn's light poured into Ulrich's room. He'd been so exhausted by the rigors of his perpetual training that he'd slept early, not far after sun's down, and rose late, just in time to greet the twins as they crested the horizon of frosted branches. Standing under the iridescent glimmer of winter mornings, in Irielhos, Ulrich ran through his new morning tradition of a balance beam routine under a blindfold. Of course, the balance beam was in his head, and the blindfold was his eyelids, tightly shut and no peeking thank you very much. Still, his feet moved with increasing sureness from day to day. He wavered, he windmilled, and at times he planted his bare arse on the floor hard enough to resolve to do better on the next go. 10 times going and 10 times coming, every morning and every night. It was becoming a very zen way of life, this kinesthetic hello and goodbye to every day. Doing the evening runs with shaky legs, courtesy of Idras, and the beating throb of a mana exhaustion headache, from one of 3 bewitching tormentors, just added spice to the thing. Life is suffering. Pain is weakness leaving the body. Failure is the cocoon of success. There is no spoon. Ulrich used every mantra he had to persevere through this hell week. In the background of it all was the budding conception that maybe he had started a war by being born, reforged, whatever. The reality was that portentous times were coming to this little corner of Varda. War loomed like the winter's herald, foretelling a season of bleakness. For somebody at least, increasingly Ulrich was sure it would not be for the elves of Iriel. Like sandpaper pulling the rust off an axe blade, the warriors of the Irielan ground to a razor's edge in their combat readiness. Disciplines that had languished in peacetime were honed under the hawkish eyes of career soldiers and the more bloody-minded hunters. Nowhere was that more apparent than under the tender mercies of Idra Halbert, that greatest practitioner of the dance, leader of the Irielan Royal Guard, and who could be considered the first sword of Iriel. Veteran guardsmen, hardened fighters with literal centuries of experience under their belts, vomited onto the floor and burned with fatigue. Mock duels, formation fighting, shooting drills, and combat routines involving being struck with wooden poles While executing maneuvers, all of these were employed to burn weakness from their form. Before any of that, though, first and foremost, stance work. Footwork was where a warrior was born, and footwork was where he or she died for Idras. It was grinding, the endless adjustments, the numbing repetition, the exhausting pace. Guyot had become a full-time stance chiropractor. Movement, adjustment. Movement, adjustment. Like waves in the ocean, he didn't feel like he was getting any better. Once, in a moment of tired stupidity, Ulrich asked when he would be taught how to fight with a spear, knife or sword. Idra had, incredulously, asked him what in the hells he thought he'd been doing all this time. Ulrich had answered unsatisfactorily, to which Idra told him that, "You can barely walk correctly. I cannot, in good conscience, confuse you with something to occupy your hands," and summarized his position as he had at the beginning. "Any time that you believe yourself ready, I will accept a spar." Ulrich avoided that trap. As well he had. 2 visiting warriors from other tribes, one from the plains folk, the Lagranel, and one from the mysterious clan Nari that had no specific home that they would admit to, the Hidden, asked for a spar from the fabled weapon master. They got what they wanted, and Idra beat them with a short sword made of some kind of rubbery sapling that made a sound like a bullwhip when he struck, which he did often and with such precision that not a single wound overlapped with another. Pride kept them going well past sense. They didn't want to concede in front of their host brethren. Pride earned them significantly more pain than silence. Another lesson that the attendant warriors were eager to learn, at another's expense, from their commander. Never a hair of the elf's head did either one of those warriors touch, nor did they, at any time, get a practice blade so much as halfway through a strike without being parried, counterattacked, or found themselves swinging at empty air. Idras fought like a particularly hateful breeze. No one of the attendant elves laughed. They all knew he could and would do it to them as easily. One younger warrior, at a tender 60-some years old, had become fast friends with Ulrich. They bantered at one another regularly, criticism levied at one another to spur them on, physical deformities mentioned in passing, inferences about the origins of their parentage. It was all in good fun. Despite the seriousness of their work, the brown and green flecked eyes of the elf always seemed to hold a joke just on the verge of utterance. The young elf, named Kreust, was promptly bequeathed the simplification to simply Christ by Ulrich for his insistence on a near-daily spar with Idra. Christ claimed, with some sound reasoning, that if he was going to daily be beaten by the best, he might one day become him. That the young elf had, at an exceedingly rapid pace for Iriellan warriors, proven himself worthy to be a royal guard indicated his talent. He remained humble in the face of his living god Idra, however. He didn't go to the extremes of the former 2 elves, but instead bowed out gracefully after what amounted to 3 mortal blows. As he had done this daily, however, he had a growing collection of wounds, hence the nickname Christ, for the long-forgotten flogged god of Ulrich's ancestors. Idra thought it amusing and wasn't as harsh with the youth as he might have otherwise been. For his own part, the young elf, handsome, tanned, though not dark as Guyot and her ilk, and with straight brown hair shaved along the sides of his head, gathered into a short, bushy tail on the back, wore his growing bruises with pride, and drank knowledge like a sponge from the master. Elsewhere, the old boy was not fucking around these days, and as winter's cold sharpened the air, so did Idra harden his men. After his reprimand and the spars, Ulrich redoubled his efforts, shut his gob, and worked to learn what Idras had to teach, which was frankly more than he would ever be able to take in. The elf shat with better swordsmanship than any other warrior in the citadel. Outside of the physical punishment, his lessons with the ladies Iriel were picking up steam. Vadir had recreated each of his original spells, or shown him their likenesses that she had already mastered. Speed, power, control, all head and shoulders above what he'd managed. The only exception to that rule was in 2 areas: his Absolute Zero and his Siron spells. Shaw said that Absolute Zero was locked behind knowledge Ulrich alone possessed, a philosophy that, even after he attempted to convey it, somehow was too lacking for them. They were certain that an attempt to cast that specific spell would be lethal. Siron, for similar reasons, was an elemental form at which Ulrich found he had talent. He was on his way to theorizing a construction he was certain would produce potent magnetism. Between Shaw's conceptual groundworks and Vedir's direct coaching, Ulrich was put through the process of shaping mana, manipulating it into spellworks considered common for novices. Gathering water from the air to make fog, a globe of light, smoothing rough stone or roughing smooth stone, a small vortex of air that could lift heavy dust, a zone of air that would resist heating so long as it remained in close contact with the ground, that kind of thing. Minor workings, Shaw called them. Heavy improvements in utilizing his mana is what Ulrich called them. He did also learn to make a series of between 4 and 9 dense, remarkably hot, marble-sized fireballs that could be fired in sequence or all at once, or which could be made to spin to form a basketball-sized shield of flame capable of stopping arrows. Guyot proved it by shooting a few at him, unbidden, when he had asked what it could do later that night. The small streams of cinders that bounced off his clothes when they passed through his shield had not harmed him, but he cursed at her soundly, and, the next day, Shaw wrapped her in a coat of ice and made her wear it for the entire duration of the lesson, having somehow learned of the event. He knew not from where, as he'd not mentioned it. Eyes in the portraits, and the walls had ears, he supposed. Guyot had apologized later for the prank when they were in private, so at least she was scared of something, if not of him. That didn't stop Ulrich from dumping a surreptitiously gathered globe of chilled to near-freezing water on top of her while they bathed. She declared the bath off-limits for pranks after the howls of laughter from present kin eventually stopped. Ulrich agreed, satisfied that his point was made, and not wanting to lose that one bastion of solace, though lose it he would if she persisted in that kind of uncalled-for tomfoolery. Arrows were dangerous, and he was far from a master spellcaster. If he'd blown the spell, he'd have been perforated, and he only had one liver, so far as he knew. He had come to awareness, probably slower than he should have, that his shadow had not fallen so far from the clown tree as she first seemed. The woman was engaged in a guerrilla war, setting small ambushes, and planning minor nuisances, all under the guise of feigned innocence and prim decorum. She probably thought he hadn't noticed, mostly because he wasn't sure how he was going to retaliate, and so pretended ignorance. He could just order her to stop, but that was no way to go about winning the game. No, he would have to be better than that. For now, he was willing to take small losses while he crafted a deeper victory. Spellwork continued. He had been unable to manage any other completely new spells, other than the Cinder Pearls and their Cinder Shield evolution. What he had managed was to improve all of his current spells by at least 1 rank. Stone Wall was at rank 4, and he was getting better at making it into definite shapes, rather than crude blocks. He felt like he was on the cusp of something involving moving liquefied regions of stone around the ground, like a puddle he controlled. If he put that under someone's feet and locked it solid, they'd be trapped until they could break the stone free. Iceblade was denser, sharper, and chilled things faster at rank 3. Windscythe reached rank 5 yesterday after he'd played around with the vacuuming effect that he'd employed to accelerate it. Following some casual suggestions from Shaw and steady coaching from Vedir's own more mature Kylum spells, many of which were complex things that cloaked her form from sight with twisted air, deadened the sound of her steps, and permitted her to stride across empty space like a ghost. The spell now had a form of auto-targeting. It created a wind tunnel for itself from its destination that both accelerated the compressed air blade and drew it to its target. His control had grown to create blades dense enough that they would no longer disintegrate. The tunnel could be curved, allowing Ulrich to create several small blades that had unpredictable attack vectors. Coupled with their near invisibility, it was a hell of a spell for inflicting wounds on unarmored targets. Best of all, unless the opponent used a spell or mana pulse to shed the tiny threads of Kylum that anchored it, it would not miss and would follow them at ever-increasing velocity, meaning that the harder they worked to avoid it, the more dangerous it got. Baith's instruction proved to be the most fundamentally important, as it represented an area in which he had no real prior experience. Evoking was a matter of practice and concentration. Understanding the nature of the arcane was like a physics lesson. But body magic on the level of Baith's was a completely different thing altogether. Baith used her core to saturate her entire body with mana, binding its tissues in a protective layer of magic that also enhanced it. Most master mages managed to do something similar, to heighten their physicality. Nearly every non-mage class possessed some form of body augmentation skill, at some point, though mostly of a damage reduction variety. Ulrich didn't even know where to start. Infusing mana into his flesh was not the same at all as circulating it through his core. It had to be done extremely slowly, at his level, with tiny amounts of mana and with the utmost precision. Bathe could, for all intents and purposes, do a full-body overcharge that let her multiply her strength exponentially. At the more casual levels, she was merely 5 times as strong as she should have been. If that doesn't sound like a lot, wait until someone uses one finger to lift you off the ground, or moves faster than you can see to kick a hole through a rock wall without so much as a scrape. He had been suitably impressed until she had Vedir hit her with a softball-width copy of his hydro cutter and tanked it without a bruise. Ulrich had carved through Forest Lord Bone with that spell. When he realized that the dainty, beautiful creature in front of him could probably have beaten one of the great terrors of the continent to death with her fists, he became more appropriately terrified of her. She hadn't done anything to reduce that when, in his first 2 days of struggle with the process, even with the other 2 assisting him, he couldn't figure out how it was supposed to work. This fickle inner magic. So she laid a casual hand on his chest, directly over his core, and moved his mana for him. Directly, with no effort on his own part, Bathe Iriel hijacked the mana inside his body to move it according to her direction, showing him the way to properly manipulate his own magic. Just as easily she could have turned his mana against him, destroyed him from the inside. She was a chi-wielding mana monk, dialed to 12 out of 10. Fucking hell. Ulrich was slow in this practice, but he could feel the benefits. Ever so slightly, he had bumped up the toughness of his body to the point that his belt knife only penetrated his finger with a fair bit of pressure instead of the near-instant wounds it produced at the slightest touch before. These were the sorts of improvements that could keep him alive in a place full of monsters, both those that roamed the wilds and those that walked on 2 legs. So it was, on this 11th day, he found the slightest optimism blooming in his heart. Troubles were a-coming, but they just might be biting off more than they could chew. A knock on the inner door showed growth of a different kind. By all that was good and growing, his shadow had learned common courtesy. Somewhere between the ice prison, the frigid water bath, and whatever the hell went on between her and her mother's while he was having his mystical juices squeezed like a Tropicana, she was almost ready to take places. Ulrich was under no illusions. A rose by any other name would not sting the hand any less than should one brush up against Gaiat Iriel. Their running gag war would not abate, and Ulrich had to admit she kept him on his toes. Easy to relax over much when you were being as well kept as he was under Boldar T's hospitality. He dressed into a set of regular old warrior silks, they having quickly become his favorite go-to clothing. That leather and bone armor would feel like canvas the next time he wore it. Decency, at least of out appearance, obtained, he called to permit his shadow entry. The carved door, all leaves, limbs, and woven patterns, vaguely Celtic, swung open to reveal the tall, dark-skinned beauty that had, through various acts of foolishness by the both of them, become his effective servant, man-at-arms, and personal assassin. In she walked all leopard grace and deadly intent. Viridian eyes flecked with bronze scanned the room, cataloguing everything in it, before fixing him with its habitual glare. Even after the near 2 weeks of his stay in Irielhos, her entry still acted like a too bright light, capturing his attention by instinct. At least he no longer went all deer in headlights around her. Just as well, she'd probably find a way to bother him if she knew to what extent her sudden appearance disturbed his inner peace. She already had a tremendously annoying way of finding that exact moment wherein silence had reigned long enough for him to grow comfortable to lay a non sequitur on him and thereby prevent his ever forgetting she was there. It was on purpose. She knew it, he knew it, and she knew he knew she knew it. He should have told her to come in while he was still naked, the sight of his tanned, hairy rump punishment for her perpetual distraction. But no, she had knocked, and he couldn't break the unspoken rules of courtesy. Another way, then. "Good morning, Gaiat. I trust the morning finds you well. No bruises today bargained for by trading lip with your mother?" he asked. A slight flinch, followed by a grimace. "Ah," he sighed internally, wunderbar. He hadn't been sure, not entirely, but she had been slightly too adamant about standing during dinner, claiming an ache in her leg. A mild hitch in her step when one of those pouches strewn about her belt came down a little too jarringly against her hip on the stairs. It was worth spending an arrow, and rewarding when the shot struck truly. My bruises or their absence will not interfere with my duties, Glade Chief. They grow easier by the day as your movements slow. She lilted at him, her tone trying to hide temper. The remark passed wide of its target. He had watched a seasoned soldier have to have a medic use healing magic on crippled legs when they'd cramped from stance work so hard the muscles had pulled. If you weren't in pain after Idra's training, you weren't trying. The only reason he wasn't completely incapacitated was his freakish physiology. Briefly, he was tempted to fight dirty and openly lament that she could not share his suffering by joining them in training. That was a blow too low, though. It very much wounded Guyot that she was no longer welcome among her old comrades as one of their members. There was a difference between trading barbs and trying to truly wound. A different tack, since she'd brought up the topic. I am glad that your service does not burden you. I would free you if I could, but alas, your father insists that the terms for your duty are lifelong. What was it that Lady Baith said about master mages trained in body magic, such as she has been teaching me, that they are known to live for hundreds and hundreds of years, well beyond the span of most of their kin? I am afraid that long indeed may be your indenture, if you do your job well. He rejoined, scoring another point. He could see it scrawled across her face, as it had been when Baith had told him in her hearing before they parted, that archmages were so long-lived. She had been prepared for her sentence to last a century or so. That it might continue well into the lifespan of even her kin was despair. It did not bother him that she should be so aggrieved at the thought of the duration of her term. He would have considered suicide if it were him. Fresh this blow was, across stinging revelation, and she bit her lip without returning fire. He was in fine form today, and she knew it. Guyot knew when he was on top of his game and chose silence rather than take any more punishment. Ulrich took his win with some degree of smugness. Taking points off any of the Iriels was a thing well done. They were, to a one, not easy targets. It was odd that they should engage in this ritual of casual sparring, but sarcasm was Ulrich's true language, and Guyot seemingly didn't know how to talk to anyone but Bright Eyes and Idra without demeaning them. Certainly her cheek was landing her in hot water with her mother's, now that they had taken a more direct hand in her education. A short talk with Bright Eyes, in response to Ulrich's half-sarcastic question about how Veda hadn't drowned her daughter, revealed that in those days, following the blood moon rising over Prosper and the closing of Iriel to any but elven kin or those directly permitted, Vedia had been much absent. Hunting intruders and border runners, she had driven like her Heartwood Spear namesake into the organized efforts to undermine the seclusion announcement. Like the act of seclusion of old, buried beneath the sea Japan in his world, there had been many who stood to turn a profit breaking the embargo on movement between the northwestern part of the continent and the southwestern coast, with Iriel lying between. Apparently, hanging the bodies of a couple of dozen of their leaders at a time from the woodline discouraged even hardened smugglers and border runners. But it had taken time, and in that time Guyot had been left largely to her own devices. It had not served her well. What her self-imposed isolation and relentless pursuit of vengeance had done to increase her hunter's craft, it had only magnified in her insociability. Which Ulrich had to admit he understood well. It closely mirrored his own descent into hermitude. That was why he was convinced that her mothers were trying to break her bad habits, and why he didn't so much take it personal that she had a bad attitude towards being, essentially, a bodyguard manservant. What she needed badly was a friend. He was pretty sure that he couldn't be that, and her honor, her keeper, not at the same time. That was even assuming he would be able to find enough common ground with her to achieve such a monumental task. Ironic that he could so easily see now in the alien woman what he'd failed to see in himself before it had essentially killed him. He'd imploded under the weight of his own largely avoidable pressures and his spiral of self-destructive behaviors. Death was amazing therapy, really gave a man some perspective. Having established that, today at least, he was the more able verbal jouster, Ulrich beckoned to the tray of breads, cheeses, fruit, and a delicious tea that had been brought early this morning for breakfast. It had been a simple thing to ask for a breakfast tray, and the duties had done wonderfully with their choices of repast. He needed to give them something to thank them for their incredible efficiency. Put it on the list, Ulrich thought. Silence, as usual, accompanied the meal. It had been a little odd at first, the no talking while eating custom. People in his old world had made discussion during a meal a near ubiquitous norm. A guy could get accused of being sullen if he stayed quiet over dinner. But here, you just enjoyed your meal in peace. It was nice. After the meal, of course, you could chat away. It gave one who did not wish to engage in small talk an easy, polite out. They simply held a biscuit, or roll, or anything really on their plate, and that bought them a free pass to remain out of the conversation without insulting anyone. Guyot had fidgeted with a slice of toast until it fairly well evaporated. Those crumbs, those were the crumbs of a battle won in Ulrich's heart. Instead of plying one another with small talk, Ulrich took the opportunity to review his personal imprint on the Akashic record, his status. He had done so with increasing rarity, having received fewer pings to mark drastic changes while also scaring the living shit out of himself. It seems he had more or less settled down, especially with the thaumaturgy. The quick gains were over now. He would have to really study to improve those workings, except for the new ones, these cinder spells that he reviewed with no little pride. Cinder pearl, condensed incendiary, solid flame forms a jewel of almost completely enclosed heat, which can be released at the caster's will with destructive release of trapped energies or held to burn through struck objects until the integrity of the thaumaturgy is compromised and it explodes. Cinder shield. Coordinating jewels of flame creates a barrier of incendiary, burning objects that attempt to pass through the focused heat of the array. This shield absorbs heat into the cinder pearls that make it up, soaking incendiary that touches it until the constructs are too strained to hold more energy, causing them to explode. Even Shaw said those solid fire constructs were fascinating, combining geometric optics, total internal reflection, and a sound working knowledge at thermodynamics and heat shields. Was a beast at directing fire magic. Ulrich had nearly as much success wielding flame as he did lightning. Ice magic he hadn't done much with since he couldn't figure out how to weaponize it. But that was a creativity problem, not a skill issue. He wasn't anywhere as good with water, air, or earth magics, although the wind magic was coming along nicely. After several attempts that produced nothing worthwhile, he'd abandoned attempts at Sano, life magic and healing, as well as German plant manipulations. He didn't have the touch. There was something wrong with his understanding about to compel mana to do anything useful. A guy can't be good at everything, even with alien knowledge helping, he supposed. The hovering image of his Akashic imprint gave him the willies, as usual, but he was growing ever more comfortable with Varda's mysteries, not that he got so much closer to unraveling them. Status. Name Ulrich Einar. Class, Elementalist. Subclass, Warrior, Might, Divetneist plus Divinist. Height, 2.08 meters. Grace, 17加12. Weight, 102 kilograms. Impetus, 17加12. Age, Era, 43/26. Cogitation, 21 plus 9. Sex, Male. Wisdom, 16加14. Core Resonance, Tempered Unexpected. Ingenuity, 18加7. Sapient Race, Durability, 16加12. Valin, Highlands Tribal. Soul, 18加20. Status, Healthy, Rested, Mild Hangover, Healing, Slight Dehydration, Alert, Sturdily Clothed, Forest Lord Leather Jerkin, Slacks, Overcoat, Deerhide Long Boots, Mana Saturation, Core Reserve, 120%, Core Regan, 125%. Base Traits, Reforged Field Conduit, Core Capacitor, Warrior's Instincts. Titles, Twiceborn, Lord of the Ancient Glade, Destroyer of the Forest Lord, Snake Charmer. Class Traits, Elemental Refinement, Battle Mage. Class Skills, Core Pulse, Overcharge. Subclass Traits, Armor Fitting, Basic Weapon Proficiency, Longbow Proficiency. Subclass Skills, Battle Rhythm, Thaumaturgy, Voltaic Grip, V, Flame Crash, 3, Hydrocutter, 3, Stone Wall, IV, Wind Scythe, V, Ice Blade, 3. Absolute Zero, 3. Lightning Javelin, 3. Voltaic Riot, 2. Cinder Pearl, 2. Cinder Shield, I. Ulrich was delighted to see that his base stats were increasing. When he'd first awakened to Varda, had inspected his stats then, they had been decidedly high, for what was considered an average man in the before. Especially if he thought back to his physical potential on Earth, he'd never been what you might call athletic. At his best, he'd have been called fit. Upon reforging and his time in the glade, the bush wizard had grown to be head and shoulders above what could be thought of as even exceptional on his homeworld. After being pushed daily well beyond reasonable human limits for nearly 2 weeks, by this point he was pushing into the unknown. If 10 were considered average, he was somewhere close to double that in many of his base stats. With the bonuses conferred by various accomplishments codified by titles in the Akashic, a mystery that still fucked with his brain when he considered it, he was well beyond even that mid-20s mark. Some of those stats sat just above triple what an average, unenhanced human should be. He felt it too. His body weighed nothing, unencumbered. Even the absolutely killing workout regimen with the Royal Guard was becoming slightly less exhausting. Though the damage was accumulating and he needed a recovery day, he would heal from those slight muscle tears, the joint abuse, the bruising, far more rapidly than was normal, mostly with just a good night's sleep. Mana exhaustion daily was pushing his core to grow similarly. He was definitely channeling more mana than he had when he'd arrived. This growth was more subtle. Magic was less well-defined than the explicit stats, a more fluid concept. Ulrich could tell when he concentrated on his core that he was more full, that his reservoir of energy was greater. Maybe only enough in the last week to cast 1 or 2 extra spells. But that was definitely not nothing, not even close. The dragons he'd been training with had each been surprised at how many spells he could use or how long he could sustain a particular spell work before tiring. It was unusual, they had said, for one of his age to have that kind of volume. Dangerous was what Shaw called it. His core was still refining pure mana that, in great enough concentration, liked to harmonize explosively with literally any other strong mana source, like the sun, or fire, or the air, or the ground, or living creatures, which meant basically everything could set up a chain reaction. Spooky. But that was a problem for future Ulrich. Today's Ulrich had received a message this morning, indicating that he should attend the Great Hall for an important meeting with the Lord of Iriel, and he was, with his shadow in tow, on his way. The Great Hall was as impressive as ever. Mid-morning found him, accompanied by an evidently recovered Geat, standing before the gilded doors. The guardsmen at the door, now familiar fellows in suffering, wordlessly opened the doors at the sight of the two of them. Leaving the crisp air to enter into the comfortable interior was, as he had become accustomed to as of late, another small miracle of magic. The barriers placed upon the fortress city locked the air temperature into one that would be ever so slightly chill for the unclothed. These same barriers also prevented the apparent gaps in trellised wood windows or woven branch walls from permitting air through them at any noticeable speed, lending the place a fresh, almost outdoorsy atmosphere without the draft. Yet another trick he was going to have to reverse engineer for his home in the glade. At the dais, in his customary not-quite slouch, sat Baldart in his king's chair. To the sides in their high-backed miniature thrones sat the ladies. Wordlessly, Ulrich approached to stand in the presentation area. Idra was a few steps off to the side and nodded his greetings. Various other guards stood their positions, probably more for the safety of any fools who got lost and stumbled inside than for any of those who sat in the positions of honor. "Well met, Ulrich. I am glad you could come early. We will have time for a midsunrise meal, if you should like, after we discuss matters of state." The Elf King boomed warmly. Ulrich responded in kind, "And to you, Baldart, and your ladies as well. It is good to find everyone in high spirits, even as winter's grip tightens. I, for one, enjoy the bitter cold, but I know not all are as fond." Baldart smiled then. "Not all of us, or any but you, as it happens, wear a winter wolf across our face, Glade Chief. But I do agree, the weather has been mild for this season, and this is why I have summoned you," Lord Iriel declared, joking, of course, about the beard Ulrich wore, and which none of the Issa but old Gotha did. "We had agreed to escort you back to the glade to give you the opportunity to set your home in order for a more extended stay. And now, with the snows growing thick in the mountains and across the lowlands, I feel it is a good time to come through on this aspect of our agreement. You have had time to settle into Irielhos and to adjust to our customs. Quite well, I might add. There has only been one killing, and that one who should have been culled years ago. The man chuckled. The Irielan have seen your commitment to making good on your status, and my wives speak well of your progress, doubters though they may have been when I first vouched for you. The Elf King turned a smug glass to his wives, who greeted him with a collective eye roll before he returned to the discussion. Now, with travel within Orlithrum growing sparse, I can spare the men to guide you back to the Forest of the Forgotten and your home in this ancient glade, intoned Boldart. There was a lot to unpack in that. As usual, the Elven King put many balls in the air at once, probably on purpose. He did seem to enjoy a fast pace of discussion. Ulrich was glad to know that his suffering over the past few days was, at the least, acknowledged as his giving it the old college try. Thank you, Iriel Chief, and also thanks to your wives and your gift of Idris's time. I have learned more in these few days than I would have in months, if not years, of puzzling things out on my own. I hope I have not pulled them away from important matters in trying times, Ulrich said earnestly. No exaggeration there, he had been given a radical jump start to his magecraft and a foundation on which to learn how to fight, something which he had been, to an extent he had not truly known, truly lacking. It was a gift to be able to watch truly competent artisans work their trade. You didn't necessarily prevent all the mistakes you were going to make watching a master machinist ply his tools, but if you paid attention, you saw 100 ways to save time, to build efficiency into your own experience. So it was with his training here he had had his eyes open to many aspects of spellwork and combat that drastically increased the pace of his improvement. There really were no shortcuts on the road to betterment, but it made a great big damn difference if somebody cleared the path in front of you. A wave of his hand discarded the thought of troubling his wives, Baldert having made monopoly on that business. Of course not, of course not. Believe me, they would have only put that time to finding more ways to inject trouble into my, Baldert's boisterous voice trailed off with a nervous glance towards the women seated to his left, who had not so much as twitched. He coughed once, lightly into his hand, before continuing. My apologies, Vadir. I meant to say that it has given my ladies a fine distraction from other more tedious matters. Finished the Lord of the Deep Wood, who, Ulrich could swear, was bleeding freely from a nearly invisible slit in the side of his robe. Shaw casually loaned her fellow wife a cloth with which to wipe her knife, in advance, the woman herself having used hers, for the same purpose as now, and given it up for cleaning earlier that day. Lady Vedir Iriel let the blade Ulrich hadn't seen her draw slide back into its sheath with a loud snap of guard to scabbard, and spoke without heat, her intended correction of her husband coming more from habit than from true anger. Apology accepted, husband. I do wish you would practice better diligence. It would save the laundresses a goodly amount of time, so too the tailors. Back to our discussion, Ulrich's improvements have been acceptable. We have some concern about the unexpected nature of his core and the surety of his need to, at some point in the near future, awaken it. Shaw interjected then, with more urgency than her marital comrade. It must not be put off too long. The eternal gaze may have provided a substantial boon in the formation of your core, Glade Chief. But that does not mean the nature of it is far different from any other. You stand upon the precipice of crisis, closer now than ever for our efforts. Either you attempt the awakening, cripple your core's growth to achieve stasis, or risk runaway mana reaction and explosive resonance. Bathe chimed in calmly, offering Ulrich some good news to offset Shaw's worrying statement. It is well in hand. We are laying the groundwork for a successful awakening, Glade Chief. You improve in your mana manipulations with Sister Vedir. Your way is growing more firm as Sister Shaw instructs, and I have seen to providing you some ability at infusing mana. You have most all of the tools to advance, Ulrich, so long as you do not wait too long. Guyat's expression remained impassive, but Ulrich couldn't help but wonder if she was on Team Explode. He couldn't fault her for that if she was. Doubtful he'd ever really know, though. Not important, he decided. He was no mind reader, and he wouldn't think less of anybody for what they might feel about his untimely demise. Gods knew that was an exercise in paranoid neuropathy. I'm glad that you're confident, but just for my peace of mind, would you mind explaining exactly what sort of process the awakening requires? It'll give me some perspective for the trajectory of my training if I have concrete objectives. Ulrich requested, just a tad nervously. Overprepared was minimally successful, in his experience. His engineer's training had made redundancy and overbuilding keystones to plans not collapsing at their first real stress test, especially when it was his very own priceless Keister on the line. Shaw indulged him. The resonant reaction of unaspected mana exponentially rises with the density of that mana. To aspect your core is to evolve it to become capable of automatically resonating with mana as it is refined from the free mana of the world. In a way, it has similarities to casting in that you must intentionally tune the mana inside yourself to a specific form. What form is mostly irrelevant. Cultural and pragmatic reasons push most elves towards aspecting their cores towards the lunar, Sylvan, Calum, Helios and other elements most prevalently found within the territories of Orlathrem. This is also due to the difference between elves and humans, began the fiery-haired elf. An elf has a core that is more intimately tied to the land than a human's. It synchronizes not only with the mana surrounding the body, but with the ley lines that flow deep within Varda, and the webs of energy that make up the entire world around the elf. When inside the region where the core is tuned, an elf has nearly triple the mana regeneration of even the most enduring of human or beastkin magi, a thing we call our home bond. Effectively, elves on their home territory are immune to mana exhaustion. Outside of this region, though, the dissonance of strange mana currents and energy flows to which the elven core is not adapted hinders its ability to extract mana from the surroundings, cutting the regeneration to a fraction of its normal potential. This is one reason we do not often travel far outside our familiar territories. It takes weeks or a very intensive ritual to reconfigure our home bond. Interestingly, elves born... Shaw continued on with her lecture until Vedir coughed loudly into her hand. Realizing she had gone long into a tangent, the tips of her ears reddened in the first serious display of a loss of composure he'd seen from the woman. Looking sidelong at the darker woman to her left in thanks, she nevertheless returned to her original point. Anyway, I have digressed. To evolve your core first, you must actively tune the mana inside it to the element you intend to aspect. This requires the utmost precision. All of the mana must be in harmony, or fluctuations can arise that create cascading waves inside your core, resulting in its destruction. While this is happening, you must also be cycling the aspected mana throughout your body's mana channels and infusing it into your flesh to better force any unaspected mana to resonate with only the element intended and none of the surrounding energies. Lastly, you must then build a web or shell of pure aspected mana around yourself, isolating your entire body from the world around you to cut off contaminating influences. Once you have achieved this, you must maintain it for an extended period, minutes to an hour, to force your core to become harmonized to this one and only mana form. To fail at any of these tasks is to perish. Shaw finished grimly. Ulrich didn't like the sound of that very much. It sounded like juggling while standing on a unicycle and jumping through flaming hoops. He wasn't too worried about tuning mana. He had a pretty good feel for that from all of his practice in the glade, and his recent experiences in Irielhos had contributed greatly to a finer sense of elemental energies. The cycling was also not a big problem, but infusion was certainly not something he was ready to do and do anything else. He'd only just barely started picking it up, and only after Bathe had, metaphysically, held his hand. The shell thing sounded kind of like an overcharge, a holding of a spell form while you empowered it with mana. If he hadn't been doing that since the beginning, he very much doubted he would be able to just add the process into the rest. The real issue was that it all had to be done in concert. Any one thing? Sure, he was confident he could pull it off. Everything at once? That's a yikes. No, sir, this whole thing sounded finicky to him. Worse, it was probably going to get harder to do the closer to crisis he got. If his own internal mana was beginning to react randomly, it would put strain on his core. He probably would have to invest some of his limited attention to just keep things under control, adding another layer to the mental gymnastics required doing during the awakening process. Frowning, Ulrich was about to open a line of inquiry to dig out exactly the mechanics of each of those processes until Boldarty interjected. "There is a better method, Glade Chief. My Shaw is a purist, Ulrich. She believes everything must be done the hard way. It is easier than this if you cheat," spoke the elf lord, ignoring the daggered stare that stabbed at him from his side, also metaphorically. "For now, when you go to awaken your core, simply do so in a place that is already concentrated, saturated with the intended element. Lunar elves tend to wait until a full moon and find a high place. The Sylvans climb a particularly old heartwood tree deep in the forests. Many who would attune Calum use Winter's Herald, stand in the open to let the whipping wind saturate themselves. If you can arrange it, this will hasten the process, make it easier to isolate and resonate with a pure elemental form. Most elves who awaken do it this way." He continued, glancing wryly at his crimson-haired partner. "Not all are as gifted in the arcane as you, dearest wife. Glade Chief, you have done well, if you don't mind me saying, for one of your kind and your relative experience, but most would have spent years preparing in advance of their core reaching its saturation limit. It would seem the fates are rushing you down your path at a perilous rate. I would suggest you sway the odds in your favor, however you may," advised Boldert seriously. This was advice Ulrich was going to take to heart. Stacking the deck in his favor was well worth some consideration. It would seem that he needed to make choices about which elemental form with which to synchronize his core and begin thinking how to make arrangement on Boldarty's suggested exposure therapy. Shaw did not look exactly pleased with her husband's alternative methods. "Glade Chief, there are ways to do things, and then there are correct ways to do things. My husband is not wrong. Immersion in the mana you attune does facilitate the awakening. But what he has forgotten is that it also makes it harder to resist being consumed by the essence of the mana and become an elemental." A sidelong glance at her husband accompanied the statement. He would not consider that a possibility because his head is harder than the rock that anchors mountains, but many find their wills shaken during the awakening. Shaw spoke, her sister wives tilting their heads in agreement as she continued. "Indeed, the transformation of your core is the first step to being an elemental, but mages maintain their identity and condense the mana inside themselves, drawing it through their body and expelling it into the shell which isolates. This is done to protect yourself from excess elemental energy to prevent it from becoming overwhelming. If you do not learn the proper way and go into it thinking you do not have to execute the awakening with dedication, you will not survive," concluded the Crimson Sphinx. Balderty didn't seem to mind being called stubborn. It was probably akin to someone announcing that the sky was blue. He said nothing, though, content to have given Ulrich a slight edge on surviving the event without disturbing his mate too greatly. Ulrich, in the meantime, was quietly chewing his lip while he tried to absorb this information. He wasn't sure how much time he had to mature his technical skills in manipulation of mana, especially the complex multitasking. He remembered the feverish experience of his first days, before he'd learned to harness mana, when his body had been unable to properly handle being saturated by the heavily mana-laden environment of the Plateau of Ancients. The major difference being that all he'd had to do then was actually utilize his core to expel mana, driven to it through desperation, terror, and the instinctual desire to live of the Forest Lord attack. This awakening would require actual skill, concentration, and full cognizance of what he was doing. Stupid magical wonder with its stupid magical booby traps. He should have known there'd be a catch. Ulrich remembered then that when he'd scanned Bright Eyes, the elf had an aspected core, lunar to be exact. Didn't that mean that Bright Eyes had done this already? Surely something a boy could do, Ulrich could do. When he said as much, the attendant elves sighed loudly. Oh. It was his shadow that saw fit to enlighten him with a quiet whisper in his ear. Ulrich Glade Chief. Lumizite is, how we say, born to his magical nature. My brother attuned his core while watching a full moon when he was 10, a few weeks after having first tempered his core. None had even explained what awakening was. There had been no point. It would have been decades away. He did it on instinct, naturally. It would not be wise to expect that you will do so as easily. Almost none are so gifted. Gaiat explained in hushed voice. Ah, a genius. He might have suspected as much, given the boy's parentage. Now Ulrich was looking, he didn't see the kid anywhere. Probably studying. His birth mother, Bathe, had put him on house arrest until he'd finished his combat and spellcraft training in a fit of motherly overprotectiveness. Well, damn, looks like it was going to be the hard-hoed row for Ulrich. I see, that is good to know, Gaiat, he said to the form hovering over his shoulder. Turning back to the dais, he continued in a forced cheerfulness. Never mind then. Thank you for the advice, my hosts. It is more clear now what must be done to prepare for this eventuality. If it helps, I don't notice any particular strain on my core yet. Nothing out of the ordinary, so we probably have some time. Baldert clapped his hands and said, with actual cheer, Indeed, this is so. Let us return to the matter at hand then. You have need to return to your glade and make ready for the months that winter will sit upon the land. I have detached 4 warriors from Iriel-Hos and a royal guardsman, a young elf of promise who requested the duty, Kriest. These will accompany you through the deep wood and on past the Ancient's Gate to your home. They are also going to be scouting the lands above. I have heard tell from the birds of odd movements that I wish made better known. These are ready for travel even now. I advise you begin your journey today, Glade Chief. After we have lunched, the snows will deepen swiftly and the blizzards are not to be chanced later. A sound plan, if announced without as much heads-up as Ulrich preferred. He couldn't think of any good reason to delay. The winter wasn't going to be going anywhere for a while. In point of fact, it had already been longer than he'd originally planned before returning. He was going to miss the baths so much. An assessment, I agree with Baldert, and thanks again. Let's enjoy lunch then, if you have no other matters of import. It will be a good week before I return to your hospitality. 2 days going, 2 days coming, and a day or 3, depending on what needs tending to in the glade, Ulrich said graciously. The royal family descended the dais, and they all took seats at the table, chatting amicably of this or that once the plates were clear. Over a weak and deliciously spiced wine, Baldert told tales of the history of the Orlathrem and of his marriages to his wives. Political arrangements all, though not entirely. His wives were upfront with Ulrich about their initial doubts, but that the love of the Lord for his people and his winsome charm were enough to sway them, alongside the advantage of tying their clans to a warrior who had proven himself to be one of the greatest spellblades in an age. That they had then created a consortium capable of leading the entire Elven Confederation was a sort of mutual goal, their children destined to join noble lines throughout Orlathrem to guide the tribes toward greater prosperity, and they were determined to preserve their kin through the upheavals to come. Vadir told humorous to Ulrich stories of the rather lengthy and semi-murderous courtship she ran her husband-to-be through before accepting his proposal. Bathe spoke of a previous husband and son, both lost in wars several centuries past, long before her relatively recent marriage to the Lord of the Deep Wood. Ulrich nearly gawped when Shaw spoke of her 8 daughters, and he swore Baldert's eyebrows tried to waggle off of his head until Bathe lightly drove a finger onto the stab wound Vadir had left earlier. All told, it was a pleasant way to spend the morning. Eventually, though, the meal and post-lunch talk ran their course, and it was time for Ulrich to depart Iriel-Hos for the glade. Ulrich was terrible at goodbyes, so he wished them the best and headed off to make ready for travel. The old armor, quaint now that he'd seen more professional stuff, was nevertheless effective in its workmanship. He moved more easily in it now, courtesy of his conditioning with the guardsmen. Gaiat had his bow now, so he traveled only with a light pack, his spear and his bone knife. The woman herself had returned to her usual hunter's attire, out from the heavy layered robes of her casual wear. The thigh-high boots were still best in his eyes. The 2 of them joined up with the assigned soldiers at the bottom floor of the fortress city. Greetings and well wishes from the busy craftsmen and warriors had followed him the entire way down, making him feel awkwardly welcome in a way he'd never really known. After a brief greeting with his travel companions and some casually exchanged insults with Christ, they set off to return to the glade. Ulrich found himself slightly down at leaving, in a major surprise to himself for how much he'd looked forwards to going home. He was going to miss these odd folk, They had grown on him. Reforged Chapter 25, Return to the Glade. Weather-wise, the day of Ulrich's departure couldn't have been better. As had become the norm, the temperature was icy, the wind bitter and dry. Snow fell intermittently as the finest of crystals, shimmering iridescence that pervaded the gaps between branches. In the complete absence of leaves, sunlight poured down onto the leaf-carpeted forest floor. Ulrich was a little surprised at the difference in how much brighter was the journey for his return to the grove. Dense canopies had made for a rather closed-in, dusky forest. The elven escort padded lightly, a slight crackling of frosty leaves that was mostly lost in the comparative din of his heavy tread, whose impacts crushed down to the soil beneath. Ulrich was finding that his bolt deer boots would need a substantial upgrade to be fit for extended winter trekking, as his toes felt keenly the cold ground beneath. Once they stopped moving, he'd need a fire immediately to keep the impending frostbite at bay. The magical substrate of the Iriellan fortress city, famed Heartwood, resisted greatly the winter's grasp, aided also by the ensorcelment that prevented the air from losing its heat within that place. Not so the wilds beyond. With a vengeance, the full weight of the season pressed down onto the land. Unlike the plateau, with its near-constantly gusting winds, the Arctic chill pushed through in vigorous waves only every once in a while, all the more potent for its infrequency. Ulrich's forest lord overcoat, fur-trimmed to the inside, bolstered him against the cold, likewise for his leggings of the same material. Such a boon that the greater beast's carcass had proven to be. Food that had sustained him in those early days, protective clothing that even now made him virtually impervious to the elements, and bones and ligaments that had produced tooling capable of carving out a living from the glade. These primitive instruments had allowed him to carve staves and handles from the improbably hardened bowls of steelwood, and had given him the ability to cut a dwelling out from the monstrously dense trunk of the fallen giant. The old beast had turned out to be Varda's gift to him, a boon of the Watcher, provided he was able to survive its last wisps of fury, of course. Not much came freely on this gift of a world. Ulrich considered that as he walked, confident in his personal safety. It might well be axiomatic that a Vardan gift was something that is patently commodious, but will attempt murder before you can employ it. Gaiat trailed behind him, bow strung and held at an easy ready, hand-span arrowhead fitted for flight at any sign of threat. The only alteration in her gear from their initial meeting, newly gifted bow aside, was an overcloak of white dappled myriad greys and browns. Clearly, it was meant to be camouflage for those hunters and soldiers who roamed the deep wood in winter, with its heavy, deep hood and thickly furred interior. Ulrich was left to only briefly wonder at how well the cloak actually served to hide its bearer until his shadow had swiftly climbed a tree and promptly vanished against the backdrop of snow-covered branches. Ulrich asked her when she returned from her brief scout about the animal from which its hide was derived. Gaiat was glad to spend a few minutes to gloat about its construction. The otter-like beasts had been harvested by herself and were considered exceedingly challenging to hunt, thanks to a frustrating combination of blending into the environment at any season and being swift to evade to cover at the slightest hint of a predator. Even more prestigious, they weren't to be found in Iriel. A hunter had to infiltrate the wilds of Pressbang for one, deep into hostile territory. Obtaining them was as much an exercise in bragging rights as it was for the phenomenal watershedding and optically bewildering fur. Compared to that, the inner cloak was a more routine prize of the forests, lined by thick pelts of a creature akin to a snowshoe hare, called dagger feet for their wickedly sharp hind-clawed paws. It retained heat extremely well. His shadow was toasty beneath her cloak despite the bitter chill. She had run a circuit ahead of their course, scouting the land before returning to her position as rear guard, and showed the slightest sheen of perspiration for her efforts. Ulrich would have admitted easily that it was a comfort knowing she was on duty, a drawn bow aimed outwards towards anything that might make trouble. Few words passed the lips of the travelers for the hours that they hiked toward the west of Iriel. The going was easy. Winter had, as Baldert had claimed, been generous in withholding the heavy snows that were typical of this time of year. They were coming, a few dark grey clouds promised it, but for now only the lightest dusting had fallen, and that only lasted in the darker shadows of brush or the leeward side of a hill. The trails remained clear and clearly marked, just as they had been when Bright Eyes had shown Ulrich the way on their journey to return the lad home. With such easy travel, the elves and their human ward made distance-eating strides and tirelessly covered the kilometers between Iriel Hose and the great towering wall of Vardan stone that was the face of the plateau. Only the rapid descent of the twinned suns in the sky brought their advance to a pause, the shorter days and seasonal cold forcing a timely camp. Ulrich estimated they had covered roughly 2/3 of the distance from Irielhos to the Ancient's Gate. Interestingly enough, Gaiat was carrying the tent Ulrich had made for Bright Eyes. Whether a testament to his own craft or a symbolic gesture of keeping the lad in her thoughts, Ulrich knew not. Either way, it was a nice thing to see. Driving poles into the frozen ground was less pleasing. Theoretically, he didn't need to do it. The poles balanced well on the level patch of clear ground Christ had declared a traveller's campsite, but he'd rather not chance a stray down gust coming off the plateau, tipping it over into campfire or some similar punishment for laziness. Better to give a mallet its time in the sun and be safely assured of warmth through the night. Travel rations provided proved delicious. Bread, cheese, fruit and charred meat washed down by jamfruit juice. Ulrich couldn't complain. He and Bright Eyes had mostly subsisted on dried smoked meat and baked glade potatoes, at least until the boy had scored his kill on the stone-plated boar. After a short communal sit around the campfire, dark and the effort of many kilometers bygone called the travelers to their bedrolls, saving those on watch. Ulrich's turn was in the witch's hour, midnight on his old world, so he gladly turned in early. An ungentle nudging with delicate feet, covered by Gaiat's tall, hard-soled boots, urged him from his slumber. Ulrich struggled to keep his bitching confined beneath his breath. Even with firelight behind her, the contrast carving Gaiat's form into a silhouette, Ulrich could smell the delight she took in rousting him from his blankets. That boot had very obviously been driven by malevolent glee, though her face revealed nothing. Damned Taipan. At least the watch passed without incident, while he huddled with his back to the fire, tucking himself into an imitation of a hermit crab with a fur shell. Of his unruly shadow, he saw no sight. She had taken to the trees immediately. He didn't mind the absence. The tongues of flame, starry skies, and his own thoughts were company enough, as they had always been. Besides, he used the time to work through the mana channeling and manipulation exercises prescribed by the three great ladies and that now familiar balance routine Idras had given him to improve his basic coordination when he felt like he needed to warm up. The second day of the return picked up nearly as the first one had left off. The fire, fed regularly by those on watch, was brought back to full flame. Breakfast, a haunch of some beast or another, sliced and roasted with seasonings sprinkled over it, went well with the bread and fruit. Fruit would become a luxury as winter wore on and the fresh stuff was consumed. From then on, the fare was preserves, jams, jellies, berry leathers, and other somewhat more exotic methods of keeping produce. Infrig was used liberally to flash freeze a host of things, but many leafy greens couldn't survive the process. These items would be gone until the spring gatherers returned to cultivating their forest plots, and tradesmen brought in shipments of summer harvests from abroad. Fortunately, the elves had made an art form of preparing cuisine from preserved goods. Ulrich had little doubt that he'd be glad to sup with these folk all the winter long. It beat to hell his plan of subsisting on smoked meat and root crops. Once fed, the travelers packed up camp with practiced efficiency and were devouring the kilometers that separated them the Ancient's Gate just after the twins showered the forest canopy with golden spears of brilliance. Ulrich initially kept his attention on his elven companions and the landmarks of their trail, trying to pick up whatever navigational tricks he might. Occasionally, when Geert had returned from one of her frequent rounds of scouting, Ulrich would ply her for practice with Elvish. He wasn't quite fluent, still needing to translate the things he wanted to say in his head before he could say them, and needing help with many of the contextual vocabularies that littered Elvish. In a way, their language reminded him of speaking to technicians in niche fields. They used so much jargon that if you were an outsider to that particular area of expertise, you would swiftly be lost. He remembered the floor engineers placing pools on how long it would take him and his colleagues to lose executives or administrative personnel when they inevitably attempted to peek under the hood to find new ways to squeeze productivity out of the already overworked staff. Ulrich smiled at the memory of winning a rather large prize pool by using terms for metallic bonding interactions that hadn't been employed since pre-collapse. Most of them dug out of a preserved library of long-extinct publications on the topic. Zintel-type polyanionic clusters, mixed donor-ligand strategies. He nearly spat to remove the taste of the obnoxious terminology from his mind. Other than the few tangential distractions of these reminiscences and tricks for keeping one's way in the bush, Ulrich found himself growing slightly bored by mid-morning. Thusly motivated, he made the hike into an applied 1,000 steps practice session. He kept the angles of his feet firmly in mind, alternated in half steps on occasion, and he would run through short sequences and then jog to make up the ground before repeating the process. The soldiers accompanying him razzed him briefly until Christ joined in, the two of them trying to outdo one another for the more ridiculously difficult transitions or rapid cadences. Seeing their Royal Guard companions seriously engaging in the training put a thoughtful expression on their faces. The guards were chosen based on highly competitive dueling and combat scenario games, similar to how the ancient Olympics were used to display combat prowess between the Grecian city-states of old. Young as he was, Christ was head and shoulders the superior fighter amongst these trained combatants. Even hard to impress old Idra thought he had potential, minds flashing back to more or less horrific memories of being subjected to Idra's brand of combat school. The warriors focused on keeping watch on the surroundings then and hoped not to be roped into more of that special flavor of misery. Aside from this game between Ulrich and Christ, little evidence was there to suggest that this party was anything other than a particularly devoted group of outdoors enthusiasts. If, of course, you ignored the baleful gaze of Gaiat Iriel, a scowl that seemed to dare the forest to spit up something to deserve her wrath, and enough weapons between the lot of them to convince an observer that they meant to arm a small village. The odd detail about fieldcraft here, linguistic touch-ups there, and a particularly devilish series of movements designed by Christ to make one's knees invert kept Ulrich fully occupied. It was with some surprise that, upon breaking out of a particularly dense copse of azure cedar, Ulrich found himself but a stone's throw from the platform of the Ancients' Gate, they having come upon it along a different trail than that used by Bright Eyes. Time spent enduring combat drills with the Royal Guard had paid dividends. Ulrich's fitness had found a peak. He and Christ stood panting before the monument to elder days. Legs tired but not spent soon regained their strength as one of the troop, a heavily scarred elf whose name Ulrich had been unable to remember, activated the lift to bring them up the sheer face of the escarpment. A budding excitement started to swell in his chest. He was, after far longer than he'd ever intended, coming home. Not for good, not just yet. There was simply too much to gain by way of his boons of the Irielen, not the least their baths and mess halls. As the platform soundlessly rose, Ulrich, more sensitive now to mana than he had been when last he had ridden the lift, now that he'd experienced a less mana-dense environment with which to compare, felt the thickness of the magic as they approached the plateau's surface. Heavy, cold air, laden with a certain stiffness he now attributed to sheer magical density, swept into his lungs. It even tasted like home to him. Scents of the elder trees, the mossy floor of the forest, free of snow thanks to the densely covering skyward ceiling that was the great canopy, drifted up to his nostrils. Other odors pervaded, fallen leaves, and those of a more animal nature. The musk of a buck blade fern elk hit Ulrich's senses, and he could have sworn he could follow it to the owner, so rich was the air with it. The others were no doubt aware of the animal's presence, if the scrunched noses were any indication. Pleasant was not on the menu with blade fern elk. They frankly smelled like fermented deer shit, and that without the musk. Unaware of the slight smile upon his features, Ulrich started forward, now fully capable of leading the party back to the familiar ground of his glade. The twins, high up now, though mostly obscured by a dense cloud promising snowfall, still provided sufficient bearing to permit easy navigation. There was also the panoramic vista of rolling forested hills, the fantastically ribboning Zealous, and, far more distantly, the faint mountain chain that defied his old-world understanding of perspective. Ulrich had learned more about the geography of these parts, some from Bright Eyes, some from the odd conversation with Taipan. Gayat, Ulrich reminded himself, those mountains were absolutely mind-fuck colossal. Even the middling ones were Everest-sized, and the highest would dwarf that greatest of Earth's peaks. Nothing lived at that altitude above ground, earning it the apt name Sky-Piercing Spear, or, in Elvish, Kailas Dorit. Just visible was that peak so impossibly far to the south that Ulrich would not have believed it, stretching near to the outer reaches of space. Only the curve of the planet and atmospheric conditions could ever hide that mass of stone. Impossible was what that mountain was, the product of some ultimately powerful entity or magic, to lift stone upon itself in defiance of reason. With all of these guideposts so readily at hand, Ulrich could retrace his steps, and the glade called like a lodestone, pulling him to his domain. This impulse was brand new and, Ulrich suspected, deeply related to his title, Lord of the Ancient Glade. Perhaps a budding instinct of similar source to his troubling aggressive tendencies towards all challengers. There had to be a linkage between them. He might have been an unsociable asshole in his old life, but he'd never been homicidal. And there was no doubt that instinctive reaction was decidedly more murdery than Ulrich was comfortable admitting. At least the other facet of his Akashic nonsense, the one called warrior's instinct, tended to pull a calming frame of mind into place that resisted the influence once the shit was on. Damned good thing too, losing your cool in a fight was bad for longevity, from what he knew. Stats weren't the only influence of these connections to the Akashic record. The world exhibited its own pull on the denizens who resided thereon. Varda itself had a mystical communication with the lives that populated it, largely through the manifestation of whatever the fuck the Akashic record actually was. Classes, stats, titles, it all got murky in Ulrich's mind and reeked of godshit. The real kind, none of that thee and thou wilt worship this statue every third day stuff, just good old-fashioned let there be light levels of fuckery. These were influences well beyond the philosophies of Ulrich's old universe, and he was distinctly unsure where in this whole scheme a reincarnated former engineer fit. If indeed he fit in anywhere at all. That could have been the Watcher's game after all. A cosmic wrench thrown into the works to see what happens when it locks up the gears. Ulrich didn't think that to be the case, not seriously, but anymore it wouldn't have surprised him either. Breathing deeply of the heavy air, he let that train of thought go. Spiraling and unproductive, there was nothing to be gained plumbing the infinite possibilities of what if, not without any means to test his ideas. A hypothesis without an experiment was the grossest waste of brain cells this side of string theory. Fortified, Ulrich started to push forward only to be halted by a hand on his shoulder. They were a bare few meters away from the platform, and the unexpected contact made him impulsively look around. Elven folk didn't touch casually, not out in the field anyway. A moment, Glade Chief. The hand belonged to Christ, whose normal good cheer had been replaced by concern. The troops had scattered to canvass the gate and the surrounding ruins near the landing. One, a female with ribbons of silver fabric woven into her short braid, looked up and shouted, "Here! There is sign, though it has been obscured. A small party, no more than 10, at least 10 turns of the twins ago. Skilled woodsmen, scouts, but not Asa." The group drew up around her as she rose. His escort had grown grim. This meant an incursion into the sacred lands again, and unscouted. They took it personally. "This is ill fortune, Glade Chief. It cannot be allowed to pass," Christ said with smouldering anger. He and the rest had clearly not expected such a finding. Hands were unconsciously testing weapons in sheaths and gripping hafts. Ulrich caught himself fingering the small Giga bear bone, throwing knives in his leg holster, and willed stillness into his hands. Scar spoke up, gravelly voice hard. "Word must be passed to Irielhos. Lord Iriel must know of this, and sooner than later." Nods passed around the group of warriors. "This is true," Christ admitted. "Which among you covers ground most swiftly?" he asked the group. "I do," spoke Ribbons. "I can run this lot into the ground and have energy to spare when it done." She grinned as she said it, taking the edge off the jab. The rest of them greeted her sass with a roll of eyes. Christ acknowledged her with a grin that vanished as he considered events. "Then you will take the gate and return to Irielhos. Report what we have found here to Lord Iriel." I will continue to lead our party to Ulrich Glade Chief's home, as we had originally intended. We will also be able to scout for sign of these trespassers and perhaps determine their intent. Christ's words were turned into actions. Ribbons activated the ancient's gate immediately and descended. Turning to Ulrich, the royal guard apologized needlessly. I am sorry, Ulrich, but this has changed things. We must determine if there is a threat to Iriel. None should be here, none would dare. No word has passed Iriellan lips to outsiders of your killing of the beast. There are trespassers within Iriel, and this cannot be allowed. Shaking his head, Ulrich put him to ease, at least on that score. There's nothing to be sorry for, Christ. We are of one mind in this. We're going to kill two birds with one stone here. Get to the glade and put my house in order, and also find out who has the balls to stomp around my home while I'm visiting friends. A simmering anger had entered his tone, even as he thought about the presence of strangers invading his glade. It was back again, the whisper of violent intent. A murmur he suppressed thoughtlessly, not needing the distraction. Just what in the hell was going on here? Around the ruins that stood encompassing the lift, the elf squad took a more active stance, limbering weapons. The three that carried bows unshouldering them, pulling gently strings to dispel by friction the embrittling cold of the fibers so they wouldn't snap at a full draw. Ulrich's confusion was targeted for the invading presences. Why? What to gain? Winter was on in full, only the massive arbors had kept the ground here free of at least a meter of snow. Blizzards would be blowing in fiercely, carried on a brittle wind. What would drive someone to travel all this way through elven territory uninvited? At the least, they risked the few denizens of the forest that roamed actively in this season, hunger driving them to heightened aggression, according to Guyot. At the worst, they risked running into hunters on patrol, and in all likelihood, those would shoot first and ask questions later. The fact that they had made it this far for a second time in as many months meant that they had to have some way of evading detection, or that they had intel on the positions and patterns of Iriellan patrols. When Ulrich voiced this concern, more than one set of eyes widened. One of the other warriors, a rare greatsword wielder whose blade vaguely resembled a great butcher's cleaver, objected. None would tell another kin of the patrol dispositions, none who know them at least. That they have a way to escape notice is clear, but I cannot believe that any would reveal this knowledge willingly, Cleaver declared with certainty. Ulrich was inclined to agree with him. Nothing of his experiences with the Iriellan indicated that they would have problems with moles in their outfit. They were too unified, too insular, and, if Ulrich was being totally honest, too contemptuous of the otherkin. That meant that someone had figured out a way to avoid some of the best scouts, admittedly self-proclaimed, on this corner of Varda. Ulrich had been hunting most of both of his lives, and he hadn't met any people that moved so easily through the brush or as quietly as these elves. Earthen myths had been pretty spot-on with regards to their sylvan prowess. Taipan had managed to sneak up on both Ulrich and her own little brother, from the front no less, and take a shot in total stealth. That there was someone or someones who could bypass similarly skilled woodsmen was almost certainly due to some bad juju being worked. It also served as a warning to Ulrich. Moving through enemy lines and setting up an ambush required virtually the same skill set. Gayat, in a rare occurrence, addressed the group. It is not impossible for traitors to exist. It has happened rarely before. Information can be gained through many methods, however. Passive external spellworks are disrupted within Irielhos, but active intrusions or screes, if cast by a gifted enough mage, could get through to listen to enough soldiers to get tactical information. It would take a very subtle touch and a great deal of time to accumulate information this way without detection, but it could be done. The potential also exists for enough clues regarding hunter locations, gleaned from copied scouting reports, to reveal the most likely patrol courses. These could be gained without an active conspirator, but more likely would involve someone connected to the regional villages, who could also gain access to scouting reports in number to cross-reference them and gain a rough map of our force concentrations. Iriel supplies its scouts to most of Orlithrim. It would take a great effort to identify holes in our security for a well-funded and long-running spy network. Wow. Ulrich couldn't help gawping at her for a second. Who would have thunk it? Guyot Iriel was a counterintelligence expert. In a way, it made complete sense. She had learned from her mother, one of the best hunters her people ever produced, and had been carrying around a murder boner for otherkin ever since her brother was assassinated. What else to do with one's 100-year-long grudge than learn to recognize and deconstruct organized intrusion attempts? It briefly made him wonder just how many people this adorable, dusky vision had killed in her time. That probably merited a short discussion later. It was a solid analysis, Ulrich. No great military mind, of course, couldn't see any flaw in her conclusions. She had also introduced a possibility that had never occurred to him, but which he now could not get out of his brain. Scrying. Remote viewing or listening spells. It was one thing to improve your eyesight through some kind of mana binoculars or telescopic air lenses or some shit. These ideas had been tossed around in Ulrich's idle brainstorming sessions, but the thought of magical surveillance from afar sent chills up his back. He needed to figure out how to enable some kind of passive scry busting, and he needed to do it ASAP. Nal-Ir and Taipan may both be right. Christ announced, "These are all good and fair points, I say, and all deserving of consideration for the powers that can act on them. Here and now, though, we grow no closer to our goals, and the twins dance no slower for our uncertainty. We have, perhaps, enough time to get to the glade if Ulrich is able to find his old path swiftly." Ulrich felt a little more pressure to get the team to the glade now. The stakes were higher than before. So occupied was he that he missed the glare his de facto bodyguard shot at Christ, and that elf's returned wink. Best case scenario, we arrive by nightfall, Ulrich estimated, judging their rate of travel against his trip with bright eyes as he stared down shaded paths. The woods up here are dim at the best of times. And that snow cover on the upper canopy is going to be near impenetrable as we get deeper in and lose the sunlight. I can't see in the dark, so I hope some of you can, he told the group without enthusiasm. Christ didn't seem thrilled at that prospect, but agreed in principle. So be it. The time for easy pace is gone. We will move as swiftly as we are able toward our destination. I would prefer camp in a defensible location from here on out. We go, declared the young guardsman. None commented about being able to peer through pitch-black forests, though, so Ulrich had to assume that they could manage in low-light conditions. Instead of offering insight into that condition, the warriors took off at a brisk run, leaving Ulrich to extend his stride to bring him to the front, or shame himself by forcing them to slow. Watcher fuckery got put to the test as his legs propelled him into the shaded corridors between giant trunks. The group followed his lead, adopting a sort of diamond configuration around him as he went. Ulrich was near the front, Cleaver just before him on the vanguard, Christ holding the rear center with the other two soldiers, near twins of one another, a few paces behind and 10 or so paces out wide to either side, ready to flank any opposition. Guyot maintained her usual position in Ulrich's shadow, rather than departing to ghost in the surrounding forest as she had in the woods of her homeland. They advanced swiftly, only slowing when he found himself needing to use the navigational tips he'd been teaching Bright Eyes when they came through the first time to retrace their original route. The lack of undergrowth and snow cover allowed them to make excellent time, and, amazingly, enough light diffused through the forest of the Forgotten to permit his eyes to adjust to continue along, although that would not last when true dark fell. Down the rolling hills, buried trunks of ancient trees long dead, and over them they ran, jumping creeks and rock outcrops, around the massive pillars of elder trees, on and on for kilometers. His legs were lightly, steadily burning, and he grimaced, recalling the expenditure of energy playing games with Christ. He was fine, though. He would be able to keep this up for as long as he needed to. It was not in vain the hours spent both with Idra and without working his body. Eventually the burn faded as his muscles settled into the marathon rhythm. None of the troops fell out, of course. They were veterans at least 100 years Ulrich's senior, and the party made a ruck that would have killed the much-vaunted rangers of the pre-collapse North American military. Unfortunately, not even at this murderous pace could the party race the dark. It was as Ulrich had predicted. Night came on far more rapidly than was welcome. There was a glorious span where the rays of the twin suns poured into the gaps between the plateau below and the snow-blanketed canopy above, turning the forest into a prismatic golden tunnel. When that period ended, night chased swiftly, as if consuming the light along their trail to create total blackness when it caught them. They passed a landmark, two great pillars that stood so closely that even the slightest of these elves would have to turn sideways to squeeze between them, that Ulrich declared to mean they were around 5 kilometers from the glade. Christ decided in the gloom that the trees were a fortifiable position, and with the forest turned to pitch around them, a stop to the journey. Ulrich chafed a little. He could almost taste the air of the glade, but agreed. With who knows what out there, and making light being out of the question, they'd be a beacon for enemy fire. It was the right call. He didn't have to like it, though. What he liked less was that they ate cold rations and camped without fire that night. It was a long, cold misery of a night. Ulrich alternated sleeping, laying there staring at the blackened roof of his travel teepee and shivering to stay warm. Even in his fur clothes, the night air held a bitterness that seeped into bones. Just before his mind faded to sleep one last time that night, a thought hit him. He'd missed his evening balance and magic exercises. Fuck. Morning's light was late in arriving at that cold camp. All that meant for weary travelers was that they decamped in the dark. Ulrich didn't know how they knew what time it was, but he didn't bother asking questions. He was too anxious to get back to the glade. This close, it called to him. Home, sweet home. They traveled those last kilometers slowly. Visibility was improving steadily, but, as Ulrich knew intimately, the wood beyond the glade was wild and strictly ankle-breaker country. Soon enough, Ulrich's eyes took in the familiar sight of the break in the towering floor to the indigo giving way to blue morning sky. The twins, still too low to be seen directly, nevertheless offered their light to the clearing as the party came out into the open. His glade was, more or less, as Ulrich remembered. Low shrubs dotting small rises, saplings rising only a few dozen feet, scrawny compared to their aeonic brethren, and various other isolated cousins, including a stand of steelwood, some of them coppiced beneath a layer of white powder. It seemed that the leaf fall had mostly buried the outer edges of the glade, and he could not see some of the low berry bushes that lined its borders with the vast forests beyond. On top of the great, broad, arrow-shaped leaves that were regularly kicked up along the entire run across the outer plateau's thinner snowpack, the powdery snow had fallen deeply into this canopy hole. In some places it had drifted and lay at least a meter deep already. A grey cloud at the edge of his sight promised more yet. There, in the approximate middle of the glade, lay the corpse of the dead elder tree. At its base, on the southward-facing end of the clearing, reared up the broken crown of roots and the shattered stone beneath. Now buried in ice and snow lay his rock pool. There, inscribing a modest half-acre semicircle, was visible the spiked fence that demarcated Ulrich's homestead. A satisfied sigh escaped his lips. He felt like it had been an age since he'd left. For all that he'd been enamored of the elven woodlands below, had been astounded by their architectural splendor, and had been granted ultimate comfort in the fortress city, here was his realm. But he had not long to enjoy it. Pressing matters were at hand, there were invaders on the plateau, and he was going to do something about it, if possible. Best case scenario, some very sneaky merchants or smugglers were hoping to make a bit of quick coin exploring the riches of the newly explorable plateau. Worst case scenario, the interlopers were scouts of the same flavor as those marauders who had kidnapped Bright Eyes. It wasn't likely that a great many had managed to infiltrate the Ancient's gate. Too good was the screening of the elves. A small band, under cover of magical warding and excellent intel perhaps. But a regiment of troops? Unlikely. Signs of Ulrich's habitation could be seen, tanning racks suspended here and there on the sides of the half-buried giant, a large snow-covered mound that would be his wood-splitting block, the thickly covered outdoor fire pit and dusted tripod for hanging cookpots, and 2 stacked round smokers. Various other projects were largely invisible under the fresh powder. Mostly, though, was the comforting sight of the large shelter Ulrich had built into the side of the wooden flesh of that great trunk. His craftsmanship was sound. The notched and stacked limbs, their gaps packed with clay and moss, stood strong. The angled bark-shingled roof, with a rock and clay chimney rising from one corner, its chimney cap of bark, was proud over the simple door that beckoned to shelter within. If only he dug away the snowbank blocking it. Without preamble, Ulrich knelt next to the door and scooped snow away from it, rapidly clearing the way. The trident, whilst an excellent pokey tool was not so wonderful a snow shovel, and Ulrich bent over to use his hands to get the thing done. A minute later, he had enough of the powdery stuff shifted to get at the woven sapling and clay-wattled portal with its sturdy wood handle. "Well, here we are. My home is open to you all, such as it is," announced Ulrich, pulling open the door to his shelter to reveal the rustic interior and its meagre comforts. Guyot looked skeptical, at best, at the cold yet dry interior. Ulrich was proud of his primitive, if cozy home with its smooth floors, shaved by glass resin draw knives. In the middle of the 4-meter by 5 cave, a low stone fire pit dug out, a meter in radius, steelwood spits and grill grate straddling the white ashes just as he'd left it. Against one wall, crude barrels of timbers and steelwood bark wrapped, along with woven bark baskets filled with produce, dug tubers and other produce that did not readily spoil, including a type of grass seed that proved nutritious and profligate in the late fall in the glade. Sharing that wall were the 2 pole beds mounded high with hides. Along the walls, shared with the door and the back of the room, ran a trio of rough timber shelves, mostly filled by crudely fired pots and jars, alongside more durable steelwood and glass resin cylinders, shaved of their bark and smoothly carved. Each container was lidded tightly by glass resin-lipped lids. A couple of tripod stools sat against the wall opposite the beds, and in the corner of the front of the shelter opposite the bed wall was a bulky construction that brought a smile to his face. The large stone and clay hearth dominated that corner of the hewn room, its chimney rising out through the roof as seen from outside. The chimney cap from outside would allow the smoke from the fire pit to draft out, but a set of notched limbs permitted a slat of wood to be slid into place, block it, and thus reducing the heat loss from the shelter when cooking wasn't occurring and the fire was low. He'd been careful of that. Dying of carbon monoxide poisoning in his sleep was high on his list of things to be avoided. Despite her habit of sleeping in the rough on patrols, the elf woman bound unwilling to his side was also of a high status amongst her people, who had been cultivating their lands for thousands of years with artistry and mastery, and most importantly, time to refine their dwellings. The craftsmanship here was less than impressive compared to her standards. "This hovel is where my dearest brother was housed to recover from his wounds?" she asked with not a little disdain, which aggravated him intensely. "It's a little cozier when it isn't buried in snow," Ulrich said defensively. "I might also add that I had to build everything here, alone, with this axe on my pack, some homemade carving knives, in between hunting monsters, gathering forest edibles, the ones that I could figure out wouldn't kill or cripple me with toxins. Oh, and also bear in mind I was dropped naked into a strange world a bare 7 moon cycles ago, from a world of technological miracles you couldn't imagine, where knowing how to weave a rope from bark and grass was considered an oddity. You'll have to forgive the rough edges, princess. I've been busy." The other soldiers smiled. His shadow frowned but didn't refute the point. In truth, they were not completely unimpressed with this pocket of rudimentary civilization. The materials to work with were not optimal from a construction point of view. Steelwood and its bark were wonderful materials when the finished product was presented. They were a bastard to harvest, or to actually work with. The same could be said of the lithic elder trees, whose wood was nigh indestructible outside dedicated application of fire and a tool of at least forest lord bone hardness, driven by nigh inhuman strength, and a sturdy mallet. Christ broke the slight tension with his usual ease. "We accept the hospitality of your home, Ulrich Glade Chief, thank you," and added a slight bow of courtesy. "If it please you, we will establish a base camp just near to your most economical apartments and set about clearing the area of snow. It is likely that we will need to scout outwards in all directions, possibly for days, to determine the extent of the infiltration. We must also construct sleds to transport whatever goods you have deemed necessary for our return to Iriel-Hos." Right, of course. You're right, Christ," Ulrich conceded, trying not to be too touchy, while studiously ignoring his shadow's disapproval. "We'll get this place cleaned up and squared away in no time." "How do you want to handle the scouting parties?" he asked, after a bit of ear-twitching and frowning deliberation. Christ took a few moments to think it over before opening and quickly closing his mouth. Then he took a few more. Eventually he worked it out to his satisfaction. "I am worried, Ulrich," the young captain bluntly stated. His hand stroked the hilt of his estoc absently. That our territory was not once, but twice penetrated without an alarm raised is something unheard of. Normally, the otherkin of Priest-Bang come stomping around with soldiers in formation, trying to bludgeon their way where they are not welcome. Then we draw them into the wood and bleed them until they have decided they have watered the roots of Orlathrem enough, and they go away for 100 or so years, admitted the normally good-humoured elf, his red and bronze-flecked eyes drawn down in concern. This tactic, this approach that I would not have said was possible, of making inroads so far into elf land through stealth, is new. Its success is new, rather. He said, worry creeping into his tone. "It's a thrice-damned disaster is what it is," chimed in Cleaver, almost growling the words out from behind clenched teeth. Christ acknowledged the warrior with calming gesture before he continued. "It means that whoever is behind these movements has studied our tactics, has the wisdom and resources to undermine our regular defenses. Normally, I would have us rove out separately, going wide in each direction, to spiral inwards and thus catch the invading force in a net. If we cannot be guaranteed to be in control of first contact, though, I will not risk Iriellan lives, allow us to be ambushed alone by unknown foes. No, we will rove out in a team of 3, the triads more like standard hunter protocols in dangerous territory, and zigzag to find signs each day in a new direction. It is slower, but risks less. The remaining soldier will assist you and your shadow with tasks here in home base," concluded the young understudy of Idraz. That was good enough for Ulrich. As much as he wanted to follow the buzzing impulse at the base of his spine to just head out and start prowling around for whoever was infringing on his home, it wasn't a good idea. Luck had been on his side so long ago when he'd rescued Bright Eyes. He'd been in a fantastic ambush position, intended for bolt deer or blade fern elk, but just as effective for men, and had had the advantage of 2 wounded greater beasts for distraction. Walking into an ambush wouldn't yield fruit he'd care to eat. If these elves were anything to go by, coming against a party of prepared elite scouts who knew he was coming, things could get ugly, quickly. But damned if he didn't still want to go out there right this moment and find out who had the brass to come stepping around his backyard. Even so, age-old wisdom spoke to him. Discretion is the better part of valor. The instinctual urging, a tiny but forceful voice meanwhile, ranted more along the lines of kill, kill, kill the white man, kill him until he is dead. Ah, sweet duality. Ulrich distracted himself by inviting the elves to make themselves at home, which to them meant to begin unpacking their gear and finding places to lay their bedrolls while he saw to a fire. Despite his offer to take a rest inside the only structure in the clearing, the warrior troop set up their tents in the flat spot Ulrich liked to use to split wood and make with the crafting, when weather outdoors permitted. For Ulrich, first priority was getting the hearth and fire pit inside his shelter lit, to give his guests a windless place to warm themselves, the chill of a flameless night still upon all their bones. It didn't take long to clear off his stack of firewood and bring a few smaller logs inside to shed the diamond dust that clung to them, and then to dry. Kindling was provided by looking in on his reserve of dried wood that lay underneath his bed and beside the hearth. A few minutes stalking around by the tiny winding creeks that marked the watersheds of the glade yielded some tinder, lingering fluff pods from a tall variety of plant that liked to grow in the low places of the clearing, places that remained shaded and wet, or now frozen and buried beneath near 2 meters of snow from drifts. The glade cattail stalks tasted like celery, their roots like broccoli, and their fluff burned like a resinous torch. A most useful plant it was, and Ulrich had long ago memorized its preferred growing locations. Once the fire was well established, his escort gladly packed into the shelter and warmed themselves by the flame. As the deepening cold left their bodies, Ulrich extracted his large woven steelwood bark water pot, drew water from the rock pool, which required bashing a hole in the ice with his axe, and hung it over the flame on a pole tripod. Basket weaving had never really been his shtick, but it had proven itself a near miraculously useful craft out here, where carving jars or throwing a clay pot was an incredibly large time investment and easily failed due to faults in wood grains or cracks in clay during firing. The best part was that the steelwood bark strips, true to their namesake, carried heat easily through to the water within, but burned only with great difficulty on a fire far hotter than one used to cook. Soon enough, the water boiled, and he threw a selection of dried tea leaves from one of the leather pouches hanging from a drying rack strung across the back wall of the shelter. His guests seemed faintly amused at the primitive, if thorough, show of hospitality. They were all of them astonished by the rich flavor of the tea, though, and Christ told him that whatever that plant was, Ulrich should never tell anyone where it grew until he was paid dearly. By their expressions, it was near to elf catnip. The warriors all sat back with contented sighs as the aroma and warmth set them to ease. The sight of Guyot's blissful smile while she sipped the tea put a slight stirring into the host, and he made an effort to look elsewhere. Best not to get any ideas. It had been a while now since dearest Hallett had made waves with him. It sure was nice to be appreciated, though, and the pleased expressions of his guests was a surprisingly welcome sight to the formerly hermetic man. Ulrich was inspired to grab one of the last preserved shoulder roasts of Forest Lord in his meat cache. There was precious little left of the great animal. Knowing now what he did about the creature, he couldn't help a little sadness thinking about it. He owed much to that last insane denatured guardian of the plateau of Ancience, and wished that things could have been different, that it could have known peace and companionship instead of tireless rage and violence. There wasn't much point to it. What was, but still it didn't hurt to wish that the world could sometimes be gentler. All worlds, as it happened. Old Earth didn't have a monopoly on suffering, just a more refined touch applied by his own species' doings. Moving along, he refilled everyone's tea and his own before redrawing water and putting the roast into the pot. He used his knife to dice some glade potatoes, carrots, a radish-like root, and some somewhat spicy herbs, caramelizing them on a rock before adding them to the soup. A little salt from his pack, that last greatest missing ingredient, held precious in its dry box in his pack. A gift of his elvish neighbors, finished the seasoning. His guests watched with interest and some degree of amusement at the odd man's dedication to playing host. It only took a few minutes before the dried meat began to pour its rich aroma into the shelter. Ulrich had actually forgotten how incredibly delicious the gigabear meat was. Mouths watered as he stirred the pot and drew off the scum from the top of the darkening broth. Wooden bowls were shortly filled with Forest Lord stew, and Ulrich garnished them with a final pinch of some savory crushed leaves whose taste was akin to cilantro combined with oregano, with an almost vinegarish olfactory note. That herb has cost him blood, picked from a devilishly thorned bush, barbed tines guarding lushly delicious foliage. The assembled elves breathed deeply of their bowls before diving in to eat with abandon. Everybody was hungry, and that always helps, but they did seem to genuinely enjoy the meal, a mark of pride for Ulrich's well-honed bush cuisine. A series of instructionals on turning foraged edibles into fine dining, courtesy of Sage Stroud of the pre-collapse, served him well these past months. "Glade Chief, you are a surprising creature," said his shadow suddenly, her voice utterly devoid of its normal veiled irritation, looking up from a nearly inhaled bowl. "You hide many talents. Sometimes you appear as a savage, others as a scholar, and now you show domestic abilities I would expect of a caretaker. Never have you mentioned that you could cook properly, or carve beyond the shaping of minor tools, or great skies above, weave. A watertight weave of such difficult material as this steelwood of this glade is good enough to hold a place with our own weavers' young apprentices. With this food and that tea, you have an artisan's gift for flavoring. I can say with confidence that you would find success in a traveler's kitchen should you choose to open one." She praised, dead serious. "I would second your Taipan's assessment, Glade Chief," said one of the unnamed soldiers, a man with one green gold, one red gold eye, the only heterochromatic elf Ulrich had seen, who grinned at Guyot's hissed, "I am not a Taipan," as he continued. "Never did I guess that a lord recognized by the Akashic would cultivate such refined domestic craft. Next, you will pull out a barrel of mead, and truly will I be in awe. If I told my comrades that we were served a wilderness meal rivaled by our own kitchens in Irielhos, by the Glade Chief no less, they would near demand satisfaction for an untruth." Finished Santa, the elf dubbed in Ulrich's thoughts for his holiday-themed eyes. "Where have you learned such skills, if I may ask?" inquired Twin 1, or was it Twin 2? Indeed, did you train with masters in your life previous? Followed Twin 2, maybe 1. If not for the utter seriousness of their questions, Ulrich would have been ready to declare that he was being made the butt of an incredibly drawn-out ruse. They weren't joking, though. They were absolutely genuine. Ulrich's interdimensional status, his magic, his position as a minted lord of the lands, none of this impressed these elves. No, it was the skills honed by a bachelor's life, strict adherence to cookbooks, and his random hobbies practiced often while dreaming of long-dead wilderness that had them gobsmacked. Thanks? This is, just normal, though. I always prepared my own food, and I enjoyed handicrafts in my spare time when my day's work was done. I've done this kind of thing for the last 30 or so years, reading books and watching tutorials from, I guess, artisans, or at least professionals. Hell, if I hadn't had to leave the glade and escort Bright Eyes, I was planning on making some grain spirits to tide over the winter. Christ, is this really so strange? Ulrich asked. His new-made friend gestured with his hands, an elven sign of affirmation. It is, somewhat. Most elven families divide their responsibilities, each to their strengths, and it is rare for one individual to have any great skill at so very many aspects of home, even more so when they have trades in other domains, like smithing and the combat arts. Especially to cook as you have, this is very rare, informed the young swordsman, indicating the soup pot as he did. You know which herbs to add, and when, and how much to bring out the flavor of the meat without overwhelming it. You have chosen complementary vegetables, prepared by appropriate treatments of heat to retain their pleasing texture, that also round out the nutrition of the meal to be completely balanced. I have heard Idra's practices culinary skill, but have not experienced such. He only serves his innermost rings. Praised his partner on the training field. He smiled and actually looked a little embarrassed, admitting, I cannot cook at all, other than to roast flesh over a fire. That failing was echoed by the other warriors, except for Santa, who, being a hunter, was somewhat capable, though he professed to being unable to come close to matching the spread Ulrich had provided here. Also, interjected Christ, the other tasks, the sewing and weaving and fabrication of clothes, and such, these are not so common either. I have a head for knot work, and can sew repairs to equipment, but would not know where to start cutting patterns from the hides that you have sewn into those clothes. I can carve, somewhat carpenter passably, and I play a lyre with skill, but mostly I am a fighter. You might even be able to qualify as a duty, Christ explained. A duty? One of the servants who maintained the citadel? The elf made that sound like the highest praise. When Ulrich asked about it, the entire group professed amazement. Duties were among the most honored citizens of the citadel, trusted completely with the possessions, homes, safety, and cleanliness of the entire city. Cooking, cleaning, weaving, sewing, tailoring, carving, upholstery, maintaining defensive wards, and vigilantly watching out for the inhabitants of the citadel, the duties did it all. This position was regarded with great respect amongst the Irielen. Housekeepers, that is what the Irielen revered. Ulrich was stunned. How had he missed it? The implicit trust, the complete faith that all would be safe and secure in their hands, wherever they went and in all that they did. That quiet efficiency that Ulrich had noted time and again, these were not mere servants. They were the glue that held the fortress together. Elven society revolved around the functionality of these ever-present, but rarely noticed masters of the domicile. Now that Ulrich thought about it, the easy teasing, frequent challenging statements, and competitive nature of the Irielen elves had never once been turned toward a duty. They were always treated with respect, and requests of their time were made with utter politeness. Color him surprised. Never had he intended to live as a caretaker for elf fortress cities, but he'd keep that information in his hip pocket. Retirement was best planned decades in advance. Ulrich did have to admit a great deal of satisfaction in cobbling together a fine meal for guests, and the fire in his own hearth warmed more than just his flesh. This was not bad. Best to enjoy the moment. There would be blood and dying in the near future. He could feel it. If he had anything at all to say about it, none of either would belong to him. When his guests had finished their impromptu breakfast, Ulrich bustled around cleaning up, rejecting offers of help with a peremptory, "Sit, sit, just relax a while, I've got it," to their collective bemusement. Even Gayat, whose role as a shadow had her mostly acting in a subservient position, was treated as he had been taught so long ago by his parents, rules of hospitality ingrained in him. Courtesy with neighbors and treating guests like they were visiting diplomats was one of the bedrock social underpinnings that survived collapse, long polished during the centuries spent in underground oasis safe from nuclear fallout. The escort and his shadow, hardened warriors all, found themselves warm, fed, watered and comfortable, while Ulrich pitter-pattered around his home. Going through these habits, long unpracticed though they may have been, was comforting in their familiarity, in spite of the, call it rural, environment. Finished with his tasks, Ulrich fixed another pot of tea. They'd be getting to work soon. A last cup would provide lingering warmth as they labored in the frigid air outside. Once the last sip had been downed, Christ set his team to order. He, Cleaver, and Twin too would scout north, since their route in had come mostly from the southeast. Signs of the invaders had totally vanished upon leaving the Ancient's Gate, indicative of fieldcraft and specifically designed magics, from a group well versed in going undetected. That they had left any sign at all was mostly due to the resistance of the gate itself to any external spellwork. It was like the mana was locked into place within the confines of the ruin, preventing casting other than the gate's own workings. Twin One would help Ulrich and Gayat clear the camp of snow and assemble a sled, after which they would start going through the items Ulrich wanted to bring back to Irielhos. With a click of wooden cups on the stone fire pit rim, the scouting party departed. Ulrich wished them luck. The faster Christ found out who was lurking around, the faster they could figure out what to do about it. Specifically, Ulrich would know what he might do about it. With a final glance at the rapidly receding elf party, Ulrich decided it was time to get on with clearing camp. It was not even mid-morning. They had all day, short though those were becoming. Considering that there were potential threats wandering around the area, even though they hadn't been spotted, Twin One agreed with Gayat that the former hunter's talents were best spent keeping a perimeter and ensuring that nothing crept up on them. As Ulrich and Twin One started removing snow by piling fine powdered snow onto hides, which would then be dumped outside the camp proper, Gayat vanished into the surrounding brush. "Good luck, animals," Ulrich said with an imagined salute. "Your apex predator has gone on the hunt." Time passed swiftly then, with the steady rhythm of sweeping and throwing snow, followed by hauling and dumping it. He and Twin One had soon worked out a system. Twin One would pile up snow on a series of furs, tied together by a loop through which Ulrich could run his spear, creating a wide fur drag, which Ulrich would then pull to the edge of camp and dump into an ever-growing pile. Two of these drags were laid out so that while Ulrich pulled the first away, Twin One could pile snow onto the second, keeping a steady pace of clearing. Ulrich didn't mind doing the donkey work. The willingness of this proud soldier to scoop snow out of his camp was more than he would have expected. In a matter of an hour and a half, the immediate camp was snow-free, excepting the dense layer they'd compacted with their feet while working. Gayat would stop in periodically to report all's clear before disappearing again. Once, she deposited a wolf corpse. Truly, she was a ghost out there in that winter cloak. Ulrich stood smiling, his breath coming deep and even, regular bursts of fog rolling out into the brisk air as he gazed on his works. He felt the deep warmth of exertion in his limbs, while satisfied grey eyes surveyed the clear area, and found himself trying, in vain, to attempt to spot the elf woman who was almost certainly lurking somewhere nearby. In vain was that effort, abandoned after a minute of fruitless staring. A large pile of snow beyond the rock pool made a near chest-height wall 10 meters long, a demarcation of the camp's southern border within the wattle and stake fence, the testament to his and his guests' labors. With that done, they could figure out the sled. Ulrich asked Twin One if he knew how to make one, or if they would have to carpenter one up from scratch. Twin One informed him that he knew the method to make a durable pack sled for hauling wounded and gear. At the instruction of Twin One, Ulrich cut some poles from an already felled steelwood with his axe, choosing limbs as thick as his wrist. It took another couple of minutes while he shaved the bark from them, setting that aside to use for baskets later. Twice he had to stop and touch up the incredibly hard edge. even the bone of the forest lord needing some refining after working against those incredibly durable fibers. He used the haft of his trophy trident, itself made of bizarrely hard metal, as a honing rod. With some even measured strokes, the curved axe blade sang its high-pitched whine as Ulrich guided the edge back to sharpness. Carefully, he ran his thumb across the edge to test it, satisfied that the tool was ready to work. While he prepared the framing poles, Twin One was readying lengths of rope and working some crosspieces down with his belt knife, a two-sided monster seax that looked better suited as a spearhead. More than once the elf cursed in his own tongue at the resistance of the steelwood. "It's a bitch, is it not? Maybe you'll have better luck if you let your husband do it." Ulrich jibed, noticing the warrior's struggle. "Ah, if only. The nights at least would be warmer," remarked Twin One, recognizing the jest for what it was, before he observed casually, "Fortune favors you, Glade Chief. We cannot all of us be so ugly, the wood parts in fear." Ah, that was a pretty good one. He'd have to remember that one to hit Gaiat with later. Not that she'd take it seriously, given her beauty. Replace ugly with spiteful. Raising a pole in salute to the Asa warrior's joke, he returned to his work. Steelwood, seriously, was an absolute motherfucker. And a miracle. That species was Ulrich's source of material for most of his constructed shelter, his bowstaves, and his tool handles. Cleaned lengths and rounds, stacked on one end of the camp, had taken more than a little of his time, once he'd understood how universally incredible the stuff was. Mature trees contained plenty of long, straight branches, if you could get to them. In some ways, the tree grew like you, all knotty, whirling, grained evergreen, and rough-barked from the roots to about a meter from the ends of branches. Before smoothing to finely textured grey, those were too large and difficult to work with, so Ulrich ignored them. The younger trees, though, tended to sprout in hazel-like clumps of straight-arm thick trunks, about a meter up from the root base. In those the bark was completely smooth, and the grains lacked the knots that made them impervious to his axe. The fledgling mountain man had coppiced this one early on, after he'd gotten his forest lord hip bone shaped into an axe blade that would actually cut it. The outer bark was too rigid and had to be cut off, but the inner bark peeled in long, broad strips which could be separated into straight fibers. Fantastic for rope making, or, as he had already proven, basket weaving. Twin One and Ulrich soon had a set of lashed poles on a solid frame, Twin One having had brought plenty of rope along in his pack, as did all experienced soldiers in the field. At the guidance of the elf, they assembled the sled with solid sidewalls, which could be covered by hides, to create a pretty nifty, almost enclosed area to pack gear. At 3 meters long by 2 meters wide, the footprint of the sled was manageable, if only just, once loaded. After a moment's examination at the slick job of elven carpentry, the former engineer got an idea. Ulrich split a pole into 2 flat runners. He then used his brace or hand drill, his masterpiece of modern technology, to bore holes to dowel into the sled frame. These would help the sled run smoothly along the snow, and Twin One approved of the addition. Even though both of them were no slackers, steelwood was a proper bastard to work with. It took strength, concentration, and a sharp tool of great hardness to shape, and thus Twin One and Ulrich did not complete the thing until the dusk had begun casting shadows deep into the glade. Gaiat scared Ulrich into a near fight by placing a hand on his shoulder, her approaching presence completely undetected as he and Twin One discussed how to secure their items to the sled. Her smug grin at his strangled curse and jump was short-lived. He'd already been devising a plan to get some payback for her various slights. Ulrich gave her the task of testing the sled's pull by hauling him and Twin One around camp in punishment for her sins. Twin One casually discussed the various uses and habits of beasts of burden in elven farming villages as Ulrich's shadow pulled them, both seated somewhat uncomfortably cross-legged on the fur-lined frame whose unforgiving poles refused to bend. As she pulled through the snow, Ulrich could hear her steady curses and see her complaints made visible as puffs of mist in the frosty air, their cadence matching her stride as she circled the fallen giant that marked the center of the glade. Not often did the man take so blatant a pleasure in putting Gaiat to work, but this was satisfying vengeance. Still, he did have some remorse when Twin One suggested another lap. Her curses were louder this time round and slightly more breathless. Feeling generous, the lord of the ancient glade made it up to her by taking a turn, pulling the two elves around the camp along the trail Gaiat had broken. He was surprised that the proud huntress wasn't too offended by her recent use as a mule to agree, but she and Twin One sat happily while he gave them a tour around the glade. Afterwards, Twin One insisted on a turn, saying, "It is my privilege to bear the glade chief and his shadow on royal procession." With a playful grin whose cause was clear when he took off at a sprint, the now thoroughly smoothed path allowing the sled to race rapidly in its course. Ulrich and Gaiat rattled around in the sled with as much poise as they could, their asses bouncing off the none too cozy steelwood frame as Twin One hauled them around the glade at full tilt. Ulrich thanked Twin One for his services, his hand rubbing a likely bruised hip bone. His shadow grimaced but refused to acknowledge her abused anatomy where Twin One could observe and take satisfaction. Panting heavily from the exertion of his prank, Twin One left no doubt that he was quite aware of the quality of his work. Ulrich had to applaud him. The old boy took his life into his own hands fearlessly. It was a well-executed trap as well. Neither he nor his shadow had seen it coming. Doubtless, Twin One had recognized the potential when he'd experienced the rather more sedate pace of the first trip, and determined that the opportunity wouldn't rise again, as they later realized exactly how uncomfortable the hard steelwood frame would be at a jostling. "Can I suggest a bit of extra padding to the Glade Chief's bedroll? Likewise to yours, noble Taipan. You appear a little shaken by your ride," cracked Twin One. "My bedroll is none of your business, Froka, unless you would like your corpse to pad it," spat Gaiat, her hands twitching to avoid comforting her throbbing buttock. "And I am not a Taipan," she hissed in Elvish. An exaggerated sigh escaped the grinning warrior. "Ah, beautiful one, even my corpse would be honored to find itself in such a prized mausoleum. And if you are not a serpent of such ill repute, why are you yet so venomous?" retorted Twin One, who might be known as Froka, unless that was a profane utterance unfamiliar to Ulrich's growing Elvish vocabulary. Gaiat's scowl left no doubt that the grizzled soldier had won the round, and she said nothing further, unwilling to risk going any deeper down that rabbit hole. Instead, she turned her ire towards his own person. "Do you see what you have done? Your taunting false name is now known to all of Iriel. I will never get my own name back with them now. Always it will be Taipan this, Taipan that, and it will be only bloodkin that utter my proper calling," lamented his shadow with deep resignation. Ulrich was a great believer in names holding a certain power, so he wasn't entirely unmoved by her complaint. However, "I calls 'em as I sees 'em, lady," the man rejoined, remembering keenly the arrows sleeting at him from the trees from unseen assailant. "At the time of our meeting, you didn't give me any reason not to be less than flattering. I still have a scar from an arrow that somebody poisoned on my leg. I can't help it that your own folk thought the moniker appropriate enough to stick." Gaiat's narrowing of eyes and darkening visage foretold sharp words soon. Fortunately, he was spared any further grievance as Christ and his party had returned. Ulrich turned his attention to the scouts as the lovely woman continued to practice drilling holes into his spine with her eyes. Was this how Baldert managed to be so hard to reach? Bearing Veda's ire against his back through the centuries was as good a way to find lesser threats of no concern as Ulrich might think of. What were a few threats of war against the constancy of impending doom from behind? He concentrated on the returning party. News wasn't great, nor was it entirely bad. 30 kilometers out and back in a serpentine pattern that should have found any passage other than directly back towards the Ancient's Gate, and no sign of any kind. No fires, no trail markers, no waypoints, no broken branches. Nothing. The scouting Irielen were clearly concerned by the absence of tracks. It told them that specialists of great skill were involved, but Ulrich didn't bother offering any advice. He didn't know what the Irielen equivalent was for "go teach your grandma to suck eggs," but he'd rather not find out. Christ delivered his report in silence, and the group took a few minutes to silently ponder the implications. As the scouts surveyed the now cleared camp and gave the sled an appraising view, Christ presented himself to Ulrich somewhat formally. It was a distinctly odd feeling, having a guy older than you, physical appearance aside, who had also puked into the same pail in training, acting like a junior officer addressing a colonel. It is my regret that we were unable to find any sign of our foes, Glade Chief. It may well be that they did not turn north, or that they angled to follow the escarpment and thus keep a flank secure. We have no way of knowing with any certainty. Thus, it is my best judgment that until the interlopers are found, we double our watches, 2 on and 3 off. Your shadow you may use to your satisfaction. I would not think to command her in your place. Christ reported with tight expression. He was clearly not happy about being unable to find these guys, whoever they were. No sense beating a dead horse, though. They'd done as well as anybody could expect with their numbers and the sheer scale of terrain to cover. Don't worry too much, Christ. I'm sure you'll pick up a trail before too long. It's hard to imagine anyone getting too far out here without leaving any sign at all. Ulrich consoled the, in his mind, young man. Look on the bright side. Between the snows, the short days, and the cold up here, they probably aren't making good time with all this stealth. I have no idea what conditions are like up in the canopy at this time of year, but if the monsters up there are active in the winter, it would be a poor strategy to attempt to run the treetops. Ulrich looked up and indicated the leafless but still too dense to see through mass of crisscrossing branches, each of them every bit as large as any normal ancient oak tree. I spent enough time up there. You don't want to play with some of the critters running around the canopy. We'll do what we came to do here in the glade, and then we can devote the whole team to pursuit. If that course of action seems good to you, he offered. Nodding, Christ looked over at the sled. He gave it a brief examination and seemed well satisfied by the results. It is a good war sled you have prepared, Glade Chief. No doubt you've seen that Froker is a practiced hand with carpentry, at least as versed as myself, perhaps more. The young elf praised. Indeed, he is Christ. Thanks for lending him today. I think with what we managed to accomplish today, we can probably pack the sled tomorrow and winterize the shelter. I'll want to empty the food caches to avoid tempting beasts into camp while I'm gone, and secure some things your people might find useful. The rest of that steel wood tree, for one. Froker was pretty impressed with it, Ulrich said, indicating that they should retire to the shelter, for true dark was only minutes away. Twin 2, at least he was reasonably sure it was Twin 2, the pair of them had shuffled beyond his ability to be certain soon after their reunion, retrieved water while Cleaver rekindled the fire. Santa and Christ busied themselves chopping up more firewood. Twin 1, Froker, unless it was the other one. Anyway, whoever they were, they waited for Ulrich's instructions. Ulrich, again, would cook up something special using his limited herb and spice supply. These were things he was going to have to cultivate on a larger scale next spring. He would have been caught a wide margin short of the end of this bitter season, without many of the niceties he leaned on to make dried meat and tubers palatable. The seasons on Varda appeared to be significantly slower to change than his old world, if winter was expected to last 5 months to his expected 3. This time, he decided on a rather special rock stir-fry and soup. Breakfast had been the first step in his plan, a sweet invitation. Now he would lay the killing blow. First, he had the elf he was almost sure was Twin 1 soak the dried meat. Blade elk backstraps that Ulrich retrieved from a pit larder outside the shelter in hot water and gently massage it to reconstitute it. While the meat rehydrated, he sliced thinly some tubers and added them to the water. Twin 1 was working into the meat, so they could absorb some of the smoky meat flavor. His, now resting, guests munched on offered berry leather from what few kilos of berries he and Bright Eyes had gathered during the boys' convalescence, while the hard-traveled scouts waited. Clearly the Iriellen were looking forwards to this meal. Oh boy, were they in for a doozy. It was with effort that Ulrich restrained an evil chuckle that might give away his intentions. Heating a large flat stone directly on the coals, he began to slice the now moist meat into thin strips. Next, he diced the glade garlic and onions, as well as healthy quantity of his ultimate weapon. Retrieved from a sealed clay jar, a powdered herb that he carefully avoided getting onto his hands or face. He also avoided getting it close enough to any of the elves resting in the shelter. He didn't want to spoil the surprise. This particular plant most reminded him of basil, with a twist. These ingredients he mashed into the meat with a wooden mallet he'd long ago carved for exactly this purpose. As the odors began to fill the shelter, none of his guests suspected anything. Next, he went to his specially made containers for rendered lard. a storage of forest lord, bolt deer and blade elk fats, each in individual containers. These were a small matter of pride for Ulrich. When he'd discovered how precisely Hydra Cutter could cut, he'd cut rounds off of the branch tips of his fallen elder tree at great mana expense, each thick around as his thigh, and, along with a forest lord rib chisel, hollowed them. Then he'd carefully removed a thin round and carved a recess to allow it to nest on top of the hollowed container, making a cap. Some molten glass resin inlaid with a thin stick allowed him to get a near-perfect seal, and a syringe of nested glass resin tubes drew the air out before plugging the tiny hole, closed the containers so effective he wasn't able to smell the rich oils in the jars that otherwise might have drawn scavengers or worse. He hadn't had time to make more than 3 of these large, almost vacuum-sealed storage units, but they were on his list of projects to do to keep about everything remotely fragrant, rich in volatiles, or air-sensitive he'd gathered. From his Forest Lord container he scooped a dollop of beast lard onto the heated griddle stone. Sizzling and melting oils released succulent odor, filling the shelter with its aroma, tasty compared to the beast's pungent smell. Now he tossed the spiced meat strips onto the greased rock and stirred with the back edge of his bone knife, the sweet onion and potent garlic almost hiding the distinct sharpness of the herb. When the meat was ready, as was clear due to its slight char and caramelization of the onion, he scraped it into a huge wooden bowl before replacing the griddle stone with the soup pot, using wooden poles to lift the griddle to its resting place safely. Leafy greens, more garlic and onion, an earthy root paste that reminded him of miso, and salt were added to the simmering tubers. When the soup turned fragrant, he poured the pot into the bowl with the meat. Stir-fried spicy meat soup was finally ready to portion out. This dish was one of Bright Eye's favorites. The kid loved the hot stuff, and Ulrich was glad to comply, spicy food being one of the things he'd come to miss about the before. He was glad he'd given the pepper herb a second chance. He'd thought he'd poisoned himself the first time he'd tested it. It was like basil, if basil packed the heat of a Carolina Reaper pepper. The looks on his guests' faces was again reward enough for Ulrich to be slightly profligate in his use of limited ingredient stocks. Nobody would accuse Ulrich Einar of substandard wilderness cuisine, not after he'd suffered several indignities figuring out which of the glade plants wouldn't cause a rash, projectile vomit, or its even worse counterpart from the opposite end, or multiple symptoms of toxicity, one of which included the worst psychedelic trip of his life. 15 minutes of being warped to the center of the universe as a cosmic snail. The special herb he'd added, dubbed Reaper Fern, he'd utilized generously. It was among the most potent in his arsenal and had the most incredible delayed burn of anything he'd ever experienced. There was a minute-long grace period before its power became obvious. Ulrich found it fascinating to observe the different responses to the dish amongst the hardened veteran soldiers. Cleaver's wide-eyed panic and rush for the waterhole outside was refreshing for its honesty. Fortunately, that mighty elf was able to rally and complete the meal, endurance tested greatly. Santa coughed violently midway through, having accidentally inhaled some of the spice into his nose as he breathed heavily to avoid inflaming his stinging tongue. His curses in Elvish were interesting, and when he fled the shelter to vomit loudly outside, defeated, Ulrich was sympathetic. He offered a salad and some untainted stir-fry discreetly held aside for consolation. Santa accepted this with thanks, but directed a hateful grin towards Ulrich that promised comeuppance. Twins 1 and 2 sweated heavily, noses running freely but otherwise showed no sign of impairment as they ate, bold souls unwilling to allow the other to yield in the face of adversity. Christ battled hiccups for the first 5 minutes of the meal before bravely settling into the pain, a growing smile as he appreciated the delicacy and the joke. Gaiat Iriel proved indestructible and shared her little brother's passion for the good stuff. Only a slight sheen of perspiration on her forehead evidenced the effect of the spicy meat soup. For Ulrich's own part, he was with the twins. Sweat and mucus flowed from his face as he relished the burn spreading through his mouth. The meal ended with last of the soup, Gaiat slurping the final rich broth from the pot to bring it to a close. A contented sigh and smacking of lips accompanied the return of the empty pot to the shelter floor. It was a few minutes before any of the party was willing to risk speaking. Christ was the first to recover and break the silence. "Ulrich, there was a time I thought you a barbarian. incapable of decency. I now know that to be true, but you also have a great gift for food. Thank you again for this repast, he declared. Ulrich accepted this praise with grace, offering his own exaltation. You are very welcome, Christ. I am humbled to have the opportunity to serve such brave warriors in my home. None wept, even if tears flowed. You are all worthy people. Young Bright Eyes found this meal to be among his favorites and recommended it to be served, if the opportunity ever arose. I must commend my shadow, ever unflappable, she is the greatest among us. The Ariel's bloodline shows its strength. Ulrich finished. Gaiet accepted Ulrich's accolade as her due, a shallow bow to the room acknowledging her lessers. I would rather tell my father-in-law I was in debt to a fish merchant than try that again, said Santa. Cleaver, the worst of his suffering behind him now, offered a thought for the future. We'll all be lucky to get out of this glade with our guts inside us. Ye gods, what is it going to do to me on its way out? Ulrich nodded with the certainty of a prophet, knowing exactly what it was going to do to them on its way out. There will be no shame in your howls tomorrow. We are all of us brothers in lava butts, he offered. Reforged Chapter 26, Vulnerabilities. The company bedded down soon after dark, the day's labours proven taxing, especially for the scouts who had rucked at least 60 kilometres while searching for the parties that had passed through the gate ahead of them. That was an average of 6 kilometres an hour in terrain Ulrich knew firsthand to be not level and not without risk at that pace. Then again, they were elves in a forest. Who else would be better suited? Ulrich, at Gaiet's reminder, went out into the cold to do his balance exercises. To his surprise, she actually went out with him and endured the cold while he completed his 10 repetitions. He appreciated that. Winter was proving to be a frigid beast up here on the plateau. It wasn't nothing to go stand watch for a quarter hour with the wind trying to peel the heat out of one's bones. She also made some corrections for his motions that smoothed a few of the trickier transitions. He made sure to thank her for her assistance before they returned to the relative comfort of the shelter. Shadow or no, Ulrich wasn't about to take for granted that a professional scout, big game hunter, and general elven badass was playing maid in waiting for him, even if that had come about because she'd tried to murder him in cold blood and then, later, through premeditated deceit. He guessed that, amongst the Irielen, live and let live was a slightly more literal attitude. His shelter wasn't made with so many people in mind, so while he got his bed and Gaiet got Bright Eye's old spot, the troop had arranged their bedrolls as comfortably as possible around the outside fireplace and would find repose in their tents. They were already asleep by the time the erstwhile engineer and his assassin maid returned. Ulrich lay awake for a short time, watching the flames lick up the freshly placed firewood, his mind turning over the problem of the seemingly invisible people who were up here on the plateau with them. Something didn't add up. He wasn't sure what his conscious brain had missed, but he couldn't dismiss the gnawing feeling that they were overlooking some critical evidence to explain how experienced scouts were unable to find even slight traces of passage. An errant wisp of intuition spilled cold water down his belly. The canopy. They weren't on the ground at all. He'd been wrong earlier when he discounted that option. He thought back to the group he'd rescued Bright Eyes from. There was no way those men were up in the canopy by accident. It was hilariously more dangerous to traverse those tangles of branches, winding highway-sized limbs, and to brave the creatures that dwelt there, but that was where the knot poachers had been. And they'd pulled it off without giving alarm by nervous birds, hungry predators, or ever-alert prey. Somehow those guys had gotten the inside track and were able to get around in a place they could never have been before. He'd bet the yak wool socks he wished he had that the new bunch had immediately gone to the treetops from the Ancient's Gate instead of staying down at the ground, in contrast to his earlier supposition. Nothing else explained the Irielen not finding a single leaf out of place. But how had they known to do so? It wasn't exactly along the way. The lowest branches of the towering monoliths were 300 or 400 meters up. And it wasn't like these woods were well explored. If Boldert was correct, there hadn't been anyone up here for a couple thousands of years. So where were the intruders getting their information? Once again, Ulrich considered the potential for some kind of scrying, active or passive detection magic that could view remotely. With something like that, avoiding Ulrich's party would be trivial. A drone or hidden eye in the sky could give an insurmountable advantage to a raiding or scouting party. Ulrich would suggest that Christ lead his search team to the canopy to pick up trails tomorrow. He knew in his gut that was how their enemies were getting around. It didn't explain how they'd gotten so far without a sign of their passing, but at least it gave Christ's men a starting point. He'd ask if there were ways to prevent scry magic while he was at it. Sleep fell on him shortly thereafter. Ulrich was woken by his shadow, her cloaked form like some kind of fantastically idealized buxom angel of death. But what a way to go! Yawning and giving a bone-popping stretch, Ulrich climbed out of his blankets. It seems that Gert was the early bird. The rest of their team lay snoring in their bedrolls. The smell of wood smoke hung lightly in the cozy shelter. Accompanying it was the faint animal odor of the furs he'd been storing and that slightly earthy, empty house funk. Before he could forget, Ulrich sat cross-legged on his bed and addressed the serious young woman. "Gert, the men your scouts are looking for are in the canopy. They aren't traveling down here on the forest floor. They're up there." Ulrich pointed upwards to accentuate his statement. "I discounted it at first, on account of how insanely dangerous it is to travel those ways without knowing them well. But that's where the men who took Bright Eyes were when I ambushed them. I think whoever is here is probably from the same place as those guys, and that they, somehow, have knowledge about the layout of the plateau. How else do two separate groups know exactly how to slip through Orlathrem, then find their way through the deep wood to get to this plateau, and then also navigate it undetected? Seems a little far-fetched to me," Ulrich concluded. Gaiet thought Ulrich's statements over silently for a minute, absently chewing her bottom lip. When the somewhat absent glaze left her eyes, she was back to laser focus. She was also pissed. "There are traitors in Orlathrem," she hissed, though he wasn't expecting any such leap in logic. "These men have been fed information to ease their passage. They have been given the means to penetrate the wards that guard Orlathrem against magical examination. I was skeptical earlier as well. Intrusions are possible without collaborators, but this is too much to be coincidence. It was just over a month ago that Lumitsate was taken. A second incursion so quickly is only possible with updated information. Our patrol paths were drastically changed following his capture." His shadow informed him before going quietly pensive. The elven woman's ears flitted with agitation, and she was chewing a lip aggressively. She tossed the midnight mane confined to its intricate braid before sharing her conclusions. "It would seem, if you are correct in your thinking, that these men are using the same tactics as the ones from before. All of this points to premeditation, careful strategy. Our enemies have been planning their movements far in advance and with help from someone close to Iriel. My people are not unversed in counter-detection magics, and they are probing for such. Yet it seems the enemy has found a way," Gaiet said with disbelieving anger. Ulrich had been chewing on the problem for long enough, ever since he'd rescued Bright Eyes, turning over the sheer improbability that was meeting those men at all to have suspicions. "I think that I was a fly in the ointment, an unknown entity in their calculations, Gaiet," Ulrich told her in a hushed whisper as the hunch played out in his mind. "It wasn't an accident that they took to the plateau. They knew the Forest Lord was dead, and they knew they could use that window to get through without serious resistance. Maybe they even knew that a human, if an unknown one, was responsible and thought that they might get aid from their kin," he said reluctantly. Ulrich wouldn't have the racial biases or hereditary attachments that would make that kind of leverage useful against him, but it would make sense that whoever was about this didn't know that. How would they anticipate a man from another world? The Reforged confided another potential mindset of their adversaries. It would make sense that they could at least be able to buy impartiality. Whoever is conducting this campaign, they have serious fuck you money. Operatives that can evade elves can't be cheap, nor can the skills that bypass the magical shrouds that have shielded your lands. He only briefly considered leaving off his next thoughts, but it was best to keep things out in the open. There is also the fact that if they knew a human was up here, even if they weren't certain of his allegiances or connections, they'd have little trouble passing off Bright Eye's abduction as the work of somebody else, covering their tracks when your hunters came up here and killed me in my sleep." Gaiet frowned but didn't object to that last statement. Because he was without grace at all, Ulrich drove the point home, as it represented a potential weakness to his pointy-eared allies. Your kin are no friends to outsiders, Gaiat. I'm not under any illusions about how my presence would have been taken had I not stopped Bright Eye's kidnapping and been discovered by your people without his aegis. Strong as your folk are, dominant within your own domain you may be, but insular peoples always develop habits and blind spots that can be taken advantage of by observant parties. Now, Ulrich whispered, what are we going to do about it? That question caught his shadow off guard. She looked askance at him, like a new puzzle piece had been added to the stack she was already working on, and she didn't quite know how it fit. You are willing to help us in this? She asked bluntly, not bothering to hide her surprise. Forgive my saying, Glade Chief, but this is a matter for elves. As much as I want to be with my people, as much as I want to go put arrows in the scum who break our peace, I am your shadow now, and it would be breaking my oath to do less than I might by putting your interests behind my kin. You do not owe us this. It is enough that you have helped my little brother return home and exposed the threat to our lands. Why would you do this for those to whom you owe nothing, whom you have only just met? It was Ulrich's turn to be tossed a curveball. She wasn't wrong. Why did he care so much? All he'd wanted since he got to this world was to be largely left alone to live and do as he saw fit. Part of him wanted to develop his glade home into a wilderness homestead that would bring him comfort and a satisfying life of stewarding the land. Another part wanted to stay put only long enough to grow in his strength, to be confident in handling himself, so that he could go explore this strange new world. Ever since he'd met Bright Eyes, those goals had only been slightly refined, as he had wanted to make the potent elves allies, if possible, and a neutral party, if not. In the month or so since he'd met Bright Eyes, something had changed, especially since he'd journeyed to Irielhos and been made welcome in the home of the Deep Wood folk. As he turned it over in his mind, his fingers snapping rhythmically by his side, he decided what the turning point had been. He liked them. Ulrich genuinely liked these people. They were honest, diligent, stern but compassionate, surprisingly spontaneous and whimsical at times, and they lived in a harmony with the world that Ulrich had never dreamed possible. Maybe they weren't the most inclusive folk, but then Ulrich wouldn't have been either if he had things dialed in as well as they had and had something to protect as fiercely as they did. Which he realized he did. There were strangers on his plateau and it pissed him off. They weren't welcome, they didn't belong, and he'd be damned if he let them get away with trespassing. Ulrich could sympathize with these elves. They lived long enough to witness the gross short-sightedness and selfishness of humans. Every few hundred years, a third of their lifespans, they had to endure incursions and attacks that cost them family, friends, and lovers known for centuries. How could they not view humanity with suspicion and hostility? Just when they'd gotten things settled, they would have to clean up another human mess. The real mystery was why they hadn't just wiped out the people of Pressbang. It wasn't in their nature, Ulrich decided. The elves were, fundamentally, grove tenders. They loved life and nurturing it to growth. You could see it in all aspects of their culture, and most obviously in their architecture. They worshipped all things growing. They made war because they had to, and the Irielen had taken that role upon themselves most especially. Probably to spare the rest of the necessity as much as possible. If the Irielen seemed to have the attitude of a Comanche raiding party, it was probably because they'd been forced to be something they, at an instinctive level, abhorred. Only the catch-22 was that Asa he'd met felt compelled to do things in whole parts. It was damned near an Irielen phenotype. If warriors and guardians they had to be, then they would do it with nothing held back, and with full resentment towards those that made it necessary. No wonder the Irielen were such hard cases. He hadn't met the other tribes, he couldn't say how much of his observations he could generalize to the rest of Orlathrem, but he felt like, for the Deep Woods kin, he had a bead on what moved them. It had been a long moment, Ulrich realized. He'd gone silent as he thought out what factors had driven him to feel like he needed to help the elves. He thought of Hallet. Fierce, playful, laughing, burning gloriously Hallet. She encompassed the joy for life he found so marvelous in elvendom. It didn't hurt his attitudes that she had made his world move, repeatedly. He shook himself to dispel that sorceress and wiped the budding smile off his face. Focus, you randy bastard. We're talking. Against their better judgment, your people have been good to me, Geert. Your little brother was my first friend in this strange world. Your father is a goofy, plotting, maniacal, powerful asshole, and I respect him for it because he does it all to keep his kin safe. You might be a cold-blooded, bushwhacking assassin lady, but you were pushed into that by those other kin in Pressbang refusing to just act like decent people. Ulrich explained to her. Guyot frowned briefly when he described her, but then nodded, accepting it as a true statement for an outsider. To a non-elf, a non-Eriellen, that was basically exactly what she was. Ulrich went on. Since I was a boy, I have hated my own people for being unable to think past their own short lives and for being so unwilling to make small sacrifices for the good of their neighbors, to say nothing of their own world. You have to understand, Gerd, the humans of my homeland crippled their own world. They took from it, wasted it, exploited everything they could, each other included, until they brought themselves to the edge of extinction. Even he was surprised at the outrage and open contempt leaden in his voice. He'd come to simmering fury at the memory of it. I was born just outside the crisis, a bare century after we turned back from the brink. And even so close to the edge, we weren't satisfied. I am a product of my people, and we never learned to be happy. To coexist in peace, it was an instinct, some bone-deep need we had to push into the unknown, to expand. Is this why you are worms in the head all of the time? His shadow asked without sarcasm. Probably, yeah, Ulrich answered honestly. Believe it or not, I've settled down quite a bit since I was reborn here. I decided early on, in this place that is as a paradise lost by my homeland, that I wasn't going to bring the bullshit that made me miserable in that old world with me into this one. It isn't easy, habits are hard to break. But I'm trying. In a way, your people are a model from which to learn. I don't want to be an elf, but there are things that elves do, attitudes they have, that are in line with becoming the man I want to be, he admitted. And this is why you would help my kin, she prompted, adopting a thoughtful expression at odds with her usual resting bitch face. Being good to good people is reason enough, isn't it? He challenged, thinking to the transactional attitudes of his old life that had bred an internalized, almost casual cruelty that had pervaded society throughout human history. If we would all do the right thing, because it was the right thing, there'd be a great goddamned less suffering in the world. On the other hand, sometimes some people just need killing. Kindness is wasted on them. They can't be reasoned with. They won't back down from their prime directive to poison every well from which they drink, and they won't be happy until they've taken everything they can and destroyed everything they can't. Those people ruined my world. I think I'll use the Watcher's gifts in this life to kill those people wherever I find them. Like pruning a tree of the rotten bits so the rest can grow correctly. Ulrich reasoned. It wasn't much of a philosophy, but it would do for him. The Tao of some fuckers just need to die wasn't for everyone, but for a cynical dick like him, it was definitely the only correct way to respond to the insanity of the world. Justice was great, right up until you realized the law was really only as good as the ones who wrote it, and it only served those who could enforce it whenever they chose to do so. History made that out to be, more or less, a game of numbers. Every couple of 100 years, the law would become weaponized against the populace to the point that they would discard it, guillotine all the nobles in public squares, and start over. Nothing was learned. He was bitter about that, most of all. The beautiful huntress standing nearby came to a decision. I may have been wrong about you, Ulrich. You are worms in the head. You can also be insufferably obnoxious, an asshole, as you call it. But you aren't a bad person, Guyot Iriel pronounced. You know something, Guyot? Ulrich recalled. That's exactly the first thing your brother said to me. The two of them lapsed into a, for him, awkward silence. Would the two of you like some alone time? Christ said suddenly, loudly breaking the moment. We can find some task to occupy ourselves, if you like, Glade Chief. Worry not. There is no precedent against enjoying a bit of sheet ruining with one's shadow, if they are willing. I can be your second. If you fear you will not survive the encounter, Baldert's eldest daughter is not a conquest lightly taken, and you may not live to see the end of her pleasure, announced the grinning elf from the doorway. Ulrich found himself caught off guard, embarrassed by the suggestion, especially as it was something he rather steadfastly avoided thinking about. He had trouble enough dealing with his shadow without having that to worry about. They'd almost achieved a certain comfortableness to their relationship over the past 10 days. The tips of Gaiat's ears had reddened, and her face was a thunderhead, promising lightnings. She was going to do something rash if he didn't head this off. Hurriedly, Ulrich cut off whatever brewing violence his abrasive bodyguard was going to offer. "Thanks, Christ, but I am sure we have better things to do today than indulge your profane fantasies. It wouldn't do to put my guests into the cold while I make them, at first, awkwardly uncomfortable, and then later, mindlessly jealous," he said with feigned regret. "Besides, if I wanted to commit suicide, I'm sure there are way less painful ways to do it than by playing pin the tail on the Shadow Panther." That last he threw out to help assuage Gaiat's pride. She wouldn't appreciate anyone making any assumptions on her account. He certainly wouldn't, were he in her place. It seemed to work, to some degree. His shadow didn't look like she was going to start peeling bits off of anybody, not right away, and the laughter of the rest of the warriors made the joking suggestion clear to be only that. Fucking elves. They had the comedic sense of a mosquito, finding all the itchy bits and diving straight for them. No wonder duels were a norm in their culture. Ulrich was going to chalk Christ's little ambush up to revenge for dinner. A little embarrassment was fine, an easy price to pay for inflicting Reaper's basil on the unsuspecting. Besides, he'd made his stance on Gaiat's beyond hotness a matter of public record. Nobody needed to guess how he felt about that. It was only natural that teasing would occur. The humor of the elves was short-lived. Ulrich told them what he and Gaiat concluded before Christ had woken and begun his eavesdropping for maximum damage revenge. Unfortunately, Christ and the others agreed. "All of our scouts must be notified. They are in danger. We must place them in hunter triads and assume the patrols will encounter hostile forces if this is so," said Santa, his thoughts turned to his hunter comrades. "It does not seem possible," Cleaver said, deeply troubled. "In 3,000 years, there has not been a traitor in all Threm, not since the tribes consolidated under the current confederacy." "Perhaps the traitor does not know that they are a traitor," mused Twin 2. "Indeed, the enemy may have devised a way to hide their true nature and infiltrated to a position of trust for an over-naive lordling or lady wife," said Twin 1 in continuance of his brother's point. "All true, but the facts of the situation are this. The defenses of Orlathrem are compromised. Our people are already recalled to the sanctuaries, and, unless there is some form of appeal to peace, war is certain come the spring. No, with the attack on Herr Lumit's site, the murder of his friend, and the slaughter in La Grenelle, it is already begun." Christ spoke grimly to the group. Turning to Ulrich, the young royal guard was more formal than his usual wont, reflecting the severity of the situation. "Ulrich, Lord of the Ancient Glade, we are grateful to you for your siding with the Iriellen in this. We are here to assist you in securing your hold, but what say you to a delay in our return? We may require a few days to discover the nature of the spies who have intruded upon elven lands. This was not a part of our orders from Lord Iriel, and you are not under obligation." His erstwhile training partner turned commanding officer requested. For Ulrich's part, this was a no-brainer. He was inclined to go after whoever was running around his woods anyway. Better to do it with backup. "It's dangerous to go alone. Take this," he snarked to himself. "If you didn't suggest it, I would. I won't know peace until I know who the hell we're dealing with. If they can get around in the canopy, then they probably also know about the glade and this camp," Ulrich said, grimacing at the thought. "Look, by all I've been told and seen myself, there's things you guys call greater beasts up there. It's fucking spooky dangerous for one guy doing everything he can to be invisible, let alone 6 and trying to cover ground. How about this? We've basically got here 2 teams of 3 between us. That's 2 of your triads, yeah? We can go out in 2 teams doing wide crisscrosses as we patrol. We'll cover more ground and maybe force whoever is out there to either go extremely wide of us or, even better, get caught in a pincer," Ulrich suggested, trying to drive home the hazard of the forest above the forest. Christ thought it over for a moment. "It is a sound strategy, Ulrich. They may have scried the forest of the forgotten, but they will not be able to carry that advantage against us for long. None are greater than the Iriellen at striding the wood," he promised before laying out their plan. "We will do this. Froka, Serlich, Nahlir, you will be one team. Serlich has been on duty longest as a hunter. He will lead the triad. I, Darla, and Ulrich, with his shadow, of course, will make up the other triad. Gaiat, your talents as a hunter are beyond question. Will you have problems leading our triad? It will be my pleasure, Kriost, Gaiat said with a calm that belied her hawkish gaze. Ulrich was surprised for a moment at Christ's immediate willingness to defer his lead to another, but realized that he shouldn't be. The Eriellan soldiers were consummate professionals. The best man for the task got the job. There was no pride when business was at hand. So, Twin 1, Santa and Cleaver got one team, with Santa in charge. Ulrich, Christ and Twin 2 got the other team, and Geert would take charge. It was a plan then. Good enough for me, Ulrich declared. When do we go? Christ was on the fence. They had come to an agreement on the necessity of trying to pin down the enemy scouting force, at least so far as determining an identity for it. But none of that was going to get them any closer to returning to the Eriellan fortress. He made an executive decision then. They would delay their hunt by a few hours to prep the sled for return to Erielhos, and then the two scout parties would depart along the prescribed search pattern, crisscrossing the canopy on their outward journey and back along the rolling floor of the Great Plateau's buried giants. As it turned out, 7 able bodies trivialized the packing. Many hands do, in fact, make for light work. Santa was a wizard for optimizing the load order and distribution. He was accustomed to breaking down beast kills in the wild and bringing them back in small sleds for the craftsmen. Under his guidance, the team managed to get the 3-meter-long sled lined with even padding of wolf pelts. All of the spoils of the hunt would be coming. Only those being used as bedding were left behind. Next came the bones and sinews of the same. Antlers from blade-fern elk and bolt deer, along with what tendons Ulrich had preserved, filled in, creating a rather morbid collage. Elk hide lay atop that to create another cushioned layer. From there, packed cordage from Santa and Cleaver secured the hunted goods. Ulrich's core collection came next, and required careful handling to preserve them from chipping, cracking, or other damage if things bounced around too much. The elves handled that by packing cores interspersed with the preserved meat to act as shock absorbers secured with another elk hide so that it wouldn't shift too much in transit. On top of them were laid the straightest sections of Ulrich's steelwood harvest. The main trunks left where they lay for being too heavy to haul by manpower alone, but many smaller segments being suitable for use in a host of applications, and with those was laid the great scimitar collected from one of the marauders so long ago. Braced as these were against the sled frame, Ulrich saw that the interior of the sled was essentially sealed and secured. Clever. Of the fallen ancient, not much could be transported, it was simply too massive. A few wrist-thick boughs were carefully arranged to create a levelish surface, padded by the last of his bolt deer hides laid over top. The penultimate layer was composed of stacked bricks of glass resin, melted in a stone pot in the outdoor fire pit, and poured into a set of molds via a quick stone wall form until the sled pack reached waist height. The elves found that application of magic to be particularly ingenious. Atop these went the gathered herbs, flowers, roots, and mushrooms in their leather-holding bags, those that were edible and those that were not. Ulrich had gathered a great many samples in his wanderings, mostly out of curiosity and a need for edibles. His far more refined manner sense detected swirls of essence in these plants that were indicative of their relative potency, compared to the woods surrounding the plateau. Even those harvested over a month ago retained a strong vibrancy to their aura, despite Ulrich's lack of competency in appropriate harvesting methods. Instructor Gotha would probably have had fits if he saw the butchery Ulrich had applied to these exceedingly rare and powerful reagents. His elven escorts were most impressed at the haul of glade resources. Christ was certain many of them might be unique to the glade, or at least of greater value than their more commonly available cousins. Over the top of the now chest-high sled cargo went the remaining Forest Lord hide, used as a tarp to tie down the goods, transforming the sled into a streamlined, sleek vehicle holding what amounted to Ulrich's worldly riches. The glade giveth its bounty, Ulrich thought, sparing a moment to thank his home for its sustenance. Not that the land was actually listening. He was pretty sure even this magical place wasn't that kind of magical, but it was a good mindset to have, remembering gratitude for the place that you made home. By the time the work was done, it was barely mid-sunrise, only a couple of hours having been needed to secure Ulrich's admittedly meager possessions. Christ decided that a meal would not go amiss before they started out on their canvassing of the great forest. Ulrich obliged, sans the death spice, and the parties broke camp with the twin suns rising just above the snowy roof that surrounded the glade. First came the climb. Ulrich took them up via the same tree he'd descended with Bright Eyes in tow all that time ago. This area Ulrich knew somewhat well, had patrolled on his hunts. How the beasts, greater and lesser, had ever gotten up to the canopy in the first place, Ulrich had no clue but chalked it up in the shrug's magic category. The climbing gear Ulrich had thought he'd need for the descent down the plateau ended up not being wasted at all. They simply repurposed it for getting up the quarter-kilometre, and then some, of craggy tree trunk that would take them into the lower reaches of the canopy. Using rope and piton was easier than free climbing and created a vertical road up to the canopy should he ever want to go up there and get eaten more efficiently. From there, the groups diverged. Santa's party went due east, back along their original trek to reach Ulrich's camp, and Gaiat led his own party along a northwestern direction. They moved with caution, as quietly as possible, feet crunching along in deposited snow that might hide a spectacular drop from the treetops. The verticality and change of level possible in these twisted treeways were mind-boggling. It was a three-dimensional maze. Quickly the party left Ulrich's zone of familiarity, truly into the unknown. Gaiat took over completely then, on point, her bow dubbed blinder knocked and ready. Ulrich was never so grateful for events that had conspired to put this huntress into his service. She moved like a hunting cat, agile and tireless. Frequently she would set the party to stay put and rove out for a brief circling, to take the lay of the tree-borne thickets and find the way forwards. At times she froze, halting the group with a raised hand. Inevitably her tuned senses proved precognitive. Some creature or another would be heard rustling in the brush of lesser branches and associated parasitic bushes or even smaller trees. The Titan trees were massive enough to support a secondary forest amongst their boughs. If nothing else could drive home the fact that he was well and truly on an alien world, the great canopy of the Plateau of Ancients would. Of the sources of his shadow's caution, they saw none. She led them well around any potential threats. It was the job of the rest of the party, able to travel with greater assurance of safety in their surroundings, to scan the terrain for any sign of traversal by their opposition. As the team followed Gaiat's lead, Ulrich couldn't help but think that there had to be an element of magical navigation associated with both their enemy and with their guide. His shadow was able to navigate more quickly than simple visual acuity and hearing could prescribe. Ulrich had never scanned the elf girl, which was probably something he should have put higher on his priority list, the better to know what tiger he had by the tail. Whatever hidden powers in her arsenal, they were brought to a halt in a copse of some birch-like lesser trees, growing on a steeply angled rising main branch some 30 meters wide that had briefly paused in its ascent to produce an almost level place to rest. The party of experienced soldiers was relieved. It had been a tense bit of hiking for these last few hours. He wasn't sure he'd ever be able to find his way back, should they be separated, which was why he'd never explored far from his entry points to the canopy. Shaking her head and breathing out heavily, Gaiat spoke the problem on all their minds as they had come to understand the vast challenge of roving the canopy. This place is nightmare-given form. Everywhere live beasts that normally would want a triad of hunters to deal with. It is as the worst of the deep wood. She said quietly to the group, in addition to the path under one's feet, there are ways above, paths stretching below and alongside, all potentially paralleling or eventually crossing in ways impossible to foresee. Our enemy, if he is up here, will be almost impossible to find if they remain still. Twin 2 despaired. Christ nodded his agreement before addressing the other elephant in the room. Already I think we may assume that our uninvited guests are being led by some form of scry. It would be madness to attempt this place with lesser skill than a most gifted hunter. Those thorn-bearing vines, the ones that held that rotted ape skeleton, they were blood-rot thrones, toxic beyond belief, and we have seen many of them, with paths trampled through them by some creatures able to shed their piercing touch or to suppress their venom. Ulrich, your canopy reeks of dangers in untold number. Ulrich gave him an "I told you so" look. What did I say? It wouldn't even have occurred to me that someone could just roam around up here until you mentioned magical assistance. There's a reason I didn't hunt the canopy very frequently, despite the volume of game, he offered. No sign whatsoever have we seen thus far, spoke Twin 2 grimly before continuing in the same resigned tone. No sign do I expect to see for many a day either. We could travel these woodways a dozen times and not use the same track. I am a warrior and not a hunter. Is it truly possible for us to locate our quarry in this vastness, or do we shave frogs here? That question was addressed to Gaiat, who was pensive. The fact that she didn't immediately exclaim that she would successfully find the interlopers was worrying. A lack of confidence was not one of Gaiat Iriel's character flaws. There may be an alternative, said Ulrich's shadow with hesitation clear in her tone. She glanced at Ulrich, a sidelong look that sent the lizard living in Ulrich's brain to ringing alarm bells. Glade Chief, you may not like this, she admitted. While you learned your fundamentals with my mothers, they were instructing me in particular skills associated with being in your service. The rapturous woman spoiled her face with a grimace. Oh hell, Ulrich thought, this can't be good. One of them is the use of your body matter to enact a tracking spell, should we ever be separated and I need to find you over great distance. It is a close cousin of the working upon the artifact that allowed me to detect Lumitsate's return to Iriel. Gaiat admitted. Ulrich didn't think that sounded too bad until his attention snapped back to the term body matter. What kind of body matter are we talking about here? He asked skeptically. A feeling in the pit of his stomach was squirming around. The twitching of ears in his companions did not bode well for her answer. This spell form requires a firm link to its target to be initiated. To operate specifically on your person, I require your hair, blood, spit, and seed, said his shadow ear tips reddening as she avoided looking at him. Fandamtastic. His magic teacher hosts were instructing her in how to track him through blood magic. He'd never be rid of the woman, she could follow him anywhere he ran. Unless he figured out a way to shed the spell. Anti-detection magic was now far, far higher on Ulrich's priorities. Wait, seed? Ulrich looked over at her with suspicion. When you say seed, are you talking about what I think you're talking about? This isn't some kind of euphemism in human for something else. Ulrich probed, frowning. It's not as if I invented this spell form. It is ages old and has been used to great effect for generations. I am no archmage crafting new magics from the ether. I must do what I know, complained his shadow loudly, clearly about as unhappy as himself. Christ stepped in to relieve the young woman of her place under Ulrich's scrutiny and shushed her gently, his eyes doing a scan of the hazardous surroundings thanks to the volume of the outburst. Twin 2 briefly gave her an exasperated scowl before returning to his study of the area. Gaiat wilted slightly at the general disapproval, but then took up her challenging expression as if daring someone to complain. Which was mostly fair, she'd gotten them all this way, untouched, a feat no one else could have replicated as smoothly. Glade Chief, in this your shadow is correct. Such magics are not unheard of in the hunter circles, and they do require potent thaumaturgic links to their targets. Normally, the materials are harvested from a dead beast to achieve a general tracking spell. For a spell to target a certain individual, they require tuning to the individual in question. Hair, blood, and saliva are the least needed. To refine the link, it requires something of a greater intimacy. To the target. Semen from a male, moon blood from a female. The blood and placenta of newborn offspring can be used for either as well, but you have none of these. Yet, explained his training buddy and captain of their expedition. That was a particularly detailed and oddly specific thing to know. Christ, you never mentioned any sort of magecraft. How do you know this? Ulrich questioned. Christ smiled a little, almost awkwardly glancing toward Gaiat. Forgiveness, Shadow, but he has asked, and it isn't truly a secret. He told her before continuing. Upon the disappearance of Heir Lumitsite, Lady Shaw instructed all the royal guard in the same tracking spell of which your shadow speaks, although she had the aid of a cutting from their family tree to finesse the working. Her Highness also insisted on each guardsman casting this spell on each of the Lord Iriel's children, so as to prevent future attempts like those on the heir. I can find your shadow if I focus on her being, even if she should cross the great Vatin Sea into the cold wastes, Christ explained apologetically. Well, okay. Ulrich had to admit that that made some degree of sense, invasive and paranoid and super creepy as it was. All right, let's say I buy it. It's a little lot invasive and kinda squirrely, but I'll grant you that the elves have done good majory so far as I've seen. How does this help us? Ulrich inquired. Gert tossed her braid over her shoulder, regaining her composure, before answering. It is as Kriest has already explained. We use the spell form as it is used to hunt beasts. This only requires the blood, hair, and saliva, not the other. I can use this to make a detection spell that will allow me to home in on nearby humans, any humans. It should allow us to, at least, close the distance between the invading group to find a bearing as I lead us, said his shadow with her usual aplomb. There were some qualifying statements in there Ulrich was not entirely pleased with, especially since he was going to be the reagent for the spell. You don't sound as certain about this as I was hoping, Gaiet. Are you sure this isn't going to backfire and do something heinous to me on accident? He asked. Okay, it took her way too long to think about that, Ulrich decided. Just as he was opening his mouth to vote, nay, she interjected. It will be fine, it will work. The worst case is that the spell only works to tell me you are standing next to me. There are no ill effects. This is a simple modification of the working. Any imbecile could do it, Giat claimed. That was worrying on its own merits. Any jackjaw running around could get a sample of tissues and track you. Unacceptable. But Ulrich shelved his complaints for now. They needed a way to find the assholes running around out here. Now that he'd travelled well outside his usual stomping grounds, he could plainly see just what a mind-boggling challenge it was to find anybody anywhere in this warren of deadly treeways. The near-physical need to remove the presence of trespassers from his territory was more worrying than the less-than-stellar picture Gaiet was painting. All right, Ulrich decided. You can try the hunting spell and we will hopefully be able to at least get a bearing on our targets. Let's just hope they are moving in a group and they aren't all beastkin or something. I have a feeling this spell won't have the ability to track any non-humans. That was confirmed by a quick negative shake of the head from his fellow party members. With resignation, Ulrich gave the go-ahead. Let's do this then. We're deep in the bush and burning daylight. Gart drew her belt knife and took a small lock of hair, just a pinch that removed a few broken strands from his braided ponytail, instructed him to stick out his tongue so that she could scrape the blade lightly across it, and then, without so much as a by your leave, pricked his forearm to draw a droplet of blood. She had her components in a matter of a few seconds and then retreated to crouch over her knife blade. Unlike the spell casting that Ulrich was familiar with, this had more of the feeling of ritual magic. Less mana manipulation through the core via internal logic and careful manipulations, and more of a formulaic pre-canned approach. The body matter was mixed with some kind of dust from her belt, a blue-silver powder that might have been a mana crystal ground fine. The resulting paste turned jet black, then shimmering aquamarine with blood-red pulses, not concerning at all. No, sir, several runes were then carved into a small plate of, was that azure cypress? Bark and the paste smeared across the runes. Gaiet must have been doing something with her mana because the runes drank in the fluorescent glowing paste, drawing it like ink moving into paper, filling the runes until none remained on the surface of the plate. The delicate features of his shadow were screwed up with concentration, and one of her hands was doing some sort of complex crabbing gesture over the plate that directly gave Ulrich the heebie-jeebies. Whatever it was, the spell must have worked. The runes flashed brightly and the entire plate burned to powder, apparently without heat, since Gart's hand seemed completely unaffected. When it concluded, most of the intensity in her expression faded and she stood with eyes closed, like someone listening to music no one else could hear. Slowly she turned to face Ulrich, eyes still closed. If this thing was working the way it was explained, he should produce the strongest reaction since he was the source of the components for the link. Slowly, gently gnawing her bottom lip, as she tended to do when focusing, she turned a full circle. Then again. Eventually she opened those brilliant viridian orbs, and dawn broke across her face as she smiled. The spell is working. It really, cough. I can locate the general direction of the humans in the enemy force. Guyot swiftly caught herself. It would have helped her case if she didn't look like the cat that caught the canary. Smugness fairly radiated off her. Ulrich chose to ignore his shadow's contradictory signaling and focus on the positives. How does it work? Can you tell how far away they are? Elevations? He quizzed rapidly, without waiting for an answer. One thing at a time, Ulrich. You might make me lose it, groused his shadow. After another brief closing of eyes, she seemed ready to make an assessment. The feeling is faint but definite. I cannot say how far with any certainty. I would have to train my senses to gauge the distances. It is a little like hearing a bird song in the distance. If you turn towards it, it grows louder. I think perhaps, if we get closer, I might be able to better distinguish their exact position, she described. Christ broke in then, with some excitement as well. That is how the spell was described to me as well. She is successful, Ulrich. We no longer need guess. We can move much more quickly to close on them with direct heading. It was just damn near voodoo. Like to like and all that arcane horseshit. Ulrich was a little impressed, but the implications were also more than a little horrifying. Given the success of the spell, it begged the question he did not hesitate to ask. So, if this is so effective, why didn't we just start with this? Christ looked a little confused and then turned towards Gayat. Twin Two's gaze likewise tilted towards his shadow. Ulrich turned to take her in as well. Under the adding pressure of their combined gaze, his shadow wilted slightly. What? I didn't know how absurd the Forest of the Forgotten would prove to be, or that they have guiding magics to evade us. Besides, whatever cloaks them makes this spell useless if we were not almost on top of them already. Why is this now my fault? She waffled under their continued blank stares. Her ears began to twitch violently, and Ulrich's shadow stomped her foot before putting her hands on her hips to berate them. You are the lot of you ungrateful, that is what you are. I should leave you all to find your ways back. This is your mission, Christ. You did not bother to ask. No one bothered to ask if I could use a hunter's mark. She flailed before putting the final nail in her own coffin. I did not even know it would work. Ulrich only sighed and contemplated his future misadventures before he readjusted a few armor straps that didn't really need it. Christ and Twin Two shared a look before they began to shoulder their packs and make ready to move. No one said a word excepting his shadow, who continued to bitch in self-defense before trailing off. Lapsing into silence, the group waited as wind whispered through the steelwood sapling copse and a soft white reflected light off the snow that covered the canopy floor lit the place, gently setting the world aglow. The Amazon leading their group eventually wilted under their scrutiny. All right, his shadow admitted at last, this is my mistake. I did not think of using the locator spell as a hunter's mark, she said sheepishly. That admission must have hurt physically. There was a weakness to long life to be recognized here for Ulrich, something to keep in mind when dealing with the races who could persist for centuries. Patterns, habits, tendencies of thought and deed, worn into near instinct by their repetition, could limit the expression of creativity or restrict the ability to adapt to novel situations, where those same habits would have been exceedingly valuable under familiar circumstances. Geert had not, apparently, put much stock into the more arcane aspects of her craft, relying instead on a different skill set. Even though she'd been versed in their application, she hadn't thought to incorporate or adapt those arcane skills to a different use, beyond that of her direct instruction. A terribly competent expert in her domain could be rendered almost pitiful by the advent of a situation too far outside her experience. Ulrich lightly clapped his hands, as he had seen Balder do on occasion when a hard transition was necessary and there seemed no way to make it happen but through force of will. Loudly enough to get the group's attention, but softly enough to, hopefully, draw no unwanted attention from outside the little stand their group huddled in. Well, I, for one, am glad we've got this sorted out. Can you re-establish this link later? The former hunter gave a long blink of her almond-shaped eyes before her features firmed, and she nodded her affirmative. All right then, it's well past midday, and we've already figured out that we shouldn't fuck around too close to dark. Let's get back to camp in one piece. We'll reconvene with the other group there and game plan for tomorrow, if that sounds like a reasonable course of action to you all, Ulrich said, with as carefully positive a tone as possible. Too cheerful, and they'd know he was bullshitting. Too honest, and his shadow would begin to suspect he meant to bury her in the woods somewhere. Gotta toe that line sometimes, he thought to himself. Christ gestured in the affirmative. It will be good to get out of this place. A creeping feeling of badness weighs on me. There are far too many fell creatures in the crowns of the ancient seedlings. Given an out, Gaiat seemed relieved to lead them back out into the wilds where gods knew what kind of ravening monsters awaited. The silence heaviness of the air seemed ever so slightly mocking to Ulrich's mind. The party ventured back along their own trail, invisible as it was, at least for Ulrich's senses. They had disturbed little vegetation, and the hard-packed snow, which showed signs of melting and refreezing into a dense sheet, was almost unaltered by the light passage of their measured steps. The cold air was somewhat muted up here, despite the altitude. Ulrich was sure it was thanks to the insulative properties of the snow, trapping what little heat was available within the almost tunnels of the canopy roads. The reflected light within these paths was a far cry from the ever-dim plateau below. Ulrich kept his eyes scanning the snow below his footing and off to the canopy forest to his left, trusting Christ to be doing the same reconnaissance to his right. In the rear, Twin 2 kept the rear guard. Gaiat was keeping the point and directing the party. Something ticked in Ulrich's brain, causing him to stop. Gaiat's hand rose a fraction of a second later, but before either of them could give outcry, the snow-laden brush exploded around the troop, crystalline powder shrouding the waist-high forms that burst forth, all snarls and teeth. The first of the creatures jumped Twin 2, having angled the attack mostly from behind the group. 3 of them charged the elf faster than anyone would have expected of what looked like wolf-sized weasels, mottled white and tan fur having hidden them in the snow shadows of their surroundings. Decades of experience saved the warrior's life, his spear turning to line up with the lead beast by sheer muscle memory, skewering the creature through and through. Barely a sound did it make as it died, but its weight and mass pulled the spear from Twin 2's grasp, nearly driving the butt into his crotch, forcing him to turn awkwardly. The second beast, a few steps behind the first, leapt to latch on to Twin 2's arm at the elbow, while the third, a bare moment later, grabbed the opposite leg, and both thrashed back and forth viciously, razored sawing teeth trying to rend flesh from bone. Only the sturdy armor and physical robustness of the warrior saved the limbs from being severed immediately. Yelling under the assault, he managed to get his knife free and start hammering it into the back of the beast that attacked his arm. Gaiat saved Twin 2 from being toppled, her arrow whistling past Ulrich's ear to bury itself to the fletches in the polar weasel, savaging his leg, striking the neck just above powerful shoulders. The glass resin broadhead did terrible work to the beast's innards, and it yowled, falling to the snow below, snapping at the buried shaft, rolling violently before stilling. Simultaneously, 2 more of the creatures rushed Ulrich, clawing free of the brush a mere 4 meters away, and he heard more coming from Christ's flank, but couldn't spare the attention to know anything other than that they were in deep shit. Far less practiced, less intuitive with his weapon, Ulrich only managed to line the long-ago captured trident he carried with the leading creature well enough to achieve a glancing strike of one tine across its shoulder. It was too fast, he was too incapable. It ignored the wound, dark red blood pulsing out of the torn flesh, and its oncoming body pushed his spear shaft out of alignment and completely out of usefulness. Claws and teeth raked across the hard bone plates of his cuirass, producing a horrible screeching, grating sound that just added to the adrenaline shiver already racing up his spine as they tried to open his stomach. Christ yelled out. Some elvish curse. Ulrich couldn't see. The second beast jumped, mouth wide, its maw of jagged teeth diving to take his throat, using the metal shaft as a barrier. He caught the leaping creature across its snout and neck, absorbing its momentum and blocking the one below from finding an easy attack angle, grinding the metal butt into the ground even as his feet slipped, betrayed by the snow beneath and the fury of the attacking creatures. His roaring cry, infused with the wrath that simmered coming awake fully, joined the soundscape of the battle, and Ulrich fell to the ground, the world narrowing down to the 2 creatures snapping and biting about him. The soft, crystalline light hardened, and the gentle curves and shadows of branches, snowdrifts, and tree trunks took on sharp edges as his vision tracked his fall. Distantly, he thought he heard his shadow crying out, her bow coming to ready. No time. His back hit the snowpack with the polar weasel on top of him, and he felt its partner clamp down on his greaves, the bone plate grinding against its teeth and sharp teeth painfully gouging into his calf, but unable to deeply penetrate the absurdly strong forest lord hide. He couldn't do anything about the one on his leg. The animal on top of him was trying to get past his spear, to rip into his face, and getting closer to achieving that than Ulrich in his oddly detached mental space was comfortable with. Warrior's instinct, yet again, saved his life, the manifestation of calm within the storm of violence around him, turning from frenzied chaos into an almost serene clarity. Ulrich had to kill the one on top of him or have his face bitten off. The long metal trident was delaying the inevitable but preventing him from leveraging an advantage, pinned between the creature and his body as it was. Once again, the 3-meter length of the weapon proved a disadvantage for him, absent the skill to wield it properly and utilize its range. A problem to solve another day, if there was one. Ulrich shoved hard on the haft of the trident, pushing the heavy animal away before releasing the handle and grabbing the beast's thick pelt and an ear in his gauntleted hands. Ignoring the attempts to savage his leg, he adjusted his grip on the struggling monster on top of him, driving his armored forearm up under its muzzle, while the painful grip on its ear kept it from completing the lunges at his exposed neck. Muscles bursting with adrenaline-fueled strength, he turned the beast's head away from his body. His free leg finally found purchase on the snow beneath, and he twisted his entire body, rotating the foul creature's head around while screaming wordless rage. The bones of its spine gave suddenly, and it yowled, abruptly cut off, as its head turned free, nerves suddenly severed. The monster's weight sprawled down on him, limp form draping loosely across his chest. The worrying at his leg abruptly stopped, but he could see nothing beyond the pelt of the gods-be-damned monster on top of him, and he threw it off him as he rose to his knees, preparing to catch the other one rushing for his head. The sight in front of him showed the creature that had been attacking his legs dead, 3 arrows buried in its chest and neck. Gaiat's work, then. Ulrich couldn't spare a moment, though. Behind the arm that was still raised from her drawer, fingers pressed to lips where she'd released her arrow, was the form of a polar weasel crouched to leap at her exposed back. "Behind!" Ulrich screamed, his hand raising even as the monster's gathered spring unfolded, slamming into her light form, the pair of them crashing to the ground. Ulrich's core surged, brought to life as his will pulled mana into form, the boiling fervor of Incendere giving way under his command. Flame swirled into dense shards of pure heat, 3 radiant jewels that erupted forth. Cinder Pearl. Streaking flames buried themselves in the creature that was darting forward to bite into his shadow's head. The shimmering trails of superheated air hinted at the energy carried, but the devastation unleashed on the polar weasel revealed the spellform's nature. Jewels of flame were so hot that blood and tissue flashed to vapor, even as they created explosive pressure, detonating forcefully. The monster came apart under the power of the 3 brilliant shards of solid fire that erupted inside it. Where there had been a monster before, now there was a set of legs and bits of smoking flesh that spattered the canopy. Gaiat Iriel lay unharmed, other than her ungraceful sprawl from the force of the tackle. As she proved, when she bounced to her feet, cursing violently, and drew an arrow nearly faster than Ulrich could follow. The woman was much stronger than she looked, pulling that mighty bow to its full draw in an instant. However, there was nothing to give the gift of her ire. The forest had returned to its crystalline peace. Their assailants, a pack of 9 polar weasels, were all dead. From the moment it started to this one couldn't have been more than half a minute. Ulrich was still juiced up, body shivering from the adrenaline dump, ready to fight and kill until he realized that the threat was gone. It required a dedicated effort to bring himself down, which exercise of will was mirrored by the others as he saw them each leave the combat rush behind. With deep, even breaths, the world of too hard edges and sharp colors faded back to its soft features. Their sole casualty was Twin 2, having taken the brunt of the ambush. He lay on the ground bleeding heavily from ripped limbs. Christ had killed 3 of the beasts without taking a wound. His status as the youngest of the royal guard well earned. Each of the monsters was killed with razor lines across throats and clean stabs that drove cleanly through bodies to find hearts. Christ was already crouched over their wounded comrade, applying tourniquets to the limbs and applying salves to the deep rents in Twin Two's flesh. His left arm and right leg were in bad shape. The sharp teeth of those monsters left hideous wounds, once they'd torn through the leather armor. Ulrich looked down at his wickedly bruised leg, which had been subjected to the same sort of mauling as Twin Two's, and gave thanks to the Forest Lord. Without that great mad beast's hide, he would have suffered the same fate. The warrior wasn't going to be walking anywhere anytime soon. Unless the elves had better medical care than he was aware of, which to their credit was likely, Twin Two would have a good chance of losing that leg. It was a disaster. Ulrich and Gaiat approached the fallen elf, keeping their distance so as not to crowd Christ in his efforts. "What can we do to help you, Christ?" Ulrich ventured cautiously, not wanting to distract the man's work, but also wanting to be useful if there was some way to contribute. A quick shake of his head and a brusque, "Keep watch and make ready to travel swiftly," was all the captain of their party could offer. Twin Two took it like a champ, the brave soldier not even grunting when his bleeding flesh was salved and bandaged, even though it must have hurt excruciatingly. His pallor betrayed the anguish, but the elf refused to worsen their position by crying out, which might have drawn the attention of more monsters, already no doubt a risk from the sounds of the fight. In a few minutes, Christ had done all that might be done here in the wilds. He left Twin Two to recover from the treatment and approached Ulrich and Gaiat. "He needs a healer, maybe a team of healers. Their spellwork will be the only thing that saves the leg and probably the arm too. We must get Dala back to camp and transport him to Irielhos as soon as possible." "I am sorry, Glade Chief, but life is in jeopardy. We cannot wait to escort your belongings," said the diligent young warrior in a hushed whisper. "Hell with my stuff. It'll sit there as long as it needs to. Let's get our guy home and safe," exclaimed Ulrich, trying and failing to stay calm. There was a lot of blood in that clearing. A bunch of it was Twin Two's. As if triggered by that thought, Twin Two's head fell back and he was unconscious. "Heartwood preserve us," Christ exclaimed, going to check on the injured elf. "We must be gone from here. Ulrich, you must carry him. No offense intended, Glade Chief, but I and your shadow are of more value in scouting the way. Also, you can fight without your weapons. Your spells might be necessary to destroy some of these lesser beasts before they can close with us, as they did against that creature that attacked your shadow," Christ said, voice raising despite his attempts to stay calm. Ulrich didn't say anything, but went to fireman carry Twin Two, standing easily with the elf's weight on his shoulders. "We ready?" he asked. At the nods of his shadow and Christ, they left the corpses where they lie and made haste. Gaiat must have blamed herself somewhat for the ambush. Unreasonable as that was, the monsters were in their home turf and were indistinguishable from the surroundings while they lay in ambush. She pushed a hard pace for herself, roving forward and doubling back to lead the way. Ulrich was never so grateful for the horseshit stats he carried. There was no way he could have carried the wounded warrior otherwise through this winding terrain, slick with snow, at an Iron Man pace. Christ kept his sword, a meter-long bladed oversized estoc, at hand. The large thrusting blade had nevertheless startlingly sharp edges, and his grim features made it clear he meant to use them if anything came screaming out of the brush to assault the group. For his own part, Ulrich couldn't help but question his responses, his lack of experience. 2 fucking weasels. That's nearly all it had taken to punch his ticket. And worse, he'd been so slow about dealing with them, Gaiat had had to pull his biscuits out of the oven and almost got her head bitten off for the trouble, even though she probably would have handled it untouched if not for having to worry about him. He could have used lightning on the one that jumped him. Hell, he could have used voltaic riot to shred both of them. The destructive power of a souped-up arc welder wasn't to be underestimated. Or wind scythes, which he could have used to kill both of the shaggy monsters yodeling for his blood, and also could have looped around Gaiat to take the one behind her, all at once, now that he could guide the 6 or 7 Kalim blades along wires of wind magic. Stupid, slow, bad. Over and over he played the attack, trying to ingrain it into him. Grimly, he shook off the negative thoughts. Later, he'd punish himself later. For now, keep your damned head on a swivel and try not to fuck up any harder, Ulrich scolded, and put his eyes to work doing that while he carried the wounded elf. Once, his shadow came back from one of her forward advances, splashed in fresh blood, some creature that bled blue, apparently, but said nothing about it. She'd only shrugged at Ulrich's inquisitive raise of eyebrows. Well, if it wasn't a problem, then it wasn't a problem. Radiance faded from the ethereal forest upon a forest as the party worked their way back to camp. Twin 2 woke up briefly and apologized to Ulrich for burdening the expedition, to which Ulrich told him to shut up and try to bleed less. The tough man smiled briefly through his pain, but the jarring and blood loss sent him back unconscious soon enough. Ulrich was doing his best to avoid that, to little real success. The terrain made it impossible to carry a man smoothly, too much brush, too many changes in level, too unsteady a footing. Still, other than a flash of motion that drew an arrow from Gaiat like a magnet draws iron filings, a fading screech of mortal injury that faded into the distance, they met no other resistance. The climb down to the plateau floor was easier than the ascent, Ulrich's driven stakes and the tie-off ropes proving invaluable to getting the injured elf down with a minimum of banging around. They made camp with an hour of daylight left. Christ immediately relieved Ulrich of the wounded warrior and set Gaiat to help him make a litter, while Ulrich went to get a fire going and boil water. These tasks had been accomplished about the time that the second party made their way back to camp. They had fared even worse than Ulrich's group. Reforged Chapter 27. Living on the Edge. Santa was missing. Of the 3 elven scouts who had departed, only 2 had returned, dejection hanging heavy on them. They looked like 20 clicks of bad road. Twin 1, Froker, approached Ulrich and stood at attention. This couldn't be good news. Twin 1's normally smooth features were rent with grief. His armor was scratched and beaten, and blood dripped from various minor wounds, red seeping through a bandage tied around his temples. "It is with sadness that I must give report, Glade Chief. Serlich is dead, killed by some monstrous variant of a nightblade owl. Larger, faster, and completely invisible, as if its feathers pulled the light around themselves to cloak its form. Its wings must be razor-edged. We saw it for a moment as it struck. The beast cut Serlich apart at the shoulders, as if with a giant blade, from a dive that none of us even saw or heard. A greater beast, no doubt," spoke the elf with determined composure, powering through, no doubt through decades of experience in similar, if no less tragic situations. He continued to report their findings. "Several arrows we sped at it, and some must have hit, but we found no sign of the beast and did not pursue. Without Serlich's skills to guide us, we were inadequate to make passage through the canopy forest, not and survive. Absent his ample abilities in pathfinding and detecting beasts, we encountered more aggressive, heavily mutated variants of several lesser beasts as we returned. Each and every time we did, they threw themselves at us as if crazed. Even for experienced warriors, it was a close thing." The elf's eyes grew briefly distant with memory, recalling the harrowing return as he fell silent. He left without further words and saw to his brother. Ulrich didn't blame him. Cleaver approached, as ragged as Twin 1, his namesake broken off at the tip, and picked up where his companion had left off. "That place is beyond dangerous, Glade Chief. You were right to be doubtful that it was used for passage. If Serlich could be taken without even a cry of warning, there are no otherkin who could make way through that warren of greater beasts unaided. I begin to despair of our ability to impede our enemy's progress, whatever they are attempting to achieve," the warrior said flatly, dour expression twisting his features. Ulrich's fingers twitched, and he frowned as he took in this news. He'd given the canopy a wide berth in his early roaming. The place made his skin crawl. Apparently, his instincts were good. The deeper parts of the place made even the Iriellan scouts nervous. He'd ventured along the largest, most well-established, easily navigable paths, avoiding the tighter trails and more overgrown runs, and had traveled those only with utmost caution. Had he gotten overconfident, he'd have been killed by some monster without even knowing what ate him. Realization set in heavy that an ally, a good and decent person with whom he'd shared travel, meals and camaraderie, was dead. He found himself at a loss. He didn't know what he could possibly say to these warriors. If only he could find something to offer, some benediction to ease his escort as much as possible under the circumstances. But try as he might, nothing sprang forward from his guilt-twisted mind. other than recriminations that felt to him as more self-serving than comforting to utter aloud. Santa had been there on Ulrich's account. Taking this assignment had gotten the elf killed, and even if Ulrich had had no direct role in that coming to pass, he couldn't deny that he was responsible for these Sylvan peoples nevertheless. There had to be something he could do to help them. These men were here for him. With heaviness in his voice, Christ recounted the journey of his own party. Not alone were you in your struggles. The Glade Chief's shadow led us through the twisted ways above with extreme caution. We were able to pick up the faint signal from a tracking spell, courtesy of Ulrich Glade Chief's offering of reagents. With great stealth, these advanced scouts are moving, and quickly, without raising the forest of the Forgotten against them. It shrieks of Prosper's mage corps at the helm. Simmering dissatisfaction mixed with frustration now tinged Christ's retelling of the trip. With night on our heels, we turned back. Only a quarter of the way back, we were waylaid by beasts most fearsome. They were canny, cunning, and vicious beyond question, using our scent to stage their ambush in number, he recounted. Ulrich coughed, remembering the slavering fangs that had dove for his face, as he added brusquely, "Some kind of massive weasels, never seen them before. They came at us from all sides. Damn near killed Darla and me with their initial rush. They got him first and me second. If not for my shadow and Christ's intervention, we'd probably be goners. There was almost no warning. Those bastards blend perfectly into the snow-covered brush, and they're faster than about anything I've seen." He scrubbed a hand through his beard, trying not to think about the fact that this little expedition had maybe killed 2 of the elves that had volunteered to help. "Forgive me asking, but what did we miss? Could we have prevented these attacks? My ignorance of this world is starting to show its teeth. Is encountering monsters so ferocious normal?" Baldarti's eldest daughter answered from her place, helping Christ make a travois to carry Twin 2. "Nothing to the first, unlikely to the second, and lastly, no, Ulrich, it is not. The Plateau of Ancients has a denser mana than any other environment I have ever encountered, and I have been everywhere within Orlathrem. It is known that mana density contributes to the evolution of lesser beasts into greater. The Forest of the Forgotten is this, but in spades. Even the lesser beasts are of more lethal variants. I had noticed this earlier, but you appear not to be affected, perhaps as a result of your core being unusual, or for your unique circumstance having been reforged here. For us, it is like being held underwater. The mana in this place is oppressive." Her heavy braid shimmered blue-black as she shook away her frustration. "The monsters here are near paragons, the greatest of their kind. Polar weasels should not be able to hide from my senses, but these did. They should not have been able to tear through armor as they did against Darla. Serlich was an extremely skilled hunter. I have raided with him before and had never known him to miss a single sign. That a creature could take him completely unawares makes me feel we cannot risk pursuit of our enemies through the Forest of the Forgotten. They have powerful magic at their disposal to not only wayfind, but also to deter beasts. I do not believe that simply knowing where the monsters rest is enough to prevent their attack. They would seek out other kin as easy prey." Judged his shadow, clearly disturbed. She looked up from her work at tying cross braces to hold Ulrich's eyes. Her own brilliant green and bronze-flecked almond eyes narrowed with concern. "Ulrich, I grow concerned. The glade and the plateau floor are almost pristinely free of beasts. It is as if the Forest Lord kept those monsters imprisoned above, kept them trapped. Without it, I do not know that it is possible to make safe habitation of the ancient glade. I have heard stories of similar places where always one monster rises above the others to claim dominance of a region, a local tyrant beast. It is likely that the beasts above are in uproar, vying relentlessly amongst each other to claim that position. That struggle will inevitably drive them to seek out prey below the Forest of the Forgotten, where it will be up to you to slay them, to push them back into the canopy. That is your duty as lord of this land, as it is my father's in Iriel. Such is the role of all lords recognized by the Akashic, and you will feel compelled to face them down or relinquish your position. This thing is not just a social status, it has meaning to Varda itself." That was a long speech from her. It was also something of a revelation to him. So, the title in his stats wasn't just a free buff, not just a set of words and numbers. It was a responsibility, a crown to be worn. It didn't seem to matter that he'd mostly just fallen into it, by virtue of having to learn to survive here in the glade and having slain its former beast king in a moment of desperate panic to live. He had a duty here to keep this ancient land free of monstrous creatures that grew ever more monstrous for the dense magical aura that pervaded it. There was always a catch, Ulrich thought. Every deck of cards had a joker. This much he knew for certain: he wasn't ready to deal with this shit. A handful of weeks' training with the best the elves could provide wasn't anywhere near enough, and he lacked the raw power of a Baldurt Iriel. Ulrich felt like a caterpillar, racing to find strength enough to survive its transformation. Someday he might be able to manifest the strength necessary to drive those creatures off. He might be able to become an entity as feared as the former ruler of the land. That whispering, raging instinct that had started living in his brain sometime after killing the Forest Lord, particularly when he'd killed off Bright Eye's kidnappers, had something to do with it, called for him to grow, to push harder, to struggle more. Maybe it was some kind of Akashic trait, a drive to grow powerful, much like the one that Geert hypothesized might be accelerating the lethality of the canopy beasts. He needed to talk to Boldarty. Perhaps the older elf, himself a ruler of the lands, would have the perspective to be able to explain this, to make clear what impulses he was feeling and how to regulate them, maybe how to stop them. Yet another definitely problem for which future Ulrich would need to find a solution. Watcher's tits, I could go for some good news right about now. Ulrich beseeched the sky, overloaded on bullshit and regrets at this hasty endeavor that had come with such steep price tag. Christ replied, as his unbeknownst namesake would have. At least at first, there was definitely an Iriellan bent to his consolation. Varda lays challenge at our feet, that we may grow strong enough to climb above it, Glade Chief. The metal enjoys not the temper, but is better for it. We mourn those who are broken and may not journey forth into the future, and we remember them that some part, at least, may be carried with us. For some, more is asked, as more was given. You are one such. It will honor Serlich if you grow from this, to one day lay these beasts by the heels and wring life from them for refusing to learn the limits of their domains, spoke the young guardsman. The others in the clearing gave a single sharp nod of agreement. This is the way for the deep woods folk. Their lives were a honing rod against which they raised themselves to razor sharpness. Some would perish, their strength insufficient to meet the challenge, and there was no shame in that. All would, one day, fail the test, their memories carried by their kin to the distant future. It was a hard kind of comfort, very much in line with what he had come to know and respect from these elves. Ulrich took hold of himself. There was no sense dreading what might come. He had plenty to keep himself occupied just right now. Thanks for that, Christ. I'll do my best, I promise. Thank you all for being here, for spending your blood, and for Serlich, your lives, on my behalf. I won't forget it, and I'll be worth it one day. Ulrich thanked his escort sincerely, though he couldn't help but feel its shallow consolation against the life of a comrade of centuries. So do we all seek. We have a way to target our enemies, at the least, that they have failed to take into accounting. Christ confirmed, the hunter's mark will allow our hunters to locate the direction of our enemies and to find their trail. We must determine our course of action now. Dala is in no condition to remain on the plateau and must be gotten to Irielhos with great haste. His future as a warrior depends upon it. 2 will be needed to take him with speed. Who will volunteer? Their leader asked. I will take my brother home. I can do this thing myself. It weakens our objectives greatly to lose 2 more warriors, in addition to Serlich and Dala. Spoke up Froka, Twin One, determinedly. Ulrich vetoed that immediately. No sense in that now, Froka. Too much has changed since we started this whole ordeal. First, we learned that there are invaders doing gods know what up here on the plateau, and now we've learned that the Forest of the Forgotten is far too dangerous to be taken lightly, yet isn't stopping those same invaders from somehow bypassing the hazards. Thinking out loud, Ulrich continued, I wouldn't risk another of you up there anyway, not without far more preparation to handle the monsters that might be encountered. We need backup. I vote we all join you. We can haul this shit maybe as fast as you can pull a litter. We get back to Irielhos and tell Baldurt what's going on here. Between him and the ladies Iriel, I bet they come up with an angle that we haven't. At worst, Guyot and myself can return to the glade immediately and begin scouting from the forest floor to map out where those assholes are headed," he proposed. "I cannot hold the hunter's mark all the way back to Irielhos, Ulrich. Already it grows faint in my mind. They have travelled, though not over far, compared to how much ground we covered in returning to the glade. We outpaced them by a severe margin, but I will have to re-establish the link should we delay," stated plainly his shadow. "Fine by me, Guyot. It still isn't worth the risk to hang around just three of us, not without having a better idea of what's going on out there. It only took a couple days to get here. We lose maybe a week. Tops? And I have complete faith in your ability to guide us faster than those jackals can move, however the hell they're managing to avoid being eaten to death," Ulrich told her. Her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't seem to expect him to have such confidence in her. He couldn't think why. She'd done miracles up there. If those critters hadn't been lying in wait, he was without doubt that she'd have seen them coming. It didn't take long for her to recover, though. A smug grin replaced the rather somber twist of her lips. "It is my gift, the hunting and killing of otherkin who trespass where they do not belong. I am glad that you have come to understand the greatness of this Guyot Iriel," she bragged jokingly. It helped the party lighten the otherwise dour mood. Ulrich was glad to play along if it helped their comrades recover their spirits even slightly. This day had taken a toll on all parties involved. "Yes, yes, I'll sing the praises of my shadow through the streets, just as soon as we've ended the drought beneath their feet and given their bones to the roots," Ulrich said in mock seriousness. These were both things that this same beautiful creature had threatened him with, once upon a time not so long ago. That, he remembered, seemed to impress her somewhat. "It is a deal, Glade Chief. Now we must decide. Do we travel through the night, or must we wait for daylight to get Darla to Irielhos in time to save his limbs?" Guyot asked. Ulrich passed that question to Christ, confident that his young sparring partner and group leader would be a better judge of their situation than a hermetic former professional nerd. "Your thoughts, Christ? I'm not opposed to heading out right now. I've got gas in the tank yet. But I hope you all can see in the dark, 'cause I can't. Also, as you no doubt noticed, dark falls early under the cover of these old boys," he commented, pointing upward at the somewhat less full coverage above. Christ thought it over briefly. "Nahlir, what do you think? You are oldest among us now." Christ deferred judgment until he'd heard from their most experienced member, a good sign in a young leader. Cleaver, Nahlir answered readily, "No offense meant to the Glade Chief, but I am ready to be gone from this place with its heavy air, its bitter cold, and the crawling feel of monstrous eyes on my back. I will help the Glade Chief pull the sled to help make up for his blindness at night. Froka can haul his brother, Krist, and the Lady Shadow can cover us, her ahead and yourself behind." The older elf, his statements punctuated with various hand gestures whose meaning Ulrich didn't know enough about elven society enough to interpret. Like trying to understand that an Italian was only halfway speaking with words, their hands were doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the conversation. Christ followed easily enough and made his decision. "A better plan I do not have, thank you, Nahlir. Then this is what we will do, with the Glade Chief's blessing. I loathe the thought of leaving enemies in the sacred land, but I do not think we here can do anything but spend our lives vainly trying to root them out. Better to salvage what we may and make a full report. If you are all ready, we will go now and travel slowly through the night. We can stop at the Ancient's Gate and make camp." The group put that plan into practice, putting the injured Darla onto his litter, carried by his brother Froka. Christ took up a position behind the sled, giving it a starting push while he and Cleaver heaved, and then they were off. Ulrich and Nahlir leaned into the rope harnesses and pulled the sled holding all of his possessions, its initial resistance lessening as the snow beneath compressed to ice when they hauled. Guyot took the lead, once again guiding the party out from the fading glow of sunset and into the deepening gloom of the forest. It was difficult work, pulling that sled. Ulrich might have gotten a little too excited with the loading. Between him and Cleaver, pulling mightily with some assistance on the uphill climbs from Christ, they managed a reasonable pace, though nothing near to the speed they'd made coming the other way. Ulrich lamented slightly that he had to so soon part from his home, but there was nothing for it. One elf had died already, another's life hung in the balance. Something fucky was going on with whoever was roaming around the canopy, and Ulrich couldn't do shit about it in his current state. He was going to fix that, post-haste. Lamenting his helplessness was the thought that dominated his mind as he mechanically drove one foot down, flexing leg muscles in time with Nalir to pull the sled forward smoothly before repeating the motion with the opposing leg. Endlessly stepping, the only thoughts that eventually held purchase were these: learn more, learn to fight, scan Gaiat, and figure out how to get those assholes out of my forest. Soon into their journey, Ulrich was traveling on, literally, blind faith. His vision was superb, but even his eyes couldn't penetrate the umbral forest. No moonlight filtered down here, the snow cover above was too thick. On the downhill sections, he and Nalir would crest the hill, push off to get some momentum, and hop onto the sides of the sled to ride it down the inclines, sometimes picking up impressive velocity through the pitch black. In spite of the grim nature of this return journey, Ulrich couldn't help but exult in the sheer adventure of it. The bitter winter air cut like a knife into his exposed skin. He was hungry, he was tired, and he grimaced when the bruises on his leg twinged as he stepped sometimes. But here he was riding a huge sled through the snow, hauling treasures down through forgotten hills and dales, past the forms of tree trunks so unfathomably massive they could be felt, even if not seen. How long since he'd felt that life could hold so much wonder? Varda had been nothing if not consistent in this. You don't get too bored around this place. Absent any visual landmarks, it was a complete surprise when Geert's shout told them that they had arrived. Now that he'd stopped, he realized that there was no moving that sled any further. He and Cleaver had been running on sheer inertia. Twin 1, Froker, was in similar condition, having hauled his brother the entire distance solo. Less physically tired, though infinitely more mentally strained, were Gaiat and Christ, who had taken responsibility for the party's safety throughout the journey. Now that they had some idea of what they were up against, from the monsters that roamed the upper reaches of the plateau, they had stretched their senses to the max and maintained a total focus on each and every possible indication of threat. It was a monumental effort to hold that kind of readiness for so long, especially when your other party members were so encumbered that they'd be of no use if a fight actually arrived. Gaiat had likely covered at least twice the distance of any other member of the group in her efforts to scout the terrain ahead. With that on top of the already brutal pace she'd maintained scouting in the canopy trails, she was as visibly exhausted as Ulrich had ever seen her. All around, Ersa ears drooped and weary warriors breathed heavily. Breaths came in deep pants as the group came to rest inside the confines of the Ancient's Gate, the ageless pillar and its platform completely, magically, free of debris. Here, on the edge of the plateau, Ulrich could see the vast star field that hung above the lands of the deep wood elves. Brilliant pinpoints of light in myriad colors, countless, shone down on weary travelers. The coven hung suspended in their full glory. These three were in a new configuration, as happened frequently. Two of them had rapid, eccentric orbits and appeared dark most nights, growing into smaller full moons over the course of the night before the twins sent them into obscurity during the day. The greatest one of the three moons that chased one another through the night sky was visible as a thin sliver of silver light, with the full round discs of the smaller sisters in accompaniment. Together they barely marred the starlight around them. Tonight was one of those crisp, perfectly clear nights that served to remind a person of their ephemerality, their infinitesimal transience on universal scales. Ulrich had always treasured these nights back home. Out here, with the strange constellations of Varda unblemished by humanity's touch, he felt more at peace with his existence than ever he had known back home. Even with all the danger, the threat of looming war, challenges unknown, and his own body maybe exploding, it was all worth it. However long it lasted, it was going to be a hell of a ride. The rest of the group must have felt something of his mood. They said nothing, gazes lost in the endless field of stars. Eventually, Christ broke the spell and began to unpack his travel kit, bedroll unfolding onto the cold stone below. The rest of the elves followed suit. A brief discussion decided that minimum time would be spent on camp. They would forego their shelters, only resting until daylight. Ulrich untied the forest lord fur tarp, fingers feeling out the quick-release knots as he couldn't see them adequately with only starlight to guide. That done, he dragged the heavily furred hide off the sled and laid it down for a ground tarp. It would greatly help the party to stay warmer in their bedrolls, to not have the wicked cold stone sapping the heat from them. There would be no fire this night. They were too tired, too drained to hunt for firewood, and there still lingered the concern that other groups of enemy scouts might be coming to meet their comrades. They would get a rude surprise if they called the Magitech lift this night. Froka covered his brother with that person's bedroll as a blanket and set his own out next to him to share what heat he may. Christ, Nalir and Gaiat brought theirs to lay near Ulrich's own. The large hide he used to form his teepee would be a shared blanket tonight to lock in the heat of their bodies and shed the brittle wind. In spite of the beautiful forms huddled around him, his shadow most particularly, Ulrich was unconscious before he lay flat. Some combination of exhaustion, anxiety, and his state of mind before sleeping conspired to throw a series of incredibly vivid dreams Ulrich's way. In one, he was dragging the corpses of his escort on his sled. In another, he was being chased through the tangles of canopy trails by some nameless, formless hell beast. In yet another, he was one of the hell beasts hunting his former party and the A's of yet unseen invaders, unrelenting until the plateau was free of sentient forms. It did not make for restful sleep. Just as well there wasn't much of it to be had. Dawn rose only a few hours, at most, after the expedition had laid down. It was with relief that Ulrich rose, having been shaken awake by his shadow's hand on his shoulder. Given that he'd seen her mangled corpse in his nightmares twice, he took a second to shake the dreams off before he extricated himself from his bedroll. Something of the lingering experience must have shown on his face, because Gaiat was looking slightly concerned. "Did your sleep hold nightmares as well, Glade Chief?" she inquired gently, which unusual softness was enough to completely throw sleep's fuzz off his brain. "It did, Gaiat. They were of a far greater clarity than usual and had a decidedly evil bent to them." "What about you? Did you wade through them as well?" he answered and asked, curious at the source of her concern. She dipped her chin slightly in acknowledgement, but didn't elaborate. Just as well, he didn't want to talk about them either, even if he was curious what a century-old huntress of alien peoples considered nightmarish. Foreboding dreamscapes faded as the light grew. They were packed and ready to travel with a half-hour before the twins broke above the distant mountains. Twin 2, Darla, was in rough shape. A fever had settled into him overnight, despite Christ's attempts to clean the wounds. The saliva from those creatures must have been riddled with filth and disease. The party was silent as the platform descended, lowering them to the Iriellen wood below. It would be a long day, and hard, despite the better roads to travel. The terrain of rolling hills was mostly decline, but that didn't mean it was easy going. Controlling the sled on a downhill run was, in many ways, worse than its uphill drag. Mid-sunrise found the group about a quarter as far as the first camp he and Bright Eyes had made on their departure from the Ancient's Gate, when they had pushed aggressively. They were making good time, all things considered, but it wasn't good enough. On a level stretch of snowy woods, beside a creek that still burbled, despite the thickening ice stretching across its surface, Ulrich called a halt. His legs were burning, and Cleaver looked like he was about to pass out. They were pushing well beyond the limits of even hardened soldiers. As the sled came to a halt, the two of them nearly fell to the ground as they came free of the improvised harnesses. Froka was in relatively good shape. His much smaller and lighter burden was easier to handle on the far gentler rolling descent than it had been going over the great rolling hills and around the giant bowls of the plateau. Ulrich, hands on his knees and trying to bring his breath under control, knew this. They had to do something different or split the party. Darla wasn't going to last long enough to reach treatment at this rate. He'd been working on an idea these cruel hours, and it was now or never. Raising himself up with an effort, Ulrich decided it was best to rip off the Band-Aid. "This isn't going to work as I'd hoped," he announced to the group. "Infection is killing Darla, and we're not even halfway. I have an idea to make the sleds go faster, but it's not guaranteed. I haven't tried it before. If I fail, Darla needs to go on ahead, with 2 people, as Christ suggested, to get him to care in Irielhos, and the rest of us can catch up as we're able," Ulrich said, scratching his tangled beard. "If this works, I think we can put Darla on the sled and combine our efforts to get the thing moving at a pretty good clip. What say you, Christ? He queried their leader. The handsome elf frowned as he assessed the situation. Eventually he nodded, his short, kempt brown hair tousled by wind and hard travel, its tail peppered with forest debris and traces of snow, including a fallen leaf whose capture of which he seemed unaware. Agreed, Ulrich. I did not think the wounds would sour so quickly. Dala is a warrior of strong body and firm will. It must be a fierce sickness that infests his bites to draw strength so rapidly from him. Do as you will. It does not work. We will send Nal Ear ahead with Froka, and I will help you to pull the sled. In familiar territory, your shadow will be more than sufficient to keep us pre-warned of danger. Christ decided. Given the go-ahead, Ulrich bent over the steel wood tracks of the sled. He'd been running this over in his mind all morning long. The sled was moving fairly well on level ground, but drifting snow and the presence of soft places caused it to dig in. Friction became too great an opponent to conquer without effort. Ulrich had a plan, inspired by a set of pallet haulers he'd seen in the warehouses of his old engineering company. The haulers operated with a set of skids and an air compressor connected to the motor to pump a thin layer of air beneath the hauler. It floated along almost without friction, even when tons of cargo were loaded on it. Historical trivia said the same technology was used pre-collapse to make a kind of table hockey. He thought he might be able to do the same thing here, but using magic instead of an air compressor. Windscythe was a spell that created condensed air, given a specific form, a fine-edged crescent blade, hard enough to cut even durable materials. The blades were also almost unimpeded by air resistance, and a slight variation of the spell might let him coat the sled skids in a layer of air that slid along the ground, just like those old haulers. Concentrating, holding the image of what he wanted to do, and keeping the process clear in his mind, Ulrich reached into the well of power sleeping in his core, tuning it to the snappy, wispy form of Calum, and shaping it. The mana roiled as wind magic tried to escape its bonds, shaping easily but immediately trying to drift apart, until Ulrich's will forced it to harden, bound to the area immediately around the skid. The spell took, snapping into place, and the sled lifted as a barrier of hardened wind separated the steelwood skids from the snowy forest floor below. Mostly transparent as Kylum was, though this dense it gave off a blue-green shimmer, Ulrich could see that the pressure of the sled's weight was still crushing snow to ice. Even better. Ping. Sky Shield 1. A barrier of solid air created by compressing and constraining Calum. Deadened air is immobile, acting as a sonic barrier and preventing exchange of air across the stilled air. Maybe layered with vacuum to amplify deadening and energy absorption aspects. Ulrich jerked, the unexpected and long unheard sound of his status updating startling him. His thaumaturgy was a complete success then. No 0 ranking next to the description that he had learned was an indication of a spell being incomplete, missing a vital component to function as its caster intended, as his lightning spell had been when he'd initially cast it. Hurrying before he lost the feel of what he'd done, he repeated the process on the other side of the sled. Sky Shield. The sled raised to return to level and, startling the entire party, began to drift towards the frozen creek, their level patch of hunter-crafted trail proving not so much when friction wasn't a factor. "Fucking hells!" Ulrich yelled and took hold of the skid on his side. He grunted as the mass of the thing pulled against him and the sled began to rotate around him, its mass dislodging him easily. He skipped a few steps until he managed to dig in his heels and get purchase, his shoulder against the side of their packed cargo, keeping the sled from continuing to turn. Cleaver grabbed the sled from the opposite side, bracing his body to help stabilize the unwieldy mass, and Guyot hauled on the harness ropes, pulling the thing back to center line on the trail. Ulrich laughed nervously, glad that he hadn't sent the entire thing into the cold water on accident, yet exulting in the success of his idea. It did exactly what it was supposed to do, and they were in business. Maybe. Sort of. He let the sled go gingerly, watching to make sure it wasn't going to start sliding again. Cleaver and Guyot still had hold of it, though, and it stayed put. Okay, I think we might be able to work with this. The sled has a barrier of air between the skids and the forest floor. It's near enough to frictionless, as we have just witnessed, meaning we won't have much trouble pulling it. In fact, the opposite is going to be true. Once this much mass picks up steam, it's going to be a cast-iron son of a bitch to turn or stop, so we have to make sure we have as straight a path as possible or a way to halt its motion whenever we need to. Ulrich said, already making plans, his fingers snapping at his thighs. Anchors, they could make anchors to cast into the snow and drag, arresting their momentum and providing brakes. Worst-case scenario, they needed to have tie-offs on the sled to secure it or some kind of track. Wait, a track? Ulrich stared at the snowy trail as it meandered along the creek banks before a gentle rise obscured the path ahead. A track, he could arrange that. Probably. Carefully, gently, Ulrich channeled his well of mana again, this time with the tireless durability of Terra forefront in his mind. This was going to require finesse. Concentrating with as much delicacy as he could manage, Ulrich reached out with a thread of Terra, imagining twin lines, run parallel to each other, along the hunter's road. With exquisite care and more than a little brute will, Ulrich guided these threads as far as his eyes could see, a kilometre along the established hunter's road. Stone wall. Slowly, a small ridge of stone, only just barely cresting the thin snow, pushed up along the imagined threads Ulrich was holding in his mind's eye. Each wall was only 5 or so centimetres high and only a 3 thick, but that should be more than sufficient to guide the sled between them, provided nothing caused it to jump the track and hurtle into the forest. Sweat beaded his brow and ran down his face. It would have frozen if not for its salt content. The wind drifting through the forest boughs was sharp indeed this day. Ulrich released the breath he unconsciously held. He'd never attempted so fine a control. It was taxing beyond belief, if not so expensive in mana as he'd feared. So little stone had he actually needed to move, but the demand was on his consciousness. It was like threading a needle. If the thread were made of glass and the slightest failure of control would break the entire thing to useless pieces. If not for the massive advancement of the spell under Shaw and Veda's tutelage, he'd have had no chance of making it work. He couldn't repress a smile, though. It was a success. Probably he qualified again. He was 2 for 2 on the day, and maybe, just maybe, they could get Twin 2 home in one piece. All right, I think I've got it. We need a couple of anchors tied to ropes to act as drag brakes or tie-offs just in case something goes tits up. But this should let us just slide between the stone tracks and scoot right along, Ulrich declared to the group. He turned to find his companions staring incredulous, and his wide smile turned to a cautious grin. Guyot was slowly shaking her head, glittering almond eyes squinting in disbelief. What was that for? What's with the weird looks, fellas? Ulrich challenged. Christ, who had gone to kneel next to the stone rails and test their strength, looked up. Ulrich, did you just come up with this? Just now? The air spell on the tracks, and the stone ridges as well? The young warrior asked, his tone unbelieving. Ulrich tried to rein in his discomfort, but really it was kind of a silly question. Well, I mean, yeah, Christ, it's not like I planned for things to work out this way. But this is so much better than pulling that heavy bastard through the snow, right? Ulrich asked, hopeful. The elves looked to one another and then towards Ulrich's shadow. The tall beauty shrugged before lilting in Elvish, "Do not look to me for answers. The Valin is worms in the head. I have been saying this from the beginning. He is also the best natural mage I have ever seen since Mother Shaw. I would try not to think about it overmuch." Ulrich was tempted to be insulted, but it wasn't like she was completely wrong. And she'd compared him favorably to the Crimson Sphinx herself, which couldn't be a bad thing. All in all, not a bad outcome. Clapping his hands loudly, Ulrich decided to chivvy things forward. They had places to be. As my lovely shadow says, don't worry about the details. We need to be moving, said Ulrich, his own poorly accented Elvish breaking the group from their stunned consideration of the new sled track. Quickly, the elves went into action, rigging up a few snow anchors from branches to which knives had been tied at an angle to bite into the frozen forest floor or trees, should the need arise. These anchors had 20-metre lengths of rope, the last remaining to the party, tied to them and lay coiled upon the forest lord fir tarp on top of the sled. Darla was transferred to lay as comfortably on the cargo as possible and was held in place by his brother Froker, who would ride atop the whole thing to throw anchors as needed. Gaiat would go ahead, at Ulrich's request, to find the straightest possible routes, even if they didn't necessarily follow the pre-established track. So long as the gaps between trees was wide enough to permit their improvised cargo rail through it, they would manage. Again, probably, which uncertainty drove the once engineer Batty, but was simply part of life upon Varda, of the infinitely unknowable. A quick conference outlined their strategy, and muttered prayers to various gods and totems presaged their attempt at Schlitten Twy Communal. Christ was now poised on one side of the sled, Ulrich stood on the other. Cleaver had the harness in hand. He wouldn't wear it, just in case he needed to bail out of the way of an out-of-control mass that would crush him to meat juice if it caught him. "Ready?" Ulrich shouted, firming his stance behind the creekside rear skid. "We are ready," cried Christ, excitement in his sterling voice, in spite of recent tragedy. Death was not so much a stranger to his comrades. It seemed that fatalities in the line of duty, to beasts and monsters especially, were taken more in stride. Or maybe they were just tougher than Ulrich was, mentally able to compartmentalize grief better than he could. Who the fuck knows? "Says you two, you will not rejoin the forest if this blighted thing runs away from you," shouted Cleaver in Elvish, ever the contrarian. "My brother needs aid, let us be done with this thing, and may the deep wood hold mercy in her heart and grace for us, her children," yelled Froka from his perch atop the sled. 3, 2, 1, push, Ulrich ordered. The three movers immediately went to work, Christ and Ulrich pushing from behind and Cleaver pulling from the front. Slowly at first, and then with increasing ease, the sled 2.0 accelerated under the power of three strong forms. From a slow push, to a light jog, to an increasingly fast run, the team drove the sled up a small rise. As they crested the rise at a sprint, the track held the skids firmly between them, with only slight rocking between the few centimeters of tolerance before the momentum of the thing took over and it stabilized. Once the mass broke over onto the downhill, they were committed. Absent friction to slow it, the sled picked up speed rapidly, outpacing even Cleaver's rapid sprint. Ulrich shouted for Christ to hop on and lightly skipped up, hands grabbing the sides of the sled to stand with feet on top of the skid, legs wide to stabilize himself as his mount sped forward. Christ, quick on the uptake, mirrored that action, and the two rode on the sides. Cleaver, no slouch in the athletics department, leapt straight upwards, his feet coming down on top of the front of the sled as it passed beneath him, and he crouched smoothly like a skateboarder on the front, laughing wildly in childlike glee, so unlike the normally staid warrior. The woods around them began to blur as they careened downhill. A failure in the stone rails would have meant complete disaster. They were doing better than 80 kilometers an hour at this point. Ulrich hung on for dear life, eyes straight ahead and refusing to look down at the ground racing by. The moment of truth arrived, a wide banking curve that led to a slight uphill run. The outer skid slid smoothly against stone and the low center of gravity of their packing, thanks be to departed Serlich, prevented the cargo from tipping over, as it would have had it been any more top-heavy. Cleaver leaned inwards, surfing the sled like he'd been doing it all his life. Manic joy lit his face, even as the harsh passage of winter air reddened it with its bite. Ulrich's work was good enough. The sled made the bend, inertia seemingly trying to throw Ulrich wide as it rocketed through a good 2G's turn and began to ascend, slowing at gravity's insistence, though not as much as he would have thought. They would end up with plenty of momentum to clear the top, and Ulrich had no rails past the crest of this hill. Ulrich made some quick, fuzzy calculations in his head, estimating when to begin the deceleration that would bring them to a stop close to the top of this rise. Trees shot by, more slowly now, but still fast enough to be a major issue if they came out of the track. Soon. Ulrich's eyes sharpened as he focused on their decreasing rate of speed and the closing hilltop. Now. "Anchors!" Ulrich shouted into the wind. Froka went into action immediately, tossing the anchor on that side to Christ and then the anchor on Ulrich's side to himself. A moment of panic lurched acid into Ulrich's guts as he reached one-handed to catch the wooden handle without cutting himself on the blade tied to it. The boost to his reflexes and dexterity paid dividends and he managed it. Then he cast the anchor out wide to drag into the snow. At first, the wood and knife improvised device simply skittered across the surface of the powdered snow. Ulrich grew concerned briefly, but then something caught and the blade sunk deep into the snow and began to drag, cutting a deep trench into the pack below. On the other side, Christ's anchor did the same, and the combined forces pulled the ropes taut, vibrating as their tension began to bleed velocity from the climbing sled. As if by magic, they slowed to a halt, a bare few meters from the top of the low hill and the end of Ulrich's improvised tracks. When finally they had ceased to move, Ulrich hopped down and placed a small bone knife pulled from the several in his leg bandolier behind the skid, driving it deep to chalk the skid and prevent it backsliding. He hurried to do the same to the other side and then stopped, not minding the fact that he knelt in the cold snow to sigh deeply with relief. It worked. They had made it. No, they hadn't just made it. They had covered well over a kilometer in a time that trivialized their fastest pace at any point before. At this rate, they'd make Irielhos that same afternoon, with daylight to spare. A whole day earlier than if they pulled Dala in his travois. Ulrich couldn't help an ecstatic laugh that bubbled out of him. Soon he was joined by the others. Even Froka couldn't contain himself, worried as he was for his kin. Laughter slowed and halted as they looked around and considered their brief run. Gayat slipped up on them, her silent passage unnoticed, testament to her skill. She spoke with a tone of thinly veiled shock. That was one of the most outrageous things I have witnessed in 100 years of life. And I have been exposed to my father's japes, so know that I am saying something here. What could have possibly compelled you all to think that this was a good idea? The woman inquired with deep skepticism. It was Cleaver who answered. You would not understand Shadow, not without experiencing it. That was exhilarating. I have never had such a thrill outside of a battle to death, gushed the stolid man, who still grinned from the high of the ride. We used to do this kind of thing for fun back in my homeland, Ulrich explained, recalling the adventures of his childhood. We called it sledding. Normally you just ride a smaller sled, big enough to fit yourself and maybe one or two others. But normal travel was done in vehicles that rolled along the ground on wheels, frequently at much faster speeds than we just made. Such things were considered completely commonplace. I'll admit it's a fair bit less well-controlled here, but the theory was sound. And Null Ear is right. You're just jealous. You didn't get to ride on top of the sled, Ulrich said with enthusiasm. Cleaver nodded his agreement. It is as the Glade Chief says, you are only jealous, Shadow. You should know the joy of riding the sled. As a favor to his lordship, I will grant you my place on the next run. When you feel the wind on your face, you will know of what we speak, declared the man. Ulrich and Cleaver, and not unsurprisingly Christ, nodded to one another. Gayat sighed. Boys must always be boys, even when they wear the skin of men, she announced with exasperation. But fine, I will accept your challenge. I have laid out a course that matches your requirements for this newest insanity Glade Chief. There is a stretch from this hill down through a small gully and around a slight bend, a wash created by spring floods, that is nearly 10 furlongs. It is, roughly, a tenth of the distance remaining to Irielhos. I will take the pull position for this run, if only to silence Nahal Ear. Ulrich walked with his shadow to the hill's crest to inspect the route. As soon as he saw the proposed line of travel, he smiled widely and looked at his over-serious companion. It couldn't have been better if he'd planned it. Even as he resigned himself to the effort of creating the refined stone walls that would be required to keep their cargo and their wounded comrades safe, he laughed to himself. This was going to be good. Gayat stood up woozy and wiped the flecks of remaining vomit from her lips. She could do nothing for the ecstatic grin that beamed from her face. Striding over to the rest of the party, who was still recovering their collective breath from the much longer and far faster traverse, she broke into hurried exclamation as if she had not just been violently sick. From combination of adrenaline and the blurring, sailing, stomach-twisting motion. I want to go again. Who will trade me? Kriest, Froka. I will guard your brother's life with my own. Fear not. Can I? Machine-gunned the excited elf. Cleaver, the elf known as Nahalir, could not help a smug approval at her enthusiasm. She was now a convert, a brother in love for the sled, and all past animosities were behind them. How about this? Interjected the formerly fearsome, scarred warrior. I will take the Glade Chief's position, pushing the sled. He has done the lion's share of the work for this leg of the journey, and should rest atop the sled. Froka, Would you scout the way forward for a similar course to this one? Your brother is in good hands with the Glade Chief to watch over him, and we make the return home in time unheard of with this method, Cleaver persuaded. Froker, torn between the admittedly hysterical fun of the sledding and his concern for his brother, mulled the proposition briefly before he accepted. He needed to do other than sit over his brother and brood anyhow. Very well then, Nachelir. I will pathfind us a way forward while the Glade Chief recovers. How many more such sets of stone track can you supply, Ulrich? It must tax you to reach so far, Twin One asked considerately. A good question. That last track had been about as much as Ulrich could manage in a single go. He was magically pooped. He regained strength between runs, but they covered the ground so quickly it wasn't far different from a continuous casting, and even if the amount of stone moved was minimal, it added up. Ulrich considered it carefully. No mistakes could be made. If he left so much as a single point of weakness, that part might break off at a critical juncture and derail them. After another few moments of consideration, he arrived at a conclusion. If I conserve my strength, maybe even leave gaps, spaces in the longest, straightest sections of the course where we are certain to not need rails to direct us, and only create full tracks for the curving or faster sections, I can do another such run now, and after that, only much shorter runs between rests. We'll likely have to push the sled some in between while my mana recovers, Ulrich admitted. How far does that leave us shy of Irielhos? He asked of the group. By my best reckoning, Christ said with deliberate caution, not wanting to oversell the progress they'd made, we are over half of the journey now, and in another run or two, we'll be within sight of Irielhos. It is almost certain that we arrive at the fortress today, even if we end up pushing the sled for the majority of the rest our journey. Gaiat interposed herself between himself and Christ, eyes wide and ear tips twitching. Then I get to go again? Now? Soon? Let us go now, pressed the eager huntress, invading Ulrich's personal space in her enthusiasm. Sure, okay, easy lady, we'll get right on it. Ulrich calmed, unable to repress a smile at the contrast to her normal stoicism or mild pique. Froker set off then, with Ulrich jogging in tow to ascertain the safest, most optimal position for stone rails to keep the sled in a predetermined course. Ulrich was particularly attentive to the grade and slope of the hills. It would be critical for any yaw or side slippage to be utterly avoided. Once that monster sled turned sideways, there would be no controlling it. Even the anchors would likely only result in an uncontrolled roll. It took a quarter hour, honestly needed for Ulrich to recover his mana, but they set the path and Ulrich raised the stone walls on his way back, Froker staying at their endpoint to observe and scout for signs of trouble. The rest had done little to temper the excitement of the sled bros. We're all set, Ulrich announced before he climbed to take Froker's position, hanging on to Darla. The elf did not look good, but at least didn't look much worse than the last time Ulrich had laid eyes on him. Gaiat stood tall, gripping the harness straps, near to bouncing on her toes. Christ called the count, and at his holler of "Fly, friends," the troop took off, pushing at top speed. Top speed from his place on the top of the sled instead of the side felt a whole hell of a lot faster. Shouting something unintelligible, Gaiat jumped to take her sideways crouch, surfing the sled as it roared down the planned path. Each bump threatened to bounce Ulrich up from his seat. The jarring motion made all the more hectic as he could see, in great detail, that they were moving way too goddamned fast for anything to survive the crash if something should go wrong. Discarding the fear of ruin, Ulrich bathed in his shadow's ululations of victory as they screamed down one hill to climb another, then to accelerate into a rightward turn whose radius threatened to push Ulrich out of his seated position before another short, straight downhill accelerated them yet again. Gaiat's heavy braid flew out behind her, whipping as the rushing air caught it. Now for the dicey part, there was an S-curve coming, almost level, but a rocky outcrop and cliff had demanded a bypass, and starting on the hill would have demanded more mana from Ulrich than he could provide. Fortune must have been enjoying the show. Ulrich's short braid danced behind him, and he was grateful for the beard that sheltered the skin of his chin as they entered the set of tracks for the S-curve cleanly. The rocky outcrop directly in front, threatening doom. A hard lean to his right counteracted the aggressive turn, and he was briefly afraid for his shadow, who stood without any attachment to the sled. He need not have worried. She rode the bumps and turns as if born to do it, her innate balance keeping her feet attached firmly to the Forest Lord tarp. The pressure of the turn let up briefly only to swing rapidly in the other direction, and he instinctively leaned left to brace against the opposite curve, cliff face yawing not so far away. The track held, directing the sled through this last sweeping turn, almost no speed lost thanks to the frictionless barrier spell coating the skids. Hands wide, stance of a practiced sled surfer, the Persian-skinned woman in front of him was grinning maniacally, leaning out with her legs like a snowboarder to use the sled to hold her against the aggressive truns, reveling in the controlled chaos of the ride. The sled leveled out, and Ulrich saw the last series of slight rolls in terrain that terminated in a long uphill that, only just, should bring the sled to a stop without recourse to the anchors. All according to Keikaku. No shout of anchors was necessary. Ulrich had judged this hill correctly. The uphill climb terminated in a very slight upwards grade that brought their vehicle to a gentle halt, after which Christ and Cleaver chalked the skids with belt knives as he had done earlier. Ulrich's face burned from the icy air, as did his hands, and he flexed them to squeeze heat into the fingers. Gaiet jumped down from her position, an uncharacteristic giggle audible. Ulrich had to admit, if only to see the woman finally break out of her shell, this was all worth it. Not that he was unhappy with the sledding, it was easily the most fun he'd had since waking in the shadows of the Colossi. Hard to resist being happy when you were sledding through a winter wonderland. Christ and Cleaver shared a clasp of forearms, sort of the elven high five, and hearty exclamations in Elvish that Ulrich couldn't quite make out. Definitely cheerful, though. Froka couldn't help a lift to his mood, seeing his normally reserved and focused fellows so obviously enthralled with the adventure. Even so, he reined them in gently, and they got down to business. Ulrich couldn't manage another set of tracks at the moment. He was tapped out, though not quite to the point of mana exhaustion, or he'd be useless the rest of the day. That brought them back to pushing the sled, a task made far easier for there being so much less resistance. Two behind, Ulrich and Christ, and one in front, Cleaver, guided the sled along a path marked by Gaiet, who, as usual, ranged ahead to scout for dangers and the best way forward. Only 2 more sleigh rides did Ulrich have in him, and short ones at that. He wasn't able to regenerate mana so very quickly while doing the work of pushing the sled up hills and trying to control its sway when the inevitable downhill demanded the team coordinate to prevent a roll. The next few hours were intensely busy, but the team was rewarded. Atop the next hill loomed the elven fortress city and the heartwood tree upon which it was built. It was past mid-sun's fall, the twins were hanging low in the sky, and their beaming rays lit the snow with gilded incandescence. It was near enough to make Ulrich forget the tragedy of Santa's death and the grievous wounds of Twin 2, to say nothing of the whispered ragings in his thoughts when they turned to the trespassers roaming unfettered through the plateau. He tried not to linger overmuch on those, however, done was done, and they had chosen the best possible route forward. The consequences of these choices he could live with, would have to live with, knowing that he probably would have doomed Dala to life as a cripple or death by remaining behind to indulge his own interests. Now that would have been unconscionable. Shouts from up ahead brought him out of his reverie. The scouts circling the fortress had spotted them and were on the way. Ulrich stayed silent, letting Christ take charge now. He was content to box his worries up to chew on them later. For now, he'd do what he could to get Twin 2 some help and to get some rest. The last few days had passed like the winter's herald, all tumultuous motion and crazed thunder. Now that they'd reached the relative safety of the citadel, Ulrich felt, unsurprisingly, exhausted. Not only physically tired, but also mentally exhausted, and his core was tapped. The others also seemed somewhat deflated, now that business again was at hand and safety meant they could relax. Whatever tension or stress or alertness had been buoying him was gone, and he knew he could just about lay down for a damned solid sleep. Soon, he told himself, but not yet. First, they needed to see Lord Iriel himself and tell him what was going on. Unfortunately, they were delayed by the Iriel being, understandably, sketchy about reports of otherkin incursion. They wanted to take some time to establish that the party had not been followed or marked by alchemical and mystical means. Everybody took the examinations and wiggling fingers of some kind of elf divination. carried out by a female elf with a head shaved bald and who wore a blindfold embroidered with cryptic sigils with proper grace. While he'd faded in and out, Froka and his wounded brother had disappeared, shuttled off in a gaggle of warriors to find the man what aid the healers could provide. Ulrich had experienced their touch once before. The healing magic was unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. It had sort of the full-body buzz of hard drugs, but none of the mind fog. Something about the mana seemed to buffer your mind from the reality of flesh stitching together while it worked, almost like an anesthetic. If anything could save the man, the Sano mages would figure it out. He and his shadow they regarded as peaches and cream, just a few bruises and scrapes and nothing to worry about. The party split further when Christ directed Ulrich to rest a moment while the rest of the group went ahead to deliver their news to Idra and their liege. Ulrich didn't mind the chance to sit down a minute with his back to a tree. He didn't realize he'd fallen asleep sitting up until he was gently shaken awake by his weary shadow. He had enough compassion for her to feel guilty about the nap. Gaiet had run farther than anyone during the entire trip. With all these soldiers now running around, he waved him off when he suggested she take a turn on the tree. A warrior had come to inform them that no sign of being trailed back through the forest could be found, and his pointy-eared majesty would see them back up in the fortress. Together, Ulrich forced himself to make one last push to the citadel and took the great lifts up and through the undercity and its marvels of arboreal architecture. Whirls of bent limbs created spiral patterns, engravings of vines and summer flowers. All of these were made more austere by the late afternoon light scattering off of snow. The abandoned city was now truly ghostly, haunting for its emptiness where once vibrant bustle filled its sky bridges. Ulrich noticed that he wasn't the only one out of gas. Gaiet wore her exhaustion on her face, a rare show of vulnerability. It had been a hard push, miraculous for its rapidity. Memories of rushing wind and bouncing traversal brought a tired smile to his lips, even as his energy ebbed. The final lift up to the citadel was a welcome sight. Still more welcome, a small team of duties relieved the pair of their burdens and escorted them to the great hall at the top of the fortress. Through burnished bronze doors, they went to give news to the lord of the land. On his throne sat the lord of the deep wood, in his normal finery and with his normal half-slouch, which turned into an interested attention at their entrance. The pictures of decorum normally to his side were absent, which meant that Ulrich was a little more nervous than usual. He was tired, and the wives that would normally check Boldarti's worst impulses were gone. Ulrich just had to hope that the Iriel chief was on his best behavior. Ulrich, kin savior, glad I am for your safe return. I have heard reports that there was trouble on the plateau. Odd rumors my scouts have delivered, a most interesting sight. They claim that they witnessed a team of elven troops riding a sleigh through the wilderness at unheard-of pace. Of a note, their descriptions of a particular cackling beauty atop the sled matches my lovely little bloodthorn in appearance, if not attitude. What doings have gone on? Welcomed the regal elf. Baldert, thank you for your warm welcome, began Ulrich, as usual trying to figure out how to navigate conversations with the fast-paced Iriellan king. We ran into trouble indeed. How much I'm actually hoping you'll be able to tell me, he said, trying to compose his report. In the course of our investigation into unwelcome guests that we detected on the Plateau of Ancients, we were attacked by a particularly monstrous variant of polar weasels in a large pack. Darla suffered a severe mauling that took infection despite quick treatment. On return to camp, we learned of Serlich's death in action. He was killed by a greater beast, some kind of invisible owl the size of a horse. Gritting his teeth, the regretful man couldn't meet his host's eyes. It was my mistake. You have my deepest condolences, Baldert. He was a brave man, a skilled hunter, and a fine companion. I would not have scouted the canopy if I had known how virulent and active the beasts there were. They were much worse than last time. No, sorry, he lamented, cutting himself off to focus on finishing his tale before bogging down on his failures. With our party depleted and an enemy of unknown strength whose positions we did not exactly know, we decided to hurry our return and deliver report rather than tarry in the glade. Taking a deep breath, now that the worst news was delivered, the loss of Serlich and the wounding of Darla, he paused. For some reason he found himself again at a loss for words, as he considered more fully, now in the safety of the fortress, that a good man had died on his behalf. An elf of far greater age than he would ever be, rumors of magehood's blessings aside, with innumerable ties, kin, friends, and who knows what else, was lost irretrievably, and it was Ulrich's decisions that had led to it. He'd never experienced this sort of feeling before, and it pained him greatly. What-ifs and might-haves started to loop through his consciousness, trying to find a way to generate a world where there might still be a Santa. Baldert leaned back to digest this information. His eyes closed briefly when he learned of the loss of Serlich, and his lips moved in a silent benediction of some kind on behalf of the fallen hunter. He recovered quickly, though, likely through unfortunate familiarity, to focus on the rest of Ulrich's tale. Noticing the man, both young and yet old, obviously struggling, Baldert offered a piece of advice given him long ago under similar circumstance and honed since by long practice, his booming voice low, yet filling the room with its solemn poignance. When a man leads other men to battle or adventure, there will inevitably be times when not all return. All hunters and warriors of Iriel know this. Serlich knew it. He chose the road because that is where his heart led. It is regrettable that he has returned to the forest's embrace, but we will mourn him little. For his was a life lived in fullness and ended as he would have had it, whether this season or another distant. We will carry him in our memories, to gaze into the future together, as is our way, Ulrich. Do not wear his death as a weight on your legs, Glade Chief. He would not have wished it. Instead, think on what his life meant to your own, and use that to strengthen your own roots. This is what it is to be Irielen. Baldert's eulogy of his kin was brief, but somehow immensely comforting. Ulrich hoped someone said something of the sort when he eventually passed. Maybe even the same elf before him would do it. That would be nice, in its own way. Nodding, Ulrich gathered himself and continued to explain that the rapidly worsening status of Dala convinced them that they needed to expedite their return. Ulrich only briefly described the creation of the super sleigh and its guided track, improvements to which he'd already worked out in theory, a monorail this time, but he shelved that tangent before it could distract him and cause an unforced error here. When Ulrich described the sled, some cheer was restored to the elf lord's countenance. The air-slick skids worked better than I'd hoped, and we ended up using the mostly descending terrain to our advantage, riding the sled at great speed to return Dala to his kin for treatment. Finished Ulrich, trying to be matter-of-fact about the madhouse run from the Ancient's Gate to Irielhos. Ah, then the rumors were true. Your party actually rode through the deep wood at a pace to shame a bird's flight to cross distance unthinkable in so short a time. And, if I don't mistake, my dearest daughter has a new favorite pastime, declared Lord Iriel with subdued excitement. Ulrich could detect a faint trace of envy in the elf for his daughter. There was a scarcely hidden desire to have shared the thrill of the breakneck race through copses of trees, alongside frozen rivers, over hill and down. The mantle of office weighed heavily on this free spirit of an elf. He fairly vibrated with a seeming pent-up desire to race out into the wood and find adventures again. Gaiat coughed slightly from her position behind Ulrich's shoulder, a sound far cuter than it should have been. A quick glance revealed the slight tinge of a repressed blush. Ulrich couldn't help a slight smirk, recalling her obvious joy at the sleigh ride, which she had visibly repressed soon after the drudgery of their normal travel resumed. Her attempts at stoicism had been somewhat ruined by the giggle that escaped from time to time as they'd travelled. It was a memorable journey, Baldert. Not my first choice for how I'd wished things played out, but not the worst case either, Ulrich confided. He took a brief moment to think on the trip. A little less preparation here, not as much effort in his training with Idra and the dragons there, and it was easy to see how things could have gone far, far worse than they had. One dead and one badly injured out of 7 to depart. No, not great. But far from as bad as it could have been. He decided that, truthfully, the trip was, by most measures, a success. I'd be dishonest if I didn't say that we probably got luckier than we deserved. I didn't know that the Sky Shield spell would work as I wanted, and I also didn't know if I could refine my stone walls well enough to use them to create the tracks necessary to allow such rapid runs. Without those, we dared not let the sled gain such speed, and our travel would have required an extra day. Your wives are to thank for that. Their tutoring bears some small fruits. Things worked out, and we got Darla back and my own gear without further incident. Ulrich summarized, and now for the kicker. I trust you got word about the invading party, he prompted. Baldert's expression soured immediately. The news of a second incursion was bound to be a sore spot, given the elf's disposition towards otherkin roaming through Orlithrum, let alone in his own backyard. I did, and do not think it was not received with gratitude. Whoever has sent these creatures knows the sacred grove is forbidden, and they also know that it is death to encroach unbidden on Iriel. There will be blood spilled over this, and mark my words, Glade Chief, I will see that it is oceans of theirs to drops of ours. Baldert promised. Ulrich's brain was churning along slowly. He was keeping himself focused by will alone at this point. But he had to see this through. Lives were at stake. Gathering his fading wits, he pushed to complete his report and give his host what knowledge he might to better allow the old monarch to act. Gaiat adapted a spell her mothers taught her to keep track of me in case we were separated. She says it's a hunter's mark, and it worked to home in on the direction of the party that we tried to find, but we weren't able to exploit the opportunity, not with the naked hostility of the monsters still roaming in the forest of the Forgotten, not with Darla's injuries to consider, and, most importantly, not without any idea of who, how many, or of what nature were the invaders. They could have been a couple of scouts, they could have been a score of warriors, we had no clue. Ulrich informed the chief of Iriel. Ulrich hurriedly conveyed the suspicions of the escort, experienced hunters and warriors alike, concerning the most sinister aspect of their failure to find this foreign party. One and all, Kriest, Nachelir, Serlich, Gaiat, every one of our teams searched for sign of the invading force, and one and all found nothing after the Ancient's Gate. We are afeard that these men are receiving magical help to cover their tracks, and to safeguard them from the canopy beasts. Kriest and Gaiat are both in agreement that they likely have bypassed whatever protections guard Orlithrum from outside observation. Nothing else makes sense, the weary man concluded. By the steady gaze in those emerald eyes, this was not a revelation. After much discussion amongst my scouts, both here in Iraelhos and abroad, with Yggdrasil and his men, and in conference with my lady wives, we have determined this to be the most likely scenario. Balderti concurred. That is why my lovely brides are not in attendance now. Each works to cut off the support network that must be creating this weakness in our protections. Revealed the Sylvan King, his deep voice steady and flowing. Bathe has departed to find the collaborators divulging gaps in our defenses and silence them. Shaw is, at this moment, reweaving the webs of denial that should be preventing an outside magus from gazing through the mana field within Orlithrum. When she is done, I believe the bark ticks that infest my lands will find themselves suddenly exposed, minus the enchantments that are hiding them from my sight. Already Vedir hunts down the sources of mana traces that have been detected. It will be with great satisfaction that my heartwood spear hangs their corpses along the borders of the deep wood. The Lord of the Deep Wood said with vengeful certainty. Gaiat's cool gaze matched her father's, the resemblance uncanny as they mirrored their murderous intent towards those who violated the sanctity of their homeland. It was reassuring. Ulrich was confident that he wouldn't have to shoulder the brunt of the effort to track and kill these men. Intellectually, that was a fantastic relief. It did nothing, however, for the whispering blood priest that began chanting doom in the back of his head when he thought about strangers near his glade. Which brought Ulrich to his next and final point, the last thing he could muster the energy to discuss before he found a bed, or maybe any level surface, and passed out. Lord Baldert, there is one more matter, only tangentially related to the invaders, that I wanted to discuss with you, Ulrich said, somewhat formally. His phrasing caught the attention of the Elf King, who sat a little straighter to consider him. It has come to my attention for the past few months that, I may be going slightly insane. Ulrich admitted. His shadows grumbled. This is not news to any but the clouds passing through. Behind him did nothing to make matters better. After casting a scowl behind him that made her abruptly begin inspecting her bow for dirt, he returned to his host. You have to understand, In my old life, I never knew violence against a sentient being. I hunted, in a very limited way, but never had I ever felt an inclination towards hurting or killing anything I didn't eat. I was, by all metrics I have to self-examine, a peaceful entity. That has, with some abruptness, changed in this world. It was first just a slightly enhanced impulsiveness, a faster tendency to action, which I was attributing to having to survive the wilderness with nothing. Humans are adaptive creatures in my home world and were able predators by nature, so I thought little of it. Just a return to form, see? Ulrich explained, trying to home in on the problem without being certain there even was one. But that has proven to be somewhat flawed a hypothesis. When I saw the men who had taken Bright Eyes, my first thought was to destroy them. Without question, no hesitation at all, I killed the first people I met in this world, and, where I expected grief or upheaval, there was nothing. Nothing but satisfaction. Ulrich described the slaughter-tinged impulse as detached and clinically as he could. Later, when your daughter tried to ambush me, I felt again a sort of savage instinct to slaughter her who had tried to take my life, who had tried to prey on me. Without Bright Eyes there to intervene, I don't know that I wouldn't have, even once she was no threat at the moment. Then, of course, there was the idiot lordling who wanted to take my place as his own. You saw how that worked out. Spreading his hands, the former engineer tried to explain the dissonance that he'd been trying to resolve for weeks now. Baldert, I was never a violent man, but I am now. I never wanted anything in life more than I wanted to murder that chattering squirrel of a man. I feel in myself a powerful hostility towards any who would threaten my domain or person, and a level of aggression that I would best describe as feral. Mostly, it seems to be something related to anything that would impinge on myself or on the plateau. I think it has something to do with this Lord of the Ancient Glade thing. It's gotten a lot worse since that showed up in my status. Ulrich poured out his concerns, unable to stop now that he was started. Having outlined his burgeoning insanity, Ulrich waited for a response, mentally preparing himself to learn that somehow he'd mentally snapped under the strain of dying or some byproduct of his savage life in the wilderness. He was stunned when the Lord Iriel started laughing boisterously. He stood flabbergasted until, after a long couple of minutes, the elf brushed tears from his eyes as he subsided. That was not exactly the response Ulrich had been anticipating. Slapping his thigh with merriment, the Lord of Iriel couldn't help a further chuckle at Ulrich's discombobulation. "Glade Chief, I am sorry, you must forgive me. I had forgotten how young you are in this world," the elf said, reining himself in. "What you have described is, simply put, the Lord's instinct. Did you think the title was merely a set of words and a few additional stats, Ulrich?" Baldert asked with raised eyebrow. The Akashic connection between Varda and her peoples is not so shallow. When the All-Knowledge anointed you, Lord of the Ancient Glade, it did so because you had already committed yourself to the guardianship of that land with your own life, explained his host. More sedately, the Iriellan king outlined concisely for the baffled man the cause for this sudden influence. There are conditions to be met before such a thing happens. One of these nearly always includes killing a few troublemakers who would seek to trespass on your domain. One of the conditions frequently is also the slaying of the previous guardian, if they still live. You did that as well, when you took the life of the Forest Lord. All of these build a calling, a drive to rule supremely within your domain. The land gifts you strength to do so. You should have experienced a great boost within your status, which I did observe when I scanned you. Unable to suppress a wry grin, Baldert continued to walk his guest through the experience he himself had known so many years ago. Just as you claimed the glade for yourself, so did the glade claim you for its guardian. You are connected to it now. The territoriality you have experienced is completely normal, and you'll get used to it in a few decades. Would that you had inherited your position from another rational being. They could have coached you through the transition. You do seem willing to learn and keep a flexible mindset, Ulrich, unlike some others I can think of who may as well have ridgepoles up their hindquarters. He glanced briefly at his daughter for some reason. Ulrich turned to look at her as well, but saw nothing out of the usual, apart from her normal feminine impact, which was starting to fade a touch into the background anyway. Thankfully. The dusky Amazon stood impassively, her hands in a relaxed grip on the bowstave slung across her impressive chest. She returned his gaze evenly, although the tips of her ears bounced slightly under his scrutiny. Seeing nothing too out of place, he returned his gaze to the Elf King, who was already speaking. "I took my position as Lord of the Deep Wood long ago, though it was through less violent means, as is the case for most of the ruling lords these days," Boldert told him, eyes gazing into days past. "When my father was tired of rule and too crippled by various wounds to feel his people were served by his holding the crown, he passed the land to me according to tradition. We handed Iriel to its new lord in a ceremony, lord to heir. I then experienced this same burgeoning need to guard my lands and a hostility towards those who tried to challenge my new rule, similar to that which you describe. All of us bonded so to the land feel it. This relationship between lords and land is common knowledge, and any who would address you with cognizance of your status in this world are aware of it." The Irielan lord explained casually. With another glance of humor-filled eyes towards his offspring, the sire of his shadow confided in a conspiratorial whisper that was meant to be overheard. "It would be extremely embarrassing if one, say, a hunter seasoned in her ways, should disregard common knowledge to bungle an attack against a lord, given their might and drive to destroy threats. The most common outcome of attempting ill-advised assassination of such a one with half-hearted effort is to be killed outright. Most lords slay their attackers or die trying, and I can only think of a few fool enough to try it, and also lucky enough to find a merciful outcome." This time, Ulrich's quick glance behind did catch the rude gesture his shadow had directed towards her father before she could return to her facade of cool composure. He carefully restrained any emotion that might be construed as humor as the elf lord finished telling Ulrich he wasn't really any more insane than any other landbound person that gets a primal calling to rule and protect their domain. The elf king did not evidence that he'd noticed his daughter's lapse in decorum, but several of his guards were smirking openly. Teasing his malcontent offspring was common enough that they sometimes took pools on how long it would take to see her stomp from the hall, a summer storm on her brow. Lordling Morion knew it, or should have, and likewise proved his foolishness in challenging you. It is good that you self-aware and are strong-willed enough to resist the impulses. Strongly do they speak in those early days. It can be distracting at first, and has led many new to their role to do things they later regret. As you settle into your place in this world, you will feel the urges more natural and also less insistent. I barely notice the instincts' drives, but then they are not unlike what I would always be doing and thinking as I lead the Irielen. When someone attempts to infringe on my reign, my lands, my mates, or my offspring, I kill them. It is like breathing for those like us. It is what we are," Boldert pronounced finally. Reforged, Chapter 28. Temper, Temper. Ulrich was feeling about 2 parts resignation to 3 parts relief at that moment. It wasn't just all in his head. Well, it was, but it wasn't just him imagining things. He had, effectively, picked up a strongly territorial instinct. Aggravating and enlightening. As he had suspected, stats were bullshit, and the whole Akashic record thing was a two-way street with no road signs. At no point had Ulrich made a conscious decision to become a Forest Lord Encore, and yet, that had sort of just happened, no input required from him. Thank you very much. In a similar vein to his objection to having been saddled with Gaiat, he was also leashed to the glade and to his own role by a near compulsion to guard it. Were he a paranoid man, he'd start to think Varda itself was making plans for his future. He shook off that whimsical thought, which was too far-fetched even for this fairy tale land. What wasn't in doubt was the need to get the impulses under wraps, to dominate them before they dominated him. Between the stimulation of the guard impulse by invaders, the stress of a man dying and being exhausted from their race to save Dala, just right now, Ulrich was not a happy dude. Boldert, wise in the ways of the world as he was plainly aware of Ulrich's state of mind. This comes as news to you, not entirely welcome at that, I see. It is unfortunate that I cannot offer any greater consolation to you than this, Ulrich. You will adjust. Matters are not helped that you have driven yourself to exhaustion, bodily and magically, in your celerity to return. I am grateful for this sacrifice on your part. If it helps, know that it was not for nothing the labor and innovations you made to speed my warrior home. The grateful chief of Iriel told him, "Just before you arrived, I was given word that the healers are confident that Darla will make a complete recovery. They were equally confident that his leg would not have been salvageable had not he arrived so quickly, and that he would never have swung sword or pulled bow, had not you brought him to aid with such haste. Thank you again, friend of my kin," thanked the elven lord. It made Ulrich slightly uncomfortable, the obvious gratitude of the normally so flippant and casual Iriellan king. He'd gotten one of those men killed by being there. That was not, evidently, how the Iriellan saw things. Even so, he didn't want to linger under the elven king's attention. He wanted, more than anything, to be by himself, to find a quiet space to just be for a bit. Ulrich's goose was, metaphorically, cooked. Before he could bow himself out with a lack of grace, though, he was saved from an unlikely quarter. "My honor is weary, Lord Iriel, father. It has been a long road. I would put this audience at an end, for now, until Ulrich has had time to recover from the ordeal. There will be time on the morrow to make plans for the future, now that the immediate threats are outlined," prompted Gaiat from behind him. Ulrich was a little surprised. She was in a generous mood, was his shadow. Especially given that she had to be suffering at least a little, the woman had travelled farther than anyone else, by far, during their expedition, and had proven a pillar of security on which the rest of her kin had greatly relied. In spite of a few, mishaps, with forgetting a possibly crucial spell that might have saved some effort, Ulrich realized that it was highly likely the group would have been doomed without her aid. As awkward as the girl was around other people, out in the wilderness, she was a savant. Exceptional at her craft, notoriously high standards and unsociability that made her challenging to establish relationships. Nope, didn't remind him of anybody. Baldert nodded his agreement with his daughter and bid Ulrich rest and recuperate before attending a strategy supper, his words, not Ulrich's, next evening. Of the march back to his borrowed apartments, Ulrich couldn't have summoned any recall but a profound feeling of indebtedness towards these people who sheltered him, right up until his face hit a feather pillow and sleep claimed him. When next he gained awareness, it was due to the light of the twins spilling into his room. A loud yawn punctuated a joint-cracking stretch as Ulrich came awake. Muscles worn by use the previous day protested briefly before bowing to the inevitable. He was laying on top of his blankets, in the buff, with his armor and clothes scattered in a trail from door to bed. Still cramped, he made a point to do a few repetitions of his morning stretch from his seat on the bed, his back pressed firmly against the wooden headboard. Slowly, the muscle stiffness in his back and shoulders broke loose, and he sighed with relief, staring at the far wall of his room. For a few moments, Ulrich just was. No thought, no worries, no memories, only a silent, meditative appreciation for the golden light that gilded the wooden floors and cast sharp reliefs onto the masterful carvings that embellished most all of the walls, ceilings, and furniture. The artistry was immensely peaceful, calming. Beatific natural themes settled Ulrich's mind, and he sort of drifted for an unknown count of minutes. Eventually, though, he came back to himself. There was business to attend. For all that the trip to the glade had been eventful, it had solved few problems, while discovering even more pressing ones. With a heavy sigh, Ulrich accepted that he was going to have to get his arse in gear. First things first, he made for the privy. As a shiver of relief poured through him, he realized that he hadn't done the necessary for solid wastes since returning. His eyes widened when he recalled the spicy stew crafted as a gift and a joke for his guests. Oh dear, that might be a problem. "I am so sorry, future me. Forgive me my sins," Ulrich told the room. Shaking his head at the inevitable, Ulrich padded back to his bedside and began a series of stretches shown him by Christ and the other royal guards during their daily training with Idras. The methodical stretch of hamstrings, Achilles, tibialis muscles, back and trunk helped greatly to open his body up to the rigors of the exercises. They also felt pretty good, once you got used to them. His reforged body had the limberness of a child's body. He could bend over to lay his chest against his knees and palm the floor, which he did, holding the position for 10 short breaths before bending backwards to arch his spine in a bridge, feet and hands flat for the same set of breaths. With an easy flex of his core and a shifting of his weight to his hands, Ulrich transitioned to a vertical handstand. 50 handstand push-ups, then he lowered his legs to rest on the bed, near enough to a 45-degree angle, and did 50 more push-ups. And lastly, he rested his feet on the floor and did his final 50 in a horizontal diamond hand position that put more stress on his triceps than his shoulders. Variety was good in body workouts. It forced the muscles and joints to coordinate differently. Flexibility was imperative to building real strength without creating fail points that would cause injury. Such was the philosophy of Idra, and Ulrich was a believer. The master swordsman moved like he was made of water, all liquid power without a hint of hesitation or inconstancy in his motions. Warm-up complete, Ulrich ran through the prescribed balance exercise that he had been unable to complete during the hectic rush back from his home in the glade. Events had made the luxury of a workout routine impossible. Light perspiration beaded his forehead by the time the 10th repetition was complete, and he felt the inner warmth that accompanied his morning routine. The almost meditative nature of the exercise helped clear his head and put him in a good place mentally, a positive starting point from which to attack the challenges of the day. And there would be challenges. As much as he hated to rile up the Lord Instinct, as Boldert had called it, he couldn't help but think what might be done to penetrate the veil of magical cover those men were using to traverse the canopy. On the same topic of note, he needed to develop his own magical cover, a way to deny remote scrying of his position or even general location. If he could figure out how the spells were anchored, he was pretty sure he could finagle a way to become slippery, so that such attempts would find no purchase on him. Creating an area denial ran into the problem that a clever mage would realize that there were specific locations denied them, and then he might as well have put a huge "Here I am" flag on his back. Better to sort of just mirror the magical imprint of his location, absent whatever mana signature the spell used to locate him, reporting no presence like hacking a security camera to show an empty room. There was the tiny problem of not knowing how to do that. But if Gart could use her hunter's mark on him a couple of times, he was pretty sure he could find a way to figure out how those spells worked and spoof them. The next problem was one of equipment. His bone plate Larica was a godsend. It had literally saved his life on more than one occasion, and he was convinced that whatever prehistoric armorer had designed the segmentata, they had been a genius. Despite Ulrich's relative lack of skill and tooling, he'd managed a simulacrum of the old Roman design that was nigh impenetrable by the beasts and weapons he'd encountered. His weapon, on the other hand, was a disaster. The too-long metal trident had twice proved unwieldy for his frame. He simply wasn't large enough a man to use it as it was intended. Attacking monsters, especially of the sort of agile groups like the heckler monkeys and polar weasels, had proved too easily capable of getting inside the range of the bladed tines of his weapon. They had forced him into a close-quarters fight without much use of the instrument occupying both his hands. At the ranges the trident was best used, he would honestly have been better off just using his powerful array of mid-range offensive spellwork. Cinder Pearl, Hydro Cutter, Flame Crash, and any of his Siron spells would have served him better in his last fight. If not for that magic, Gaiat would have been mauled, probably badly, having left her back unguarded to kill the monster off his legs. That thing would have gotten to the insides of his thighs and opened a femoral artery before he could get out from under the one on his chest. The thought sent a small roil through his guts. Too close had it been, too close by far. So the trident had to go. He wasn't sure what to replace it with, he was, a neophyte when it came to melee combat. At no point in his old life had he ever considered he'd find himself fending off howling monsters with nothing but a spear or dagger, but here he was. A spear, appropriately sized and with less clumsy a business district than the very specifically purposed trident head, would be a good choice. Spears had been the most fundamental weapon of humanity throughout antiquity, after all. Problem was, a spear really only did one thing, put a hole in a single target, and required both hands to be used effectively. It didn't have any offensive potential beyond that, and Ulrich was 3 times shy now of having both of his hands tied up, holding a pole between himself and sharp teeth. Ulrich sat naked on his bed, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, while he mulled the problem over. No spears, too clunky, too limited. A bow. almost certainly the best option at range once he found time to replace the one he'd gifted his shadow. That had been a good decision, for multiple reasons it turned out. For one, it had made her happy, and for another, the weapon made his already formidable shadow a truly fearsome opponent. She had proven to be a much better handler of his bow than he ever would be. She'd saved both his and Darla's lives with it, and Ulrich regretted that decision not at all. But even if he replaced that bow with another of equivalent power, it still didn't solve the problem of what he would do were he ambushed from close range again. He needed a melee option and not a spear. No, he was leaning more heavily on a bladed weapon, an axe or a sword. Not to toot his own horn, but he was strong and fast, God's given gifts that he had honed greatly in his days of savagery in the glade. Idra's training regimen was adding to those foundations. A largish sword, perhaps of the bastard variety, would be something that could be used in one hand or two and not greatly lose effectiveness, which would allow him to take advantage of his greatest advantage: magic. Ulrich wasn't under the illusion that he would be a master swordsman any time in the near future. But what he could do is buy space, make an enemy leery of getting too close with a big sharp blade between him and whatever threat he faced, which would create openings to blast them to smithereens. One of the bastards he'd killed saving Bright Eyes had called him a spell sword, and that was what he intended to be, which meant it was finally time to go see a smith and get some options. Ulrich dressed from one of the sets of clothes that had been provided in the wardrobe occupying one corner of his apartment. Those masterful artisans of the domestic had, somehow, provided an assortment of fitted suites and robes. He had no idea how they'd obtained his measurements, and he wasn't willing to go down the rabbit hole of wondering at their methods. Just accept that the duties were all-powerful and all-knowing, and move on with life. Close-fitting, cottonish underclothes of a dark grey went on first, a rather efficient affair that resembled a tank top and athletic short onesie. It had ties across the body to cinch it up tightly. On top of that, Ulrich chose the thin silk long-sleeved shirt and stout canvas pants, both in some kind of muted green. After he'd tucked in the shirt so it could hang loosely and grant his arms and shoulders freedom, he put on his old leather belt with its companion knife sheath, handle of said knife jutting proudly from his hip. Over the rest, Ulrich put on a thick woolen robe that fell to his calves. Its jet-black color was accented by vibrant green scrolling vines, with small flowers here and there, embroidered in a deep red. Attired thusly, he was likely the best dressed he'd ever been in either of his lives. That said something for his attitude on fashion in his previous life, which hadn't changed greatly, but had evolved to at least appreciate how much effort and skill went into the production of this finery. Knowing that these clothes had all been made by hand, from fibers painstakingly woven from their sources without access to industrial machinery, and tailored specifically for him, was humbling. He didn't deserve such treatment, and he would wear these with gratitude. At some point, Guyot must have heard him stirring around. A set of 3 loud knocks drew his attention from the wonders of the elven artisans and the consideration of his hosts. "Enter, Guyot, and good morning," Ulrich called to his door. The heavy door to the interior rooms opened soundlessly. In strode athletic Desire made flesh, looking far less ragged than she had the previous day. A good night's sleep had done wonders. Those dark rims under her eyes were gone, and her stride had regained its usual vigor. He wasn't the only one run down from the pace of events in the glade. Today should be a welcome departure from their hectic race. Guyot was dressed for business, but not war today, wearing those heavy robes and loose trousers she preferred for casual affairs in the citadel. Today's colors favored whites and greens. A few strides into the room, and she seemed to take notice of him for the first time. She stopped short and frowned slightly, expression neutral. Her ears, normally a giveaway when she was particularly excited or bothered, were still. Emerald-flecked bronze eyes dissected him as she took an overly long moment to look him over, absent any spoken word. As accustomed to her oddities as he was becoming, she still had a way of throwing him off without trying. Getting a wordless visual inspection, as if checking him over for lice, first thing in the morning, was another way she accomplished her seeming goal of disturbing Ulrich's peace. Gods, what he would not do to get a look at what was going on behind those eyes. Eventually, she must have found what she was looking for. She nodded to herself and strode to stand before him. Good morning, Ulrich. I am glad that you have decided to finally dress your station. Too often, you seem to ignore your status as a visiting lord and dress the way a lowly warrior recruit would, said his shadow, her tone only lightly admonishing. In fact, if Ulrich wasn't completely mistaken, the woman sounded very nearly pleased. Your choices were appropriate. It is good that I will not have to teach you how to clothe yourself. Now, perhaps, you will not embarrass the both of us publicly. She continued, Ah, Gaiet, never change. Ulrich chose to take the exchange in whatever spirit made his life easiest. Thank you for your approval, Shadow. It is well that you won't need to dress me. I seem to be bad at it. Poor Hallet tried her best, and the clothes just seemed to always return to the floor. Ulrich said lightly. That got a roll of eyes and a slight toss of her braid, which was enough to bring a smile to Ulrich's mouth. All jesting aside, I am glad you approve, Gaiet. I have to give credit where it belongs, though. The duties are incredible. Everything was fitted and tailored exactly, even without measurements taken. I have no idea how they pulled that off, but they're miracle workers, Ulrich said, thoroughly impressed. Gaiet, mollified somewhat, dropped a small bomb on him. They measured you while you slept your second night, Glade Chief, so that they could begin preparing suitable garments. It was friend Hallett's suggestion. You seemed too exhausted to bother waking for the task, said the woman, a small smile finding its way to her face. Oof, touché, lass. Ulrich gave her a couple of brief finger guns to let her know she had won the exchange. She brushed a small bit of non-existent dust off her shoulder to acknowledge her victory. Similar exchanges were somewhat commonplace these days. Jab and riposte, first blood takes the victory. If there's nothing more pressing for the morning, I was thinking of seeing a weaponsmith Gaiet. Any recommendations? He asked, turning his mind back to serious business. The elf woman chewed her lip briefly as she considered, no longer nonplussed by his sudden switches in train of thought. It is difficult, Glade Chief. Most of the smiths are occupied with commissions from the Crown on behalf of preparations for what is most certainly to be open warfare in the spring. That said, there is one name that comes to mind, Galed Uldin. She smiled as if she had thought of something funny, so brief he might have imagined it, except that he hadn't. Good humor was rare enough on her features to stand out. His shadow spoke evenly, as if not to get Ulrich's hopes up. Her hands gestured ambiguously to emphasize the uncertainty of this line of action. He is, technically, retired, but accepts commissions from time to time on any projects he feels might prove interesting. Your oddly effective armor and its unique composition would definitely catch his eye. He might be tempted into some work for an outsider if he were able to examine your armor and some of the materials from the glade. She answered at last. That was all? Deal. And he didn't question the stipulation in the slightest. Gifted artisans were always a little odd. He'd known a machinist that could make any part you wanted to tolerances of micrometers with only a description and a picture of the location in the device in which it would be placed. He could do the rest in his own head. But he wouldn't touch the thing until you brought him coffee and donuts personally. The odd man considered it a common courtesy between professionals. And those better not be mass-marketed donuts either. Fresh bakery product, glazed, don't you dare taint them with sprinkles, or you were never getting those parts. Is that all? Done and done, Ulrich exclaimed. This was something he'd awaited for over a month, ever since he'd met Bright Eyes. The chance to see an elven artisan work their craft, turn raw material into artful purpose. Ulrich was almost giddy. Hurrying around the room, he grabbed a few steelwood poles, lashing them together with hide laces from his pack. Next, he stuffed his armor into the woven bark basket and looped its handles over the poles before emptying his pack of survival gear to fill it with various odds and ends, such as glass resin sheets, a cylinder of horn glue, a whole blade fern elk antler, braided tendon cords, and some hand-width strips of forest lord leather. Lastly, to his shadow's bemusement, he stuffed her arms with a couple of forest lord bones, a rib, a femur, and a scapula, to be specific, along with his great metal trident, before filling his own hands with his large cookpot laden with the cores of various creatures, bolt deer, blade fern elk, golden heckler monkey, fell wolf, and others, their jeweled crystalline facets throwing refracted light of varying hues. Let's go, Gaiet, let's go. We've got places to be and people to see, trilled Ulrich happily. The elven huntress stared at the man who held the reins to her future with amazement. Gone was his easily broken attempt at reserved dignity. He was almost bouncing as he chivied her out of the room with the cookpot of chiming caws. She squawked slightly at his insistent pushes out of the room, but didn't complain, his giddy enthusiasm being infectious. It reminded her of her brother when he was enraptured with some diversion or other. Instead of goading him, she maintained her quiet calm and followed as quickly as she could, arms full of awkward payload that shifted as she matched her worms in the head honor's pace. The man was very nearly skipping down the hall. Unbelievable. He halted abruptly at the end of the hall, woven bag swinging wildly from its pole at the sudden stop. Turning, he admitted sheepishly, I don't know how to get there. Perhaps, Gaiat, you would take the lead." She restrained a smile. "Of course, Ulrich. It is my duty." "Let us see what services Master Uldin has to offer," Gaiat said with a measured voice. "Follow me, Glade Chief." And securing more firmly the items he'd foisted off on her, she set off down the opposite direction, back the way they had come, to lead her honor to the home and smithy of a most renowned and absurdly finicky blacksmith. Ulrich followed, his eyes barely seeing her back for the distracted thoughts racing through his mind. They were off to see a smith. A magical smith with magical tools who could make who the hell knows what kind of bullshit artifacts. It was a lovely day for a walk. Or he would have liked to say, except that he'd been picking his shadow's brain while she led him through pavilions and down lifts to the craftsman's floor and saw none of the fortress for his unending inquisition. No, she didn't know how cores formed, only that they were a component of almost all developed life and grew in size and complexity with the power of their hosts. No, she didn't know how mana integrated with materials to give them special properties, or how those metaphysical properties blended in the act of alchemy or metallurgy, and stop pestering me with your nonsense. He subsided when she asked herself aloud whether throwing herself off the fortress would be preferable to enduring any more questions. They completed the trip while he was lost in consideration of these mysteries around him. "We have arrived, Ulrich. This is the workshop and home of Galed Uldin, Master Smith," Gaiat reported dully, bringing him up from his contemplations. Her demeanor fairly cried out suppression of emotion, or maybe lack of enthusiasm, which was somewhat unexpected. His oddball elf companion was normally cool but not reserved. The entire time they'd walked, the young woman's gait and posture suggested that she was working against her own interests or had something on her mind. Ulrich would soon learn why his shadow was so hesitant. I have said it once, but it bears repeating. Smith Uldin is a master of peerless skill and has made unfathomable wealth through his commissions for the greater houses. He is also incredibly hard to deal with, and will only take up jobs that he sees as worth his time in these days. She warned him, and would have been gesturing emphatically had her arms not been full of the detritus of his hunts. "It may well be that he turns you away without hearing your request. I have not known him to make a weapon for otherkin in my lifetime. Knock on his door 3 times and wait," instructed the woman reluctantly. Gaiat Iriel, the woman known for her relentless foul attitude and irascibility, claims that this man is a challenge to work with. Ulrich had to know now, if from nothing other than sheer morbid curiosity. Bracing himself to face an onslaught of insults and elvish nonsense, Ulrich gave 3 solid knocks on the solid carved door. The resounding echoes faded, and Ulrich waited, observing the various reliefs depicting anvils, chisels, smithing tools of various natures, fire and forge. He became very acquainted with these as he'd been standing there a good 5 minutes. The frosty air had grown no warmer as they stood waiting. Ulrich raised his hand to knock again, but a warning shake of Gaiat's head dissuaded him. So, this was to be the first game they played, was it? Ulrich focused his will inwards and ran through the mana circulation exercises he'd learned from his magic tutors, the esteemed wives and co-conspirators of the Lord of Iriel. Mana began to cycle from core to organs to extremities and back to core. Slowly at first, as if a heavy mass, and then faster, the energy began to flow. Pulses of hot and cold accompanied this exercise, which reminded Ulrich of his mana sickness, a fever brought on by his newly reforged body's novelty to magic. This sensation lacked the depth and unpleasantness of that illness, more like icy hot, but in your blood. Okay, so it takes a little getting used to. Or maybe a lot of getting used to, but whatever. Baith's instructions and gentle guidance had taught Ulrich to take this flow of energy and to diffuse it, to gently pressure it into his flesh, infusing the very tissue with magical force. Doing this slowly, systematically throughout his body caused it to verily hum with potency. The woman herself was capable of utilizing her mana to manifest inhuman bodily strength, speed, and agility, as well as the durability of reinforced armor plating. Ulrich was relatively certain that Baith Iriel was bulletproof and could wrestle a gorilla into submission with ease. For himself, a mere novice in the practice, he felt vaguely warm, energetic, and like he might need to pee. As well that the circulation and infusion techniques took time because they spent another 15 minutes standing outside the door. Gayat was trimming and cleaning her fingernails with her knife, with amazing patience, uncharacteristic of her normal inclination to be about her business. In spite of this mana technique being a necessary practice to one day successfully awaken his core and prevent catastrophic death by mana reaction, Ulrich was growing irritable, his initial excitement for seeing Elven Smith work tainted by this outright rudeness. Was the Smith even in? 15 minutes turned into an hour, and his mood steadily degenerated. While Ulrich was losing it, Gayat seemed to think nothing was amiss. Where the hell was that Smith? Unhöflichkeit ist ein Fluch der Zivilisation, murmured Ulrich in his grandmother's tone. It was one of the old battleship's favorite phrases. Rudeness is a bane of civilization, teasing, light mockery, some ribbing to remind the over-serious that nobody gets out of this alive, these were acceptable, within reason. But to go out of your way to waste someone's time or to obstruct for the sake of obstruction, or still worse, sheer inconsiderate thoughtlessness, these were anathema. A well-crafted slight that demonstrated attention to one's target, knowledge of their person, and careful consideration of how to prod them. That was a near demonstration of affection. But to ignore someone, to treat them as nothing, that was a profound insult. Even were this some kind of test, Ulrich did not appreciate such games, especially when they were based on the premise that he was a person of so little value that they could be ignored without consequence. Say no, if that was your decision, but don't jack people around. It's goddamn discourteous. This train of thought repeated, and again, faster, and again. The spiral of aggravation hit critical mass. Fuck it. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Ulrich summoned every last ounce of strength, braced himself, and, while ignoring the apoplectic expression on his shadow's face, kicked the door in from its beautifully crafted frame. The door exploded into the room to hang from its bottom hinge. The top ripped free of the wood completely and rebounded off the wall, caught by Ulrich's outstretched hand as he entered the room, with the basket grasped awkwardly in the other. "Hello," he yelled sarcastically, as he saw a startled elf sitting in a reclining chair, wearing a heavy leather apron and thick gloves of scaled material tucked into his wide belt, drinking a mug whose scent hit Ulrich's nose sharply. Was that Scotch? The elf, a handsome auburn-haired man of that eerily indeterminate age that bespoke elven maturity, looked down at the door splinters in his lap and back up to Ulrich. Slowly he pulled a finger-length shard of door out of his mug and delicately dropped the wooden splinter to the floor, his cyan and copper eyes fixing themselves on the intruder in his entryway. Ulrich adjusted his one-handed grip on the basket of cores to lower it softly to the floor and made a respectful bow. "Greetings, Smith Uldin. I have come to offer you a project you might find interesting. I am Ulrich Einar, a guest of the Irielen for the winter. So glad am I to make your acquaintance and to interrupt your day drinking, apparently," he said with a forced cheerfulness. He glanced at the ruin of the barrier he'd kicked before addressing the bastard elf again with razored sarcasm. "Forgiveness, my knock seems to have loosened your door. A pity that you should probably question thoroughly the rascal who hung it." The smith frowned and set his mug onto a finely carved end table. With measured grace he rose from the pillowed softness of his recliner to stand slightly taller than even Ulrich, a giant of his race, powerful shoulders and rippling cords in his forearms, knotted as his fists clenched briefly. He returned the small bow curtly, habits of centuries taking control of his body. He looked betrayed at his own routine gesture and snarled, I am the rascal that hung that door, and carved it, and the frame as well, growled the melodious tenor voice, at odds with his rough features and scowling demeanor. Both looked at the savaged wreck that had been fine woodwork, as lovely an example of elven craft as was to be found anywhere. Ulrich grinned spitefully, seeing the obvious gap in defenses. I fear there may have been some exaggeration then, if your smithing skills are equal to your carpentry, Goodman Uldin. The smith's teeth ground and he spit to the side upon his own floor. Ulrich was pretty sure the elf was about to do something drastic when Geert filtered in behind him and tried to pretend invisibility. She failed utterly. As soon as she stood fully in view, the hateful gaze of the smith transformed into adoration, and, ignoring Ulrich completely, he rushed over with incredible quickness to bury the suddenly shy woman in a hug, pinning the odds and ends in her arms to her body. The lopsided door might as well have vanished. "Little girl, you break this old elf's heart. How long has it been?" The voice cried out in mock pain, and he swung back and forth, lifting Ulrich's shadow, her feet dangling this way and that in his grip. "What the fuck?" the reforged man mouthed silently, stunned to stillness. Ulrich couldn't believe it. "Little girl? Gaiet? Since when? And what is this?" This asshole was ready to throw down, and now he's gone all teary-eyed while he shakes a woman Ulrich was certain would have dirked him for even thinking of hugging her. And she's just taking it. "What the fuck?" Ulrich's shadow began to struggle, her muffled cries escaping his burly chest and thick apron. Uncle Galed, please. I am not a little girl anymore. You have to stop doing this every time. You're embarrassing me." She begged. Begged. And in that sweet voice, where was the knife? Where was the scorn and ridicule? The smith was having none of it. He rubbed his face into the top of her head, shushing the woman while she tried to escape. "Nonsense, you are always my little girl, and if you would stop taking so long to come and see me, it might be that I do not miss so greatly and have to make up for lost time, eh?" said the absurd elf, lowering the tall woman back to the floor like a child before he ruffled her hair as she squawked indignantly. "Besides, who is there around to be embarrassed? Certainly not this human beast who has violated my door. What is he doing here anyway, besides interrupting my morning tea?" The man continued turning to scowl at Ulrich while Gaiet fended off his hands and backed out of reach. "Tea?" Ulrich scoffed. "The hell that's tea," he protested, unwilling to believe that claim. "That mug's contents would catch a spark and burn hotter than lamp oil. It's not even noon," Ulrich asserted, disbelieving before turning on his shadow. "Gaiet, what is this? You're not being like you. You never said anything about an uncle, and Balder didn't mention anything about any brothers." Ulrich questioned, still reeling. None of this made sense. Not the huge elf, not the affectionate mauling his shadow had just taken, none of it. It was the giant elf that spoke, his oddly melodious voice at odds with the rest of him. He would not have mentioned me, would he? Too busy mucking around with those women and plotting to rule the world to stop and see an old friend. And worse, sending off his precious darling to run around in the forest instead of visiting her dear Uncle Galed. I have a mind to go see that grain weevil and drag him out to taste some grass. It's been far too long, declared the rugged smith hotly. Gaiet paused in her attempts to smooth down the disturbed tangle of her hair, the top portion of her braid fairly ruined, to turn an abashed look at Ulrich and a slightly panicked one at Uncle Galed. It didn't come up. I have been kept busy running here and yon for your service, and Mother Vedir insists on wasting my every evening with her. This is how a proper Aza woman acts lectures," deflected the woman unsteadily, her voice doing an unflattering impression of her mother that would likely have earned a few more bruises if it had been overheard. "And what do you mean I am not being myself? I am always myself. What is that supposed mean, Ulrich?" She continued, her voice returning to its normal, irascible tone. "Indeed," chimed in the giant smith warningly, "what is that supposed to mean? You would not be implying anything about my little girl, would you? And look at her. Who are you to treat my darling as a carriage mule? What hold did a puffed-up transient like you get on my little girl?" This had not gone at all like he had intended. This can't be real life, Ulrich told himself. Gaiet isn't acting like a teenage girl meeting her favorite uncle who spoils her, And the legendary Smith isn't a great honking bodybuilder that sounds like the classical musician Michael Jackson. I refuse to believe this. Rubbing a hand over his face, Ulrich failed to will himself awake. His hand came away, and nope, still here in this workshop of horrors. None of this makes sense. Now he had two elves glaring at him. Guyot had unceremoniously tossed the carried items to the floor next to the core basket and was tapping her foot, arms crossed. The smith had both hands on his hips and was leaning forward like a yakuza, waiting for his victim to give him a reason to go get the crowbar. Little girl? Guyot Iriel? A tiger stuffed into an elf's skin? A frost-laden wind gusted into the room, chilling his back through the broken door. The cold acted as a catalyst, replacing the profound confusion with anger. He'd had enough of this. That little girl is a bloodthorn, and everybody knows it. Ulrich burst, incredulous at the huge elf, before turning to address his shadow, pretending innocence. He couldn't help pointing at her with a vibrating finger. Even Bright Eyes admits it. And the boy adores you, same for your father, so don't give me that, what is that supposed to mean business? Addressing her with his full attention, Ulrich couldn't keep the outright aggravation from his voice any longer. Dealing with these people was getting on his last nerve. Don't think I don't know you take satisfaction in being a pain in the ass, Guyot. I know both of your parents by now, and the fruit didn't fall that far from the wanker tree. And you? Ulrich raged, turning to face the auburn-haired giant, his finger held up like a weapon, aimed in that elf's general direction. I am not a transient. I am a guest of the household, on account of I pulled Guyot's brother's nuts off a fire and discovered a scheme by some fuckers to pierce the Orlathram defenses while they go a Viking around my godsdamned plateau. I am also the lord of the ancient glade, and that little girl over there is my shadow. By her own father's decision, not mine, he added, glaring at his shadow, who feigned innocence. On account of she attempted murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, and then murder in the first degree, again by proxy against my person, so she'll hump gear until the stars die if that's what I want her to do. He swiped a hand over his face and pulled his beard a moment from sheer agitation before continuing to dress down the pair of elves. You, on the other hand, want to fuck with people, for fun, or to distract yourself from however the fuck it is you've decided to waste a couple of centuries doing, and I'll have you know now that no rude bastard is wasting my time for free. So, either you want to make yourself useful while your kin get ready to go to war, or I find a smith that doesn't have his ears tucked between his balls, he ranted. Ulrich was shouting. Ulrich never shouted. He was not a shouter. But they had chewed through his last nerve. It was always like this. Whenever his shadow got embarrassed, no matter by who, Ulrich had to take shit off her. He wouldn't have been surprised if this entire visit was set up by her, knowing how it would turn out, as some sort of elaborate prank. She loved doing that. Like her father before her, she was an artist at being an asshole. She was just a lot quieter about it. Using silent elven dignity as a chameleon uses its color to cloak her douchebaggery. Well, she won. He was livid. The two elves stood amazed. They traded glances and then looked back at him with those glittering eyes. The smith suddenly relaxed and straightened, the hostility vanishing like dew under daylight. Instead, he turned his attention to the darkly beautiful woman. Little girl, what does he mean that you are his shadow? What have you done? Inquired the man softly, in a hurt tone. Now it was Guyot's turn to be uncomfortable again. Her gaze fell away from Ulrich to find obsession with the floor. Ulrich could hear her mumbling and see her lips moving, but couldn't make out what she said. Her ears drooped while she rocked on her heels. She looked more miserable than when her father had sentenced her to Ulrich's life, without parole until he died. Uncle Galed wasn't having any of that. He raised her chin with a finger under it, forcing her to look into his almost blue copper-flecked eyes. I have asked you a question, Guyot Iriel, and I am expecting my heart-sworn daughter to answer, Smith Uldin said, his voice demanding but gentle. Guyot ceased her squirming and accepted the inevitable. Ulrich wanted to break in, to help her out. Her obvious vulnerability was incredibly jarring, but he couldn't. These events were all around him, and he was sitting in the middle of the pot. But this right here, this was between the two of them. It was not Ulrich's place to intervene. Ulrich saw the fight go out of her, her shoulders settled, and then she firmed up. Quietly she told her story, sparing herself nothing. as Bright Eyes had told it those weeks ago before Baldurt and his court. And it was the Lord of the Deep Wood. No, it was Father's judgment to spare my life. I am given to service to be Ulrich Glade Chief's shadow, to be a hunter no more for Iriel until his life is at its end. She said unhappily, I will do this thing because I must, uncle. I am at peace with it now. Finished the proud huntress solemnly, but most certainly not peacefully. Smith Uldin looked like someone had shot his dog. Slowly he turned his attention away from his little girl to face Ulrich, before giving a small bow with gestures that Ulrich hadn't seen before. He rose gracefully, with none of the hostility from before. I must apologize then, Glade Chief, for my behavior, the giant smith intoned. I thought you another would-be noble's get, here to waste my time hunting glory, or attempting to impress my little girl by throwing their money around. Fool's errand though that be. I may also have a slight tendency to overreact when I feel my heart-sworn daughter is being put into uncomfortable positions and try to drive those individuals away. Forgive me my rudeness. Ulrich was caught flat-footed by the docility of the irascible elf. Compared to before, he was being downright nice. Most of Ulrich's temper had fled when Gaiat hung herself from her cross in the face of the huge elf's disappointment. That the stolid smith had used human to apologize was an additional layer of contrition. Ulrich tried to return the bow as best as he was able. No sense not taking an olive branch when it was offered, especially not when he still intended to ask the man for his skills. All of this up to now was mostly a combination of the smith being a talented, but bored Dick and Ulrich possibly overreacting to obvious provocations, which he should not do, and he felt slightly embarrassed for losing his temper so easily. I accept your apology, Smith Uldin. I am also at fault for losing my temper. Sorry about the door, it was more than adequately constructed and hung. Ulrich said with sincerity, trying not to murder his vowels. Honestly, the smith had seemed less angry about the door's breaking than about the inference that his craftsmanship was subpar. Ulrich's admission of this took some of the nettle out of his expression. They rose from their courtesies and gazed neutrally at one another, the board reset as it were. Gaiat had stepped back into Ulrich's shadow, her customary place when he was dealing with her kin in official capacities wherein she was expected to behave as more of an extension of his own being than an individual. She still didn't look happy, but at least the obvious pain of recounting her shame was gone from those smooth features. The smith spoke first, his eyes taking in the materials strewn across the floor for the first time. I am given to understand that you would hire my services, Glade Chief. I will tell you now that my skills come dear, and possibly not at all, unless I deem the task worth doing, said Galed Uldin with utter seriousness. Business at last, Ulrich thought. So I have been informed. It was made known to me that you enjoyed a challenge and could be swayed by the offer of some more exotic materials with which to work, as well as a chance to study a few innovations that I have come by in my experiences, Ulrich explained, indicating the basket and objects Gaiat had deposited on the entryway floor. Ulrich's raised eyebrow at those goods made the woman's ears twitch. He was pretty sure she shouldn't have dropped what he'd asked her to carry so she could scold him. Whatever, everybody knew she was shit at not losing her temper. Best not to dwell on it, or he'd do little else. Did elves have shadow obedience schools? Never mind. The sky was blue, the twins rose daily over Varda, and Gaiat Iriel would forget herself when she was piqued, which was damn near always. Returning his attention to the mass of elven muscle and his heavy leather forging gear, Ulrich tried to figure out how to make his offer. After a moment of thought, he decided that it would be best to show the smith the armor to get his attention. The rest could come after. Kneeling to retrieve the armor he'd packed away, Ulrich pulled its bone and hide segments free and hung them over his chest, as one might a sweatshirt one was considering in the shops. The hide and pale bone draped in front of him, and the smith's eyes were drawn irresistibly to its features. Naked curiosity was clear on the elf's face, his hands twitched with the desire to go over the cuirass. Ulrich approached the smith and offered the cuirass, its pauldrons and the armoured skirt, for his inspection. Galed Uldin took the pieces into his hands and unceremoniously, wordlessly, left the room to enter his smithy, leaving Ulrich and Gaiat without a word. Ulrich looked to Gaiet for some indication of what he was supposed to do, and her shrug fairly screamed, "Who knows?" Ulrich knew he hated when a customer or administrative jerk-off hovered over his shoulders, so he left the smith to his review and began to arrange the items on the floor into some semblance of order, according to what beast of origin from which it came. Gaiet jumped a little and joined him, even offering a muttered apologies as she did. Soon enough, they had the forest lord hide and bones in a small stack, the various bolt deer pieces in another, a similar pile including the whole antler for the blade fern elk, and a mix of the fell wolf materials. The cores to each went next to their respective piles. Amongst them all, the shimmering facets of gold and emerald that was the forest lord's core stood resplendent. It had lost none of its glow and, to Ulrich's more refined senses, fairly radiated mana with a faint tinge of violent intent. The oversized trident and claymore-sized scimitar Ulrich laid in front of the various stacks, the only materials made of metal to be found. Ulrich didn't even know what kind of steel they were. The trident was a blue-grey, dense and incredibly hard, since the only thing he had that scratched it was Forest Lord bone. The scimitar was silver and had wave patterns such as were found in some of the old feudal Japan antique blades he'd seen in museums of the pre-collapse, ancient even compared to that time period. The scimitar wasn't as dense as the trident, and its blade flexed more easily. Its blade must have had a wildly hardening temper, though. It could scratch the trident, where the spine of that great sword would not. It was interesting to Ulrich that the metal workers would know about variable metal grain structures and had to be a result of differential heat treating and tempers. No such thing had been done with the trident. It seemed to be a monolithic single piece of material, shaped somehow and polished to show no visible grind marks. Ulrich craved again a microscope to look at the grain structures and a way to determine the elemental metallic compositions. The trident's blue color meant it had to be an alloy of some kind. Both did, really. Neither material oxidized visibly to Ulrich. They had lost none of their luster in the months since the slaying of their owners, and Ulrich had done nothing to stop the effects of air and water on their surfaces. What are the odds that the metals of this world simply lacked the property of reacting to air, but had all of the other metallic features? None. Some things just had to be the same, or Ulrich despaired of ever predicting how materials in this world interacted. With a sigh, he set aside his concerns. He could test macro properties, tabulate their component materials, and he could infer their causation with enough testing. It'd just take forever. Or just ask the damned professionals. Glancing over at his dusky sidekick, he noticed she was still somewhat withdrawn. Nothing had been resolved between herself and Uldine. They'd just put aside the issue to attend to business is all. Probably until they could do so in private, for which Ulrich was immensely grateful. It was uncomfortable as hell sitting through that. Even so, he didn't want to be a completely insensitive schmuck about it. "So, Gaiet," he began abruptly, which got a slight flinch out of his brooding assistant. "I couldn't help but notice that one Galid Uldine referred to you in a rather familiar manner. Not to pry too much, but would you care to explain?" Ulrich inquired when her gilded green eyes met his. The elf woman's heavy sigh shouted that she very much did care to explain, but her sense of duty won out. She'd already violated propriety by browbeating Ulrich earlier and neglecting to mention her connections with the smith. A relationship that may have allowed Ulrich to sidestep some of the peculiar smith's tendencies to harass new clients or test their resolve. But she'd enjoyed watching her honor squirm, so it evened out in her mind. Her role demanded that she do whatever she could to advance Ulrich's interests, though, and establishing a direct line to one of the most talented smiths in Iriel was most assuredly in his interests, so she had to come through here. "Galid Uldine is a long friend of my father, one of his innermost rings. They grew up together, they shared battlefields together, and he is a close cousin to my dam, Vedir. He, in truth, is the one who introduced them to start their courtship," Gaiet explained, running a hand over her braid. Her eyes roamed the room, drinking in the familiar chaos. A stool stacked with metal bars, a cabinet with various drawers opened, fabrics, leathers and papers strewn randomly peeking out, and the flotsam of 100 half-finished projects lying about the home. Uldine was, to all appearances, a man who followed his inspirations as they came to him. The open bottle of booze was still sitting on his end table next to the chair, its scent adding to the smells of oil, leather, and metal that stamped the room with a distinctive aura. It was just like it always had been, a second home to Geert's senses. When I was born, father declared Uncle Uldin to be the one who would take custody of me should he perish. It never happened, of course, and I grew of age, so it became a moot point. But Uncle Uldin treated me as his own. In his own way, he was like a second father to me and my older brother. And it was he that cared for me, while my parents took vengeance for the murder of eldest brother. He has no natural children, he devotes himself too much to his craft to be long interrupted. Besides, he prefers the company of males to females. She continued. A brief twerk of her lips revealed the amusement of some thought or other circling around that alien elf brain. Indeed, Glade Chief, you are of the form that Uncle prefers. He likes them broad and tall and a little ugly. Prodded his shadow without remorse. Ulrich grimaced. He didn't swing that way, but he'd been down this particular road already. A long-time work friend batting for the other team had frequently taken him to bars and establishments, catering to that sort as gay bait. His words that. He'd gotten free drinks and a surprisingly relaxing night out with the boys, and his friend got to bat clean up on the rejected offers. Or occasionally, he was the boyfriend. Whenever Remy, said friend, needed a night without too much undue attention, but didn't want to stay home. Being a social lubricant and deterrent to his friend was fine with Ulrich. He lacked the awareness and interpersonal skills to even notice when it was happening, most of the time. And when he was aware of it, he was fine with the situation. What else were friends for? The rather effeminate and far more attractive lad had always reciprocated when Ulrich wanted a night out on the town. Remy's adeptness at weaving in and out of conversations and the ease with which he seemed to find rapport with total strangers had always left Ulrich with a feeling of awe, and more than once a temporary girlfriend. As a wingman, Remy was your go-to guy. Gods bless you, Remy, wherever you are. May you have that kitchen remodel you always wanted and the matching wardrobes you so diligently cultivated prosper. Ulrich gave a silent prayer to that old pal. His grimace had more to do with remembering just how isolated he'd become in his last years, neglecting Remy and a few others who had deserved better from him, than something so trivial as another man finding him attractive. It had always been a compliment in his mind, and the closed-minded relics of proto-society who bitched about what people did in their bedrooms always struck him as backwards in the extreme. Hopefully, elven society didn't share those kinds of hang-ups. In fact, Ulrich was curious enough that he had to know. Are individuals who share attractions to others of the same gender shunned amongst the elves, Geert? He asked. Her eyebrows squinted in confusion. Why would they be? She answered with a question of her own. That cleared that up. Nice, no homophobes in Elfland. Wait a second, had she just called him ugly? He was on the point of pressing her on that when she moved on. I am simply pointing out to you that, now that he has moved on from trying to drive you away out of principle, Uncle Uldin is without hesitation in pursuing his interests. She clarified. He had a thought. It occurred to Ulrich that he was in need of this particular elf's services, and the man was purported to find him attractive. Ulrich rolled his sleeves up to reveal powerful forearms and adjusted his posture to broaden his shoulders. Geert looked askance at him. What are you doing? She asked, baffled. I'm working your uncle for leverage by showing some sex appeal to get a better deal on crafting stuff. He answered honestly. She scowled at him. But you don't have such interests. I have never seen you give male elves attention such as you do the females. He is my Uncle Uldin. You will not play with his heart in this way, Ulrich, scolded the woman, crossing her arms in front of her chest, which, ironically enough, lent her greater influence over him. He wasn't a shallow man. Well, not completely, but her beauty was like a chipping hammer against his will. He wondered if all of them were born with that gift. Either they were completely unaware of their power or totally aware and wielded it with the precision of a surgeon. It couldn't be something in between. Many beers had been drunk amongst the male kind discussing this topic, but still no progress had been made in generating a consensus. They remained as befuddled now as when they were figuring out how to rub sticks to make fire to impress the lass with the lovely glossy pelt and slightly more opposable thumbs next to them. He couldn't withstand her indignation. And she was right. Grumbling, Ulrich acquiesced, returning his sleeves to their normal state and relaxing into his normal semi-slouch. Sure, a little cleavage here and there to boost your tips is fine, but gods forbid Ulrich show a little arm for some better rates. He couldn't deny the legitimacy of her complaint. She did have a point. Gaming Uldin's preferences was a kind of dirty move, absent any inclination on Ulrich's part in that direction. Okay, he wouldn't use his body to leverage advantages against people with whom he had no intention of following through. Fine. Yeesh. Being a decent person is fucking work. With his dirty plans foiled by Gert's compassion for her uncle, Ulrich was going to have to do this the hard way, with a fair exchange of goods and services. Like a mook. Reforged Chapter 29. Down to business. Sudden realization put a damper on his enthusiasm. Ulrich examined the various stacks of parts and pieces. Problem with negotiations is that you have to know the perceived worth of your goods, and the man simply did not. The deer, elk, and wolf stuff was probably relatively low value. Prey animals, by their natures, were too common to generate a rarity that made their demand outstrip the supply. The predators might go for a little higher. Surely the fell wolves didn't occur frequently enough to glut the markets with their materials. But they also hadn't been particularly hard to hunt, which meant the elves would have them aplenty, provided these sorts roamed around the plateau. The real prize, of course, would be the forest lord, old Gigabear himself. That creature was priceless. Yet another reason Ulrich cringed at the thought of having extincted the species. Gods forbid, Ulrich thought with self-recrimination that he should become what he so hated from his prior world. His only consolation was that the creature was already on its deathbed. Like a majestic old lion who had been cast out of its pride, it was doomed to fade when its strength no longer permitted the hunt. That, and it had ambushed him without remorse and would have eaten him more or less alive had he not prevailed. All this wool-gathering was just an attempt to put into perspective just what bargaining room he really had here. Ulrich looked up from the pile to his shadow and couldn't help a small sigh. He really was a creature of habit. Here he was trying to decipher on his own, absent a literal lifetime of context or socio-economic background, on a foreign world, while standing next to him was a literal professional hunter, of a people renowned for their forest craft. Giving himself 3 solid knocks with his knuckles against his forehead to encourage the neurons in the old grey slug living in his skull to maybe work a little harder, Ulrich turned to his companion servant bodyguard person. "So, Gaiat, what do you think the value of this stuff will be to Uldin?" he inquired casually. She looked up quickly, apparently startled out of some introspection herself. The blade-fern elk is a particularly fine specimen, as all the creatures of the Ancients' plateau seem to be. It will be of moderate worth, especially the antler. The small blades are prized for shaving, fine carving, and other such precision-cutting tools. They are also of an aesthetic value. Few ever grow so large in the lower forests. Other than that, it is of little interest to a man such as my uncle, though he could put all of what you have brought to use. The bolt deer is of almost no use, however. They are too weak to make sturdy equipment. Same for the varieties of wolf you have brought," said the expert hunter, dashing Ulrich's hopes of a big score from the wolves. "Other than to make somewhat warmer than usual rugs or blankets, I do not know that Uncle Uldin would have any use for the pelts," she continued. "They might be of greater value to trade to the river folk, though such predators venture rarely to the bottoms near Zelos, preferring the deeper reaches of Iriel. The cores are all useful, as you know, but are also too common to be truly valued for Uncle Uldin's work. Only the Forest Lord's materials would be of high enough quality to truly interest him. He has a taste for the exotic and experimentation in his projects." Gaiat analyzed. She tossed her hair, braid launching over her shoulder to hang behind her. Ulrich noticed she tended to do that when she was mulling something over while she talked. Sort of like his hand ticks. After a brief pause, she went on, having reached some conclusion or other. "You could not know this, but Uncle Uldin is widely regarded to be one of the finest weaponsmiths of Orlithrim. There are those better in some regards than he, of course, those who specialize in other directions and aspects of the craft. And, of course, there are the dwarves who have elevated smithing into more art than craft. But in Iriel, none could better serve your purpose than my uncle," she expounded. A slight frown appeared, but quickly vanished, becoming contemplative. Ulrich wasn't used to this kind of emotional honesty from her. The elf woman was normally a nice even mix of indignation, detached calm, and slightly racist snobbery. This more relaxed posture was kind of refreshing, really. He normally only got to see her respond differently when he was doing something she thought was either massively stupid or, according to her preconceptions, impossible. Watching her decide what to say was actually sort of informative. His shadow was pretty on guard, and this moment of lowered defenses was a chance to learn a little more about how she ticked. Fairly important, since he was now responsible for her care, and she was, theoretically, bound to him for his entire goddamned life. Normally, he would never consider making something for otherkin. Too many times such things inevitably end up being used against the elves, a few short human generations down the line. She explained, just almost apologetic. She honestly didn't need to be. Ulrich understood very well how disheartening it would be to make a weapon for a person only to find that their grandkids, within a relatively short time span in your own existence, were using it to murder your kin. No, he couldn't really blame Uldin at all now, could he? There were, unfortunately, some disturbing parallels between the humans of this world and the humans of his old one. Perhaps humanity was inherently possessed of a somewhat destructive bent, throughout all the universes. Or maybe these here were just the offshoots of their merchant pirate lord ancestors being greedy dicks, and that kind of rubbed off on their descendants. Hard to say without learning more about them. In your case, it is my belief that he will be willing to make exception on my account, and in recognition of your aid given to our people. He will certainly demand to have your armor, and you must not give him this easily. Every piece of your conquest of the ancient terror must be bargained against its weight in purest core dust, for they are each never to be seen again, she said emphatically, stressing the need to leverage Ulrich's only real source of treasury. He focused his attention to Gaiat, who was trying to explain the market values and hypothetical uses for the goods before her, but she was using unfamiliar terms, probably for some kind of trade currency, and up to that point, Ulrich hadn't actually interacted with money at any point in his entire rebirthing, which was fucking amazing now that he thought about it. Unfortunately, the clarifying questions on his tongue were not to be. Smith Uldin tore through the door to his smithy and glared at Ulrich, then back to the armor clutched in his muscled arms like his firstborn child, and back to Ulrich. Who made this? I must speak to them. Their tool skills are childlike and clumsy beyond reason. But the concept? It is genius. Where did you acquire this item, Ulrich? Pressed Smith Uldin with intensity bordering on religious zeal. Oh, I made it myself, based on designs from my people's historical archives. Ulrich revealed tentatively, still uncertain exactly how much of his previous world he actually wanted to inject into this one. The burly elf crossed the space to the table on which Ulrich had been reviewing stacks of body parts and entered into Ulrich's personal space, standing a few centimeters away. Ulrich immediately retreated a couple of steps to a comfortable distance, only to have the elf move to intercept. This process repeated until Ulrich was backed up to the broken doorway and contemplated flight. Gaiat intervened, stepping between the two of them and taking her pseudo relative by the shoulders, guiding him to the chair he had sat whence they'd entered. The elf went gratefully and poured a slug of the potent liquor into his cup, tossing it back without tasting before pouring another that Gaiat swiped from his hand before it made it to his mouth. He frowned at her before taking a long chug from the bottle directly. Face scrunched from the bite of the alcohol, he settled down. The armor remained clutched against his body. Forgive me, it has been a while since I saw something so interestingly foreign. I lost myself. Please come in, Glade Chief, and sit. Little girl, thank you for bringing me to my senses. You should sit too. We may be a while discussing terms. I will take a contract on behalf of your honor if we can come to an agreement, Smith Uldin said, indicating a few of the chairs stacked with bits of odds and ends. Ulrich looked to his shadow and, at her nod, cleared himself a chair and pulled it over to sit a reasonable distance from Uldin, though carefully out of arm's reach. Gaiat did the same, seating herself only a small separation from Ulrich and unmistakably in alignment with him, a reminder of her role in this discussion. It was nice to know he had an ally. Smith Uldin was proving a somewhat disconcerting force to be reckoned with. Now that everyone is settled, I would like to begin our proceedings with a toast to this newest ally of the elves," intoned the giant elf, raising the bottle of spirits. Alarm bells jangled in Ulrich's brain, whispered warnings of the last time he'd indulged in elvish spirits and their impact on his judgment. Vague memories of detonating a fruit washed through him. He'd also woken up with a complete stranger, though that was probably more a result of her decision-making than his. In any case, beginning negotiations by imbibing something that would strip varnish was probably not a solid play. He nearly snorted when he recalled the elf calling it tea. "Thank you for your hospitality, Smith Uldin, but other duties will require my attention this afternoon, and I would see to them with a clear head. It would not do to waste Lady Shaw's time being muddled with drink." Ulrich declined with a raised hand. Gaiet had returned to her cool impassiveness, but Ulrich saw the glint of approval in her almond-shaped eyes. She had a way of flattening her eyebrows when she was in favor of his actions. It was a subtle thing, and Ulrich was admittedly not the best reader of people, but he'd been practicing on her for weeks by this time, his study being largely motivated by the eminent goal to avoid getting stabbed. Those small details and gestures were also a necessary part of understanding Elven language. Like Italians, they did a great deal of their communication with their hands and faces. As had become patently obvious to him, an elf's ears would say volumes about the owner's emotional state. This little tidbit of knowledge helped in his decision as the downwards flick of Uldin's own ear tips, as well as shouted, "Damn it!" So, one trap evaded, there would be more. Ulrich leaned forward and got down to the business of haggling with the elven smith, his anchor being the knowledge that he truly needed nothing. He'd been born into this world naked, and if needs be, he could face it down with cheeks bare to the wind. Anything more was just bonus. However, he didn't get the chance. Gaiet parted her lips and began to, without mercy, take her beloved uncle to the cleaners. Ulrich needed to jot down a note: never haggle with Gaiet. The woman had a lawyer's cutthroat instincts and attention to details. A dozen times, Uldin made a relatively benign-sounding, to Ulrich's ears, clause or demand, only to have it eviscerated by his shadow as a gross concession, the depth of which she decried with gusto. Johnny Cochran couldn't have put on a better show. It was clear she had an edge in the negotiations too. Uldin couldn't say no to his little girl. The incisive, shrewd Smith nearly flinched whenever she voiced her disapproval with a requirement and hesitated to push back against some of her, to Ulrich, more far-fetched claims. The end result was clear. Ulrich would be getting a great deal of work done, not quite pro bono, but pretty close to it. All it cost him was the materials he'd intended to sell off anyhow. That and some metallurgy. At the heart of the matter was this: Ulrich had the knowledge of thousands of years of human arms and armor's technology and the body parts of one of the greatest beasts the world had ever known as resources. Neither of these were exactly reproducible, although there were surely going to be parallels. Therefore, for a smith of Uldin's incredible talents, the opportunity to gain this knowledge and work with these materials was a powerful carrot to go alongside Gaiet's negotiating sticks. Ulrich was also going to pay him with every beast core he'd collected to date, excepting the gigabears, a hefty sum according to Gaiet's assertions. Those cores came from beasts that might not have been strictly uncommon, but the Ancients' plateau imparted a quality all of its own on its denizens, whose cores were washed daily in the dense manosphere of that place. The contract was finalized with a firm handshake and a signature, in the actual blood of both signatories. Ulrich would provide all of the materials for the crafting of a weapon and a new set of armor. Master Smith Uldin's descriptions of his own work as that of a genius infant with clubbed fingers was less than flattering. Ulrich consoled himself by knowing that it was the first armor he'd ever made out of anything but cardboard and brass, and it had worked well enough to save his life at least twice. For the elf craftsman, it was an eyesore made of diamonds. The crudeness of the crafting seemed to offend the elf's sensibilities, and he declared that it was a shame to the gods of crafting to leave such immaculate concepts so poorly executed. As such, the armor would be redone by himself for a modest fee. It was an obvious ruse. Galed Uldin hadn't so much as put the leather and plate cuirass down since he'd laid hands on it. The weapon was a slightly different matter. Once he'd agreed to the task, Smith Uldin's entire being narrowed to its completion. Even halfway into the bag, as he'd continued drinking during the entire negotiation, he maintained a razor-sharp focus on the specifics. What type of weapon? The gigantic elf had asked. Ulrich explained his desires and was told, "You will want a modified Sith." When Ulrich became immediately confused, the weaponsmith explained that the elven traditions classified bladed weapons into drak, stabbing swords, or Sith, cutting swords. From there they were subcategorized based on their size. The same word also made up one of the subcategories, which boggled the man for a moment. A drak was broken down into the small sword, which could range anywhere from a long stiletto to a rapier in size, called a drik, a drak or hand sword, which could be as large as an estoc of Ulrich's old world conventions, and a drek, a two-handed great sword of the same general form as those ancient Danish two-handers, but scaled as if for giants, blades near to 2.5 meters long. Uldin explained that drek were uncommon, as thrusting blades had a tendency to bind or break off when used on beasts large enough to require them, and were just immense overkill when applied to humanoid foes. "Just ask for a pike and be done with it," the musical soprano voice said sarcastically, at extreme odds with his corded muscle layered on muscle form. Seriously, Uldin was the swollest elf Ulrich had ever seen. Instead, the experienced craftsman, no stranger to combat himself though he'd left that part of his life far behind, recommended a cutting blade, the Sith. Similarly to their stabbing brethren, the cutting blades were subclassed according to size. A Seth was the small variant, of similar form to the kopis, kukri, or as hefty as a Lombardian cleaver, whose upsized variant Ulrich had seen utilized by that elven warrior Ulrich had named for such weapon, the eponymous cleaver, aka Nahalair. A one-handed cutting blade was a Sith and could be as large as a dadao or grosse messer, which were traditionally two-handed weapons in earthen history. The great cutting blades, the sath, were massive affairs with wide blades. They were purposed for killing mounts or taking limbs off of very large beasts. According to the descriptions, the massive weapons, whose reach and momentum would be unsuited for slaying men, were preferred by beastkin and ogran, ogre folk who had the raw power to wield them. Ulrich was still, in many ways, unaccustomed to the realities of this deadly planet Varda. The large mammalian species had been long gone by the time humanity re-emerged from nuclear shelters, though it was hypothesized that the induced ice age would promote their eventual return. He had to struggle to remember that even lesser dangerous game in this world were fantastically more powerful and physically potent than anything on his old world, especially in the post-collapse ecosystem. As such, when Smith Uldin pulled a blade that looked like it was made to decapitate rhinos, Ulrich was still caught off guard. At first, he instantly dismissed the need for a weapon as outrageously oversized as that one. Then he recalled the crimson bull that had erupted from the brush of the canopy and envisioned trying to stop one from running him down and trampling him. Suddenly, it wasn't outrageous at all. Anything less was comically underpowered in the face of those radical threats. Ulrich voiced his concerns handling that kind of monstrous weapon. The response from the elf was surprisingly practical. "Just grab a few and take some swings to see how it feels." Handing Ulrich an armful of failed projects, masterworks for lesser smiths but unsellable trash in his own eyes, Uldin marched them all out into the cold to work him through a few exercises to test the heft of each type of blade. The smallest ones he rejected immediately. Anything small enough to use a short sword on, he could just use his belt knife and would do him no good against a greater beast. The larger classes, the Sith and the Sath, were up for debate. On the one hand, the Sith were much more comfortable to use, but lacked the reach and overwhelming killing potential of the much larger Sath. Throughout it all, Galid Uldin watched him with a honed eye, noting every motion, every tendency. When Ulrich had gone through several cycles with each of the test weapons, the smith halted him, and they returned to the inside of the eccentric elf's house/workshop. Ulrich took a moment to put up a stone wall to hold the door in place with an apologetic smile for the elf. Never mind that it could have been avoided had the oddball craftsman not been messing with him on purpose. After a few pointed questions from the keen artisan, which Ulrich did his utmost to answer as fully as he was able, Uncle Uldin reiterated his original statement that a modified Sith would be most suitable for Ulrich's purposes. Neither as large as the Sath, but not on the smaller end of the Sith, Ulrich was glad when the experienced smith suggested a compromise. He pulled a catalogue of blade geometries he'd compiled, dumping the stack of documents and catalogues that lay atop it into the floor as he did, to show Ulrich his intent. After a brief period of consideration, Ulrich decided that when a professional makes a recommendation, you should probably just take their word for it. Ignoring the advice of a master artisan of Galad Uldin's reputation was like telling Einstein he made an algebra mistake. The seasoned weaponsmith suggested that one of Ulrich's build and unique power should avoid an overlarge blade. It would decrease his mobility, and his strength would allow a smaller weapon to achieve mostly similar results. Skill would make up for its slightly abbreviated range. Speaking of skill, Guyot reminded him that he had problems enough with the Thousand Steps dance without having a weapon so large he would trip over it, and that helped settle things. In the end, Ulrich was guided towards a Sith Yelan, a large leaf-bladed sword of vaguely Celtic shape. The handle was drawn to scale and would easily be some 30 centimeters long, enough room to grip one or two-handed in the bastard sword style, and the blade extended to well over a meter, maybe 120 centimeters or so, plenty large enough to deal with any but the more massive beasts. Ulrich was determined that those should be dealt with by either magical bombardment or swift retreat in any case. Then there was the shape. The recurve portion of the double-sided blade near its hilt would give it a tremendous cutting power in close, but without the heavy forward weighting of the falcata or similarly heavily recurve blade shapes. That was important for an unskilled warrior like Ulrich. He would be less committed to any one strike and able to recover from mistakes more quickly, at the cost of some potential power. It also had the benefit of a fairly precise point, allowing the weapon to be utilized as a highly effective penetrating weapon, even if that wasn't its primary use. Flexibility was a powerful plus to Ulrich's thinking. The decision pleased both of the elves in the room and, they being far more experienced in the martial than himself, that sealed the deal. All parties were in for a surprise when the smith asked for the materials to be used, and Ulrich provided the overlarge blued metal trident and silver cutlass. Instantly, Uldin's features turned to an angry grimace when he examined the barbed trident. "Where did you find this weapon, Glade Chief?" he demanded, all good humor gone. The semi-drunken haze to his features vanished like smoke in the wind. He'd been at least partially faking it then, during their negotiations, the crafty devil. Ulrich couldn't attend nugget of information any longer, though. The knotted muscles of the craftsman's forearms as he laid hold of the trident weren't for show. He took that trident away from Ulrich like a grown man retrieving a forbidden item from a child. A small child. Suddenly Ulrich was very glad indeed that he hadn't had to tango with the elf. He'd almost forgotten that basically all of the older individuals were certified badasses. The pampered river fop who'd tried to duel him was an exception, not a rule. "This thing is an enemy of our people. It reeks of elf blood spilled. It is also made of hellite adamant, spellbreaker steel, the humans call it, of a single piece. There are only a handful of similar pieces that I am aware of, and none of them are in the possession of any but the inner circles of Prispang's elite murderers," growled Smith Uldin hatefully. The smith's powerful hands clenched, as if he meant to bend the trident over his knee as his intensely focused aquamarine and copper eyes dissected the object. "The bastards have paid fortunes to dwarf kingdoms to secure rights to the adamant ore, and have hired assassins for culling outside craftsmen capable of imbuing Magebane. I must know, Ulrich, from where did you obtain this?" reiterated Smith Uldin with fervor. Ulrich was shocked. He'd been carrying the thing around Irielhos for weeks now, and no one had realized a thing. Trust a master smith to instantly recognize the truth of the instrument he'd blithely packed around the heart of Elvendom. "I took it off the body of one of the assholes who took Bright Eyes, Erlummitsite. Specifically, a beastkin with wolven features who went by the name of Grouse and claimed the title Elfbane. I didn't put two and two together, but the thing broke through two of my spells like they were made of glass. I thought it was because I was trash at casting spells," Ulrich recounted. Ulrich's explanation calmed the stout elf greatly. In fact, if Ulrich wasn't mistaken, the dude might have been suppressing a grin. He'd killed the guy who had a title called Elfbane. Probably you don't get a title like that, but for being a pure fucker for cold-blooded murder of Orlathram, this is a better thing you have done for the Aesir than you know then, Glade Chief. You have my people's thanks, and my own, Ulrich. Grouse was a monster. He and his pack have acted as mercenaries, assassins, and thugs for hire on behalf of Prespang, mostly under contract directly for Prosper's merchant lords. Grouse made a name for himself by attacking villages while their hunters were absent and slaughtering the defenseless villagers after he'd had his fill of torturing them. Many warriors in Irielhos now are here because they found their kith and kin savaged and will not rest until the blood debt is paid. Uldine punctuated this sordid tale by spitting again on his own floor. Ulrich took note of the gesture and realized that it indicated a far greater depth of enmity than he had suspected. This grouse fucker had been a real piece of work then. Ulrich felt a little bad for respecting the dickbag for a warrior now. Nobody who slaughtered innocents, targeted them when their protectors were gone to inflict maximum harm, merited that kind of consideration, no matter their courage in battle and skill at arms. Sort of made Ulrich want to kill him again. Or maybe find this Vars guy the bastard mentioned and pay him a visit. He was roused from murderous contemplation by his shadow's hand on his shoulder. She held a slight alarm in her eyes, which confused him until he realized he'd been clenching his fists, and blood was seeping between the fingers. When he relaxed his hands, he saw he'd cut himself on his own fingernails. His apologetic smile and a sheepish shrug put her at rest somewhat while he wiped his hands on his pants. Her midnight braid swung as she shook her head at him in bemusement. Keeping him from harm would appear to include from himself. He had a feeling Gaiat would have her work cut out for her. Varda was starting to reveal a few problems of the some fuckers gotta die variety, and Ulrich wasn't sure that he was prepared to share a planet with those sorts anymore. Priorities, Einar, you have to sort yourself out before you can sort the world, Ulrich reminded himself. Uldin had shed his ill mood, somewhat, and look upon Ulrich with a better light. You truly do not have any animosity at all for elf kin, do you, Ulrich? The smith said with slight disbelief. You have no idea how uncommon this is, not on this continent. I have heard of the Cindercone Islands being blends of peoples living in peace, but the hostility between Prespang and Orlathram is millennia old. It makes me happier that little girl is in your care then. Perhaps Baldurt wasn't smoking the skyleaf when he gave her to you, Uldin mused. A sudden loud clap slightly startled Ulrich. He'd forgotten these people liked to make hard transitions in conversation by doing that, even though he'd caught himself doing the same. Social plasticity, that was called, or some shit. Well, enough of that. An enemy of our people is slain, and you have brought me his weapon as a trophy. It would please me greatly to melt this abomination down and give it form to arm you against those same enemies. I am afraid I do not get out very often, Ulrich. My passions are often spent following the whims of my calling. What do you know of the metal stuff of these lands? Questioned the master smith in a smooth, melodic tone. Ulrich shook himself quickly, casting off his continued disjunction between the smith's grizzled appearance and that choir-boy voice. In this world, I have a feeling that I know both a great deal and nothing at all, Ulrich confessed. A majority of my professional life once was spent studying the properties and characteristics of metals in the practice of metallurgy in my prior world. In that sense, if my suspicions about the familiarity of this world's folk with microstructure are valid, I may be this world's foremost expert in metallic substances, Ulrich said, without boasting. And yet, my world was one without magic. We had no cores, no mana. All I have seen since my reforging has shown that the very substance of existence here is saturated with mana. The materials do not behave as they did on my home world. So, all of my previous assumptions and accrued knowledge are damn near guaranteed to be at least partly invalidated by the presence of mana's influences on all it touches, he concluded. The artisan murmured doubtfully, with a slight skepticism evident in his eyes. What is this microstructure that you speak of? I have not heard this term before. The smith questioned. Ulrich realized with a start that he really wouldn't have, would he? Ulrich used terms that didn't have direct translations in this world from his old, The Akashic connection seemed to be doing some heavy lifting to make his thoughts fit the form of the human species' language. He had to remind himself that didn't mean that anyone else was going to understand. He'd probably been losing people constantly by using jargon out of habit, and explained, at least in part, why Gayet thought he was crazy sometimes. Somebody babbling witch speak and nonsense every so often while explaining things nobody had ever seen before was easily going to make you a candidate for getting fitted for a straitjacket. He'd need to break it down for the smith to catch his meaning. Metal particles form patterns, as you've no doubt observed, within the material. I have always heard these distinct groupings of particles in specific orientation called grains. The ratios and distribution of different metal particles within the grains and sizes of the crystals determine the overall properties of the alloy. The gods of the earth and skies, don't get him started like this, uncle. He will go on for hours speaking riddles. Gayet interjected then, cutting him off before Ulrich could properly explain. Uldin, for his own part, looked interested, even if he wasn't entirely following. Whatever he says, it is likely the truth, Uncle Uldin, his shadow said begrudgingly to assuage him for her rudeness, which she knew got his back up. Since he has arrived, in a time span that I had though impossible, my honor has gained an unheard of mastery of certain magics, particularly ones based on elemental mana. I have not seen the like other than Mother Shaw. He has claimed, without any intention to deceive, that it is because his people trained their entire lives in magecraft, the understanding of the flows of the world, and knowledge of arcana, but were unable themselves to touch the mana directly. Her posture said she still found that an absurdity, training for something one could never do oneself, like a fish spending its life learning to fly. He does have the ability to do some things with Keron that all of the magi I have spoken to say are impossible. Not sure, nor even my dam will attempt some of his spell forms, and you know Vedia's skill at handling elemental magics is second to none. The dusky elf beauty said, disbelief still colouring her words. Ulrich nearly gawped at her, shocked to his core. Praise, from Gayet Iriel. What takes years of study and practice he has done in weeks, and I can only attribute this to the otherworldly knowledge he carries. He isn't nearly bright enough to have done these things by talent alone, she concluded. Ouch. Fair, but ouch. Ulrich resisted the urge to say something sarcastic towards her. She was honestly doing her best to support him. She just couldn't help being her was all. Interesting, Uldin said, with an appreciative glance at Ulrich. A fighter, a mage, and a craftsman. And pretty to boot. You are unbound, are you not, Ulrich? Because it has been a good while since last I bedded a man, and we might find a few diversions to accompany a talk of these microstructures you speak of. Propositioned the elf bluntly, ignoring Gayet's groan and closed eyes as she tried to hide from the sudden situation that she herself had suggested possible earlier. It would appear that, while the imagined event was a matter for humour to the lass, the reality was a bit cringe-inducing when she was present for it. Ulrich briefly entertained the thought of Gayet having to wait on him while he visited Aunt Uldin. It was probably funnier to him than it should have been. But he wasn't used to this kind of attention, and it wouldn't be right to string the elf along just to dick with Gayet. Still, seeing his shadow forced to endure her uncle's flirting was kind of amusing. Ulrich was determinedly trying not to laugh at her abashed posture. He didn't want to make the man himself think he was laughing at the offer. It was clearly sincere, and he didn't take kindly to stepping on people's hearts for no reason. Not, at least, when he was aware that these things were going on. He could be a little dense. Sometimes. Frequently. Okay, if he was being entirely honest, he'd been told by a female friend more than once that if he were any thicker, he could swallow uranium and not get sick. He couldn't avoid some evidence of the hilarity of Gayet's discomfiture, however. The burly elf crossed his arms and glanced between the two of them, Gayet's pained expression and Ulrich's concealed humour. Uldin suddenly burst out disbelieving. You are not bedding my little girl, are you? Because I will warn you now, no matter how nice your bottom, I will hang you by the heels if you harm a hair on her head without her say-so. Besides, you are far too pretty to waste on her. She will turn your hairs grey long before they should be. The smith turned a considering eye on the Valin oddity, and his expression became uncomfortably approving. Although, now I look closer on you. Yes, indeed, Ulrich. You cut a fine picture with refined silver hair. I have some dyes that could achieve the look. Perhaps a shave, though. That soup strainer simply must go. I have decided you may not have him, little girl. I want him for myself. The whiplash-inducing words spilling from that crazy-ass elf's mouth caught both Ulrich and his shadow flat-footed. This was, what, the third time? Ulrich was going to have to start carrying around a sign. He shared a look with his shadow before she hid her eyes with her hand, hoping to vanish. It was one of those rare occasions when they were completely on the same page. Waving his hands gently to placate the equal parts riled-up mama hen and thirsty single mum, Ulrich tried to defuse the situation. And he was going to flat-out ignore that last part, best to just pretend he hadn't heard anything regarding his getting styled to Master Uldin's preferences. Now, don't you worry about that, Smith Uldin. I promise you, the relationship between myself and Gaiat is strictly business. I'd never try to leverage my authority to take advantage of her, and if it makes you feel any better, I doubt very much that I could, even if I tried. I've had a taste of one of her poisoned arrows already, and that is plenty enough for me, thanks. Ulrich told him emphatically. That seemed to make the woman in question happy as well. At least she stopped hiding her face behind her hand, as she tended to do while being mortified. In any case, he felt like the situation was back under control. And it was. Galid Uldin's posture had relaxed several notches, right up until Gaiat had to open her fat mouth. This is so. Ulrich has already made proposition to me and made his appreciation of my form clear. He accepted my rejection and has not pressed, as is appropriate, uncle. Since taking up my role, we have shared the baths and observed each other's forms on many occasions, and he keeps his gaze on my hips politely discreet. Ulrich coughed into his hand to avoid having to look at anybody directly. Rejection, proposition, his intentional slanderous shit-talking was now a proposition, was it? And her very definite try at putting a knife in his lungs was a rejection. Yes, of course. It was a generous way to describe that whole scenario. And I have to admit, she said, shooting him a wry glance, that even though he does have some redeeming qualities, I am not interested in being anything other than an agent of his house. While he did duel and kill a zealous lordling for his taunts and naked desire towards taking ownership of me, the Glade Chief was simply defending his honor and his claim to his status. She said, nodding definitively. Ulrich was almost relieved until she kept going. Indeed, although I am frequently laying hands to his person in the fulfillment of my role, he has never taken advantage or been untoward. I didn't even accept the Forest Lord core he offered to bind me to his side, and don't think that wasn't a shock, although I don't think the worms in the head Valin knew quite what he was doing at the time. She finished with a satisfied expression. Ulrich wanted to cover his eyes now. How? How did she manage to say nothing quite untrue, but in the worst possible way? And he was going to have to start wearing sunglasses or something. He was sure he had fixed the staring. Turning from the absolute disaster that had spilled out of his shadow, Ulrich saw that the protective elf was judging him. Yeah, that there was some definite judgment. That, none of that is what it sounds like. Ulrich defended himself lamely. Gaiat immediately took issue, because of course she did. What do you mean, Glade Chief? Nothing I said was grounds for concern. I did not even mention all of the times I have been attendant with you naked in your rooms, she said, hammering the final nail into his coffin. Smith Uldin was fingering the knife in his belt and had a very direct aura about his person. Suddenly he brightened. The damned elf was grinning. Ulrich was so completely fucking lost at this point. I should have known one as pretty as you would eventually twist my heart, the tall elf said, with humor in his tone. You could have simply said you were courting your shadow, Ulrich. It is nothing to be ashamed of. But no, I will not accept your relationship until my little girl has made a formal announcement. Until then, I will consider you unbound. My intentions will be nothing less than honorable, I assure you, Glade Chief. A put-upon sigh escaped the smith. We can table this discussion. For now, I find the project you have given me has stirred my curiosity, and I want to get on with my work while the inspiration breathes fresh air. You will, I am afraid, have to be elsewhere while I work, Glade Chief. You are far too distracting to have wandering around the smithy while I try to concentrate. However, do stop by in a week or so. I should be glad to take you on a tour of the house, the smith said, his voice making very clear exactly which part of the house he wanted to tour. Ulrich was ready to run. This entire ordeal was more than he had bargained for, and his reserves of decorum were gone. God's damned Gaiat, God's damned crazy smith. His hermetic ass couldn't handle this anymore. Well, I'll have to take a rain check on that Uldine, but thank you for your flattering directness. I'm pretty busy myself. War's on, and, I gotta go meet with the Baldarty later, I think. Ulrich evaded, trying to find any excuse to get out of here before either one of the Iriellen found a way to verbally ambush him. He pointed to the materials stacked in the room. You can, just keep all the materials here if you want, sort of just tinker with them. And, use anything you want. Hell, use the Forest Lord stuff if you like. I'd be glad to talk some metallurgy later, though, just, whenever I can get time. Welp, see you later then. Thanks for all the help. And sorry about the door, it shouldn't fall down now at least. Ulrich babbled before fleeing the room. He didn't look back. Gaiat could find her way back to her rooms just fine. He needed to get the hell away from elves for a bit. Maybe get something to eat. This fiasco had taken way more time and energy than he'd been prepared for. Watcher's tits. How exactly had that gone so poorly? It just didn't make sense. With the odd man gone, the two elves looked at one another, waiting a few minutes to be sure he was gone before trading grips, their expressions openly delighted. All had gone according to plan, minus the improvisations made when opportunity presented. She had met with Uncle Uldine early one morning a few weeks ago before their journey to the glade to place herself before his judgment. She had dreaded it, but it could not be put off forever. Even now, having to recount the events again made her truly uncomfortable. Her bastion of an uncle had been greatly disappointed in her, and still was. That part of the meeting had not been a ruse. Uldine had not known she had been so far reduced to a shadow. She had only told him that she had failed her people and been stripped of her titles and position to serve penance. The depth of that clarification today was now clear in his demeanor. Gaiat knew her uncle would adjust to this new reality, as she would. His knowing was unavoidable. Even so, this meeting had been worth it. Her honor's complete route was beyond price. All she'd had to do was bring them together and allow the salty Valin oddity to interact with her quirksome uncle and let them be themselves. The joke would play itself then. Geert knew Ulrich would eventually want to meet with an elven smith. He talked of it every other day, it seemed, and when her uncle found out about her honor's apparent interest, he wanted to meet the man and accept work for him. The better to know to whom his little girl was entrusted, and to give him the ability to keep her more safely. Is it always this easy to get to him? Uldine asked, giving her arm a strong squeeze. Always, Gaiat replied smugly. I may be bound, Uncle Uldine, but he is the one who will be punished. Father thought to save me, taking my choice from matters, and I admit that it was deserved. I erred greatly. But that doesn't mean I won't extract a price, the elf woman declared with intent. The master artisan straightened his stiff leather apron unnecessarily and directed a somewhat longing look in the direction of the odd man's flight. My door was an unexpected sacrifice, Uncle Uldine said with slight pique before addressing his loved though troublesome proxy daughter. Truly, you should have told me he designed that armor himself. I nearly ruined your scheme from excitement. I would speak more with the man, muttered the only half-jokingly smitten craftsman. He is hiding the greater part of his knowledge. I can feel it. It reminds me of speaking with some of those cagey Svartalfin artisans, guarding their secrets like dragons, especially with regards to these metal grains he speaks of. Already I see ways to take advantage of such arrangements, if indeed their orientations are so intimately connected to the qualities of the ingots. In fact, I would wager you my hammer that What? The smith said. The smith was interrupted by Geert's outstretched hand. Please, uncle, you are reminding me of my honor. You both talk to yourselves out loud, compelling your guests to suffer through your tangents. At least I do not have to endure pure madness from your end, complained the woman vehemently. Why is it, my wayward not child, that you have gone to such lengths to antagonize the man who now holds your drawstring? I did not ask before. This little escapade seemed a fine distraction from my crafting block, And you were right, truly this project has invigorated my spirit. But having met this man and taken some measure of him, I would know why you were so intent on aggravating him. After all, I am not the only one here who enjoys a broad-shouldered man. Do not think I have not caught your own glances, though you hide them well. Uldin probed. Gayat flipped her hand dismissively. I have my reasons, she proclaimed lightly. Uldin was skeptical. There was good reason that his heart-sworn daughter was frequently alone. She seemed determined to test those around her continuously. Where most Iriellen did this with a light spirit, his little girl's thorns were always barbed, always driven slightly too deep. She was just like her father, never knowing when to ease her prodding. And more unfortunately, she took the worst of her mother's vindictiveness when she felt slighted. He idly wondered what her honor had done, other than stubbornly continuing to live, to so incense her. Don't be too hard on him, little girl, advised the elder elf gently, knowing by experience that she responded best to gentle redirection than direct opposition. He didn't ask for this, any of it. My judgment, by what you have told me, if you value it, is that he is a decent man, lost, cast adrift to fend for himself in a strange and dangerous land, and to my eyes, he has done his best by you. Uldin spoke over his headstrong, admittedly spoiled, heart-sworn child, who was protesting vehemently. Reforged, if all the tales are to be believed, are doomed to live a life of struggle through times of great upheaval. And your honor will be forced to the center of it, I think. He won't be able to help himself, which means you are now part of that destiny, and it will be dangerous. Please take care of yourself. I know how you get, little girl. Also, I know he doesn't see me in that way, but put in a good word for me, will you? I have earned this for helping you to harass your honor, the smith requested seriously. Reforged Chapter 30, Porcupine's Dilemma. Not until he made it to the cafeteria on the same level of the fortress as his loaned housing did he stop jogging. A quick loading of plates and a hasty retreat saw him at last safely ensconced within the walls of his apartment. He'd swear on both the sons of this world that was the most awkward godsdamned experience of his entire life. Way worse than anything Baldert or his wives had orchestrated. Probably because his wives wouldn't let the old boy cook too awfully much, or he'd make lifelong enemies to half the people who showed up in his hall. What really irked, however, was that it wouldn't be the last time. Uldin was too great an asset to simply avoid on principle. Ulrich could tell when he was looking at a savant that Elf knew more about the materials and methods of working them on this world than he'd find in any dozen lesser craftsmen. The test pieces, useless failures good only for banging around to the elf, were of a greater quality than anything he'd seen outside that outlandish smith's workshop. Now that he thought of it, he hadn't ever actually seen Baldart or Idraz or any of the other characters of renown in Iriel draw their blades. Certainly the dagger Gayat wagged around was of a high quality, simple, elegant, no nonsense, and of exquisite sharpness. But none of the soldiers or guards carried anything like what Ulrich had seen almost casually disregarded in the smith's home. Gods, he hadn't even gotten to see the interior of the smithy. What are the odds that Galid Uldin, famed smith of Iriel, hadn't done his good friend and royal kin a solid and made arms for he and his kids? Unless there were some kind of bizarre elf customs involved, Ulrich would bet they were all using personally crafted items from the master artisan. Ulrich would have to ask Gayat later, when he could bear to look her in the eye. Oh, Watcher's tits, I broke her bow. Ulrich groaned. In all likelihood, he murdered a bow Uldin made for his godchild personally. That stung a little. It was a wonder she'd helped him meet the man at all. He didn't know if her being there had been a boon or a curse. Gods, she'd nearly blown the whole thing to pieces, outside of the negotiations, in which she'd latched on like a bulldog and hadn't let go until she'd wrung the most favorable possible arrangements. He'd gotten essentially everything he'd needed. It had just been more painful than it needed to be, which, now that he thought about it, seemed to be exactly how the damned woman seemed to like things. Sudden doubt entered into Ulrich's mind. Was it possible that she'd arranged that meeting for the purpose of dragging him over the coals? She did like to plot small inconveniences, but this past experience was on a scale unthinkable. Ulrich, you've hit a new level of neurotic old man, he told himself aloud. That was too paranoid, even for him. Wasn't it? He shook off the uncertainty. Surely his shadow had better things to do than go to those kinds of lengths to fuck with him. He nearly laughed at the idea before discarding it. Turning to his meal, he inhaled it, washing it down with the pitcher of juice in his rooms. He gave silent thanks to the duties, their tenacious upkeep making life damned comfortable within the fortress. Ulrich had some rare time alone. There was still some 5 or 6 hours until he was to meet with Boulder T for the strategy dinner. He was still somewhat thrown off by the earlier meeting. He needed to recenter and refocus. It's been a long time since I overloaded on people. He laughed at himself. The first months were total isolation, which pretty well agreed with his constitution. Meeting Bright Eyes had introduced company, but on a small scale, and the kid was agreeable, if snarky. The two of them had got on great, matter of fact. Then there was the introduction of the Irielhos folk and his immersion into elvendom. That was less great, too much social shit, not enough context. It was stressful as hell not knowing the rules to interacting with the locals, but he was dealing with it. All the exercise helped him decompress, and for the most part, he had to admit that he liked these folk. He was integrating better here than when he'd moved between cities in his old world. The Irielen were fairly down to earth, when you realized that they had basically internalized struggle and made friendly competition into a social infrastructure. He supposed it served as a survival mechanism. They pushed each other to improve, to grow, throughout their lives. Probably that saved a great many from being killed by some monster or another through underpreparedness. He would lay coin or bark chips, or whatever the fuck they used for money around here, that the pressure to compete also got more than a few killed when they overreached. His old society did the same kind of thing, but it was way more materialistic. Who owns the better house, who has the better job, that kind of thing. These folk were like that, but with a far greater emphasis on your personal skills, the ability to fight, to forage, to process game and forest goods, the proficiency with mana or depth of class progression, that sort of thing. Anyway, best not to dwell over long on the mistakes of the past. Ulrich was working his way through his unanticipated social withdrawal. Bound to happen, he supposed. He'd always been running on a limited budget for social graces. It didn't help anything that he und der Zimtfarbenen Schönheit, sewed to his hip, were locked into a battle of wits and wills, neither one giving an inch. Truthfully, the reclusive once workaholic and other holics man didn't mind her prodding. She was keeping him sharp, and in a way, it was like training to interact with the rest of her people. Just, most of them were less abrasive. However, insomuch as he could admit privately that he enjoyed sparring with Gayat, their interactions did draw energy from him that would normally be spent on maintaining interpersonal interactions. At the end of the day, Ulrich was going to have to get over his reluctance to engage, to build his stamina for avoiding becoming a surly dick when he was weary of company or stressed. "Suck it up, Buttercup," Ulrich told the walls of his room. "You aren't just some nobody materials engineering punk anymore. You aren't even a forest hermit, a wannabe Merlin on his hidden plateau. You are a lord, and that's got baggage, so either you gotta run for it, drop everything and hide, or you gotta put your face into the wind and go fucking be Lord of the Ancient Glade. These elves don't do shit halfway, they won't tolerate some wishy-washy nonsense." A realization came to him while he scolded himself. The Irielen had good reason to grant him some leeway. He'd built up a certain amount of goodwill with them, but not with the rest. Kind of the opposite, really. By making friends here, he'd created enemies elsewhere, even if no overt ones. If those Zealosin were anything to go by, there were deep currents running. If Ulrich didn't get his act together and take his role seriously, some elf lord was going to smell weakness and cut his throat. It might not even be personal, it was just the way of things on this little corner of Varda. The lord's instinct was buzzing now. It was coming, sure as the tides rolling in, there would be another challenger, and Ulrich's lizard brain was telling him that it wouldn't be a blustering soft skin next time. The next time he was caught in that kind of public trap, he had a feeling the attempt would come from an older elf with hard edges, looking to make his play for a new kingdom or advancement of his or her house. They'd be hungry, driven, willing to risk their lives against an opponent who was now known not to be just some weakling human, but a real threat. When that happened, Ulrich would be forced to fight again for his life. Not in an ambush with a bow, but right up front, in direct conflict. and his opponent would be, potentially, hundreds of years older than him and steeped in the blood and conflict that pervaded this land. The instinct whispered eager ultraviolence. Ulrich felt a sudden tiredness, a sort of ennui with the whole thing. Weakness. That's what that was, he realized, and it would get him killed. Life has given you lemons, Ulrich, he told himself aloud. Sour as hell lemons that might be hiding razor blades. It had also given him a great big ass juicer in the form of knowledge from a world about 1,000 years more technologically developed, a body literally from the gods, and power beyond his wildest dreams in magic, if he could but learn how to wield it without self-immolation. I hereby declare that I am going to make lemonade like nobody's business, Ulrich told himself, to use the statement to put some starch in his spine. He might be a soft human raised in a world of peace, spoiled by comfort, but to everyone else he was Lord of the Ancient Glade, the slayer of the old terror and a scary son of a bitch. It might not be true, but the old phrase "fake it till you make it" came to mind. Being crippled and born in an unfortunate time had mostly voided his interests, curtailed his ambition to an extent, once upon a time. Pouring himself into work had provided solace, but the creeping rebirth of corporate nonsense had constrained him to research he found less than fascinating, and indeed more or less impossible from an engineering perspective. This go-around, Ulrich found that he had an incredible opportunity to explore, to roam, and to discover what oddities this vast world hid up its sleeves, and his new status provided for that as well. If only he could figure out how to leverage this whole Lord of the Ancient Glade thing to carry it off. That all started with not getting his ass slagged by the first asshole who wanted his seat by the fire. Which meant he was wasting time here. Slapping his face with both hands a couple of times, Ulrich got to work. First, the dance. Christ killed 3 polar weasels in a couple of seconds and didn't get touched. It wasn't an accident. Christ was able to do it because he was a better fighter than Ulrich, because he was applying the lessons Idra taught as they were intended. Ulrich decided that his exercise needed a new focus, not just on what his body was doing, but on what the movements were supposed to achieve. Entering the Undan ready, Ulrich envisioned 2 polar weasels in front of him. The first had charged him directly, the second had leapt for his head, low and high. They'd attacked in the same way against Darla. Keeping the memory of their attack fixed in his mind, he began to work out a response. First a sidestep. The animals were fast in their charge, but had not demonstrated great agility. Their movements were all downhill, rushed aggression. Ulrich's stance shifted into branch side step, putting the 2 imaginary lesser beasts into line. He transferred his weight to the branch foot, his extended right leg, and lunged forward with his left leg forward, letting the right leg drive him. Imagined thrust of the trident catching both of the animals in its widespread tines. He shook his head. It was sloppy, the transition was slow and off-kilter. Even he could feel it. His subclass, warrior, seemingly at work with its emphasis on armed combat, battle rhythm, assisting his feel for imagined foes and the pace of the conflict. Resuming his ready, he repeated the process. Ready, branch side, lunge and thrust. Still off, repeat. Ready, branch side, lunge, fuck. It's not right. Something was off. Even his barely trained reflexes picked up on the wrongness, even if he couldn't put the instinct to words. There was something missing in what he was doing. Each time he'd tried that routine, he was led inevitably to the same outcome as his real encounter. Even if he dealt with the first beast, he was too out of position to deal with the second. It was the same problem as with the heckler monkeys, and it cost him a broken arm when Goldie caught him off balance, overextended. Ulrich relaxed and tried to sort out what he'd seen of Christ, Idra, and the other experienced warriors when they sparred. He'd been paying attention mostly to their blades, not their feet, which he realized was a mistake that would have earned the Blademaster's ire. After a few moments' concentration regarding Idra's drills, the elf's insistence on absolute perfection of even the most basic of movements, the way the master warrior made everything out to be a process of continual progress against the enemy that was one's own incompetence, and realized that he was ignoring one of the fundamental concepts. It was a dance of 1,000 steps, not 3 or 4. He felt off balance, slow, unstable, because he was trying to do too much at once. He was shifting his weight and trying to step forward at the same time, and it was killing his posture, weakening the motions, removing crispness from everything. This time, with the senior-most of Baldarti's elites' drills in mind, Ulrich envisioned the weasels again. This time he decided to go slow, take it one single, small, deliberately chosen, step at a time. Breathing deep, he fell into himself and concentrated on the vision of that aggressive charge and how poorly he'd responded, how easily the monsters had gotten on top of him. With that image secure, he started. Undan ready, hold. The lead beast was now 4 paces away, the trailing 6, he had 2 seconds, at most, before they were on him. Breathing in and out again, he moved. Root side step, hold. He shifted to a deep rightward lunge, his posture and balance as they were when he was being tapped into position by his pointy-eared instructors. The polar weasels were now 3 and 5 paces away. Ulrich, eyes closed and brow furrowed in concentration, shifted to fear ready, his weight distributed 70% on his right leg, knee bent, and felt the freedom, the power gathered there to move. Imagining the trident in his hands, he moved again, root forward, hands thrusting forward. He fell into the forceful lunge and knew in his mind's eye that he could have speared the weasel squarely in its side before it could gather itself to turn. The trailing monster was still 3 paces away and had to divert its course to match Ulrich's new position, granting him time. Hands rotating, Ulrich brought the imagined trident around. The harpooned beast still caught on its barbed tines, as they had caught the heckler monkey before, as he assumed the Undan ready again, bringing his weapon in line with the now leaping monster. Ulrich retreated into the back-branching step, pulling his chest and exposed head away, even as he brought the metal shaft in a vicious downstroke. The blow would have caught the beast's head cleanly, spiking its skull on the pointed metal end cap, killing it instantly. Ulrich breathed out, letting the simulation play out again and again through his memory, trying to find holes in his balance, weaknesses in his position, or clumsiness in his attacks. He found none. Gone was the wavering in his step and the openings in his position from before. Instead of 3 movements full of flaws, Ulrich had broken the counterattack into 6 crisp, clean steps of the dance. Each with a purpose, each without error. Undan, root side step, fire, root forward thrust, Undan, branch back step, down swing. It took 2 seconds when he moved at full speed. This was vastly superior to his previous effort. This line both cleared him from the angle of his attackers, slowing their assault, and put him in position to actually utilize his weapon's reach and 2-sided striking potential. Idris was correct. The battle was won with your feet. No surprise there. Why hadn't he used his training before when it mattered? He asked himself, quickly providing his own painfully obvious answer. He hadn't done it because he'd panicked. He lacked the experience. He lacked focused intent in his training. Every practice session, from here on out, he would do this shadowboxing. He put that thought into action immediately. Instead of just moving his feet and body, he imagined a scenario playing out in front of him. An ambush, a fired arrow, a thrown knife, a stabbing sword, a sweeping cut. Each time he moved, he would do it with an enemy in his sight. His own brain killed him a good many times in these scenarios. That was how his shadow found him, some hour and a half later, dripping sweat as he mentally dueled heckler monkeys, polar weasels, and was drubbed over and over against imagined Christ. But not the weapon master himself. Even in his head, he didn't dare face Idra. Ulrich didn't hear her arrive. She claimed that she'd knocked when he startled and scowled, momentarily peeved at being distracted. Nevertheless, she looked, appreciative, curious. Something, anyway, at what she saw, even if she said nothing. Ulrich was too caught up reviewing the lessons he'd learned from this self-study to worry about it, and went to the washroom to dry his face. His simple braid was fraying, so he undid it and re-wove the thing to keep it out of his way. He was retying the band when he heard the woman's lilting inquiry. "What are you doing in here, Glade Chief? Why is the furniture against the wall? And why do you appear to have poured the water pitcher over your head?" The smooth, melodic voice washed over him. Stepping back out into the room, Ulrich looked at her a moment before answering. It seemed vaguely childlike to him to say it out loud. However, given that his shadow would fault him for something regardless, he might as well tell her and make it this. It might be stupid, but it had somewhat worked for him. "I was shadowboxing. Training through movement drills, but with an imagined opponent to work out the kinks in my form and get used to doing it under attack. Sort of. Ulrich told her, unable to hide his embarrassment completely. It sounded way dumber when he said it out loud, he decided. Oh, this is surprisingly wise coming from you, Gaiat said, eyebrows raised, making her glittering almond eyes even more captivating. She paused, frowning slightly. Ulrich watched her chew her lip a moment, as if in silent debate. Forgive me, I did not mean to say it that way. She apologized, which shocked the hell out of him. I meant to say that it is good for a warrior to practice with their foes in mind. Using their movements, their attacks, the memory of their timings and habits, these are excellent tools to refine your own abilities and prepare for future battles. Young warriors do not normally realize the importance of imagined combats on their training. I can help you in this if you want. I will offer you attacks in different angles and approaches so that you may sharpen your responses. If you want. Your training regimen is your own, of course, she said, with more uncertainty than Ulrich was used to. Normally, Gaiat spoke in blacks and whites. The woman had all the deft touch of a thrown rock. He must have really thrown her off kilter. Seems to him like that might have been a very good thing or a very bad thing, depending on how he looked at it. He figured he might as well choose the best-case scenario and take a dub on the day. Gods knew he needed one after this morning's fiasco. Your help would always be appreciated, Gaiat, of course. And it's fine, I know I'm not the most, how would you say, natural, fighter around, Ulrich said, laughing lightly. Now the woman really was confused, her head tilted and her ears twitched sharply a couple of times. Dead giveaway with her, that was. That is not true, Ulrich, at all. You are one of the best raw talents for a battle mage that I have ever seen. You bested me, you're superior in nearly every way, even if I was throwing away near all my advantage from anger. You have killed experienced fighters and monsters that have claimed many of our kin, with almost nothing in the way of training. A bare few weeks, at best. From the way my brother described it, and from what I have seen of you, your intuition for controlling the pace and spacing of a fight is far in excess of what would be expected for one of your age and experience. She said, disbelieving, No, you are clearly young, definitely inexperienced, and mostly untrained, that is true. But you have instincts for battle that are second to none. With time and continued effort, you will be a threat to even the most seasoned Iriellan warriors, and we count ourselves among the best Eisvartheim has to offer. Gaiat reasoned. Ulrich pinched himself lightly, then hard. Nope, he was actually still awake. Ulrich was completely without words. Gaiat Iriel had offered him a glowing praise, completely without sarcasm. This was the second time in a single day. There wasn't like a sniper somewhere feeding her lines, or else they'd pull the trigger right. He closed his mouth and examined the floor, peeling his eyes away from the shrine maidenesque resemblance of his shadow. Was he blushing? Maybe. Was she? He quickly glanced over at her slightly frowning face. Her ears twitched, but he couldn't tell if they were reddening, not without getting caught looking, and returned to his contemplation of the wood grain in the floor. He was definitely not used to hearing her say such unquestionably positive things. Normally even her compliments were backhanded. Now he felt guilty for suspecting her of plotting to make him miserable with her uncle. He ran his hand over his braid, giving it a light pull to brace himself before returning his gaze to his multi-layer white-robed shadow. She also appeared conflicted, if that distant look and the way she cupped her jaw fingers tapping lips were any indication. His shadow panther senses were tingling. Something was going to go wrong. Soon. Abort. Thanks, Gaiat. I'm sure that vote of confidence is hard to come by. I appreciate it, he said awkwardly. There. Now she was blushing. What in the hell was going on here? He needed to change the subject. This was getting weird. She might combust if she says anything else nice. So what do you think your father wants to discuss this evening? We got a couple of hours before then, but I'd like to go in somewhat prepared. You know how he is and all, Ulrich asked. Fortunately, his shadow was as uncomfortable as he was and allowed herself to be led. She tossed her hair lightly before answering, clearly glad to move on to a different topic. He will want to discuss the results of the information obtained from our scouting party and to chart a course with you for the future. Winter is in full force, Snows will soon fall deep, and the temperatures will drop such that movements from Pressbang will be unlikely, especially now that we are on to their breach in defenses. The deep winter storms will kill any caught out of cover in them. Even weather wards are hard-pressed when the frozen winds drive ice like sand and erode the barriers. I doubt that we will be returning to your glade or scouting any more until the thaw. Geert predicted, her tone serious. Ulrich was slightly surprised. The Varda seasons were longer than Earth seasons, 5 months instead of 3, which meant that the years were longer as well. But he had been thinking that they had experienced the worst of it already. If winter grew even more bitter here, in what the maps he'd seen showed as the middle latitudes, what in the hells were the northern climes like? That made the region far north of the inland sea, they called Vatin, labelled the White Wastes, make a great deal more sense. He'd figured that, with people being tougher here by a large margin than on Earth, they would be able to cultivate a much wider range of habitable zones. Apparently, Varda's climate was also more severe. It would take a huge amount of work to store food for a season approximating a northern Canadian winter that was 50% longer. Yeah, Ulrich thought to himself, that would make a place with a shorter growing season completely untenable. Food would have to be imported and stored for way too long to be reasonable for most civilizations at the level of what he had seen so far. Even magic only went so far. Some of Pressbang's aggressive tendency was made a little plainer to him as well. The Orlithrum encompassed the middle and southern reaches of the continent, the more verdant and arable parts of it. Pressbang comprised the middle and northern reaches, which were far and away going to experience harsher climates. Wider swings in daylight hours, shorter growing seasons, less biomass generally, unless they had the kind of untouched taiga that was, in the old times, typical of the northern climates on his world. Even then, those coniferous forests really were green deserts, monocultures that were fabled for their inhospitality towards animal life. The beasts that roamed those kinds of places were always larger and more ferocious than their southern cousins, too. The long-extinct polar bear was a great example of that geographic polymorphism. Bergman's rule, he vaguely recalled it being named in his old biology texts. Then these northern folk would naturally tend to want to encroach on the richer lands of their southern neighbors. They would have good reason to desire the safer, softer, more hospitable climates. A healthy dose of institutionalized racism, massive cultural difference, and a couple thousand years of bad blood would just be icing on the cake driving these peoples into conflict. Baldert had his plate full then. King of a nation of able scouts and fighters as he was also, for all intents and purposes, forced to navigate with less information than his enemies. What information at his disposal was not good tidings. His enemies had, somehow, established movements outside his vision for purposes that were, so far as Ulrich was aware, unknown, if undoubtedly nefarious. It was a situation that would make a general's teeth itch. Knowledge was, without question, power, and they didn't have enough of it. Even if, as the Elven King had said earlier, the loopholes in the defenses of Orlithrum and Eriel were closed, that didn't necessarily reveal the depth of the penetration. Ulrich had a hard time believing that traitors were a possibility in Eriel. He was with Nal-Ir on that one. Geert was also correct, however. It didn't take a willing participant to be a mole. They might have revealed sensitive information in confidence, which was then intercepted. A grimace on his face revealed his thoughts on the matter. He wouldn't have traded all the privileges and powers of the crown for Balderty's spot right now. Ulrich could barely keep his own shit together, let alone a nation of tribal city-states. This here was the kind of times when it was not good to be king. I see, Ulrich said, brain trying to sort the information he had. It was like a giant jigsaw puzzle, this thing between Pressbang and Orlithrum. He had the edges, and he knew what the overall picture was. Those were pretty well spelled out, but he was missing too many pieces to be able to complete it. What role should I play in all this? I am grateful to your kin for housing me in winter, for providing the opportunity to learn from your people's Geert. Hell, I like a bunch of them already, and I don't make a habit of liking folk, not without knowing them for a year or two. Ulrich asked her earnestly. This, he said, indicating the room and the comforts generally. This is all fantastic, beyond my wildest expectations, but I don't know how I'm supposed to fit in, or what I'm supposed to do. I want to help, but I don't know how, or when, or even if I can. What do you think? He rambled. Gart's demeanor solidified. In this, at least, she was on firm ground. You are not Acer. You are not beholden to Orlathrem. You bargained fairly for your stay in Irielhos, for services rendered and knowledge that is of great use to my people. If you speak more of otherworldly metal working with Uncle Uldin, as I suspect you will, he will go on to elevate Iriellan craftsmanship to even greater heights, and already he is closing the gap with the Svartalfin. As your shadow, I must inform you that you have rendered a great boon to my people in showing them possibilities with magical prowess and in the arcana of substances, and been compensated not at all equally for revealing these advantages, closely guarded secrets that they would be in many nations. So, in this regard, you truly do not owe my kin anything. You are a guest and a friend of the royal family. My father may ask you for your assistance come the spring, but know this, Ulrich, it is truly an ask. You do not have obligation to make war against your own kin. Gart said emphatically. Ulrich shook his head at that last point, with more regret than he'd been aware of in his voice as he corrected her. They are not my kin, Gart, not at all. I might look like them, and the Akashic record might have categorized me with them, but even that spooky all-knowledge put an asterisk next to it. For better or worse, I'm one of a kind. That was something that rarely bothered him. He'd known since his reforging that he was a freak, an anomaly. The Watcher, for reasons that only it would truly know, had introduced a glitch into the Matrix. All that stuff about soul origin and whatnot might be true, but none of that was necessarily the real motivation for his second chance. The only thing those superstitious clowns of the cross cult got right was that an entity so far beyond a human existence would operate beyond the ability of a human to comprehend for reasons of its own. His own existence would then be a mystery to the peoples of this world. They'd be suspicious, possibly fearful, maybe even hostile if they knew the truth, which was but a single scan away. He didn't think much on it, but even he had to admit that it was a lonely thing to be the only one of your kind. Gaiet held him fully in her attention now, contemplating. He knew not what strange elf thoughts passed, but whatever they were, they didn't indicate on her face. For now she was serene calm, a still lake, unsurpassed for its grandeur. He clamped down on the impulse to stare at her. Eventually she settled whatever debate she had held with herself. Then you will be your own people someday. As Lord of the Ancient Glade, you will, inevitably, should you survive, give rise to children. If, as has been the case with other Reforged, your line breeds true, you will almost certainly spawn a new clan of men. It is how the Frostmere, the ice giants and their descendants are said to have emerged. A single overwhelming entity conquered that land, and their blood ran strongly. So strongly that their interbred offspring always favored the original ancestor. It is my duty, Ulrich, to see the heartwood of your dynasty grow strong, with deep roots. Perhaps it will not always be the case that the humans living on Icevartheim will be enemies of Orlathrem. But for now, they will consider you an enemy if you declare yourself a friend towards Iriel, cautioned his shadow. Ulrich hadn't considered his offspring, that possibility being so remote as to be a non-issue. It wasn't though, was it? Not anymore. Unasked for, he'd been granted power, territory, a status as a ruling force over some domain unclaimed. It wasn't beyond the pale to think that someday he might settle down to the extent that some lass would want to start a family with him, and he her. He'd chew on that later, he decided. His original goals hadn't changed. Likely, whatever Baldati had to say this night would only probably reinforce the budding decision he was coming to. Best not to overthink things. Varda had a way of fucking with him any time he laid plans. He'd just have to play it by ear. Speaking of which, he decided to pull the trigger on something that had been kicking around the old noodle for a hot minute now. No time like the present. You know, Gaiet, I think I'm mostly accepting that I'll not be able to get rid of you without one of us dying. He winced. That didn't sound like what he wanted it to, and she quirked her mouth at him, hands on her hips so that the wide sleeves of her robe hung loose, making her appear to fill a space far wider than her figure would allow. Like a bear with its fur up, she was more intimidating than usual. He had to hurry up before he lost his nerve. He'd have to wash the taste of his own feet out of his mouth later. And as a matter of fact, I'm sort of glad you're around, especially back there in the canopy. You probably saved my life a couple of times, not even including the polar weasel you shot before it could tear into my leg. I'd have to admit that when I think of the perfect elven huntress, you're pretty much what comes to mind. So I'd consider it a favor and an admission of reciprocal trust if you'd give me permission to scan you. I know it's a personal thing, and you don't have to, totally voluntary here, but I'd sort of like to know who you are a little. Ulrich sidled into it awkwardly before eventually making his request. Is that all? She said with obvious suspicion. Well, yeah. Bright Eyes made it sound like going around using scan on people unasked was a good way to make enemies. Ulrich confirmed. I was fearing your twisty spiderweb of a thought basket had something worse in mind. What Herr Lumitzeit said is so in most cases. It is different between us. As your shadow, you are always entitled to examine my status, the better to put me to use on your behalf. It is good you did not ask this in company, they would think you slow. Asking to see your shadow is like asking a mirror if it will show you your face. She explained, somewhat relieved. At least she stopped with her Superman pose. She did that in a way that said her heels were dug into the bedrock and moving was straight out. Whenever she got like that, Ulrich had not yet successfully convinced her to reverse her position. Ulrich didn't even mind the light sarcasm, that was to be expected. Par for the course. I didn't want to make you uncomfortable is all. This shadow stuff is awkward enough for my taste, and I wouldn't have it said that I treated you like less than a person. Even if everybody else seems to think that way, Ulrich clarified. It was important that he left her whatever free will and dignity he was able. Ulrich knew she chafed at being tied down. Balderty hadn't sentenced her to death for oath-breaking, violation of guest right, and dereliction of duty. But he'd come pretty close, and Ulrich knew for fact that she would take her frustrations out on him whenever she felt overly coerced. Or even just mean, Bright Eyes' sister had a streak of ill temper about a furlong wide. Anything he did that irritated her, which turned out to be many things that he did, provoked her into finding some way to get payback. Most of the time he didn't know what he'd done to set her off. Sometimes he suspected she just did it for the hell of it, like waiting until he was settled into a nice cozy think before dropping a non sequitur on him. That shit infuriated him, and she knew it. This then was, maybe, turning out better than he'd anticipated. He had expected to have to cajole and maybe resort to some light extortion. More likely, she'd set her feet and put her head down and he'd, just accept no for no and leave it at that. Still, she seemed completely fine, so he wasn't stepping on any toes. That he knew of. Yet. You know what? Best to be sure, like picking blackberries was dealing with Gaiat. All right, just so we're both on the same page, you're completely fine with me dropping a scan on you, right? He double-checked. Now she scowled at him. I have said so, have I not? You do not need to ask. She snapped. Ulrich was on the point of biting back at her, but he held his tongue. It wasn't worth it. Just let go. Ye gods, she was an artist at pissing people off. He was nearly impressed. Unable to repress a frown, he concentrated on her person, taking in the details of her face, her clothing, the feel of her, as his mana reached out. He didn't practice this particular magic. He'd only done it once before with Bright Eyes over a month ago. It took longer than he recalled. Scan. He grinned immediately, unable to restrain a deep glee at the sight. They were headed to the baths. It was only a couple of hours before they were due to meet the Lord of the Deep Wood, and Ulrich had worked up a considerable sweat in his 2 or so hours of solo training. Gaiat was just glad to visit the baths. Anything, he supposed with another chuckle, to distract herself from the events 10 minutes prior. His shadow was a right elven thunderhead she was. He couldn't see the steam coming out of her ears, but he could feel the anger in her footsteps, which had lost a little of their usual grace. The aggressive swishing of her robes were as good as a string of curses. Another giggle rolled through him uncontrollably. Yeah, she might as well be stomping the ground. Her sniff, audible most of the way down the hall from behind him, told him that she was aware of his amusement. Her status was a bit of an eye-opener for him. He'd only seen 2 of those fucky glimpses into the nether, his own and Bright Eyes. Both of them were, for lack of a better term, immature. He had a few bells and whistles on account of his titles and the Watcher shenanigans. atypical markers for the relatively large splash that he'd made in the world in a relatively short time, if he was being honest about it. But overall, fairly cut and dry. Gerrit was different animal. Her base stats left him fairly impressed, especially that dexterity, good goddamn. No wonder she moved so smoothly, and her modifiers were solid, expanding on her base performance in a rather well-rounded way. Ulrich was dead certain that was probably a similarity shared amongst all the long-lived warriors. Dedicated practice honed their coordination to an incredible degree. He'd seen the refinement of the Iriellan fighting classes in action, but now he had a number against which to judge how vast the difference between he and they. He'd witnessed firsthand that most Acer were far better at moving than he was. More coordinated, fewer wasted actions, that sort of thing. Even so, it was telling to see numerically where he fell short of the inhuman mental and physical grace of the long-lived races. Fortunately, the other aspects of Gaiat's status weren't as imposing. Her titles and traits and whatnot were also kind of unsurprising, though some carried that almost sardonic note that seemed to indicate that the Akashic held a tongue-in-cheek sense of irony, with one exception, where it was right on the nose. Just thinking about it pulled another giggle from him that he quickly staunched before he lost himself to uncontrollable fits again. No, her status was impressive, but not completely out of line, not until he saw her classes. Holy shit. Now that was something, the man pondered, striding down the hallways, having to lengthen his gait to keep up with the furious stalk of his shadow. She had 2 advanced classes, expanded and refined towards her individual predilections and talents. They were both spooky as hell. Where Ulrich had simple, broad skills and traits, hers were both more focused and of incredible immediate potency. And he hadn't even seen the half of them in action, it turns out. Her Nightblade class was almost strictly, as the name implied, nocturnally based, and he'd never seen her at play in the witching hours. By the way those traits and skills read, he actually wouldn't see much at all when she had her game face on. The entire class was devoted to being an assassin wrapped in darkness. As edgy as that sounded, it was literal truth. She could pull in shadows around her to form a cloak that masked the disturbances she made in air as she moved, muffling sound or air currents that were dead, giveaways since most creatures did not see well at night. Thus, their other senses, hearing and touch included, were amplified. It also made her fucking invisible. He'd have to see it applied, to examine the skill and to play around testing the limits of its action. Was it thermal too? Or just optical stealth? Did it respond to physical interactions like dust? So many questions. The old bag of flour trick was firmly in his mind as he thought about it. And that was only one feature of the class. She could also make hardened shadow out of her mana. Ulrich didn't have any clue how that would even work. It wasn't physically possible in his brain. There were near to a dozen other similar, exceedingly powerful components to her classes. In a substantial break from Ulrich's own status, Gaiat had essentially 0 spells. She, instead, relied on active skills that consumed mana to utilize. The real divergence, however, was in the sheer breadth, the scope of her passive enhancements. Gaiat was fully loaded, improved senses, greater endurance, capable of remaining awake for multiple days, needing less to eat, sleeping effectively with half her mind awake. Like a dolphin, it went on and on. In the deep forests, the shadowed groves, the young Miss Iriel was a force to be reckoned with. He'd always assumed she was dangerous. Now he really knew the depth of her advantage out there. He felt a brief flash of annoyance at her when he thought back to her attack on him on their first meeting. She'd underestimated him to the point of treating him like swatting a fly. She'd put, essentially, 0 effort into her attempted assassination. If she'd come at him in the dark, he'd have been dead. Dead. 0 questions. She hadn't even used her skills, except for maybe her ability to put arrows on target in quick succession, though that might have just been her normal archery ability. With agility and dexterity as high as hers, it wasn't unreasonable. Actually, wait, he was no longer annoyed. He was purely thankful. He could have kissed her for holding him in such contempt. It saved his life. None of that was the source of his amusement, though. No, indeedy, that was in her titles. Most of them were appropriately spooky and intimidating and reflective of the awesomeness that was Badlati's favored daughter. All very appropriate for the daughter of Vadir Iriel, an accomplished and respected huntress, bane of those who would trespass into her domain, especially if they hailed from Prosper, the home of her blood enemies. Except that, right there in her titles, was an outlier. A delicious joke. He wondered when she got it. It raised all kinds of questions about how the Akashic record and the imprints left in the Vardic quantum web by the sentience that occupied it interacted. Ulrich bit his knuckle, choking back another round of chuckles as he recalled the imposing woman's status. Name Gairt Iriel. Class Deepwoods Ranger. Subclass Nightblade. Might Shiliu Jiawu. Height 2.01 meters. Grace 33 plus 5. Weight 78 kilogramai. Impetus Shichi Jiaba. Age 137. Cogitation 18加4. Sex female. Wisdom 16加3. Core resonance Iskios. Ingenuity 17加4. Sapient race durability 15 plus 6. Essa Irielen soul 15 plus 4. Status healthy, active, alert, impeccably garbed. Irielen hunter's coat, modified forearm guards, sheer wool undergarb, sturdy slacks, sleek leather thigh boots. Core attuned to pacted lands. Core reserve 100%. Core region 160%. Base traits Paragon Irielen, Third Eye, Predatory, Pathfinder. Titles Deepwood Banshee, Far Strider of the Forest, Taipan, Shadow of the Ancient Glade, Manslayer, Fugitive Princess. Class traits Hunter's Focus, Bestiary, Wilderness Baptism, Tree Sleeper. Class skills Tracking, Archer's Cadence, Deft Knife, Silent Step, Infused Arrow. Subclass traits Midnight Eyes, Refined, Assassination Proficiency, Sublast Skills. Iskios Manipulation, Night Cloak, Shadowburn Toxin, Fatal Thrust. Thaumaturgy, Hunter's Mark II. One of her titles was Taipan, his nickname for her when he survived her ambush and the most appropriate way that he could think of to refer to her, especially at the time after she'd poisoned him and snapped relentlessly at every single move he'd made. Word had, evidently, gotten around about what the term meant, between his telling of Bright Eyes and the trickle down from the warriors in attendance within Baldarti's throne room when he'd recounted it. During the abortive scouting trip back to the glade, several of the scouts referred to her by his apt label, for which she had, of course, lashed out at he and they. He'd long ago stopped using the term out of an attempt to generate a more congenial rapport between them. It wasn't enough. No, she now carried the label in that most honest of magical reflections of oneself, her own status. Ulrich wondered now if it was because even she had, somehow, internalized that moniker. If so, it was a degree of self-awareness he wouldn't have expected of the woman. That the appellative had resonated so hard it registered in the all-knowledge gave him no end of amusement, and not only had an apt description, it was a source of empowerment to her. Nay, not amusement. Full-blown hysterical belly laughter. He'd laughed until tears streamed down his face back in his rooms. He'd laughed until he thought he might suffocate. Even now he couldn't help the intermittent sounds that forced their way through his attempts to regain composure. And he was trying. The situation back in the apartment deteriorated when he couldn't restrain his laughter, and Gairt, being wholly herself, couldn't help but bitch at him, demanding he stop mocking her. That only made it worse, which she quickly realized, mouth clamping shut and eyes attempting to peel skin through force of will as he doubled over, barely keeping his feet under him. She couldn't remain silent for long, though, to her own detriment and Ulrich's intensifying merriment. Yes, yes. Very rich glade chief, very droll. You call me Taipan, and now it sits here in my title. A grand joke you have enacted to bring me shame this way. What is this description? How I have never seen such utter tripe in a title. It is not so, and you should be ashamed. She ranted, her bitter tone turning ever more acidic. The irony of her complaint about the title being coupled to her clearly increasing anger brought Ulrich, who had nearly recovered, back to uncontrollable horse laughs. Her attempts to paint him as being childish were similarly to no avail. It is not funny. Her remembered shout echoed through the apartment. You have desecrated me for all to see. This juvenile, adolescent, insufferable naming of yours is going to follow me forever. "You shameless human ape." Her screech reached a higher octave at the last. "Please, please, no more. I can't breathe." He begged her between gasps. His howls of laughter continued for another 5 minutes before he was able to choke them back, wiping the tears from his face. When he raised his eyes to meet hers again, for the first time since she'd sent him into this downward spiral of hilarity, her face was carved from ice, her eyes glittered malice. Since then, she hadn't said a single word or acknowledged him in any way. Ulrich saw how it was going to be when they reached the entryway, the mostly empty drawers evidencing the relatively small population in the baths at this time of day. Guyot made no move to disrobe, waiting instead for Ulrich to stow his gear, and said nothing when he went ahead into the steamy haven of heated water. He settled himself down into the water, and it wasn't for another few minutes before he noticed his shadow reclining into the pool in a distant pocket across the room. She was definitely pissed. Not that he blamed her, necessarily. Most of her life's problems could be laid at his feet, even if they were a direct result of her own choices. It was an avoidance, a scapegoat, but it was an easy enough leap to make if she was keen on deflecting, which, judging by her refusal to be in proximity with him, was exactly the case. Ulrich was, by this point, greatly familiar with his shadow's moods and mannerisms. Normally, she clammed up when he managed to score a point in their jousting. She had a vast assortment of coughs, eye rolls, and other assorted ways to demonstrate her displeasure or exasperation with him, even grudging respect. Her demeanor now was none of those. It was more akin to the way she'd treated him in those first few days, which was odd. He hadn't even taunted her, hadn't said even a single word in jest. No, it was the laughter that wounded her. Her features, her body language, her distancing, everything said that he had given her some great insult. She was actually hurt, he decided, as the heat of the water settled into his bones, not just faking indignation, chalking up another mark on her invisible tally sheet to get even with him. He could only assume that he had damaged that incredible pride she carried around by laughing at her, which confused him greatly. He'd gone well out of his way to poke fun at her before. They had traded barbs almost as a matter of routine, and none of it had slipped under her armor as much as his amusement at her title. It was confusing for the social nincompoop that was Ulrich. Elves mocked and teased in private, and to a lesser extent in public. She was well used to her own people's japes. Or, no, maybe not. Pulling the pieces together, all those sideways mentions about the woman he'd gathered during his time in Irielhos, Ulrich realized they'd all been pointing to Gert not exactly fitting in well with the rest of her kin. He ducked under the heated pool and stayed until his breath ached to escape. When he came up, he drew deep breaths and had a hunch. Somehow, somewhere along the way, this woman had developed a sensitivity about her own perceived worth, was Ulrich's conclusion. She wasn't completely without humor. They'd established that early on. To be honest, beneath the thorns was a fantastic straight man and a deadpan wit with sarcasm so dry it could slip past undetected unless you were really paying attention. It had become exceedingly clear to him that she wasn't above setting up subtle pranks or jokes on his account, though he might not always catch them because they were so deeply steeped in elven cultural mores that they didn't find purchase. And he found that his rebuttals were taken more or less on the chin without this level of anger. Then it wasn't that she couldn't take being on the receiving end of a joke. More like there was some bone-deep insecurity which made her incredibly soft-skinned about her place amongst her kin. That was baffling to him, and incredibly amusing to the asshole part of him, Guyot's inability to see the intense irony of it. Here was a person blessed by the fates to have a noble birth, the advantage of untold supports and resources, incredible physical ability, perfection of form, and massive talent. And yet, somehow, she could still be so easily wounded. What had created such fragility in her ego? He had a hard time imagining how she had avoided having that eggshell self-esteem crushed amidst the sometimes quite pointed japes of her father or the cutting observations of her direct mother. She was spoiled, Ulrich decided. As crazy as that sounded to him, and probably more than a little racist, which was a tougher pill to swallow, he'd thought himself finally past that with her. He would bet that this all was a result of the death of this elder brother he had been told about. Her attitudes, her obstinate pride, he couldn't see it unless she'd been pampered by Baldert and Vedir, Those being unwilling to bring her further pain after her loss, he hypothesized. Maybe they'd been running from their own pain, in their hunts for the killers and in being overprotective of her. It wasn't unheard of for parents to overcompensate through their own grieving. His own parents had tended that way. Ulrich had heard nary a sideways word from his dad, who could carve tool steel with his tongue when he was irritated after his sister's tragedy. That lack of corrective advice, delivered from a place of love, hadn't done Ulrich any favors either. In spite of his having trouble seeing either of the Iriels as helicoptering gentle hands in their parenting, it wasn't impossible, especially in response to such traumatic loss. Ulrich hummed bubbles into the water. Whatever the case, Guyot evidenced a severe lack of emotional robustness, an intolerance of real criticism or of being viewed with condescension, especially by a lesser human. Bright Eyes was the only one he'd seen really jump her, at least until Varda had most recently gotten involved more directly. His shadow's complaints, uttered with a hesitant check to ensure Varda was not nearby, suggested this was a recent development. She certainly viewed it through the lens of being an additional punishment, though, not the attempt of a caring parent to rectify failings of their relationship. If he was understanding the context of things, the young girl had latched on to the sympathetic crutch of her uncle, who had also treated her with velvet gloves. That explained the incredible docility he'd seen in her there. Uldin was her safe place, her bastion of support. The smith's kindness and tenderness towards the normally foul-tempered woman was obvious. She didn't feel threatened in his presence, which was why she was so calm. So what the hell is eating at her that she stays so damn defensive all the time with him? There had to be something. It had been, what, 70-some years since her brother's murder. Surely she wasn't still holding him in some kind of one-sized-fits, all humans are all bastards box. Ulrich could be pretty tone-deaf sometimes, and he wasn't above admitting that he could be an awful reader of people. Maybe he was totally wrong. It didn't feel like it, though. Normally he just missed things, was completely unaware that some byplay was occurring. Whenever he actually recognized a situation, he, generally, was fairly spot on with interpreting it. This was some kind of classical broken grieving, dependence, and emotional trauma. He wasn't sure how the situation had been allowed to fester. Perhaps that was why her mothers were pulling her aside all the time. They were trying to correct her, and if the bruising was any indication, she was stubbornly resisting their efforts. Fascinating. If it wasn't happening right in his face, with potential to blow up on him. It occurred to Ulrich that he was, in no small part, responsible for his shadow's well-being. That included her emotional and mental status too. The need to intervene and straighten her shit out wasn't just for her own good. Ulrich had a vested interest in his shadow's psychological well-being. It would be up to him to assist in shoring up whatever frailty was causing her to be so sensitive somehow. Damn it, Jim, he was an engineer, not a shrink. Regardless, as she was, Ulrich was now convinced that Guyot was more or less useless to him in the upcoming conflicts. She was too volatile, too easily tunnel-visioned. Like a bull, she would be relentless and powerful when she had a specific target, but a sophisticated enemy would exploit her emotional weakness and pull her apart. Like he had no doubt that whoever was behind the attacks on Bright Eyes and the Orlathrim in general would be aware of her shortcomings. The defining feature of their enemy so far was their seeming access to incredibly deep knowledge of the elves' inner workings and the key personalities involved. His mind jumped track suddenly at that thought. The assessment of his shadow's wonky psychology and its exploitability rang out a parallel to the conundrum of the strange attack being played out against the elves as a whole, a mystery that had been turning over for weeks in the back of his mind. Ulrich had the sudden inspiration that they were dealing with a Machiavelli, a deep strategizer willing to play a slow, incredibly cynical game. Whoever was leading this offensive against Orlathrim was utilizing the same kind of philosophy as Idra's Dance of 1,000 Steps. Incremental advantages built up to secure a certain overwhelming victory. With one big difference. They wouldn't mind sacrificing potentially thousands of lives to create an opportunity for an opening in the elves' defenses, where the Orlathrim wouldn't spend a single elf without cause. Increasingly, Ulrich was becoming certain of it, the wheels in his head shifting into higher gear as he organized the disparate pieces of information into a more cohesive whole. It was a strategy, a way of thinking that was so completely foreign to what he knew of the elven thought process. Each of them valued the individual with a near-religious fervor. They lived so long that the loss of a single life represented the loss of hundreds of years of companionship, knowledge, and skills. Hell, the Iriels still sat a place at their dinner table for a relative dead 100 years. Baldarti's eulogy of Serlik revealed that while the Irielen accepted that loss was a natural part of life, an elven life was never spent in vain. The people of Prespang did not seem to share that reluctance to trade lives. The humans and beastkin of that nation, all lesser-lived races, they didn't hold such value to individual life. When you only have a 50 to 100 years at most, an individual was a drop in the bucket, especially for an ego-driven set of sociopathic oligarchs, which seemed to be who was calling the shots over in Prosper. It probably wouldn't occur to any elven leader that a human king would see his people as completely disposable if it gained them advantage. Yeah, that fits, Ulrich told himself, fingers snapping absently at his thigh, sending ripples up to the surface. Whenever he'd heard Baldurt or one of the others speak of the wars with humans, they always sounded confused. They didn't understand why those people refused to preserve their own lives, why they continued to throw themselves at the elven tribes with such frequency. It was alien to them, and they couldn't help but look down on any race that held its own peoples with so little esteem. Ulrich's homeworld had known military strategies that involved spending lives like pennies for incremental gains of ground, until they had depleted the enemy's ability to supply their troops with the means to kill these suicidal pushes. It was like beating a wood chipper by shoving your arm so deep it clogged the blades. Unthinkable to anyone who valued anything but their own will. If Ulrich's instincts were pointing in the right direction, he had to tell Baldurt that they were almost certainly missing the key thrust of the enemy. Whatever the Irielen had identified as the threat or target was, to Ulrich's churning mind, a feint so callous as to be inconceivable. The elves were going to butcher a bunch of sacrificial pawns while checkmate landed somewhere else. But where? That was the part that Ulrich couldn't figure out. That and how the Ancients' plateau was involved. There was a connection somewhere, but Ulrich couldn't see it. He was missing something vital, something big. He'd lost his good cheer completely now. Again. Fuck, what a roller coaster of a day it had been. He hoped Baldurt had some good news. Or at least, could tell Ulrich that they had already figured all this out, and he was spinning his wheels for no good reason. He was a professional problem solver. His brain would chew itself apart until it found the solution. Currently, that meant identifying the constraints of the operating environment more completely. The problem was ill-defined. It was like solving a partial differential equation. When the situation is complex, you can't make a predictive model absent the boundary conditions. In this case, that meant knowing what the end goal for the enemy was and what tools they had to achieve those goals. What exactly did they want? What was the point of this stupid war? Thoughts roiled as his feet kicked idly in the water, his eyes closed as he let his conscious mind roam. He jumped from one idea to the next, as he tended to do, trying to make connections when he was lost. At some point in his meandering, Ulrich realized that he sympathized with his angry, guarded, misguided shadow. They were similar people in many ways. The main difference was he'd already killed himself avoiding reality once. He'd forgotten how to laugh at himself in his old life, and that rigid refusal to change, grow, or entertain doubt had locked him into a death spiral. That wasn't something he would do again. Maybe he could help Giet figure out how to avoid it for herself. Probably not. He wasn't sure he'd ever make her actually listen. But he owed it to her to try. He grimaced in anticipation of pain. You don't handle a taipan without getting bitten. Then again, he was a snake charmer, wasn't he? Briefly, Ulrich lamented his own lack of emotional honesty. Being aware of your own problems was different from finding the proper way to work through them. There was a reason therapists had a job. He wasn't equipped to be the best person to help this scarred elf through her issues. Perhaps, though, there were times when a blunt instrument was the most effective. More than one stubborn machine had returned to order after a severe kick to the housing. He put a pin in that thought. Deciding that he'd never truly relax given this current state of affairs anyway, Ulrich rose from his place and made to leave. A few eyes trailed him from the elves in their pockets of social circles. Those same eyes flicked towards his shadow, he noticed, before returning to their own conversations. They knew what was up, to some extent, then. He was grateful for the Iriellan proclivity to mind one's own business. That would make things easier. Ulrich hated being involved in a public spectacle. He left the baths and their beautiful bathers to enjoy the steam and the peace, and toweled himself off in the dressing room. All too aware, was the only human in the room of the other occupants, each carefully avoiding questioning looks towards his person, or rather, the absent one who should have been with him. Watcher's tits, this was awkward as a breakup with an office co-worker. Why was he so uncomfortable? Too self-conscious, old man, don't worry about it. Besides, you aren't going out with Gaiet, you aren't even going to attempt to lay a hand on so much as a strand of that fabulous hair, let alone the more than fabulous rest of her. She's a bond slave of some fucking kind. Fuck, Ulrich commented in his head. That summarized his general disposition as he stood holding a rumpled, damp towel in choking hands. Reluctantly, the disgruntled man let it fall to the floor, as it wasn't able to properly suffocate and make him feel any better. Steadfastly refusing to hurry out of intense desire to get the hell out of there, Ulrich redressed in what had become his norm, the thin silken/fine wool clothes that warriors wore underneath their armor. His own armor was stashed in his quarters, his trident propped up next to it. He was nearly finished braiding his long hair by the time his aggravated bodyguard stepped into the room. Ulrich averted his eyes, no sense giving the woman any reason to be further aggrieved of him. Now he was in a conundrum, to wait out of courtesy or to ignore her. The decision wasn't exactly difficult at the end of the day. He was the guy in charge. It was her job to keep up with him, not his to placate her childish pride. Some reptilian part of him sensed when a power game was being played and decided to inform his waking brain that waiting was a show of vulnerability where one should not appear to be vulnerable. Without glancing at the finest of Iriellan skins, Ulrich left the dressing room. Hallett's warning rang loud in his thoughts. Don't ever let her think you weak, or you will suffer for it. Hurried footsteps, uncharacteristically lacking in their usual silent tread, announced his shadow catching up to him some 3/4 of the way back to his apartments. Still, she said nothing, and Ulrich decided he wouldn't either. Not like he particularly had anything to say in the first place. If his shadow wanted to be that way, it was her problem. Gods, how he hated it when people played games with him, though. It was half the reason he'd stopped bothering to socialize. Always someone wanting to play a game whose rules they were making up, that invariably were designed to make themselves feel better at someone else's expense. Other than the political maneuverings of her father, for reasons he felt were fairly justifiable, and the misguided attempt by the lordling dickhead to install themselves as new Lord of the Ancient Glade, which had resulted in homicide, there had been precious little of that sort of nonsense in Iriel. Until now, an aggressive whisper reared up before he quashed it. No, Brain Tiger, the recalcitrant former engineer scolded. Now is not the time for that. This is a matter for diplomacy. Sort of. His life was made harder by the fact that he couldn't just get up and leave the source of his troubles behind, like he normally would. In the before, his solution to people that he judged to be problematic was to refuse to engage with them. It worked too. Their attempts to fuck with him were very similar to attempting to hit a piñata that was made of gas. Swing all you want, you bastards, there's nothing to hit. Here, that was not an option. His problem was going to stalk behind him hatefully until the heat death of the universe. What would he even say? Sorry for you being kind of a bitch? Apologize on behalf of all humans everywhere, again for crimes he'd had nothing to do with, that had occurred while he was on another planet, before he'd ever been born. Ridiculous. He sighed as he entered his room, anticipating some relief from the hostile presence behind him. Abrupt contact almost made him stumble as Gaiet Iriel brushed roughly past him to launch herself into her side room. Ulrich gazed furiously at the door that had just slammed closed and gritted his teeth. Oh, you utter cow, he whispered to the sylvan architecture around him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was totally at a loss as what to do. Once again, Ulrich resolved to try to find some way out of this situation. Maybe he could fake his own death and sneak away. No, wouldn't work. Now she has that tracking spell, she could probably trace him. Damn, 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 damn. His heartfelt chant brought no divine insight, and the man stared long at the walls of his room, trying to think of some way to shed his bondservant without insulting a nation full of people that might kill him for the insult. It was a train of thought semi-abandoned, put on the back burner while other matters demanded his total focus. Priorities were subject to change, this one moving closer to the top of the list. In yet more unwelcome news, a duty knocked to inform him that emergency requiring his pointy-eared majesty's attention had drawn him away, and they would have to cancel their planned meeting, leaving Ulrich to brood in silence. Night found him without answer, and he went to his sleep disturbed. Reforged Chapter 31. Ashes. What followed were some of the least pleasant days Ulrich Einar, twice born of Earth, had ever experienced up to that point. He'd put in a word with a duty to hold a meeting with Lord Boldert Ariel to pass along his suspicions, not necessarily because he believed he had the inside edge on anybody around these parts, but maybe he was coming at it from an angle that was new. His background had produced thought processes that were distinct from his inhuman neighbours. Boldert was, unfortunately, not available, having left the Citadel to conduct business with the Orlathrum. His lordship was due back shortly and would meet with Ulrich when he had the time. Fair enough. Whatever had come up to cancel their dinner plan was likely heinous in nature, and Ulrich had all he could handle currently. Training was as he had come to expect, dismal, grueling, and painful. That it was now also being done with a silently judging gaze laden with outright disapproval was just icing on the cake. There was, however, indisputable progress. He'd gotten good enough at the basics of moving that Idra would not disallow sparring matches with the other guardsmen. That went about as well as he expected, and his bruises soon had bruises. It wasn't maliciousness, he was just slow to react, and bad when he did. Getting less slow and less bad, but still. At least Gotha had remained consistently boring, if eminently informative. Learning herbology and cultivation of alchemical reagents from a guy that was probably around when the techniques were invented was nifty. Ulrich's time in chemistry coursework were well spent. He had a feeling he could see the connections between bioactivity in various oils and herbal treatments and the nature of the molecules participating in them. How those components married to magic was still nebulous. He saw the reasoning behind this herb, moonlit silverbloom, being profoundly neurotoxic in high doses. Its symptoms indicated a strongly voltage-gated sodium channel blocking chemical profile. Victims expressed a rapid paralyzing of the skeletal muscles, including the diaphragm, and sudden cardiac arrest a la good old tetrodotoxin. Nothing too crazy there, but his attempts to marry the before's biochemistry clashed against pure Vardan weird when it turned out that herb, in lower doses, and compounded with this other one here, would facilitate a temporary but potent increase in mana regeneration. Why? Did it make a core draw harder on ambient mana, process it faster? And that was one of the more normal effects described by the withered elf Meister. Even more fantastic, when Gotha demonstrated a plant that manifested a fiery cloak around the petals of its flower that could be rendered to produce agents that healed burns with stunning alacrity. As if consuming the destroyed flesh to regenerate it, he saw no way to internalize the mechanisms behind so potent a biochemical process. Phoenix orchids was the apt name of that particular plant, and it was thoroughly magical in nature. Another, frostvine, gave off an aura of cold so intense it brought fog into the room when removed from its sealed container. It bore fruits that rendered one nearly immune to the effects of exposure to sub-zero temperatures. How? No fucking clue. Something, consolidation of the mana weave within one's body to reflect infrig ambiance. His time with the dragon ladies was similarly productive, if exhausting mentally. Shaw was tightening his grasp daily on mana forms and the abstractions of what he was doing with his spellwork. Trying to reconcile elven mysticism with his knowledge of physical mechanisms regarding energy and matter was enough to give him headaches. The struggle was pouring water on fertile ground. He understood far better now why certain manipulations were necessary, and Vedder was quick to then translate those whys into hows, strengthening his casting. Cinderpearl was the culminating achievement of that study. No new spell forms came clear to him, but Ulrich felt like he was edging around a breakthrough regarding multiple elemental interactions. As usual, he needed more time, but that was water pouring through sand around these parts. Bathe continued her efforts to teach him how to cycle and concentrate his magic through his body, and the effects were starting to bear fruit. Ulrich was definitively tougher, and his stamina recovered faster than before, with no change to his status. His core was actively strengthening his body, like training your lungs made you a better swimmer. The body magic was still in its infancy, but he was getting there. He'd better. This was key to surviving his core's eventual awakening, according to the elf queens. The ladies informed him that they would be departing. Each had a task that required her particular gifts, and Ulrich should continue practicing cycling and infusing mana, if nothing else. It was by now clear to all that there had been some sort of falling out between him and his shadow. Absent her parents' presence, his shadow grew even more overtly hostile, still not speaking to him, but using every other means at her disposal to demonstrate her displeasure with his insistence on existing. If he'd known this was what would come of laughing at her status, he'd have gagged himself with his belt. The other elves were circumspect at first, and somewhat amused later. He had detected heavy notes of disapproval from the dragons, and Idra, however, mostly directed towards the former princess, though they clearly thought he was failing to handle the situation properly. Mostly because he was, damn it. Nobody was saying anything, though, and Ulrich still didn't know how to broach the situation without being an angry bastard about it, that being his natural state. What would an elf do? He resolved to ask Boldart when the Irielen king returned. It was his daughter and his fault for saddling Ulrich with her hateful, if sumptuous ass in the first place. One thing was sure, this couldn't last. Neither of them was the type to leave things alone forever. He shouldn't have been surprised when the wheels came off the bus, even though he was. After 3 days of impasse, he found himself on the training floor of Idra's royal guards. He was standing in one of the 24 steps of the dance, alternating painstakingly slow movements supposed to be performed at breakneck speed, and frozen solid, trying to keep his muscles from rebelling while he held a suitably balanced posture. Stance work. He loved it, he hated it, and it was Idras's passion in life. Here, at least, all his problems vanished for a few precious minutes, buried under the focused exertion. Ulrich completed his last repetition under the smouldering gaze of the serpent behind him, who had long since stopped offering suggested improvements, happy to make his spine itch with her eyeballing. It no longer made him chuckle when one of the royal guards observed how hot the suns seemed to beat upon his back. This round was of particular difficulty, full of crossing steps and half-step retreats, motions that Ulrich knew would prove useful should he ever have the need to dodge buckshot at close quarters. He actually looked forwards to the inevitable strikes he was going to take from sparring partners. At least his knees wouldn't feel like pretzels. Per usual, he quickly went 0 and 2 against the experienced elves, raising himself up after a painful reminder that livers did not like practice swords hitting them. He saw his partner give a salute with their blade. The elf, Cinna, elder sister of Hallet, praised brightly, "That was a fine riposte, Glade Chief. Too slow coming, but the intuition is building. I think your body has started to gain a feel for the rhythm of the dance." He cheered up a little at the first good news in a while. His riposte was harmless to any but a child. Not even that, came the incisive voice of his shadow, the first time he'd heard it since their spat, and his movements remain clumsy beyond reason. "At this rate, he will use his sword for a cane before a proper weapon," added Gaiat with open contempt. Ulrich was at his breaking point. He knew this was some kind of setup, that she'd chosen to break her silence now and in front of the rest of the warriors. "Don't let her think you weak," whispered Hallet's warning. "Good of you to deign to share your thoughts, Gaiat," Ulrich rejoined tersely, "though I cannot help but notice that they offer nothing useful, as has been the rule as of late. Why don't you piss off somewhere else, since you don't feel like doing your duty, rather than interfering with those who do?" It was a hard dig. The Irielen didn't have much use for slackers, this bunch in particular. Worse, it was true. A shadow's role was well defined. Do all in your power to serve the interests of your honor. The tall drink of water over there had done nothing but glare at him for nearly a week now, and everybody knew it. He was past caring about embarrassing her now, not when she was being a snit while he worked his ass off over here. Ulrich figured he'd worried just about enough about her feelings. You don't like where you're at, what you're doing, or who you're doing it for. Tough shit. Do your job or go the hell on. It was time to force her to get her act together. Ears bounced once and stilled, and Guyot's expression went dark. "I would be glad to show you what you lack, Glade Chief. If but you had roots long enough to stand the storm's blow," came the huntress's challenge. This here was what he'd been warned about. The former Iriellan princess and notorious bloodthorn of a woman was doing what she always did when someone slighted her, or she thought they had. She was going to try to shame them publicly. Either he could take her up on her offer and most likely get his ass kicked, or he could step aside from it. Neither option was good. No matter what he did here, he wasn't going to be salvaging his dignity or fixing what was broken between him and this resentful elf. One of them, though, would cost him the respect of the warriors with whom he'd trained. That made the decision simple. Simple isn't the same as easy. Under the considering eyes of the sparring guardsman and Idra, who was keeping a show of disinterest while overseeing the courtyard, Ulrich did the only thing he could do. "You're out of line, Taipan, but it's fine. Unlike some, I'm not too proud to learn what is needed to become what I wish to be." Ulrich accepted, his use of her title setting her teeth to grinding. Green and bronze-flecked eyes glittering, the paragon Iriellan snatched the training weapon from the grasp of Cinna, whose own expression tightened, and the set of her jaw promised the slight had been tallied. Ignoring the guardsman, his shadow took up a ready stance, lithe form fairly humming with eagerness. Ulrich knew better than to think she'd make the mistake from before. No overextensions this time that he could use against her. No linear advance, absent guard. This time he knew the elf was going to use every single advantage of her training and heritage against him, and he couldn't use any of the tools his core offered. Like this, he was fighting with one hand behind his back while she was completely at ease. He didn't have a snowball's chance, but that wasn't the point then, was it? All he had to do here was let her know he was here. Winning only mattered if you died when you lost. Defeat was like finding out your experiment disproved your hypothesis. It just showed you another opportunity to become better. A new avenue of research, not an ending. Carefully, as precisely as he could, Ulrich assumed the undan ready. His sword held in a one-handed grip, soft wood blade slanted across his body to close attack angles and point aligned with the face of his opponent, threatening. He re-gripped the wrapped handle, sweat cold against his palms. Guyot was on the move before his fingers finished clinching. Ulrich tracked left, following the sidestep. He half-turned and took a half-back step and managed to parry the blurred stab at his heart, awkward in his motion because it had come from the opposite side he expected. Somehow Gert had managed to slide to the other direction while he was watching the tip of her sword come in. Clever girl. Retreat was the only option. He worked the practice sword desperately, warding away precise thrusts that always targeted a weakness in his stance or a gap in his defense. Hip, root knee, offhand shoulder, neck, branch knee, neck again, chest. It was all he could do to pivot and step out from her attacks while the wood of his sword cracked against hers. A stab turned into a cut without warning, the point coming back, like a magic trick, to her shoulder even as his attempted parry turned his sword wide. He caught the whistling blade under his sword arm, the impact slapping ribs and bruising the flesh instantly. Fuck, he grunted, wincing hard. Maybe it was a difference of opinion, but where she looked smug about the hit, he was feeling pretty good about it. It had taken her all of about 10 seconds to land the strike, and that was 5 longer than he thought it would take. He was doing twice as good as expected. Her blade lowered, and he watched her sneer at his obvious pain. "So easy. Is there even a point to you being here?" she asked. He thought about Christ, throwing himself into Idraz's jaws on a daily basis. He remembered setting the chess AI to Grandmaster when he learned the game. It was the same mindset. That was the attitude of people who wanted to go destroy their limits. Beating somebody worse, or even was just doing what you're supposed to. It was expected, of no value. There was no point beginning if you weren't willing to lose against an enemy beyond you. That enemy was always going to come, eventually. Finding victory against someone better than you was always the taste of ambrosia to him. There was nothing weak in standing up to someone you knew you couldn't beat. It wasn't smart. But it wasn't weak. "You wouldn't understand if I told you," he told her, surprised that he wasn't angry with her anymore. She wouldn't. Born to it she was. Doubtless, Gayet Iriel had devoted herself to her craft, but he doubted if she'd ever actually struggled, especially not when her family had been able to provide the best for her to lift her up from below. Pitting herself against her lessers was the norm, not the exception. The only thing Ulrich Einar had ever been given was his name, good people to call parents, and an honest God-given second chance. A chance he wasn't going to let come to nothing because he was afraid of getting hit a few times. He got back into his stance, keeping his legs looser this time. "Whenever you're ready, Princess," he told her. On she came. Without the smile, over the course of a half-hour, Ulrich got beat most ways you can in a sword fight, but not by the same way twice. Without using any magic, minus the bolstering of his class abilities, just using fundamentals of fighting mostly learned here, he gave his best. It wasn't good enough to do much more than make the slaughter take a little longer. Gayet lived up to her reputation, and he never got close to a clean hit, even if he made her work to get around them on occasion. He was picking himself up after getting his bell rung by a real tricky circling cut that came from a parry on the downstroke that he'd been certain was going to land. He reached up and felt a gnarly goose egg forming just above and behind his ear. More than a little blood he wiped off on his pants. Scalp wounds always bled like crazy. Nausea tickled his stomach, and he wasn't totally certain what day it was, so he might be slightly concussed. But he wasn't going to let old pointy ears McBitch over there know it. He resumed his undan, this time with a two-handed grip so he didn't drop the damn thing. Holding a sword correctly while trying not to vomit was harder than it looked. So was getting your feet right, especially when there were 4 of them and you couldn't be exactly sure whose were whose. Gayet must have felt like his refusal to quit was another kind of insult, because she came in for murder. Ulrich watched the wooden blade wave, mesmerizing as it darted forward in a slash. There was no way under the twinned suns he was ever going to block. To his surprise, a wood blade appeared and caught the strike cold, the report of the blade sounding like a gunshot. He had to check his hands, confused. Nope, not his. Ulrich felt a solid, if not quite dainty hand on his shoulder and looked over to see Christ beside him. Was a good dude, was Christ. Both of him. "I do believe Gayet tagged me harder than I thought," concluded Ulrich, genius that he was. Gayet's surprise at having her fun interrupted was replaced with fury. She opened her mouth to protest, and Christ cut her off in a tone that was overly casual. "Shadow, your enthusiasm motivates me beyond words. I find I cannot help but join the both of you. Please do give me the pleasure of a round," requested the youngest of the elite elves. Idra had come from his position of oversight. Scrambled through his brains Ulrich was pretty sure he looked displeased. Well, more displeased than usual during training. Ulrich let his own sword fall to his side and just concentrated on being upright. "I would also like to see your growth, Shadow. Indulge us, just this once," the swordmaster requested as he strode to observe, all liquid grace and latent violence. The other warriors cleared away instinctively, giving the scarred elf space. He had that kind of presence, did old Idra. Ulrich realized the others had gathered to watch the events proceeding. It is hard to see the finer aspects of form when you spar so vigorously against a trainee only days into being allowed to exchange blows with his seniors. Idra said, so evenly that he might as well have shouted. It was a bit surprising. Ulrich had accepted his ass-kicking as necessary to stand up to Gayet's attempts to shame him in front of the soldiers. He wouldn't have thought that they'd feel it necessary to intervene, not against one of their own. A fuzzy part of him reminded, she isn't one of them anymore, not really. He frowned. The point was to show her he wasn't afraid of her, which maybe he had already done. A less mature machismo voice said to him, "I don't need anybody to protect me from the likes of her." Rational forces rallied momentarily and rebutted, "You're maybe leaking brain juice and beat to shit, of course you do." While he argued with himself, Christ stood with ease, the point of his sword low, hands loose on the hilt, like it might slip free any moment. Gayet seemed to wither a bit under the scrutiny of her peers, even though, so far as he could tell, this was what she'd wanted. He was confused. The concussion wasn't helping. Hadn't the cohort looked down on the visitors who stayed in the sparring ring with Idra far beyond the point that it was clear they didn't belong there? Ulrich shook his head and regretted it when things kept turning, even after his head had stopped. Maybe it was because they saw honor in refusing to be downcast. When it came to that, he'd never seen a guardsman be anything but supportive in their barbed, frequently unpleasantly blunt manner towards another. Heedless of the goings-on, Ulrich decided he was going to sit down. He turned and made it a few steps before being guided by a calloused palm to a bench seat. Idra himself took a seat next to him and gestured with his chin towards the sparring ring. Brittle trees never stand the test of time, opened Balder T's right-hand man, suitably cryptic. They always break. Strong though they appear, withstanding without bending all that comes against them, sooner or later a wind comes from an angle that turns their strength to nothing. Then they uproot and their flaws become clear. Heartwood is only hard when it has to be, else it is flexible as jade willow, continued the elf. Ulrich was certain this was related to something, but for the life of him he couldn't tell what it might be. Maybe he'd been talking to Instructor Gotha. Every other word out of the wizened teacher's mouth was roots this, leaves that. Idra's, no offense, but I've been hit in the head too many times recently to have any idea what the fuck you're talking about, the battered man confessed. The hideous scar at the corner of the old warrior's mouth tweaked upwards as he smiled for a moment. Then the grin vanished, and he turned a grim gaze on the sparring circle, its wood inlays demarking the roughly 4-meter diameter area where combatants would be allowed to go without being considered in flight or pressed so hard that they were declared overmatched. Christ hadn't moved since assuming an almost sleepy undan, his sword still held loosely, its tip almost touching the planks of the pavilion. Gaiat was in her usual precise stance, like a hunting cat making ready to pounce. Ulrich didn't know how they decided to start the match, but he knew that he didn't see Christ's sword before it rose to hit the bottom of Gaiat's hilt, precisely enough to send the training sword skyward, torn free of her grasp. The younger warrior flowed forward without pause, and Ulrich did see the sword come down hard in a two-handed stroke against her collarbone. Youch! Except that the blow touched like a feather, perfectly controlled violence of motion. His shadow lacked nothing for courage. She hadn't blinked when the seemingly brutal blow fell. She was evidently surprised when it did not land with said power. Her lips pursed like she'd bitten into lemons as she went to retrieve the sparring weapon. But when she readied herself for another round, that changed. Christ turned and left the ring, saying only, "I have seen what I needed." It must have been some kind of insult. Had to be. The tall woman scowled at the ground intensely enough. Ulrich was suspicious it would catch fire. A moment later, Sinner took Christ's place in the circle. "I too wish to see your growth, Shadow. Show me what you have learned all these years, hunting otherkin from the treetops of the wilds," demanded the shorter, darker elf, her tone clearly sarcastic. Gaiat was even less well pleased than she had been a moment before, but anger was being displaced by something else. They both assumed their stances. Sinner was textbook, absent Christ's informal ease. Then the elves came together in a rush, blades crossed near each other's throats, evenly matched. But only for a moment. Sword weaving through complex cuts, stabs and parries, Sinner began to run through what looked like one of Idra's exercises. Steps and half-steps, coming fluid rhythm. Slowly at first, then faster, the elder soldier, by increments and subtle edges of advantage, drove Gaiat back, pushing her into a defensive posture. He knew his shadow was searching with her sword for a gap in the attack. There simply wasn't one, and the senior soldier came on, faster and faster. After a minute of relentless pressure, Gaiat's retreating foot broke the ring of the circle, and Sinner's thrust made a humming sound as it drove to lay softly against his shadow's neck. The female warrior withdrew her weapon and left the ring, saying, "I have seen what I needed." Ah, Ulrich saw the point now. They were doing to her what she had been doing to him. Christ through his sheer intuitive talent for fighting. Sinner with superior mastery of the dance. Only they weren't going too far, were restraining themselves to send their message and withdrawing with dignity, without gratuitous pain. Under the watchful gaze of Idra, these greatest of their kin were trying to teach his poor shadow character. He wondered if she even realized it. The royal guard were nothing if not thorough. Each one took a place in the ring, each mirroring some variant of the opening, "Show me what you have learned." And then each proceeded to soundly thrash his shadow before leaving the ring, saying, "I have seen what I needed." By the end of it, Ulrich knew the woman felt worse than he looked. The guardsman hadn't so much as left a bruise on her flesh. No, the beating was all inside her head. Speaking of which, his was a mess. Fortunately, a Sano mage, a healer, had come over to do a little laying on of hands. The cold wash of healing magic ran through him, leaving particularly chilled sensations where the bruises had gone deepest. So more or less all over his sides, chest, arms and head. He realized the extent of the injuries he'd received once the cleansing artistry of the Sano Magus cleared his mind. They departed as swiftly as they'd come, satisfied that all was handled, leaving him to his musings. Guyot had whooped him proper, not just defeated, she'd gone out of her way to hurt him. But he hadn't given her the satisfaction of backing down. And he never would. He would, however, make sure he didn't underestimate the lessons the royal guards had to teach again. All the lessons, not just the ones with weapons. There wasn't much to be said after that. Idra ended the practice with reminders to observe well that determination without experience leads to defeat, and strategy without strength leads to embarrassment. A not-so-subtle dig at both he and Guyot, who were, in a way, intruding on the normally closed grounds wherein the royal guards honed themselves. Ulrich caught the scarred elf's eye and nodded that he'd received the message not to bring his problems into the training grounds again. He owed Christ a beer, or a snort of elf coke if they did that, or whatever he could scrounge up that the dude was about, for catching that last swing before it mashed his face. Healers did good work, but he wouldn't be pretty anymore after that. Speaking of, the most illustrious Gert Iriel was doing her best to pretend that nobody else existed on the planet. It was another bed of her own making, and Ulrich was no longer inclined to feel too badly about her lying in it. His sympathy was gone about 3 blows to the noggin ago. Given that his magic instructors were gone, he had a notion to retire to his bed early after a quick raid on the mess hall. He spotted the not-quite-chastened former hunter on her way to do the same thing. After a few calming breaths, he decided he needed to go make plain his thoughts on the matter at hand. It was well past time he dealt with this. "Sit, Guyot. We need to discuss some things," Ulrich said, gently as he was able, which wasn't much. When his shadow turned and made to leave, his heart hardened substantially. Angry or not, he wasn't going to permit rudeness from her. He was no longer under embargo from using his magic, and he'd encase her in ice if that's what it took. "Shadow, I did not ask you a question. I did not permit you to leave, and I have already made clear I will not tolerate disrespect from you. Now sit the fuck down before you bring even more embarrassment to your people," he commanded. Her eyes widened before narrowing to that face-ruining glare. But she sat. "It seems not even taking food will I be given peace from you, Glade Chief." She whispered harshly, "Surely there are others for you to look at. You may as well stuff me into bed and be done." "Get over yourself, woman." He cut her off, pulling this thorn now since she'd offered it. "I'd sooner put a heckler monkey in the sack than you, they're less annoying. I'm going to say this one goddamn time, and you better remember it." "This," Ulrich growled, gesturing with his hand up and down, "isn't worth dealing with the awful person behind it," he declared with finality. "Now that we've got that out of the way, let's get back to what I really wanted to get through your head." Ulrich continued, determined to have this nonsense out before he met with Baldurt. One less thing to have on his mind while he talked with the grown-ups. "I'm about to commit to going to war as an ally of your people, and from what I can tell, you're absolutely useless to me." He berated her bluntly, which drew her up short. "Out in the wilds, as a scout against the beasts? There's no single person I'd rather have backing me up. No one. You're everything I could ask for in a comrade out there." Ulrich told her honestly. She seemed surprised that he would admit it, as if he'd been unfair to her at any point, which he hadn't, other than their first meeting, where he'd responded less than charitably to her attempt at feathering him. But he wasn't finished yet. In a war, though, against a thinking enemy that knows how to push belligerent elf buttons. The first time someone figures out that all they have to do to turn you from your task is to get under your skin, it's over. They'll draw you out into a trap, and that'll be it. Only you'll be hanging me out to dry alongside you. Soldiers in a unit need to rely on each other. They need to trust each other to do their part. I'll be honest with you, Guyot, I don't. I don't trust you at all to forget your pride and do what needs doing. To me, you're an arrogant child who needs to grow up." Ulrich let her have it. Then he really came in swinging. And you know what? I'm not the only person who thinks so. Your kin just aren't willing to tell you on account of who you are or were. You want to know why your folk have a problem with you? It isn't because you're a pain in the arse. Baldat Iriel is walking proof that your people love an asshole. It's because you're a waste of potential. You have everything. You've got the total package. And it's wasted on you. You could have been a hero to your people. Instead, you spent a half-century on a grudge and threw everybody that doesn't have pointy ears in, along with the ones who earned your resentment. You insult me. You have no right to say these things, she hissed at him, getting in his face. She was furious denial incarnate, and Ulrich wasn't having any of her shit. He jabbed a finger at her. Bullshit. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead. Lie to me. He challenged. Her mouth worked soundlessly. She started to object several times, to voice a denial, each time she had to stop. He wasn't saying anything she hadn't come to suspect, wasn't telling her anything she didn't know, only putting it under the light of the twins so others could see. Still hurt from his laughter at her status, at being branded by his pejorative, from her shaming in front of the warrior elite of her clan, and now from this haranguing that cut too close to what her own mother had been flogging her with in recent weeks, she wanted to lash out. Ulrich ignored her brief floundering, deciding he'd come to the end of his rope. I've tried with you, I really have. I've tried to understand, I've tried to see it from your perspective, but I'm out of patience, he said, riding over top of her strangled protests. Now he came to the heart of it, and he found he was angry about this next bit. All of this? Over a joke so funny, the entire fucked-up planet went along with it? I got the feeling that you got so pissed when I laughed at you, because what you really think, deep down, is that I'm some kind of lesser creature that had the gall to find you amusing. And for that, you can kiss my human ass. Geert sat back at that, and her face was carefully blank, which was as much an admission as he needed. Disgusted, Ulrich decided he was pretty much finished dealing with this situation. Normally, I'd tell you to go pound sand, because I'm not willing to tolerate much in the way of other people's nonsense. But I promised your father I'd take care of you, and that is what I will do. So once and for all, what exactly is your fucking problem? He put all his cards on the table. My problem is that I am slaved to a contemptible and… She cut off when she saw lightning in Ulrich's eyes. He'd told her once, long ago, that if she called him animal again, he'd kill her. She could see him already preparing to do it, could feel the mana warping around him. She knew that, if she finished that word, she'd die. The last time she'd actually felt mana twisting like this was when her father had disintegrated a Prosper ambassador for directing filth towards her little brother in court. He'd done it without so much as a word, just a flash of crimson light. Ice poured down her spine when she realized how close she'd come. Fear. In her. Of him. It made her angry all over again, but she didn't finish the word. I think I've had enough of the sight of you for a little while, Gaiat. Ulrich told her, feeling tired now, tired and so close to murder he could taste it. Go back to your rooms, stay there until I send for you. Say nothing. When I have time and the desire to be around more unpleasantness, I'll call, but just right now you're making me sick. He ordered softly, barely above a whisper. She rose again and he didn't bother to look. So much for charming anything. All he'd managed to do was unload on her, drive her into a corner, and then nearly kill her for being too upset to think straight. Gods, she pissed him off so bad. And now he'd fucked it up. Probably for good, all because he'd laughed at her. I'm such a fucking asshole, he told the table quietly. Ulrich was, for once, utterly defeated. He was, in fact, quite finished with this day already, and there was more to come. On the one hand, he was glad to have put his issues with Gaiat out in the open, if in the worst way he could have managed. Go figure. On the other, he had, unfortunately, confirmed that most of the problems were either in her head or his, which meant that there was rather little he could do about the situation unless he found some way to reconcile his humanity, her fucked-up situation, and his own absence of ability to not be an objective bastard when he was uncomfortable. He was mostly all right with being viewed as incompetent. That part would eventually go away, if it didn't leave him buried somewhere first. No, it was definitely the racism that stuck in his craw. He'd actually thought they were past that shit. Ulrich wasn't used to being let down when a person turned out to be kind of awful. Normally he expected it, at least a little. It was then all the more off-putting that he could feel disappointed in her, even if he really had no basis for that. She'd been pretty consistently down on humanity since their meeting. Nothing he could do about that. He wasn't lying when he told her he was trying. Fitting in with the elf folk, learning their language, patiently adjusting to their odd culture, even trying to adhere to as many of their norms as possible, even where they were vastly different from anything he'd experienced in his home. He'd given it his best shot, but the interplanetary traveler had to admit that he didn't have what it took to convince her that humans were worth a second look. Ulrich wasn't even sure he could blame her, all things being equal. Not much indicated that humanity was worth that chance, no matter how little he himself had to do with the creatures that shared his form on this world. Fed up with all of it, Ulrich drug himself back to his apartments and fell onto the bed. His thoughts raced, his guts twisted. After running himself around in circles for a few minutes, thinking about what great fun it was going to be to have the woman hovering around again in the future, Ulrich tried to refocus on the budding understanding of what the hell was up with this inevitable war. Once a student of history, a hobby adopted as a break from engineering topics, he felt he was onto something with his grasp on the game being played by his soon-to-be enemies. Part of him wondered if he even really had an enemy in those people. Did they even know he existed? He had a hard time believing they were totally unaware of him, which meant they would also know that he was the one who had intercepted their kidnapping attempt. So yes, probably there would be no friends or allies abroad when he left Orlathrum. He had essentially been committed from the moment he'd let that first arrow fly. There was nothing for it, though. They had made their bed by hurting a kid. He'd do it all again in a heartbeat. The missing piece was the win condition. Ulrich didn't know what the enemy considered their strategic endpoint. Was it genocide? A border adjustment? A depletion of the Orlathrum military power to win renegotiation of trade rights? Assassinating a few key leaders to weaken the elves' leadership and create a power vacuum? He didn't know, mostly because his rational mind struggled to accept that there was any goal worth causing the deaths of hundreds or thousands of people in violent conflict. He'd have to ask the crafty elf king he planned to meet in another hour. Fuck, probably word had already reached that one's overlong ears, and he'd be subjected to some form of needling on the matter or another. Maybe it was finally ask for tips dealing with the man's daughter. Surely if anyone knew, it would be him. There would be time enough for all that later, Ulrich decided. First, he had to take a piss. As he did, he grimaced at another fresh bite out of his self-esteem. Gaiat had beaten the honest fuck out of him, and he'd been doing well not to be laid out on a stretcher. He'd played by all their rules, spotting her maximum advantage against his lack of the only real weapon he had in his magical firepower. That part of his training, at least, was enough to earn praise from the dragons and herself. Begrudging, reluctant praise, but honest. He had to wonder how much of that was because he was doing just so well for a mere human. Those were the kind of thoughts that were just a kick in the teeth. He stopped in the doorway to his apartments and shook his head. It saved his life. The windows turned to white fire, and Ulrich was thrown violently through the back wall of the bathroom as his balcony evaporated. Frozen air rushed into the room, washing away the scorching heat that remained of the fire magic. Ulrich struggled to raise himself. He was on his back. Maybe. Something fell and hit his face, and he was pretty sure he was actually on his back now, in spite of the ringing in his head and the flashing lights in his eyes. Up wouldn't stop turning into down, though. Grabbing onto the remains of some piece of broken furniture in the adjacent room, he struggled to leverage himself up. His left arm wouldn't work correctly. The dazed man flopped around for a grasping moment, couldn't feel himself, like he was numb. He pulled himself up and promptly fell back through the hole his body had made, going through the wall, distantly feeling another set of abrasions against the broken heartwood of the portal. Ears ringing, room spinning, Ulrich fought to his feet and saw what was left of the room. Half of it was simply gone, burned away. The other half was destroyed by force and flame. What hadn't been burned was thrown against the back wall as he had been. His bed was still on fire. He liked that bed. Sweat dripped into his eyes and he absently wiped it away, the sight in front of him refusing to make sense. Looking at his hand, he was surprised to see that his sweat was red now. Hadn't he seen that before? That wasn't right. Vertigo as a past moment and present blurred together. He looked up and staggered forwards, away from the bathroom wall, entering the remains of the room and looking out into the air. He breathed for the first time in what seemed like a while and was surprised to find that it hurt badly. His eyes moved away from the blood on his hand, streaked with black, like a sweeping tribal tattoo, to his arm, similarly blackened, to his barely clothed chest, and swept down to the floor, taking himself in. Smoke still coiled away from his charred inner clothes. The outer ones had mostly burned away and hung loosely from the singed belt around his waist. The forest lord leather of the belt was the only thing that had escaped the blast unharmed. He could see his shins through the fragments of his pants, and they looked like he'd been rolling around in a charcoal grill. Ouch! Sound came back suddenly, but there was only the roaring of his own blood in his ears. That and the crackle of a remnant blaze in his room. Wind suddenly rushed strongly into the room, sending him off balance to lean against a turned-over dresser charred black, his rags fluttering and whipping against the gusts. Where there had been blue sky and distant vista was now a stranger, a human, which surprised Ulrich greatly. He hadn't seen a human since. He was having trouble placing it. There was definitely something wrong with him. His mind wouldn't focus on what he wanted it to. The strange man was middle-aged, face deeply lined, and hard-angled. Eyes of a deep amber pitilessly bored into him. Ulrich took in strange robes, like a military trench coat, all charcoal grey. Ulrich realized that the man was also flying, standing weightlessly in the air, supported on a small pillar of flame. His attention turned to the man's upraised hand, and his deep, gravelly voice boomed with contempt. "You should have stayed in your hovel, and out of the way, traitor. Instead you are ended." Flame blossomed from his palm, blue-white, and the sphere grew rapidly until it was a half-meter globe of destruction. Adrenaline flooded through Ulrich's body, pushing away the confusion, the shock, and his injuries. He had no armor, no weapons. He'd left everything behind with Uldine, like a fool. Varda punished mistakes. Time slowed, and Ulrich cast as rapidly as he could. Ulrich reached for his saturated core, felt the strength there drawing warmth into his body as his will drove mana into the form of a barrier of insulating air. He layered 2 more behind it, building a set of incrementally smaller, stronger shields to prevent the air between them from superheating as they resisted the spell and twisted the chylum into incendere, as Shaw had shown him, to immediately form a shield of spinning jewels of pure combustion behind these to absorb whatever remained of the magic of the man attacking him. Or his instincts were wrong, it would do nothing, and he would die. Sky shield, sky shield, sky shield, cinder shield. The ball of flame lanced out into Ulrich's shields, dispersing the first into an iridescent plasma, before the second boiled off, then shattered, and hit the third, which simply broke apart as the fireball dispersed, washing over the shield in a hemisphere of coruscating flame. Ulrich's cinder shield took in the remaining flame, pulling the heat into it to drive the 3 whirling crimson pearls of incendere to greater brightness, iridescent diamonds of heat. The temperature of the air skyrocketed for a brief moment, and Ulrich screamed as he felt his already burned skin exposed to this newest punishment, until the whirling gems of his mana drank it away. Barely registering the stunned expression of the floating man, Ulrich turned loose of his shield, sending the 3 burning jewels at his enemy without a word. Cinder Pearl. The streaking comets, amplified, greater than any he'd cast on his own, slammed into an invisible barrier and erupted, the heated shockwaves reigniting the charred edges of his apartments. The man's expression calmed, and he examined his defenses with forced casualness. He mumbled to himself, and one eye twitched. "That was a near thing. They didn't mention that you were casting adept rank spells. I will be collecting an additional payment for that oversight. I did not expect another pyromancer. Perhaps... What are you doing?" Ulrich hadn't stopped casting since he'd started. Even while his cinder shield was absorbing the last bits of mana, he hadn't stopped channeling his core. Gripped in his hand was his belt knife, a carved forest lord fang, and he was pouring every last bit of himself into the spiral of Sauron, linking his will to the knife. He needed some time. Just a few seconds. "Piss him off, Ulrich. It's what you're good at." He yelled with as much biting sarcasm as he could. "I'm killing you, you fucking idiot. What do you think I'm doing?" You wouldn't mind telling me who I'm going to kill next, would you? I am so very goddamned curious who would have sent you all this way to end up a grease stain. The older mage's eyes narrowed. Killing me? You? A jumped-up peasant fresh from shitting in a hole? Oh, that's rich. You'll regret that, blood traitor. You're weak, barely standing, but this time I'll turn you and this knife-ear's nest into ash. The man reached into the upper body of his robe and drew a gnarled wand of black wood. He started doing something that made the air between them shimmer with heat. Ulrich's skin flared in pain at the touch. Whatever he was doing, it was a doozy. And also too damned slow. Ulrich's overcharge finished, all the mana left in his being tuned to the Seron screaming through his core, a tempest forced into servitude. He hurled the knife as hard as he could, sending it spinning towards the mage, polished bone glittering in the evening sunlight. The mage smirked his contempt at the slow-moving projectile, whose handle burned away to smoke. As it entered the region, his incendiary was turning to a firestorm, and the blade, simple bone, drove more deeply into his barrier than he would have thought possible. His grin vanished when he saw the brilliant arcs begin pouring off the half-roasted upstart he'd been hired to slay. He tried to trigger his spell. Too late. Forcing his eyes to stay open, the hand that loosed the knife clenched into a fist, and Ulrich freed the magic. Lightning javelin. The world vanished in searing light and a roar of sound that drowned out his own desperate rage. When he regained sight, he realized that he was looking into a blue sky, fingers of wispy cirrus gliding as they traversed the horizon. The twins were in a different place than they had been when last he'd seen them behind the bastard who had tried to kill him. Of that individual, Ulrich had a feeling there wouldn't be enough left to bury in a matchbook. He'd never overcharged that spell. It seemed like massive overkill. He would have laughed if he could. He was on his back, probably. He couldn't actually feel much of anything, not even the burns. When he tried to move, nothing happened. Ulrich was distantly aware that he might still be breathing, but he was just too tired to care. Something blocked the fading sunlight, an abrupt shadow. Ulrich found his consciousness fading, the ringing in his ears that might have been shouting pulling him under as he dove into a peaceful abyss. Waking was a gradual thing. He drifted for a long time in a place where thought didn't exist, only a vague awareness of existence. It was nice. Nice things don't last, of course. As soon as thought returned, there was also pain. Pain all over him. Inside, outside, it didn't really matter. He must have made a sound. It probably wasn't the sort of thing he'd have been proud of. A strange elven face loomed abruptly over him, red eyes flecked with bronze. Remarkable. They were all so beautiful, these folk. They were saying something, but Ulrich must have passed out again because it was a different face now. Concern painted these features, and the lips moved, their musical voice filling his ears. Ulrich couldn't make it out for some reason. He heard sounds, but they didn't mean anything. Was he on drugs? The buzzing in his head said, adamantly, "You bet your sweet ass you are." It was a good thing, was drugs. Very nice. Mellow, marshmallow. Gods, Ulrich was hungry for some s'mores. He started to ask for some before he remembered that it was, without a doubt, impossible for there to be marshmallows. He was going to invent marshmallows. Just mix some gelatin, syrup, and sugar, cook it down, and whip with a mixer. He'd have to make a mixer first. No problem, a motorized version of his brace drill, easy. Drilling for marshmallows. Oh yeah, he was so damned high. Hands placed on his cheeks turned his face towards the voice that was talking gibberish. Some part of Ulrich's brain decided to get off its arse and work to make languages happen. And me, Ulrich, can you understand me? I need you to tell me if you are with us yet. The voice said, so pretty. A pretty face and a pretty voice. He wouldn't mention the face, though. That would be rude. Mum. He tried before realizing he needed saliva in his mouth. He swallowed a few times and tried again. Yeah, I'm here, I think, pretty voice. What can I do you for? I got animal skins out the yazoo and like a bazillion trees. Oh, I can magic too. You want to see some fucking magic? Ulrich was excited to show this awesome stranger some magic. No. Please, Ulrich, not right now. I don't need to see any magic right now, thank you. Pretty voice said, startled for some reason. You have been asleep for a few days. You might be confused. Do you know who you are? She asked carefully. I'm the new forest lord. Do you want to make marshmallows with me? I think I can do it with magic, so I don't have to make a blender. Wind blender. It's pretty great stuff, marshmallows are. Like eating sweet air. Ah, yeah. It's been like forever since I had marshmallows. You'd like them, Ulrich assured the pretty voice. Thank you, Ulrich. Yes, I am sure that I would, but we need to check on you first, okay? Can you feel when we do this? The voice asked, her eyes blinking rapidly for a moment like she hadn't understood him, and immediately there was a prick somewhere on the bottom of Ulrich's foot. Did you just stab my foot? Because yes, and that's not real nice pretty voice, you're supposed to ask people before you stab them. Or maybe, yeah, you need to duel them first. You shouldn't duel me, pretty voice, I'm sorry. But I'd have to kill you pretty bad, and that makes me sad. A sad lad, Ulrich informed the voice, already bracing himself for another tragedy. Pretty voice looked up at someone else across the room, alarm on her face. It's okay, Grenda, he's not violent, just confused, the owner of a different voice said. She looked relieved and turned her attention back to him, still holding his cheeks in her hand so he couldn't turn his head to find the newest voice. It's okay, Ulrich, no one is stabbing you. We are checking to see if your wounds are recovering and if you have regained feeling. You were burned and we had to heal you while you slept. Everything will be fine, just let me know if you can feel the poke. Pretty voice, Grenda said calmingly, if still cautious. That was okay with him, as long as he wasn't being stabbed. And even better, he didn't have to kill anybody. That was nice. He'd have to start killing a whole bunch of people in a little bit. Like that mage. And whoever paid him. And whoever paid them. Yep, old Ulrich was going to have to go kill a heap of people. Not now, though. He let them know when he felt the pokes as they traced their way up his legs onto his stomach, which tickled his chest, neck, and even his face. Ulrich realized that the hands on his face were touching his bare skin. He didn't have a beard anymore. As the poking continued, Ulrich realized that he didn't have hair anymore. That son of a bitching mage burned his hair away. Ulrich tried to get angry and failed. He was so glad he'd lightninged that dick-ass pedophile coat wearing mage into vapor. The poking continued. Just how much skin had he lost? It was a good thing he was high as a giraffe's ass, or he might have been upset about it. Eventually the prodding ended, and judging by the creep of a pronounced ache into his bones, some of the drugs were wearing off. That was going to absolutely ruin Ulrich's happy fun time. Burns were not a great experience. Ulrich thought briefly about Harvey Dent, his erstwhile co-worker who'd taken a steam jet to the face. Old Harvey. Now there was a guy with a sense of humor. Life gave him lemons, and he said, "Fuck it, gimme the whole barrel, and who else wants whiskey sours?" Ulrich grunted as the ache became a more pronounced throbbing that was, more or less, everywhere. He felt like he'd had a belt sander run over him, but in a distant sort of way. He couldn't see himself while Pretty Voice was holding him. He was only vaguely worried that she didn't have to try very hard to keep him still. That would be the medication running its course. He's going to be in some discomfort, but if the feeling has returned, I believe we probably have managed to heal the worst damage. It is always a difficult thing with burns. This must be done slowly. It will take some time to recover his strength. We will need at least 3 more sessions until I have cleared him. Blood infection is still a risk, as is secondary drowned lungs, said the other voice in dry, clipped tones, pronounced with a certainty Ulrich could only attribute to a doctor. Grenda nodded and turned back to him. Did you hear that, Ulrich? You understand, yes? Good. Rest now, sleep if you can. I will give you more food and water in an hour or so, she said, releasing her hold on him. She strode away, and Ulrich saw that she wore simple white robes. At least, they had been white before someone bled all over them. He really hoped that wasn't his. It might explain how tired he was, though. That was not nearly so bad as I thought it would be, Pretty Voice whispered conspiratorially. I did not think he would survive with so much of his body charred. Most of him was at least slightly burned. You have done a fine job, Yesri. A very fine job. Oh, by the dancing twins, the doctor was named Yesri. That was one of Ulrich's favorite sayings. He was probably going to have some fun with the elf when he returned, if Ulrich was awake and not septic. He was really starting to feel that pain, like his whole body was bruised and raw. He also realized that his left arm was in a sling. A sling. They hadn't just healed it away. That was probably important, but he couldn't say why. He looked around at himself with bleary eyes, but the motion cost him an unbelievable amount of effort. He was mummified in some kind of dark brown cloth that was similar to cotton, just woollier. It didn't feel woolly though, oh. There was a silk layer underneath it all. He was double wrapped for freshness. The doctor had pronounced bags under his eyes. To be honest, the elf looked like he might be about ready to collapse. Ulrich was about ready to collapse too. He laid his head back before the room went too crazy. They must not have known his hearing was rather sharp, or they'd have whispered more quietly. Charred. That was what? Third-degree burns and then some. He actually should not be alive. Char meant deep, full-thickness burns, and he was a toasty boy. He must not have inhaled the fire. He was so smart, only lava fish breathe fire. The credit does not belong to me, as much as I would enjoy basking in your esteem, Grenda. The doctor smiled at the nurse, who was smiling back at him. Get a room, Ulrich wanted to shout, but the medicos continued on. He has freakish life force for one so young. I am not completely convinced that he would have died of those wounds. There would have been terrible scarring and great pain, of course, but I think he would have yet lived. The story goes that he killed the assault mage in that state, Grenda. Terrifying strength, is it not? The pair of them clasped hands as they exited the room. It is Yesri. I thought I might flee when he started talking about dueling. The woman shuddered, closing the door behind her. I cannot believe Lord Iriel has allied so close with a monster like that. Suddenly Ulrich wasn't feeling so charitable about Pretty Voice. He hadn't done anything to her, had he? Probably not. He'd never even seen her before. Maybe she didn't like marshmallows. Blasphemy, Ulrich. Do not even think such a thing. But none of the warriors or royal guards thought he was a monster, so that was good. Maybe soldiers tended to disregard the fine details when they were puking, struggling, and suffering together. He had trouble worrying about it. Oh, wait, Gaiat thought he was a monster too. Or maybe just an animal. Yeah, that was what she said, wasn't it? He was Curious George, the magic monkey. He tried to giggle and failed. Oh well, Hugh internally. They really had loaded him up. He couldn't think very well. And he was starting to hurt now. Outside the door, he heard some muffled voices. More clearly, Yeseri gave the go-ahead. You may enter, but be quiet and do not excite him. The drugs are suppressing pain, and stress will erode their effect. Uh-oh. But he loved stress. It was his 7th favorite thing, right next to justifiable homicide. He wanted to see who came in to visit him, but he was too busy passing out. Ulrich wasn't high the next time he opened his eyes. He knew that because he was immediately in an absolutely breathtaking amount of pain. Literally breathtaking, he'd instinctively gasped before his jaws locked, so he didn't scream. After a few seconds of full-body vibration, some part of his brain turned off, and he wasn't hurting as much. Now he was just back down to a nice, layered agony. The effort left him panting, feeling wrung out. Immediately he flashed back to the hospital room in which he'd learned that his legs wouldn't recover, that he would be an effective cripple. Ulrich suppressed the urge to panic. He'd been burned, not crushed. He still had all his bits. Skin would regrow, eventually. Probably. Did the elves know how to do skin grafts? Or, just magic stuff. He could live with magic stuff. Grafts were a messy, prolonged thing that took months to heal. Self-assess, old man, Ulrich told the room. He was alone. His entire body was bandaged, except for his head. He must have covered up by reflex. One arm was in a sling. The entire shoulder area felt not okay. Probably the one that had broken through the heartwood wall of his bathroom. That shit was denser than oak. It was a wonder he hadn't been pasted. Bless you, Watcher, and both of your perfect boobs, he prayed. From there down, bandages. He was, as he had realized while thoroughly stoned, double-layered. First, some kind of silk, probably to reduce the aggravation to his ravaged tissue, and then in a more insulating cloth. He had no clothes. At least the blankets were nice and soft, what little of them he could feel. Mostly he was exhausted. Deep down exhausted, and in quite a bit of pain. With an effort of will, Ulrich summoned his status. The news was not good. Status. Name Ulrich Einar. Class, Elementalist. Subclass, Warrior. Might, Divetneist plus Chetri. Height, 2.08 meters. Grace, 17+4. Weight, 94 kilograms. impetus. Shiki kasi, age, error, 43/26. Cogitation, 21 plus 9. Sex, male, wisdom, 16+14. Core resonance, tempered unexpected, ingenuity, 18+7. Sapient race, durability, 16+4. Valin, Highlands tribal, soul, 18+20. Status, gravely wounded, -8 all physical parameters, multiple burns of 4th degree, 30% 3rd degree, 40% 2nd degree, 5% 1st degree, broken collarbone, broken left humerus, exhaustion, forced healing, bruising general, slight dehydration, naked, mana saturation, core reserve, 120%, core regen, 125%. Base traits, reforged, field conduit, core capacitor, warrior's instincts. Titles: Twice born, Lord of the Ancient Glade, Destroyer of the Forest Lord, Snake Charmer. Class traits, elemental refinement, battle mage. Class skills, core pulse, overcharge. Subclass traits, armor fitting, basic weapon proficiency, longbow proficiency. Subclass skills, battle rhythm, thaumaturgy. Voltaic grip, V. Flame crash, V. Hydro cutter, V. Stone wall, IV. Wind scythe, V. Ice blade, 3. Absolute zero, 3. Lightning javelin, IV. Voltaic riot, 3. Cinder pearl, 3. Cinder shield, 3. He was pretty fucked up. Since his reforging, he hadn't been this badly injured, ever. Not even close to it. The depth of his physical trauma was reflected in the fact that he wasn't regenerating stamina at all, which explained the constant physical tiredness. Bruising general. He would have chuckled if it wouldn't have been excruciating. What really caught his eye, though, was his mana value. It was flickering constantly between around 97 and 100%. Normally, at mana saturation, his mana was sitting capped at 110%, and wouldn't his old sports coaches have just yucked it up at that? Now, though, it would appear that his core was somehow utilizing the excess mana to funnel it into supporting his damaged body. Maybe it was even speeding up his natural healing. Neat. He was even more grateful for this not-quite-human body. He totally should have been dead. The explosion that destroyed his room was definitely enough. It had turned his furniture into kindling. Same thing for the second fireball. That kind of scorching could flash fry a normal person. Somehow, he'd absorbed the residual heat into his cinder shield. A pretty neat trick that, and something to keep in mind, mana could interact with other mana in ways he hadn't considered. If he weren't so completely drained, he'd love to examine it. Best not to do anything mana-related. A niggling little something told him keeping his core saturated might be the only difference between being awake and alert and being a vegetable. What a massively shitty day that had been. Ulrich hoped Balderty hadn't minded being stood up on account of he was busy being a smoking ruin. His brain clicked, and he whispered, "Holy shit." Voice gravely, dried throat hoarse, he found himself narrating the unthinkable to the room. They went after Irielhos, attacked it directly. They got through the wards. No way, it was just that one asshole. How did they get in without Balderty knowing? Did they go for anyone else? Did they go after the Iriels? Questions raced, slipping away before he could leverage any purchase. He made himself dizzy and had to relax. When the lightheadedness faded, he slowly tried to put the events in order. First, his room got blasted. Then, somewhere between half a minute and a minute later, Captain Firecracker was floating where his balcony had been and tried to fireball him. Maybe half a minute later, Captain Firecracker's ghost was telling his ancestors about his new lord and savior Thor. After that, Ulrich had no idea what might have occurred. So maybe 2 minutes, tops, from first strike to sublimation. No way could that kind of precision been an accident. Mutterings of the recently departed pyromancer suggested that Ulrich had been the target, specifically. They knew where he slept. Worse, Captain Firecracker had known where he was, in real time. And here he'd been unsure if he was a known quantity. Which brought him to his next question. Who else had been attacked? Nobody risked this kind of assault unless they planned to make it stick. Whatever vulnerability they'd exploited would be closed. No way, this was a one-shot deal that had to make it count. Ulrich had fucked up one of their goals, sort of. He might not be dead, but he was definitely not going to be dancing anytime soon. So where else had they struck? Baldurt. Had to be. They wouldn't have done all this for just him. But a play to take out the blood moon. That was worth it. His mutterings and half-coherent ramblings were interrupted by the door opening. Guyot entered the room stealthily, with a look that suggested she had done this several times already. He could tell because her eyes didn't scan the room layout, she already knew where everything was. She froze when she saw him awake and looking at her, totally deer in the headlights. A moment, and then her usual grace reasserted itself, and she closed the door. Gliding, silent steps took her to the chair near the bed, and she sat stiffly. She'd been crying, not for him, he was sure, so things were bad. Who else did they try to assassinate, Guyot? He asked evenly, freezing her again with the question, which she hadn't expected to come so soon. It took her a few moments before she was ready, but he wasn't pressing. He didn't have the strength to argue with her or to deal with any of her usual nonsense. It didn't look like she did either, though, and not because she'd been wounded. Unless there was something underneath her clothes, which were back to her hunter's gear, full combat readiness, she was unharmed. There were 6 definite targets we know of. Other casualties were almost certainly of opportunity, just a case of maximum harm in minimum time. Father, youngest brother, Idraz, the hunter's headquarters, the smithies, and you. 1 adept assault mage for each target. Except for father, they sent 12 for him, led by an arch-cryomancer, she said, devoid of emotion. Herr Lumitzeit was in the presence of his tutors, who fought and were slain, though they took their attacker with them, leaving him unharmed. Idraza slew his opponent within moments and went to the aid of my father. He cut down the cryomancer but was badly wounded and will be bedridden for weeks. We do not know if he will ever be able to fight at full strength without both of his eyes. The hunter's headquarters are gone. Nearly a third of those gathered there are dead or too badly wounded to continue on as hunters. Iriel has lost 1/8 of our total hunters in the attack. The smithies are a total loss with at least a dozen of the craftsmen themselves dead or crippled. Father scattered the first 7 of his attackers in the first moments of the attack until the archmage was able to restrain him temporarily. He was able to free himself and destroy the remaining adepts, but not before one cut him with a weapon tainted by Acer Bane. Baldurt Iriel, Crown of Orlathrem, Lord of the Deep Wood, is not expected to survive the night, unless the combined efforts of Bathe, Shore, and Veda are able to purge the bane from his body and mana, she recounted in that same deadened tone. Ulrich closed his eyes and wished he could do the same for his ears. He didn't want to watch his shadow weep.